What entered his sight was not a tide of corpses, not Lu Ruyan's peerlessly beautiful yet twisted face, but the ceiling. A white ceiling slightly yellowed with age. A rental apartment. His rental apartment. Changge stiffly turned his head. The electronic clock by the bed flashed blue. May 1st, 2028, 2147. 2028. May 16th. 15 days remained before the meteorite called the Death Star crashed into Blue Star. 15 days remained before he died a miserable death at Lu Ruyan's hands. Changge closed his eyes as memories of his previous life poured into his mind like scalding magma. Changge, don't you love me? Give the origin fruit to Lu Chang. You're already an rank ability user. Lu Chang needs this origin fruit more than you do. Lu Ruyan nestled in his arms, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze in March. It was the third year of the apocalypse. He had risked his life countless times to seize that S-rank potential purple flame origin fruit. With S-rank potential, it could have pushed his ability to unprecedented heights. Yet he gave it to Lu Ruyan's younger brother Lu Chang. Because he loved Lu Ruyan. And afterward, he became the Lu family's blood bag. Crystal cores for her, supplies for her, even his life for her. Coaxed by Lu Ruyan, he went again and again to the most dangerous places to hunt zombies, and all the crystal cores he earned by scraping past death were fed to her younger brother Lu Chang. His talent was squeezed dry, his ability stagnated at level 7 and could no longer advance. Lu Chang, relying on the origin fruit he had given him, awakened and shrank potential purple flame and became one of the lofty 3 heavenly kings of the Hangqing survivor base. On the final day, Lu Ruyan asked him to meet outside the base, saying she had something important to discuss. He went. What arrived instead were Lu Chang and more than a dozen ability users. You're so naive, you pathetic simp. Lu Chang smiled as he shoved him into the tide of corpses. My sister said the last value you have is to lure this horde of zombies away. He struggled within the sea of corpses and looking back saw Lu Ruyan standing not far away, nestled in another man's arms. That peerless face of hers wore that same familiar gentle smile. The past rose up before his eyes. Changge opened them, a cold tear sliding from the corner. It was not sorrow. It was hatred. He slowly sat up and looked at his youthful tender hands, not yet corroded by corpse poison, not yet hardened by the grind of years. Then he froze, for he felt a faint flame flickering at the position of his dantian, a fire-type ability. In his previous life, he had awakened a rank fire ability only to be drained hollow by Lu Ruyan and die miserably in the end. But now my ability hasn't disappeared. At his slightest mental command, a small flame puffed to life. It was weak, tiny, something a gust of wind could snuff out. Level 1. Only the strength of a level 1 ability user. But how could that be? After being reborn, his ability from his past life had actually not vanished. He had no time to ponder, for another crucial piece of information surfaced in his mind. The first descent of the origin fruits. Before the meteorite impact, Blue Star activated its autonomous defense mechanism, releasing origin fruits across the globe. The release of the origin fruits followed no pattern whatsoever. One might appear as an ordinary apple or as an inconspicuous walnut. The origin fruits descended a total of 3 times. Each descent lasted 7 hours, and after 7 hours the fruits vanished. This was the only chance for ordinary people without awakened abilities to defy fate. It was also the first fork in fate between him and Lu Ruyan. In his previous life, Lu Ruyan struck absurd good luck tonight and ate an SS-rank spatial type apple. Later, relying on her spatial ability, she flourished in the apocalypse. Changge snapped his gaze to the electronic clock 2147. The first descent of the origin fruits began at 6 p.m. on May 1st and lasted 7 hours, disappearing at 1 a.m. on May 2nd. The time remaining before the origin fruits vanished was 2 hours and 13 minutes. Changge's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered every detail of his previous life, including this. Tonight, Lu Ruyan would ask him out for drinks, ostensibly to deepen their relationship. In reality, she had already conspired with 2 close girlfriends to get him dead drunk. Then they would manufacture the illusion of an attempted rape and use it to blackmail him into handing over all his savings to buy Lu Chang a car. If he refused, they would accuse him of attempted rape in court. That was Lu Ruyan's first knife to his heart. In his previous life, like an utter fool, he let them drink him into a stupor and almost ended up in the police station as a would-be rapist. In the end, he knelt and begged, emptying all his savings to settle the matter. At the time, he even thought he was in the wrong, that he had lost control under the influence of alcohol and let Ruyan down. Thinking back now, it was laughable, utterly laughable. Changge stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the city's nightscape stretched out, neon lights, flickering, traffic flowing ceaselessly. No one knew that in 15 days all of this would become ruins. His phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and looked. It was on WeChat. Lu Ruyan, Changge, are you asleep? My roommates and I are drinking at a bar, and a guy keeps bothering us. Could you come over? Changge stared at the message, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upward. In his previous life, after receiving this message, he had rushed over in a panic by taxi, played bodyguard all night in the bar, and ended up drunk beyond recognition. In this life, his fingers flew over the screen. Changge, I'll be there right away. Which bar are you at? The reply came instantly with a location pin. Changge set down the phone, opened his contacts, and found a number. It was a loan broker. In his previous life, to curry favor with Ruyan, he had borrowed 200,000 yuan in high-interest loans from this man. The usurious loan ultimately went to buying a car for Changge because Changge was courting a girlfriend who was an architect. For Changge's face, he took on that mountain of debt himself and had not repaid it even when the apocalypse arrived. This time, he would still borrow. Only the purpose was different. Half an hour later, Changge stood in front of the... He wore a plain white t-shirt and jeans, carrying an inconspicuous black plastic bag in his hand. The 200,000 yuan loan had been dispersed. Changge parked at the entrance and walked in. There were dozens of large trucks parked in the yard, workers driving forklifts back and forth, and the air was filled with a strong... He spotted Ruyan in a booth at a glance. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. 1.70 meters tall, her long straight legs wrapped in a tight black skirt. Her waist was so slender it seemed it could snap with a squeeze. Above her delicate collarbones was a face that haunted the dreams of countless men. Ruyan. His ex-girlfriend. His executioner. Changge drew in a deep breath, forcing all his hatred back down into the depths of his heart. He let the gentle, slightly goofy smile he had perfected over countless repetitions in his previous life spread across his face. Ruyan. Ruyan lifted her head. Seeing him, her eyes lit up. Not because of the man himself, but because of the plastic bag in his hand. The shape of that plastic bag made it obvious it was filled with cash. Changge, you're here. Come sit. Let me introduce you. These are my roommates Lin Shui and Zhou Ting. Ruyan stood up affectionately, looping her arm through his and pulling him toward the booth. Two other girls were seated there. On the left, Lin Shui with an oval face and phoenix eyes, clever and calculating at a glance. In his previous life, she had been Ruyan's strategist, full of malicious schemes. On the right sat Zhou Ting, round-faced and slightly plump, appearing honest and good-natured, yet lustunged and prone to spill anything she heard. It was this very trio in his previous life that drank him into idiocy. Scenes of Zhou Ting and Lin Shui flickered through Changge's mind. Hello. It's our first time meeting, so I didn't know what to buy. I just brought a little something at random. Changge gave a simple, honest smile and set the plastic bag down on the table. Lin Shui's eyes lit up as she reached in and pulled it open. Inside were 50,000 yuan in cash, neatly stacked. Oh, my brother, you're way too polite. Sit, Ruyan, your boyfriend is just amazing. Lin Shui's form of address shifted in an instant from Changge to the more intimate Gij. Zhou Ting echoed the praise. Exactly, Ruyan, your life is really blessed. Ruyan's smile curved her eyes into crescent moons, and the way she looked at Changge was so gentle it seemed almost liquid. Yet Changge saw it clearly. Beneath that gentleness lay smugness, disdain, and the satisfaction of thinking, this fish has taken the bait again. Under the table, Changge's fists clenched, yet on the surface his smile grew even more guileless. Of course. Ruyan takes such good care of me, usually I. He broke off mid-sentence, all of a sudden. Because his ability, that faint cluster of flame, suddenly flickered. At the same time, he sensed an extremely weak energy fluctuation coming from Ruyan's body. That was the aura of an origin fruit. Changge's pupils contracted. In his previous life, he had only heard that Ruyan acquired a spatial fruit, but never knew exactly when. But now, there were less than 3 hours left before the origin fruit vanished. Ruyan already carried its aura on her. That meant that by a twist of fate, Ruyan had already obtained the spatial fruit. She simply had not fully absorbed it yet. Changge's mind raced. Knowledge from his past life told him that when an origin fruit was absorbed by the human body, it required a certain amount of time. The higher the grade, the longer the absorption. An SS-grade spatial fruit required at least 24 hours for complete absorption. Before that process finished, the bond between the origin fruit and its host remained fragile. In theory, through certain extreme means, that bond could be forcibly severed and the origin fruit wrested away. For example, occupying the host's body. Changge's heart began to pound violently. He gazed at Ruyan's stunning face, at her gentle smile, and recalled that same flawless face watching him die at the edge of a corpse tied in his past life. Hatred sprouted like wild grass. Yet outwardly he still wore that simple, honest smile. Come, let me toast everyone. Ruyan often mentions you too, says you're her closest sisters. Seeing you today, it's true, you're all beauties. Changge lifted his glass and drained it in one go. Flattered Lin Shui and Zhou Ting both raised their glasses as well. After the first round, Changge filled his glass again. Another toast to thank you for taking care of Ruyan all this time. Another glass went down. Changge drank freely, yet no one noticed that each time the liquor slid down his throat, that faint flame in his dantian would give a tiny leap. The alcohol never reached his stomach. It was vaporized by his fire-type ability. 1,000 cups without getting drunk. No, it was cheating through his power. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere had grown warm and boisterous. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting were clearly talking more, a rosy flush spreading over their cheeks. Seizing the moment, Li Changge took out his phone. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Smiling, he added, if Ruyan ever needs something and I don't reply in time, you can help remind me. Lin Shui's eyes shone, and she immediately scanned his code. Zhou Ting added him as well. After they exchanged contacts, Li Changge lowered his head and tapped a few times on his phone. Lin Shui's phone chimed with a crisp notification. She glanced down and her eyes instantly widened. WeChat transfer, 100 yuan. Li Changge, first time meeting, just a small token. Don't let Ruyan know she's shy. Lin Shui looked up at Li Changge. He was calmly chatting with Lu Ruyan as though nothing had happened. She quickly put her phone away, her smile turning far more genuine. Gidge, let me toast you again. Lin Shui's sugary brother was almost dripping. On Zhou Ting's side, another notification chimed. It was the same 10,000. The same wording. Zhou Ting froze for a second, then her face flushed even deeper, and the way she looked at Li Changge completely changed. Gidge, you're too considerate. Li Changge waved it off with a smile. It's nothing, it's nothing. I'll be counting on you to look after Ruyan from now on. Watching from the side, Lu Ruyan felt that something was off, though she could not say exactly what. She raised her glass. Changge, remember what I told you a couple of days ago? Xiaoqiang recently started seeing a girl. The girl's pretty good. She's an architect, works over in Guamao. The elders back home are all quite satisfied. They're planning to get engaged after the new year, she continued. So I was thinking of buying Xiaoqiang a car worth a little over 200,000. That way it'll be more convenient for the two of them to get around together. As his older sister, of course I have to show some support. Li Changge clinked glasses with her, staring at Lu Ruyan with a strange smile. In his previous life, it was precisely because he did not agree right away that Lu Ruyan had schemed against him. The liquor slid down his throat, his abilities stirred, and the alcohol evaporated completely. All right, I'll definitely do my best to help Lu Chang when the time comes, Li Changge said with a faint smile. After another half glass, Lu Ruyan's face grew even redder and her gaze began to blur. Changge, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Then drink a little less, Li Changge replied gently before turning to Lin Shui and Zhou Ting again. Come on, let's keep going. Tonight we're not going home until we're drunk. 1:30 in the morning. More than a dozen empty bottles were lined up on the table. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting were slumped this way, and that their speech slurred beyond recognition. Lu Ruyan was in no better shape, leaning back in the booth, her eyes barely able to stay open. Yet she still forced herself to hold on. Because she remembered the task for tonight. To get Li Changge drunk, let him lose control under the influence of alcohol, and then what was she supposed to do? At this point, Lu Ruyan's mind was foggy. But why wasn't Li Changge drunk yet? He must have gone through more than a dozen bottles. How could his gaze still be so clear? Lu Ruyan wondered hazily, but the alcohol had numbed her brain, leaving her unable to figure it out. Changge, why aren't you drunk yet? Li Changge smiled. I can really hold my liquor. He stood up and supported Lu Ruyan. You've had too much. I'll take you home. Lu Ruyan wanted to refuse, but her head was spinning so badly, she could not even form the words. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting were completely passed out and could not spare her a thought. Supporting Lu Ruyan, Li Changge led her outside. As they passed by Lin Shui, Lu Ruyan's head drooped and her eyes cracked open to a narrow slit. She saw Lin Shui's phone screen glowing. On it was a WeChat transfer. 10,000 yuan. From Li Changge. A buzzing roar filled Lu Ruyan's mind. 10,000. Li Changge had transferred 10,000 yuan to Lin Shui. Why? She struggled to open her eyes wider to see clearly, but the alcohol was too strong. Her eyelids felt glued shut and would not lift no matter how she tried. The next second, she was already being helped out of the bar. The night wind brushed against her, clearing her head a little, but only a little. Leaning on Li Changge's shoulder, she kept replaying that scene in her mind. 10,000 yuan. Why give Lin Shui 10,000? They had only just met. Changge, she slurred, did you transfer money to Lin Shui? Hearing her question, Li Changge's steps faltered for a moment. Then he said, I did send her some. So she'll take better care of you in the future. Lu Ruyan froze. That reason sounded plausible enough. And yet something still felt wrong to her. 10,000 yuan, just so she would look after her. Lin Shui was her close friend, wasn't looking out for her, something she should do anyway. Why pay her for it? Why such a large amount? No, something was definitely off. But the alcohol had slowed her thoughts to a crawl, as she could not piece it together. She could only lean against Li Changge's shoulder and let him support her as they walked onward. The corner of Li Changge's mouth curved into an almost imperceptible arc. Those 10,000 yuan had been meant for Lu Ruyan to see from the very beginning. In his previous life, these two so-called best friends had helped Lu Ruyan scheme against him. In this life, he would turn them into the thorn lodged in Lu Ruyan's heart. Lu Ruyan's rented place was not far from the bar. Her family background was ordinary, but relying on her beauty, there were always pathetic admirers lining up to pay her rent for her. Changge knew this place well. In his previous life, it was in this very rental room that she got him drunk and nearly had him branded a rapist. In this life, he supported Ruyan up the stairs, opened the door, and led her inside. The moment she entered, Ruyan collapsed bonelessly onto the sofa, her skirt riding up to the tops of her thighs, revealing pale, snow-white skin. "Water," she mumbled hazily. Changge poured her a glass of water and set it on the coffee table. Then he sat down and simply watched her. Forcing her eyes open, Ruyan met his gaze and suddenly laughed. "Changge, why are you so strange tonight?" she asked. Changge did not answer. He reached out and wrapped his fingers around Ruyan's wrist. His supernatural ability probed inward. As expected, at Ruyan's dantian, there was a mass of silver-white radiance slowly rotating. It was a space-type origin fruit of SSS-level potential, not yet fully fused with her body. Around that radiance was a faint ring of golden patterns. It was the contract thread between the origin fruit and its host. As long as this thread was severed, the origin fruit would become ownerless and could be seized by another. And the method of severing it. Changge's gaze fell upon Ruyan's face. Under the weight of his stare, she grew somewhat uneasy, the alcohol clearing slightly. "Changge, what are you going to do?" Changge bent down toward her. Instinctively, Ruyan shrank back, but the sofa was only so large. There was nowhere left for her to retreat. "Changge." Her voice rose a pitch laced with obvious resistance. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Ruyan pushed him away with sharp, frantic movements, her voice turning shrill. Changge's movements paused. He looked into Ruyan's eyes. In those eyes there was loathing that came from the marrow of her bones. Even in her drunken state, the look she gave Changge still concealed that same disgust. Changge suddenly smiled. "Ruyan," he murmured. His voice was very soft. "Do you hate me that much?" Ruyan froze. "I." Her lips parted instinctively, wanting to deny it, yet when the words reached her tongue, she could not say them. Because Ruyan did hate him. She hated his dull honesty, despised his simple sincerity, and loathed the obsessed look in his eyes whenever he gazed at her. Was he worthy? A poor nobody who could not even afford a car. What right did he have to pursue her? If he had not still possessed some use to her, she would have kicked him away long ago. In Ruyan's eyes, allowing Changge to chase after her was already a tremendous favor to him. Yet she had never spoken these words aloud. Because Changge still had savings. But now, facing those eyes of his that seemed able to see through everything, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "Changge, what are you talking about?" Ruyan forced a smile. "How could I hate you? You treat me so well." Changge just looked at her. He looked at that stunningly beautiful face adorned with that alto, familiar, gentle smile. In his previous life, he had been deceived by this very smile. Deceived until his family was ruined. Deceived until he lost even his life. "Good," Changge said softly. Then he bent down and pressed his lips to hers. Ruyan's eyes flew wide open as she shoved him violently. Let go." She was truly resisting, now struggling with both hands and feet. Not from shyness, but from revulsion, from an overwhelming sense of disgust. That this poor loser dared to kiss her at all. Changge felt her resistance, felt her nails breaking his skin. Strangely, he did not feel anger. Instead, he almost wanted to laugh. In his previous life, he had treated her like a goddess, like a precious treasure. Afraid she would break if he held her too tightly, afraid she would melt if he spoke too softly. Even in his dying moments, he wondered, "Ruyan, why did you treat me like this? What did I do wrong?" Now he understood. It was not that he had done anything wrong. From the very beginning, she had regarded him as trash. Since that was the case, Changge unleashed a mad punishment upon Ruyan. "Since you hate me so much, then I will let you experience what it means to be punished by the person you despise most." Yes, good. There was even blood. This time he would return the hatred of his previous life 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10 billion-fold. 3 in the morning. There was only 1 minute left before the origin fruit would vanish. Ruyan's consciousness was gradually fading. It was not submission. It was the alcohol, the exhaustion, and the weakness that came before the origin fruit. Her gaze was unfocused, yet she still murmured, "No. Please, don't leave it inside." Changge once more sent his supernatural sense into her body. The contract threads around that silver-white radiance were now as fragile as cobwebs. The last strand completely snapped at this very instant. Freed from its bindings, the silver radiance instinctively sought a new host. The closest one was Changge. The light surged along the path of his power and poured into his dantian. In that instant, there was a deafening explosion in Changge's mind. He closed his eyes, feeling that newly appeared cluster of silver-white light within his dantian. In his previous life, Ruyan had relied on this very power to thrive in the apocalypse. Now all of it belonged to him. The 10 billion-fold punishment had fallen upon Ruyan's peerlessly beautiful face. 3 whole hours of unrelenting torment had left even Changge somewhat exhausted. He lowered his head to look at Ruyan beneath him. Tear tracks stained the corners of her eyes, her brows furrowed tight. Changge reached out and gently wiped away the tears at her lashes. Ruyan. His voice was very soft, almost tender. Thank you. In this life, I'll be taking your opportunity. He stood up and pulled from his pocket a crumpled pack of Tashan cigarettes. With a slight movement of his fingers, a wisp of flame leapt forth to light one. He drew in a deep, searing drag. Pleasure surged through him. A dense cloud of smoke billowed from his lips, drifting over Ruyan's exquisite face. Cough, cough, cough. Ruyan began to cough violently. The pungent reek of smoke mixed with a foul stench made her collapse over the edge of the bed, retching violently, as though she could vomit out the hundreds of billions of punishments from her stomach. Changge, you're not even human. She screamed hoarsely. You're a damn donkey. She gagged again. I'll drag you into court and sue you until you lose everything you own. You'll never get out of prison for the rest of your life. Ruyan grabbed the pillow at the bedside and hurled it at Changge. He swatted it aside with a single slap. Amusement flickered in his eyes. He slowly buttoned up his shirt. Then he picked up the nearby phone and shook it. On the screen, scenes of their struggle played. You've been flirting with that second-generation rich boy Lu Fei recently, haven't you? If you'd like him to see you on certain video sites, you're welcome to give it a try. With that, Changge pushed open the door and left. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, the first descent of the origin fruit came to an end. In the corridor, his footsteps grew ever more distant. His voice drifted softly through the air, carried away by the night breeze. Ruyan, in this life, it's your turn to be the blood bag. The SS-level space-type origin fruit had been successfully absorbed. Spatial ability awakened. In an instant, several lines of information appeared in Change's mind. Acquired ability 1, spatial storage. Acquired ability 2, teleportation. Acquired ability 3, spatial marking half activated. Supplement these abilities can be combined with other powers to develop new skills, the specifics to be explored by himself. When he left Ruyan's home, it was 1:30 in the morning. He had obtained the spatial ability at last. How exactly to use it still needed testing. He turned into a narrow alley where not a soul could be seen. He drew in a deep breath and sank his consciousness into his dantian. That cluster of silvery white radiance hovered there in silence, far more stable than when he had first absorbed it. Spatial storage. Changge looked at the half brick by his foot. He crouched to pick it up, and with a single thought the brick vanished. The next second he saw, within his mind, a vast gray misty space, 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. A full 10 billion cubic meters. Changge stood there momentarily stunned. The condition to activate the space was simple. He only needed to touch an object. Once his ability advanced in the future, it might even be possible to retrieve things from afar without contact. Next came the second ability, teleportation. Changge gazed at the end of the alley about 20 meters away. He focused his mind once more. His vision blurred. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing at the mouth of the alley. He looked back. His original spot was 20 meters away. It had worked. He tried it several more times. Changge soon grasped the rules. Anywhere within 20 meters of his line of sight could be reached in an instant. As his ability grew stronger, that distance would expand as well. Continuous teleportation was exhausting. After roughly 3 or 4 uses, he had to rest. Leaning against the alley wall, he took a few deep breaths. 20 meters. For now, it was sufficient. The third ability, spatial mark. Changge slapped his palm lightly against the alley wall. He left a mark with his will, then walked 2 streets away and closed his eyes to sense it. It was crystal clear. Southeast, roughly 300 meters away. He attempted to teleport back. His vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in front of that same wall. In some unfathomable way, Changge felt that spatial mark must have further potential for expansion. For instance, if combined with a time ability, could he return to the past to a location he had marked before? At that thought, his breathing unconsciously quickened. Return to the past. The very idea was madness. When the apocalypse descended, if he could go back to this present moment, then he would possess inexhaustible supplies. But where was he supposed to find a time ability? That was the real problem. By the time he finished testing the 3 abilities, it was already deep into the night. Leaning against the railing by the river, Changge let the cool pre-dawn breeze wash over him. His mood distinctly lifted. 10 billion cubic meters of space, enough to empty out half a city. Next came stockpiling supplies. Rice flour, canned food, bottled water, medicine, gasoline, weapons. As for money, that was a major problem. Now that he possessed an ability, he could easily rob a few money houses if he wished. But there was no need. With a little over 10 days left before the apocalypse, he had to devote every possible moment to hoarding goods. He had no time to play cat and mouse with the police. He needed more money. As he was pondering, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Changge, Ruyan's younger brother, who in the previous life had been the one to receive the hard-won origin fruit from him. What he gave in return was not gratitude, but heartless abandonment after draining him dry. Change's brows knitted slightly. For this guy to call at past 2 in the morning, it could not be anything good. He answered. On the other end, thunderous metal music exploded into his ear, mixed with shrieks and laughter from men and women. Changge, where are you? Lu Chang's voice was gratingly loud, clearly drunk, brimming with impatience. Changge held the phone a little farther away. What is it? Come have some fun. Lu Chang bellowed. I'm at the Jinding nightclub, the biggest place in Hangqing. Hurry up, I'll broaden your horizons. Jinding nightclub. In Changge's mind an image suddenly flashed by, heaps of cash and gold bars. In his past life he had been to that district. By then Jinding nightclub had already collapsed, brought down by an earthquake. Beneath the ruins a colossal vault had been exposed. When he pried it open it had been filled with gold and cash. Red 100 yuan notes bundled into thick stacks. Yet no one took any. In the apocalypse gold was worth less than a single steamed bun. Clutching his phone, Changge felt his heart skip a beat. It was like a pillow arriving when he was just dozing off. Billions in gold and cash. It would be a crime not to take it. Lu Chang was still shouting on the other end of the call. Changge, did you hear me? Get over here. Tonight it's just bring Mon. No, just bring yourself. He corrected himself mid-sentence. I said it tonight I'm treating. The corner of Changge's lips curved upward. He knew Lu Chang's intentions all too well. Broaden his horizons. All Lu Chang wanted was a patsy to foot the bill. In his previous life he had been coaxed into nightclubs by Lu Chang more times than he could count, and every single time, he was the one who paid. But this time things were different. Jinding nightclub. The top floor vault. Gold and cash. All right, Changge said. I'll be there in a bit. Lu Chang snorted coldly. Hurry up. You've got 15 minutes, I'm in private room, 888. The call ended. Putting his phone away, Changge gazed at the sea of city lights in the distance. He had originally planned to go back and sleep, but now he would fetch some money first. At 2:20 in the morning outside Jinding nightclub, Changge stood at the door of private room, 888, peering inside through the glass pane. The room was spacious, drenched in ambiguous lighting. A dozen or so people lounged crookedly on the sofas. Several scantily clad voluptuous women wore skirts, so short they barely covered the tops of their thighs, their pale long legs crossed and uncrossed, dazzling in the dim light. In the center, Lu Chang cradled a girl in a white dress. His hands were anything but honest, sliding up along her thigh, kneading at her waist, then roaming up to her chest. When he spotted Changge at the door, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. He shoved the girl aside and bounded over. You finally made it. Come on, get in here and sit. Dragged inside, Changge was pressed down onto a sofa. The coffee table was crowded with bottles of Hennessy Richard and Louis XIII. Men and women sprawled all around in various states of drunkenness. Thumping his chest, Lu Chang leaned close and lowered his voice. Relax, tonight I'm treating. You just help me cover the tab first. I rushed out and forgot my card. I'll pay you back later. Changge regarded him, eyes filled with disgust. The same worn-out excuse, not even bothering to change a word. In the previous life he had seen that face more times than he could count. And in the end that face had shoved him into a tide of corpses. Changge let out a soft laugh. Lu Chang, aren't you afraid your family will find out? Didn't you just go on a blind date with that female architect working at Guamao? Coming to a nightclub this late, aren't you worried? The moment Lu Chang heard the name his brows furrowed sharply. Ugh, don't mention her. That Lin Wei is cold as ice. Last time I took her to Zuixiang restaurant, and after dinner, she wouldn't even let me hold her hand. He cursed. A woman that clueless about flirting. No matter how good she looks, I couldn't care less. She's nothing compared to my little baby here. As soon as he finished, both his hands clamped directly onto the breasts of the girl next to him. With an impatient wave in Changge's direction, he said, hurry up, I told you. I forgot my card, cover the bill for me first, I'll pay you back later. Changge smiled faintly. Sure, I'll just go to the restroom first. He rose to his feet and pushed the door open. The moment the door closed behind him, he heard Lu Chang's manic laughter from inside. Did you see that? This bootlicker. If I tell him to come pay the bill, he has to trot right over. Changge's footsteps paused for a heartbeat. The corner of his mouth lifted into a faint arc. Laugh while you can, he thought. Soon enough you won't be able to laugh at all. He walked toward the elevator, flicked a tiny flame at the elevator camera, and pressed the button for the top floor. The doors slowly slid shut, sealing off the music and laughter from the private room outside. The numbers jumped 1, 2, 3. 18. Ding. The top floor. When the doors opened, a corridor lined with dark red carpet stretched out before him. A few incomprehensible abstract paintings hung on the walls, while the crystal chandelier overhead blazed so brightly it hurt the eyes. Changge turned into the emergency stairwell and climbed one more flight. He pushed open the fire door. The pre-dawn wind rushed against his face. The rooftop was vast and bare, with only a few humming air conditioning units and several vents spewing warm air. The night wind whipped his coat, making the hem flutter wildly. The city's lights unfurled beneath his feet, streams of traffic crawling along the overpasses like glowing ants. But Changge had no time to admire the view. He scanned his surroundings. The top level of Jinding consisted of two separate Uship towers. The nightclub occupied the left side of the U, and the vault was on the right. The right side was certainly heavily guarded, perhaps even with armed personnel. The left, however, was the opposite. No rich heirs would come all the way up here just to feel the night breeze. The gap between the two towers was roughly 15 meters, just within his teleportation range. On the other rooftop stood an independent structure. It resembled a large storage room, its outer walls windowless, broken only by a single heavy metal door. That was his target. Changge strode quickly to the edge of the roof and stirred his will. In the next heartbeat, he appeared on the far side of the Uship tower. Two security cameras before the vault flashed with red lights. With a flick, he sent two flames to dispatch them. He came to stand before the vault door. The walls were reinforced concrete at least 50 centimeters thick. The door was an alloy slab, its cold gray surface giving off a matte sheen. The frame fitted perfectly flush with the wall. A keypad lock paired with a fingerprint scanner. A red indicator light blinked steadily. No ordinary person could get inside. But was he ordinary? Changge extended his index finger. A wisp of bright yellow flames sprang forth with a soft pop. It was so weak a breath of wind could have snuffed it out. Yet his gaze was terrifyingly focused. As his spiritual power surged, the dancing flame began to shrink inward, its color shifting from bright yellow to a luminous white. The temperature soared. The surrounding air warped under the heat, like asphalt shimmering in a scorching mirage. Beads of fine sweat seeped from Changge's forehead. His ability level was still too low. His spiritual power was draining too quickly. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his finger forward. The flame condensed into a slender cone of fire and pierced the alloy lock. A harsh sizzle filled the air, followed by a stinging stench. The sound of metal melting scraped the nerves like nails on a blackboard. The supposedly unbreakable alloy lock now had a finger-sized hole burned clean through. Changge peered inside through the small opening. Eerie blue emergency lights flickered within. Then, with a thought, his figure vanished from where he stood. An instant later, he was standing inside the vault. Changge snapped his fingers, and a tiny flame blossomed at his fingertips. The faint light flared to life, and he froze. Even with mental preparation, the scene before him still startled him. Gold. Gold everywhere. His feet were not on concrete, but on solid gold bricks. Brick after brick stacked in neat rows covered the entire floor, hundreds of square meters at least. The firelight danced across them, reflecting a blinding sea of molten gold. And all around him were walls. Not ordinary walls, but walls built of money. Bundles of 100 yuan bills stacked with perfect precision from floor all the way to the ceiling. A crimson sea. Like blood. Like fire. Like the last frenzy before the end of the world. Changge drew in a deep breath. Then he laughed. In his previous life, when he passed these ruins with a search team, he only had time to glance at the pried-open vault. Back then, the gold and cash still lay here unwanted. In the apocalypse, gold was worth less than a steamed bun and cash less useful than a roll of toilet paper. At the time, he had thought, if only I could return to before the end and empty all this out. Now he had returned. Changge hesitated no longer. He reached out and pressed his hand against the nearest wall of banknotes and willed his power into motion. Space storage. The entire wall of banknotes vanished in an instant. At the same time, in the 10 billion cubic meter expanse of his mind, a crimson mountain appeared. He stepped forward, crouched, and pressed both hands onto the gold bricks at his feet. Another batch of gold vanished, revealing the cement floor beneath. He advanced, harvesting as he went. Wall after wall of banknotes disappeared. Layer after layer of gold bricks thinned out. Jewelry. Several glass display cases stood against the wall, filled with jade, diamonds, pearls, and gemstones. Changge opened the cases and swept his palm over them. Everything vanished into his space. Luxury watches, an entire row of display stands: Patek Philippe, Vacheron, Constantine, Rolex, Omega. Gone. Antiques, several ornate shelves held blue and white porcelain, bronzeware, calligraphy, and paintings. He could not appraise them, but they were valuable. He took them all. A wine cabinet. An entire wall of shelves stocked with rare vintages unobtainable on the market: Romanée-Conti, Lafite, Margot, Mouton. Each bottle worth a house in Hangzhou. He took them. Changge resembled a human reaper, leaving not a single blade of grass where he passed. 10 minutes later, the vault was bare. Only empty concrete walls and floors remained. Yet he did not leave. His gaze settled on the innermost wall. There, almost invisible, was a thin seam. A hidden compartment. In his previous life, when he reached these ruins, the compartment had already been opened. He had never learned what it contained. But now the hidden compartment was still intact. Changge walked over and extended his index finger. The flame cone formed once more and pierced the wall. A sharp hiss, and the concrete melted, revealing the hollow within. The compartment was small, only 2 to 3 square meters. But what lay inside made Changge arch a brow. A display case. A glass showcase. Within it rested 2 impeccably maintained firearms. On the far left was a sniper rifle. its body long and sleek matte black metal exuding a cold sheen. The imported scope's lenses glimmered with a ghostly blue light. Changge recognized the model, Changge M200, famed as the Eye of Death. Most crucially, it boasted an effective range of over 2,000 meters. On the far right lay a Desert Eagle. Its silver-white frame and large caliber made it feel like a small handheld cannon. Dominating. Beneath the display sat a metal case painted army green. Changge opened one of the cases. Ammunition, 100 rounds of 10mm armor-piercing bullets for the sniper rifle and 100 rounds for the Desert Eagle. Delight flashed through Changge's eyes. Excellent. In the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, as zombies continually evolved and powerful ability users emerged, the deterrent power of conventional firearms would plummet. For fourth-tier zombies, bullets felt like a mere tickle. Fifth-tier ability users could catch bullets with their bare hands. But that was for the future. Right now, the apocalypse had not yet begun. Zombies had not yet appeared. Ability users had not yet risen. For the moment, these weapons were divine artifacts. In the early days of the apocalypse, they could swiftly secure him an advantage, allowing him to hunt low-level zombies with ease and to unleash overwhelming firepower while others were still wielding kitchen knives and steel pipes. Changge stored both guns and all the ammunition in his space. Then he glanced at the now empty compartment and at the stripped vault around him. At last his gaze came to rest on an inconspicuous corner. There, a plain cement wall looked no different from the rest. Yet Changge walked over, placed his palm upon it, and activated his power. Space mark. An invisible seal imprinted itself upon the wall. For the boss behind Jinding nightclub to build such a massive vault in the heart of Hangqing and to procure military-grade weapons was no simple feat. Clearly this man was not ordinary. The place might prove useful in the future. With the mark left behind, he could teleport back here whenever he wished. After leaving a spatial mark and finishing everything he needed to do, Changge turned around. With a single thought, he teleported. His vision blurred for an instant, and when it cleared, he was already standing outside the rooftop fire door. The night wind swept past, carrying the city's particular restless heat. Changge glanced at his phone. 2:50 in the morning. From the moment he went up until now, exactly half an hour had passed. He dusted the grit from his clothes, pushed open the fire door, and stepped into the stairwell. The elevator descended. The numbers flickered by 18, 17, 16. A chime sounded. The elevator reached the 8th floor. When the doors slid open, faint music from private room 888 could still be heard in the corridor. Changge walked over and pushed the door open. The scene inside the private room was almost the same as when he had left. Changge was still clutching the girl in the white dress, his hand already slipped beneath her clothes. Seeing Changge enter, a flicker of displeasure flashed across Changge's eyes. "What took you so long?" he snapped. "I've been waiting forever for you to come pay the bill." Changge looked at him at that impatient, entitled expression on his face. That tone of absolute entitlement. He had seen it countless times in his previous life. In this life, it would be the last time. "Let's go," Changge said. Changge's face instantly burst into a wide grin. He turned back toward the room and shouted, "You guys keep playing, I'm going to settle the bill. I'll be back to continue later." A chorus of hoots and jeers rose from the room. Changge slung an arm around Changge's shoulders as they walked out, lowering his voice. "You cover it first. I'll pay you back later." "Relax, my word is good," Changge said. Changge remained silent. The two of them reached the elevator. Changge pressed the button to go down. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped inside. Changge looked at Changge's reflection on the metal door, a young, arrogant face, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt for him, as if he were looking at a dog. The elevator arrived at the 1st floor. The doors slid open. They walked toward the front desk, where a young man in a vest, fair and clean-featured, stood behind the bar counter. Changge plopped himself onto a high stool and jerked his chin at the clerk. "Room 888, check out." The clerk nodded and tapped on the computer a few times. "Good evening, sir. The total for room 888 tonight is 287,600. Without so much as a blink, Changge jerked his chin toward Changge. "He'll pay." Changge looked at him and smiled. Then he drew out his wallet, took a card, and handed it to the clerk. The clerk accepted it and swiped it through the POS terminal. "Sir, please enter your PIN." Changge reached out and pressed a few digits. The POS terminal beeped. The clerk glanced at the screen and froze for a moment. Then he looked up at Changge. Changge had already taken the card back and slipped it into his wallet. "Sir." The clerk began at a loss for words. Changge urged impatiently, "What's wrong?" "Can't process it." "Use another card then." Changge looked at him, his smile gentle. "No need. There's no money in that card." Changge was stunned. "What did you say?" Changge tucked his wallet into his pocket and patted Changge's shoulder. The motion was light, as if patting a dog. "Tonight's tab is on you," he said. "You promised." With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Changge stood dazed for 2 seconds before reacting. He lunged after him and grabbed him hard. "Changge, what the hell do you mean by this? Are you messing with me?" Li Changge turned to look at him. His gaze was utterly calm. Calm as if he were looking at a dead man. Lu Chang, he said softly, tell your sister this. From today on I'm dumping her. And by the way, your sister was quite supple. With that, Li Changge flung off Lu Chang's hand and strode out through the nightclub's main doors. Lu Chang stood rooted to the spot, his face flushing scarlet as his mind struggled to catch up. Damn it. What did you just say? He roared. You screwed my sister, you bastard. Damn it. You at least don't. As the meaning of Li Changge's words finally sank in, Lu Chang was cursing and about to run after him when a burly security guard stepped in front of him, blocking his path. The clerk at the bar cautiously leaned out. Sir. About the bill. Lu Chang whipped around and roared at him, wait. I'm making a call. He yanked out his phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number. The first time no one answered. The second time still no answer. A faint unease crept over him. This was a tab of nearly 290,000. He kept dialing. After several rings the call finally connected. Sis. He shouted. Did that bastard Li Changge sleep with you? How much did he give you? Hurry up and transfer me 300,000. No 500,000. Damn it. That jerk dumped me here alone at the nightclub. The other end of the line was silent for a few seconds. Then Lu Ruyan's hoarse, retching voice came through. Where is he? Lu Chang froze for a moment. Why did his sister's voice sound so strange? As if her throat had been stabbed, or something else he couldn't quite name. That bastard already left. He shouted. He walked out without paying a 280,000 bill and dumped me here. The line on the other end fell silent again. For a long time. At last Lu Ruyan's rasping voice came back. I don't have any money. Damn it. Lu Chang burst into curses on the spot. You let that bootlicker sleep with you, and he didn't give you any money. Hurry up and send me 500,000, or I'll tell Mom when I get home and see if she doesn't break your legs. Lu Chang snarled threats into the phone at Lu Ruyan. In Lu Ruyan's rented room, her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Coconut milk and blood stained the corner of her lips. Through the phone came her younger brother Lu Chang's frenzied roars. Her eyes lifeless, she ended the call. Damn it. Lu Chang cursed again, but when he tried to dial back, her phone was already switched off. The clerk, who had watched everything from start to finish, rolled his eyes at Lu Chang. If you don't have the money, why pretend to be such a big shot? What did you just say? Lu Chang exploded, reaching out to grab him. The clerk waved toward the nearby security guards. 3 strong, muscular guards closed in around them. Lu Chang fell silent in an instant. Right now he had to find a way to scrape together this nearly 290,000. This was the Golden Peak, Hongqing's most well-connected nightclub. No one dared dine and dash here. Out in the street at dawn, Li Changge walked alone. He no longer spared a thought for small fry like Lu Chang. When the apocalypse arrived, without abilities and without blood packs, the man would not survive 3 months. The night wind blew by, carrying the coolness of early summer. He took out his phone from his pocket and powered it off. Then he stopped, lifted his head, and looked up at the sky. The city's night sky was stained a dull red by neon with no stars to be seen. But he knew that out in the cosmos a meteor named the Death Star was hurtling toward Blue Star. In 15 days, everything would change. Li Changge drew in a deep breath. Then he smiled. In his personal space lay an entire vault's worth of gold, cash, jewelry, fine liquor, antiques, and 3 guns. It would be enough. Next, time to stock up. At 4 in the morning, Li Changge stood at the street corner diagonally opposite the Golden Peak nightclub, watching as Lu Chang was hauled back inside by 2 security guards. The fool was still cursing under his breath, pulling out his phone to call someone. From afar, faint snippets drifted over. Sis. Lu Ruyan. You filthy bitch. Just wait till I get home. Li Changge withdrew his gaze and turned into the night. He cared not how Lu Chang would settle the score. 280,000. None of his damn business. After walking along the street for 10 minutes, a resplendent building emerged before him. The Hangzhou Intercontinental Hotel. 58 stories, a landmark of Hangzhou. Li Changge pushed open the door and entered. The lobby soared dozens of meters high, crystal chandeliers dazzlingly bright, and a massive landscape painting hung on the wall behind the front desk, clearly worth a fortune. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? The front desk receptionist asked in her uniform with a standard smile. The presidential suite for tonight. The receptionist paused quickly, sizing him up. A white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. The total cost didn't exceed 500 yuan. But her professionalism held. Certainly, sir. The presidential suite costs 8 yuan for tonight. May I? Li Changge pulled a card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Swipe it. The receptionist took the card with both hands and swiped it through the POS machine. A beep sounded. 8 yuan transferred. The receptionist's smile instantly grew 3 shades warmer. Sir, I'll handle your check-in. May I ask your surname? Li. 3 minutes later, Li Changge walked into the elevator with his room key. The 58th floor. The top floor. The elevator doors opened onto a corridor carpeted in dark red, with crystal sconces lining the walls. He walked to the end and swiped the card. The door opened. The presidential suite. Beyond the foyer lay a living room spanning hundreds of square meters. Floor-to-ceiling windows occupied an entire wall, offering a panoramic view of Hangzhou's nightscape. The sofa was genuine Italian leather with fresh flowers and a welcome fruit basket on the coffee table. Further in were the bedroom, the walk-in closet, and the bathroom, a bathtub large enough for three to lie in. Changge stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the city outside. At 4 in the morning, Hangzhou's lights were gradually thinning. An occasional car sped across the elevated highway like a luminous beetle. In the distance, West Lake was shrouded in night, with only a few fishing lights visible. The last tranquility before the apocalypse. He drew the heavy curtains. The room instantly darkened. Then he entered the bathroom and turned on the tap. Hot water gushed out, steam quickly filling the entire space. Changge stood under the shower head, letting the hot water wash over his body. The water was scalding. But what he felt more keenly was another heat, his past life. 3 years into the apocalypse. When was the last time he had bathed? He couldn't recall. He only remembered that water was more precious than gold, than a bottle of mineral water could buy a woman. 3 years into the apocalypse. When was the last time he had bathed? He couldn't recall. He only remembered that water was more precious than gold, than a bottle of mineral water could buy a woman. So he was always stinking, reeking, and rotting. Changge looked down at his body. Young, clean, unblemished. Not the shattered shell that zombies had gnawed to pieces. He closed his eyes, letting the hot water cascade over his face. The water mixed with some liquid trickling from the corners of his eyes. It was not sorrow. It was relief. After the shower, he emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. The bed was enormous and soft. Lying on it felt like floating on a cloud. Changge stared at the ceiling for a few seconds. Then he closed his eyes. In his past life, he had never slept a peaceful sleep. Every time he shut his eyes, there were the roars of zombies. Every time he woke with a start, it was the dying wails of survivors. The extreme mental tension the apocalypse had brought him was like a string perpetually stretched taut. At this moment, he completely let go. Soon he drifted into slumber. No dreams. No zombies. No Ruyan. Only deep, peaceful sleep. The next day, sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains, painting a golden line on the carpet. Changge opened his eyes. Not with a start. He woke naturally. He sat up and stretched his entire body, a series of crackling sounds echoing. Refreshed and clear-headed. Full of energy. How wonderful. He glanced at his phone. 9 in the morning. He had slept a full 5 hours. For him, that was already a luxury. After washing up, he picked up the menu on the nightstand and dialed the internal line. Send up a breakfast. Certainly, sir. What would you like? The most expensive, you have the full set. Very well, sir. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Changge opened the door. Outside stood a beautiful waitress. About 1.65 meters tall in the hotel uniform, her skirt 3 centimeters above the knee. Black stockings, stiletto heels. Delicate features with light makeup, large eyes, long eyelashes. She pushed a cart laden with silver dish covers. Good morning, Mr. Lee. Here is your breakfast. She wheeled the cart in and laid out the items one by one on the dining table. Good morning, Mr. Lee. Here is your breakfast. She wheeled the cart in and laid out the items one by one on the dining table. Here is today's newspaper. She placed a copy of the Hangzhou Daily on the table. Then she straightened up, and there was a hint of suggestion in her eyes. Mr. Lee, if you have any other needs. She paused, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Any needs at all, feel free to call the front desk. Changge looked at her. She was indeed beautiful. A great figure too. But he wasn't in the mood. Thank you, no need. The waitress paused for a moment, then flashed a professional smile. Very well, sir. Enjoy your meal. She left with the empty cart, the door closing softly. Changge sat at the dining table and began his breakfast. The bacon was perfectly cooked, crispy, yet not dry. The eggs were runny, a single cut released the yolk. The coffee was aromatic, freshly brewed Blue Mountain. He ate while gazing at the city outside the window. The sunlight was beautiful. Traffic on the elevated highway was beginning to jam, cars lining up in a long dragon. The glass curtain walls of office buildings reflected the sunlight, dazzling. Pedestrians moved like ants on the ground, bustling and hurried. No one knew that in 14 days all of this would become ruins. Changge took a sip of coffee. He needed to start stockpiling today. Set a small goal first. Spend a cool 1 billion. He hadn't counted exactly how much cash he had collected from the vault last night, but a rough estimate put it at least 2 billion. All 100 yuan notes bundled in stacks. Plus the gold. Each gold bar weighed a kilogram. He had collected at least a few hundred. And jewelry, luxury watches, antiques. The total value was at least 10 billion. He had 14 days to convert all this money into supplies. A heavy burden, but also exhilarating. After finishing breakfast, Changge changed into a fresh set of clothes. Still a white t-shirt and jeans, but a clean pair. He went downstairs and checked out. The front desk receptionist saw him, her smile still standard. Mr. Lee, welcome back anytime. Outside, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was already waiting. The hotel's courtesy car. Changge got in and said to the driver, Hangzhou Auto City. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Auto City, Hangzhou's largest automobile trading market covering hundreds of thousands of square meters. At a glance, it was all signs for 4S shops and modification factories. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Every brand was there. Li Changge got out and pulled out his phone. He opened the Black Sound app. In his follow list, he found an ID Hangzhou Xiaomei Hardcore Modifications with over 200,000 followers. The bio read: the woman who knows off-road vehicles best in Hangzhou, specializing in hardcore modifications and accepting custom orders. Li Changge tapped on it. The live stream was on. In the frame, a young woman was dancing. The background was a dark green hardcore off-road vehicle modified with a raised chassis, massive tires, and a searchlight rack on the roof. It created a strong contrast. The woman danced provocatively, a tight tank top and black shorts revealing a slim waist. Li Changge opened his eyes. The first thing he did was take out his phone. In the live streaming room, comments flashed by: Xiaomei looks so hot today. That waist is incredible. I want to be that car. You in front, something's off. Li Changge watched for a while. He had been following this streamer for a long time. Edge-pushing and hardcore car modifications. The car modification scene in Hangzhou was somewhat famous. He opened the gift list. Carnival, 3,000 each. He planned to send 10 first. 30,000 enough to attract attention. Click. Insufficient balance. Li Changge was taken aback for a moment. Then he slapped his forehead. He forgot. He had spent 88,000 on rent last night. There were only a few thousand left on this card. And that cash, all in storage. Not yet deposited in the bank. He shook his head, changing 10 to 1. Carnival. 3,000. Payment successful. In an instant, special effects filled the live stream. Golden effects covered the screen, and a large spaceship slowly passed by. Xiaomei was stunned. The comments exploded. Wow, Carnival. Boss is generous. This is going on the wall. Xiaomei stopped dancing and leaned closer to the screen to see the gift notification. Thank you, Li. She read it out loud, then smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Li, for the Carnival. Boss is generous. Li Changge typed, Let's chat privately. Want to modify a car? Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Okay, Brother Li, you'll check the private message right away. She made a heart gesture to the camera and said to the audience, Everyone please wait, I'll reply to a private message and be right back. The screen switched to a game advertisement. Li Changge exited the live stream and opened the private message. Sure enough, Hangzhou Xiaomei had sent a message. Hello, Brother Li. Thank you for the Carnival. What car do you want to modify? I have a physical store in the Auto City we can discuss in person. Li Changge typed, I'm in Auto City now. Which store are you at? The reply came back immediately. B District No. 18 Hangzhou Tough Modification. Brother Li, just navigate over. There's a dark green Jeep Wrangler at the entrance. Li Changge put away his phone and walked towards B District. The Auto City was large. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he finally found No. 18 in B District. The store was not small, and at the entrance was a dark green Jeep Wrangler. It was the same one from the live stream. Modified with a raised chassis, off-road tires, and a roof rack with a spotlight and spare tire. Li Changge walked inside. A few workers were busy in the store with the sounds of welding and grinding echoing. In the innermost office area, a young woman was speaking to her phone. Everyone, I'm signing off now. A boss is here to discuss modifications. He'll stream again tonight. Love you all. She turned off the live stream and looked up. Li Changge saw her face. Short hair. Ears-length hair, dyed dark brown with bangs slanting across her forehead. Her features were delicate with slightly thick eyebrows, giving her a heroic look. Her eyes were large with light brown pupils, and she looked very focused when looking at people. She wore a black vest with a white t-shirt inside. Her chest wasn't large, but her waist was slim. She wore black shorts exposing a pair of long legs. Overall, she appeared seductive yet capable. Very contradictory, yet very harmonious. Brother Li. She stood up and walked over with a smile. I'm Xiaomei. My real name is Zhou Meijia. She extended her hand. Li Changge shook it. Her hand was soft, but her palm had calluses. The kind from long-term work. Li Changge. Xiaomei glanced at him from head to toe. A white t-shirt and jeans. He didn't look like a wealthy person. But the Carnival just now was very real. She didn't show it, smiling as she invited him to sit on the sofa. Brother Li, what kind of car do you want to modify? Did you bring a car? Li Changge shook his head. No car. I want to buy one and then modify it. Xiaomei was taken aback for a moment. Buy a new car? Yes. What's your budget? Li Changge thought for a moment. The car itself isn't counted. The modification budget is around 3 million. Xiaomei's eyes lit up. A 3 million modification budget. This was a big client. She scooted closer to Li Changge, leaning slightly forward. Brother Li, what style do you want to modify? Off-road, bulletproof, or car coitus? Li Changge looked at her. What I want is not an ordinary modification. Xiaomei raised an eyebrow. Please go ahead. Li Changge leaned back on the sofa, his tone flat, as if discussing what to eat today. The car needs to be tough, off-road, preferably 6-wheel drive. If not, a large SUV will do. It must be fully bulletproof, and the glass needs to withstand rifle bullets. The chassis needs to be reinforced with crash beams installed able to withstand a frontal collision with a dump truck. The fuel tank needs to be enlarged at least 300 liters to start. The tires should be changed to puncture-proof ones, the kind that nails won't penetrate. Solar panels need to be installed on the roof to charge the battery. Install a water tank storage box and first aid kit inside the car. And he paused. Remove the rear seats and convert them into a bed. Changge listened, her eyes growing brighter. This was not just a modification. This was to build a doomsday war vehicle. She unconsciously scooted even closer to Changge. Her knees almost touched him. Brother Li, are you planning to drive to the unmanned zones for car coitus? Changge was speechless. Can you not keep bringing up car coitus? Do I look like that kind of person? Changge chuckled teasingly. Changge didn't pursue the question, but her gaze changed. Not suspicion, but excitement. Modifications of this level, the whole car would cost at least 2 million. Adding the car itself, it would head towards 3 million. She could also earn a decent commission. Brother Li, I can do this for you. She stood up, walked behind the desk, and took out a tablet from a drawer. He'll show you a few plans. She opened her photo album, flipping through the pictures. This is a modified Mercedes G-Class from last year for a client, fully bulletproof with a reinforced chassis and a fuel tank enlarged to 200 liters. This is a modified Hummer military grade with puncture-proof tires, spotlight, and winch installed. This is a 6-wheel drive version of the Jeep Wrangler, rare in the country, with a custom chassis that can meet your requirements. Changge looked through each picture. Very professional. Indeed, very professional. How much for the 6-wheel drive version? Changge calculated the car itself imported would cost around 1.8 million. Modification. She wrote and sketched on paper. Bulletproof modification, full armor and bulletproof glass, around 800,000. Reinforced chassis and crash beams, 300,000. Enlarging the fuel tank to 300 liters, 50,000. Solar panels and circuit modifications, 100,000. Water tank storage box, first aid kit, these would cost 50,000. Adding other miscellaneous expenses, she looked up at Changge. The total would be around 320,000. Changge nodded. 320,000. A bit more than his budget. But it didn't matter. He was lacking in everything right now except for money. How fast can it be done? Changge bit her lip. This kind of modification is very complex. The normal time frame is 3 months. Changge frowned. 3 months was too long. The apocalypse was coming in 14 days. Changge saw the expression on his face and immediately said, but if Brother Li is in a hurry, I can expedite it. We can have the workers work in shifts. It could be done in a month, 20 days. No faster than that. Changge looked at her. 20 days. The apocalypse is in 15 days. Still not fast enough. But he didn't show it. Just lightly said 20 days is too long. Changge got anxious. A 3 million big order, she didn't want to lose it. Brother Li, there's really no way this kind of modification. Changge interrupted her. Money is not the issue. I can raise the price. Changge was taken aback. What do you mean? Changge picked up a black backpack. He unzipped it. Dumped it onto the desk. Clang. Stacks of 100 yuan bills filled the desk. Judging by sight, at least 1 million. Staring at the 1 million cash in front of her, Changge was dumbfounded. After years of modifications, she had seen cash payments before, but never like this. Is this for shooting a movie? Changge looked at her, his tone flat. This is a deposit. Get it done in 10 days, and I'll add another million. If you can't manage it, he stood up, we'll find someone else. After saying that, he turned to leave. Changge froze for 2 seconds, then jumped up to chase after him. Ligu, wait. She grabbed his arm, her small yet fierce body rubbing against Changge's arm. 10 days. He'll do whatever it takes to get it done. Changge turned to look at her. Changge was breathing a bit heavily, unsure if it was from excitement or the pile of cash. But Ligu, you have to tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Changge looked at her. In his light brown eyes there was curiosity, excitement, and also caution. He smiled slightly. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. Changge bit her lip, then made a decision. Ligu, add me on WeChat. If there's any progress in these 10 days, I'll send it to you immediately. As he was about to leave, he glanced at her. His gaze swept across her chest, and then he said lightly, As he was about to leave, he glanced at her. His gaze swept across her chest, and then he said lightly, I like those with a generous heart. You mean, he smiled. As long as the work is good, that's all that matters. Changge was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed. By the time she processed this and wanted to curse, Changge had already walked out the door. She stood at the entrance watching the figure in a white t-shirt and jeans disappear into the crowd. Then she looked down at her chest. What's wrong with my C cup? It's not small. She muttered and turned back. Looking at the pile of cash on the table, she glanced at the wall clock. I'm all in. Changge left the modification shop and drove around the car city for 10 minutes. He finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous store, a wooling specialty shop. The store wasn't big, with a few silver gray vans parked outside, their bodies plastered with the red slogan, the first choice for entrepreneurship and wealth. The salesman was a man in his 40s squatting at the door smoking. Seeing Li Changge approach, he stubbed out his cigarette and greeted him, "Brother, looking for a car?" Wuling Hongguang's the legendary vehicle. It can carry people and goods, durable and affordable. Li Changge walked around the car. No doubt it was a legendary vehicle. In the early days of the apocalypse in his past life, this thing was far more useful than luxury cars. With a high chassis and strong off-road capability, its parts were everywhere, and any repair shop could fix it if it broke. And it wasn't conspicuous. Among a bunch of luxury cars, this thing was the best disguise. This one full payment. The salesman was taken aback. "Aren't you going to try it?" Li Changge pulled out 50,000 cash and slapped it on the hood. "Try what? It's not like I'm marrying a wife." The salesman's eyes widened, and he gave a thumbs up. "That makes sense." Half an hour later, the paperwork was completed. Li Changge drove the silver-gray Wuling Hongguang out of the car city, merging into the traffic. At 11:30 in the morning, he parked the car at the intersection of Hufang Street. This is the largest food pedestrian street in Hangzhou, and it was beginning to bustle at this hour. Tourists held their phones to shoot short videos. Locals rode electric bikes, weaving through the crowd, and the aromas of various snacks wafted through the air. Li Changge walked into the first shop, Old Hangzhou Noodle House. The shop wasn't big, with 7 or 8 tables, and it was packed with people at mealtime. A plaque hung on the wall reading 30-year-old store, the wood polished over time. He found a corner to sit down. "Boss, a bowl of beef noodles." 5 minutes later, the noodles arrived. The broth was rich, the beef tenderly stewed, and the noodles chewy. Li Changge took a bite and was stunned. In the third year of the apocalypse in his past life, he had dreamed of this flavor. At that time, even a bowl of instant noodles was a luxury, let alone fresh beef noodles. Once he had found a pack of expired instant noodles in the ruins and had cherished it like a treasure for half a month. And now, a steaming bowl of beef noodles was right in front of him. He put down his chopsticks and stood up. He walked to the cashier. The boss, a middle-aged man wearing an apron, was calculating and said, "That'll be 28. Would you like to pay with a QR code or cash?" Before he finished speaking, a bundle of cash was slapped down in front of him. 10,000 yuan. The boss looked up stunned. "Beef noodles, 300 servings. Huh. Intestine noodles, 300 servings. The boss's mouth dropped open. Shredded pork with pickled mustard noodles, 300 servings. The boss's jaw almost hit the floor. Vegetable noodles, 300 servings. The boss gaped for 3 seconds, then suddenly stood up and shouted toward the kitchen wife. "Stop washing the dishes. Come help." A woman wearing an apron ran out. "What's wrong?" The boss pointed at the bundle of cash on the table, his voice trembling slightly. "This brother wants to book the whole place." The woman was also taken aback, but she reacted quickly, grabbing her apron to wipe her hands. "Quick, light the fire. Get ready." 40 minutes later, there was a line outside the noodle shop. Not for dining in, but for the spectacle. The boss, along with 2 wives and a helper, had the kitchen running at full blast, 4 pots boiling water simultaneously. Downstairs, they scooped noodles, packed them into boxes, and worked in an assembly line. Li Changge stood at the door, taking each batch as it came out and carrying it to the Wuling parked across the street. Opening the car door, putting them inside. In reality, he was storing them in space. "Brother, are you running a restaurant?" the boss asked during a break. Li Changge smiled, sort of. The boss scratched his head and didn't ask further. 400 servings of noodles kept them busy until 1:30 in the afternoon. After the last box was packed, the boss was too tired to straighten his back, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. This order was worth his half a month of revenue. "Brother, come again next time." Li Changge waved his hand and drove off in the Wuling, disappearing around the corner. He parked the car in a secluded alley. With no one around, he focused his thoughts. A box of beef noodles appeared in his hand. Freshly made, still hot. Steaming, the soup bubbling. He took out another box, one he collected an hour ago from the first noodle shop. Just as hot. Just as bubbling. He was stunned for a second. Then he smiled. The time and space was indeed frozen. This meant he could store hot food. In the apocalypse, what did it mean to have a hot meal? More precious than gold. Li Changge stored the 2 boxes back in space and started the car. Next stop. From 2 to 5 in the afternoon, Li Changge turned that silver-gray Wuling into a shopping cart. First stop, Midafang Street. Dingsheng cake, 200 servings. The aunt selling cakes trembled. How many? Li Changge slammed the cash on the counter. The aunt instantly stopped trembling. 20 minutes later, 200 boxes of Dingsheng cakes were stacked beside the Wuling, resembling a small mountain. Second stop, scallion pancake stall. "Master, I'll cover your stall today." The stall owner was a man in his 50s, his spatula frozen in midair. "Young man, don't joke around." Li Changge pulled out 20,000 yuan. Without a word, the old man lowered his head and began to cook. 3 hours later, 300 servings of scallion pancakes. Third stop, Longjing pastry shop. "How many freshly made ones do you have?" The staff looked into the kitchen. "About 300 boxes. They'll take them all." Fourth stop, Victory River Food Street. Li Changge parked at the street entrance and walked into the first crayfish shop. Crayfish, 10 servings, 300 jin. The boss was squatting at the door scrolling through his phone, nearly dropping it when he heard this. Brother, say that again. 10 servings, 300 Gene. Cash. 20 minutes later, 3 helpers began to frantically clean the crayfish. Changge stood at the entrance waiting. Next to him was a barbecue stall. He turned to take a look. Lamb skewers, 3,000 skewers. Beef, 3,000 skewers. Grilled sausages, 3,000 pieces. The barbecue guy's hands were numb from grilling. 5th stop, Garbage Street. This is the favorite place for college students in Hangzhou. Fried chicken, stinky tofu, grilled pigs, trotters, iron plates, squid, octopus balls. Changge wasn't picky. As long as it could be stored, he bought it. He only chose one thing: strong flavors. Because past experiences told him, in the apocalypse, sensitive-nosed mutated zombies hate strong smells the most. Stinky tofu. A life-saving artifact. Boss, 300 servings of stinky tofu. The older sister selling stinky tofu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a smile. Young man has good taste. My stinky tofu is the most authentic in Hangzhou. Changge didn't reply. He just watched the black tofu chunks rolling in the pot, inhaling the pungent scent that hit straight to the crown of his head. It was refreshing. This smell would make zombies steer clear. At 6 in the evening, the sunset colored the entire street golden. Changge leaned against the door of the Wuling, watching the throngs of people. Couples holding hands taking selfies with milk tea. A family of 3 with the child on the father's shoulders holding cotton candy. Groups of college students with their arms around each other loudly discussing where to drink tonight. The bustling warmth of human life. 14 days later, among these people, less than 1 in 10 would survive. Changge withdrew his gaze. He opened the car door. There was no time for sentiment. 14 days left. Just as he was about to continue raiding the night market, his phone suddenly vibrated. Changge took it out to see. WeChat unread messages 108. All voice calls. All from Ruyan. Unread voice messages 47. Each one was 60 seconds long. Changge smirked slightly. His finger swiped across the screen, but didn't open them. Just as he was about to put the phone away, the screen lit up again. Ruyan invites you to a video call. Changge decisively rejected the video call. 3 seconds later. Ruyan invites you to video call, rejected. Another 3 seconds. Ruyan invites you to video call. Changge stared at the familiar face on the screen. The profile picture was still that photo. She was wearing a white dress, smiling back at the Westlake. In his past life, he had gazed at this photo countless times. Now it felt glaring. His thumb hovered over the red button. Then, it slid to the green. Connected. The image flickered and Ruyan's face appeared on the screen. Changge was slightly taken aback. It had only been a day and a night since they last met. She seemed like a different person. Her hair was disheveled, hanging over her forehead. No makeup, her face frighteningly pale, dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept all night. Her meticulously manicured nails now seemed to carry traces of blood in the gaps. Changge. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob. Changge remained silent. Why didn't you answer the phone? She still spoke in that aggrieved tone. But it was different from last night. Last night was an act. Now, she was truly on the verge of collapse. Changge leaned against the Wuling car door, watching her on the screen. It felt like looking at a stranger. Is something wrong? Ruyan was momentarily stifled by his cold tone. I last night. She opened her mouth, but couldn't continue. Those images, those feelings, the humiliation of being forcefully possessed. She had originally wanted to scold him, to threaten him, to make him kneel and beg for mercy. But after waiting all night, he had sent not a single message. No phone calls. No replies on WeChat. For the first time, she panicked. Did you really film something? Biting her lip, her eyes reddened. Can you please delete the video? I'm begging you. Changge looked at her. This face. She had also begged him like this in his past life. Changge, please help. Changge, I beg you, it's just 300,000. Changge chuckled. What video? Just last night. You. Changge replied with an O. Are you referring to that part where you squirmed in bed begging me? Ruyan's face instantly flushed red, then turned pale. You really filmed it. Please delete it. I'll give you anything you want. Changge looked at her. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Like pear blossoms in the rain. One could not help but feel pity. In his past life, he had been deceived by this single tear countless times. Now, it only felt ridiculous. Ruyan. His voice was soft. Do you know where I was last night? Ruyan was taken aback. At the hotel. In an 8800 presidential suite. I slept soundly. Ruyan's expression worsened. She thought he would regret, apologize, kneel, and beg for her forgiveness like before. But he did not. He slept better than anyone else. You. Changge interrupted her. Your brother was at the Jinding nightclub last night, spending 280,000. He said he was treating, and then asked me to pay. Ruyan opened her mouth. She knew about this. Changge had called her in the middle of the night and scolded her for half an hour. He must have forgotten to bring money. He's still at the police station. Changge, please lend me 300,000. Changge smiled. That smile was gentle. as gentle as when he looked at her in his past life. Sure. Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. You really would lend me 300,000. Li Changge looked into Lu Ruyan's eyes. That familiar. Li Changge's lips curled into a smile. Of course, but tonight you need to come to Yunduan Hotel to find me. Lu Ruyan's face froze. Li Changge. She finally couldn't hold back her voice sharp. Are you still even human? I was drunk last night. You're committing rape. Now you dare to take advantage. I will sue you. Li Changge held the phone a bit further away, waiting for her. Then he said lightly, go ahead. Lu Ruyan was stunned. The drink last night was your invitation. You took me back to your rented place. When you were squirming in my embrace, you didn't say it like that. He paused. Do you want me to play it back for you? Lu Ruyan's face turned as white as paper. You. Li Changge did not answer. He only looked at her. Silence. A long silence. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted from anger to fear, from fear to despair. What do you want? Her voice lowered, almost inaudible. Li Changge looked at the face on the screen. At the last moment of his past life, he had asked Lu Ruyan the same question. What do you really want? She had smiled then without answering. Now it was his turn. Lu Ruyan, I said come to the hotel to find me tonight. The video call ended. The screen. Li Changge sat in the driver's seat of the Wuling, looking at the pile of cash in the space. Bundles of 100 yuan bills piled into a small mountain. A rough estimate revealed that he had spent at least over 2 million. But that mountain looked almost unchanged. 2 billion in cash plus gold and jewels worth 10 billion. Had he really only spent this little money? He frowned. Too slow. He had run through several streets in the afternoon, visiting dozens of stores, yet had only spent this amount. At this rate, it would be difficult to spend 100 million in 14 days. He needed to find a big store, one where he could spend hundreds of thousands at a time. Li Changge started the car and opened the navigation. Searched Hangzhou Huayang cuisine high-end. A row of options popped up on the screen. He glanced at them and chose the highest rated one. Jiangnan Spring Huayang Banquet, located 3 kilometers away. Wuling merged into the traffic. Jiangnan Spring was in a standalone building in the Westlake district with red lanterns hanging at the entrance and blue brick walls resembling an old house from the Republic of China period. Li Changge parked the Wuling by the roadside and pushed the door open. Inside was another world. Warm yellow lights, dark red carpets, and ink paintings hanging on the walls. A faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the aroma of food wafted through the air. At the front desk stood a girl dressed in a dark green qipao. Li Changge paused for a moment. What a coincidence. It was Lin Shui. She was wearing a qipao today with a slit that was neither too high nor too low, just enough to reveal her calves. Her hair was styled up, exposing 2 small pearls on her earlobes. Her makeup was exquisite, a toned eyeshadow and bean paste red lipstick. Her appearance wasn't considered beautiful. Her features seemed ordinary when viewed separately, yet together they were also ordinary. But with makeup and in a qipao, she could still look appealing. Lin Shui lifted her head and saw him. Her eyes instantly brightened. Gidge? That call of Gidge was so sweet it could squeeze out water. She quickly approached, linking her arm with Li Changge's and pressing her body against him. What are you doing here? Are you alone or with friends? Li Changge glanced down at her arm linked with his. The 10,000 yuan spent at the bar last night was not in vain. With her current attitude, it was worth it. Alone, he said, I came to eat. You came to such a high-end place alone. Lin Shui laughed ambiguously. Are you missing me? Li Changge did not respond. Lin Shui did not mind linking her arm with him as they walked inside. Come on, I'll help you find a good spot. Her sentence was cut short as the glass door was suddenly pushed open. A figure rushed in. It was Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had slept for less than 2 hours from last night until now. Closing her eyes, all she could see were those images. Li Changge pressing down on her, his eyes cold as ice. And that line, in this lifetime, you'll just be a good blood bag. She had tried to call the police. She picked up the phone only to put it down again. That video. She didn't dare to gamble. Dazedly enduring until the afternoon, she wanted to find someone to talk to. Lin Shui was her best friend who had been drinking with her at the bar last night. She needed to ask Lin Shui, did Li Changge act abnormally last night? What was the deal with that 10,000 yuan? But as she walked to the restaurant entrance through the glass door, she saw Lin Shui linking arms with Li Changge, smiling like a blooming flower. Lin Shui was shoved aside by Lu Ruyan, stumbling twice and nearly falling. Ruyan, you. What nonsense are you spouting? I was just what? Just holding his arm. Just calling him Gugu. Lu Ruyan trembled with fury. Last night's scene. Lin Shui clinging to Li Changge, and the 10th Yuan bank transfer visible on her phone merged into one searing image. She raised her hand and struck. Slap. Lin Shui clutched her cheek, stunned for 2 seconds, then exploded. Lu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? Me? Crazy. When you accepted 10,000 yuan from him, why didn't you call me crazy then? He offered it voluntarily. What does that have to do with me? Voluntarily offered, and you accepted? Do you even know who he is? He's your boyfriend. If you can't control him, blame me. You what you? You who play the pure, innocent lotus. What right do you have to judge me? I'm pure, but how many men have you slept with behind closed doors? They lunged at each other, Nail's hair silk qipao tearing at the seams. Lin Shui's chignon unraveled, her pearl earrings clattered onto the floor. Lu Ruyan's dress slipped askew, revealing her shoulder strap. Guests in the lobby stood frozen spellbound. Some held up phones to film, others rose and backed away. Waitstaff formed a hesitant ring, too afraid to intervene. Changge took 2 slow steps backward. He leaned against the bar, arms crossed, watching utterly detached. Enough. A middle-aged woman's voice cut through the air, not loud, yet heavy with authority. Security guards pulled Lu Ruyan and Lin Shui apart. A woman in a sharp black business suit approached, short-cropped hair poised, early 40s. The lobby manager. She scanned them both, Lu Ruyan's closed, disheveled eyes red-rimmed, Lin Shui's qipao torn at the seam, a fresh slap mark burning across her cheek. Manager Tang's tone was impeccably professional. This is a commercial establishment. Please resolve private disputes elsewhere. Lu Ruyan gasped, pointing at Lin Shui. She seduced my boyfriend. No, Manager Tang, I didn't. Lin Shui shrieked. I was only greeting a guest. Greeting requires arm-in-arm contact. Requires standing that close. Enough. Manager Tang cut them off, then turned to Changge, her voice instantly softening, polished, courteous. Sir, are you dining with us today? I'll arrange a private dining room for you. Not once did she ask what happened. Changge glanced at her. I'd like a private dining room, he said. Certainly, sir. This way, please. Wait. Lu Ruyan rushed forward, blocking Change's path. She stared at him, eyes still swollen, but her gaze had shifted, cold, now venomous. Changge, she whispered, voice low and taut. You've been hiding all day. Ignoring calls, ignoring WeChat. Now you show up here to dine. Changge looked back at her. Her flawless face still bore damp tear tracks and smudged makeup, but the hatred blazing in her eyes was real. Not performative. Not feigned. Step aside, he said. Lu Ruyan flinched. She'd expected an explanation, contrition, the familiar groveling appeasement he'd always offered before. Instead, 2 words. Step aside. You, Ruyan. Lin Shui darted over, taking her place beside Lu Ruyan. Clutching her cheek, her glare at Changge had curdled too. He studied them, moments ago locked in savage combat, now united in front of him. Women. How fascinating. Lu Ruyan drew a deep breath and laughed, a brittle, icy laugh. Changge, do you even know where you... Jiangnan Chun, the most exclusive Huaiyang cuisine restaurant in Hangqing. You're a factory worker tightening screws. What do you earn a month? 5,000. 8,000. Do you know how much a single dish costs here? Changge didn't glance at her. His gaze remained fixed on Manager Tang. How much would it cost to order 20 portions of every dish on the menu? Manager Tang paused, briefly startled. Professional instinct kicked in. She calculated swiftly. Sir, we offer 56 dishes in total. 1 portion of each would amount to approximately 25000 yuan. 20 times 2. 5 is 500 yuan, sir. Lu Ruyan burst into shrill, vindictive laughter upon hearing the figure. The sound was piercing, laced with cruel triumph. Changge, did you hear that? 500,000. Lin Shui chimed in, voice sharp and strident. Still clutching her cheek, she cried, Manager Tang, don't be fooled by him. He's a penniless nobody, renting a crumbling apartment in the urban village. Where would he get 500,000? I thought he'd won the lottery when he paid me 10,000 last night. Now I suspect he borrowed it, at exorbitant interest. They played their parts flawlessly, duet of disdain. Changge finally turned his head, looked at them both. His expression was unervingly calm. Calm as if gazing upon 2 corpses. Then he placed the black plastic bag he'd been holding onto the bar, with a heavy, resonant thud. Bundles of cash spilled into view, crimson pristine wrapped in official bank straps. He casually tossed several bundles onto the counter. Then more. 10 bundles. 20. 30. Each bundle worth 100,000 yuan. 30 bundles totaled 3 million. A crimson mound rising like a small hill. Manager Tang's pupils contracted slightly. After over a decade in this industry, she'd met wealth. Never wealth wielded so bluntly, so brazenly. Lu Ruyan's laughter died, midair frozen on her lips. Lin Shui's mouth opened, snapped, shut, opened again, utterly speechless. 3 million yuan. Changge's voice was soft, uninflected, as if remarking on pleasant weather. 200 portions of every dish on the menu. He met Manager Tang's gaze. Is that sufficient? She inhaled deeply, steadying her voice. Yes, sir. It will be arranged immediately. She turned to the staff, informed Chef Zhang. Halt all current orders. Prioritize this gentleman's request above all else. A server dashed toward the kitchen. Manager Tang herself retrieved the menu and began noting down details. Sir, we serve 56 dishes. 200 portions, each totals 11,200 portions. The kitchen will prepare them in batches. The earliest completion time is noon tomorrow. How would you prefer delivery? Li Changge considered briefly. I'll begin with a few dishes now. The rest, call me when ready. I'll collect them myself. Understood, sir. I'll escort you to our largest private dining room. Manager Tang offered her practiced, polished smile. Li Changge nodded, then at last turned his gaze toward Lu Ruyan and Lin Shui. A faint sardonic curve lifted one corner of his mouth. None of your business. He followed Manager Tang toward the private dining room. Silence fell behind him, absolute suffocating. The room sat at the far end, its floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a secluded courtyard. Within the courtyard stood a scholar's rock, a trickling stream, and slender bamboo. Manager Tang personally poured tea, took the order, then withdrew, closing the door with quiet precision. Li Changge sat alone at the vast round table. Outside, the setting sun bathed the courtyard in molten gold. He reached into his pocket and retrieved his Xiao Mei's messages glowed on WeChat. Hangqing Xiao Mei brotherly, the chassis has arrived. Hangqing Xiao Mei, the 6-wheel drive base is out of stock domestically. I've expedited one from Tianjin. Express freight 30,000 yuan. Your approval. Image. He tapped open the images. A matte green Mengshi chassis parked inside her custom workshop. Workers unwrapped. Li Changge typed Li add 500,000 yuan. Li's speed is critical. Instant reply. Hangqing Xiao Mei confirmed. Brotherly, you're truly magnanimous. He set the phone aside. Dishes arrived. Steamed dried tofu threads, Wensi tofu, lion's head, meatballs, eel, in sizzling oil, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, filling the table. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite. Delicious. Truly exquisite. In his previous life, during the 3-year apocalypse, he hadn't tasted hot soup in years. Now, Huayang masterpieces served to one man. He ate slowly. Each morsel lingered long in his mouth. Outside, dusk deepened into night. Lanterns flickered to life in the courtyard. His phone vibrated again, an unknown number. Li Changge glanced, then answered. Lu Chang's voice erupted. Coarse, furious. Li Changge, you'll pay for this. You fucked my sister and recorded it. You're dead. I'll have you killed. Li Changge listened. Ended the call. Blocked the number. Resumed eating. Yet 10 minutes earlier, after Li Changge entered the private dining room, Manager Tang had stepped outside the restaurant entrance. Her voice was serene. Serene as if commenting on fair weather. Shaolin, you're terminated. Lin Shui's face drained of all color. Manager Tang, what did you say? Your salary for this month will be transferred to your account. Manager Tang replied without looking at her. Please leave now. Lin Shui stood frozen in place, her mind buzzing. This job was hard-earned for her. Though the pay was not high, it was respectable and easy. Standing at the front desk in a Changsam, she interacted daily with wealthy patrons dining in the restaurant. Through this job, she had added countless WeChat contacts, dined numerous times, and received many red envelopes. The ones who drove Porsches, the ones who wore Rolexes, the ones who treated her to French cuisine, all met here. Now it was all ruined. Manager Tang. Her voice trembled. Please let me explain. No need for explanations. Manager Tang finally glanced at her. That gaze was very cold. I don't care what personal grudges you have. To fight in front of the guests in my establishment, she paused. In this industry, no second establishment will hire you. After saying this, she turned and left. The sound of her high heels striking the floor echoed like a hammer on Lin Shui's heart. Lin Shui stood in place. The color had not yet returned to her face. She slowly turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan. The look in her eyes changed. From shock, it transformed into panic. From panic, it shifted to despair. Finally, it morphed into hatred. It's all because of you. Lin Shui's voice was soft, but Lu Ruyan heard it. Lin Shui, what do you mean? What do I mean? Lin Shui took a step forward. Lu Ruyan, you damn well caused my downfall. Me? Lu Ruyan scoffed. I harmed you. It's you who are disgraceful. What disgraceful thing did I do? You clung to my boyfriend, got so close, and spoke so sweetly. Aren't you disgraceful? Your boyfriend, Lin Shui laughed, the sound sharp and piercing. Lu Ruyan, do you even know what kind of all your admirers, which one isn't being used as a blood bag by you? How much did Li Changge spend on you? Did you stop pretending to be pure and innocent? Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen. Lin Shui, shut up. Why should I shut up? Lin Shui stepped forward, cornering Lu Ruyan. Aren't you eager to hear? Let me tell you. How many times have you shown me the chat records of your admirers? This idiot transferred 500 today. That fool is bringing a gift tomorrow. Do you think they are your boyfriends? They are just your ATMs. Now that your ATM has run away, is it my fault? Lu Ruyan's hands trembled. It was unclear whether from anger or being hit where it hurt. Lin Shui, shut the hell up. I won't shut up. Lin Shui's voice grew louder, catching the attention of the remaining guests in the hall. Didn't you say I seduced him? Let me tell you. I received 10,000 last night. 10,000. You've been with him for so long. Has he ever spent 10,000 on you? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. A full 10,000. More than what she extracted from Li Changge in a month. What's wrong? Lin Shui sneered, feeling heartbroken. Regretting it. Lu Ruyan, you act like a whore while putting on a facade. It's no wonder men run away. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. She told herself to stay calm. She couldn't act out here any longer. The security was watching closely, but she couldn't hold back. Lin Shui, do you think you're so clean? Which of your men isn't here to sleep with you? The one who drove the Porsche after sleeping with you blocked you, right? The one who wore the Rolex tried to ask you out 3 times, but turned to someone else, right? Do you think I don't know? Lin Shui's expression also changed. Lu Ruyan. What? Did I hit a sore spot? Lu Ruyan sneered, her smile tinged with vengeful delight. Don't you like receiving money? Don't you like seducing people? Go ahead and seduce. I want to see who you can seduce without this job. The two stood face to face, less than half a meter apart. Their gazes could kill, but neither moved to strike, because the security was just 3 meters away watching closely. Lu Ruyan pulled out her phone. She opened her contacts and pressed dial. Lin Shui was momentarily stunned. Who are you calling? Lu Ruyan ignored her. The phone rang for a long time before it connected. Sister. The voice on the other end was noisy with words like lone faintly heard. Lu Ruyan frowned. Where are you? What's it to you? Lu Chang's voice was ear-piercingly loud. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. Li Changgu, is it Jiangnan Chun, come over here. Where is that fool? Lu Chang's voice turned dangerous. At Jiangnan Chun restaurant. The one in Shihu district. Hurry up. Lu Ruyan repeated, hanging up the phone. She looked up at Lin Shui, sneering. Just wait. Lin Shui's face turned pale. She knew who Lu Chang was, a thug ruthless in his actions. She began to regret having cursed so harshly just now. But Lu Ruyan had already ignored her. Lu Ruyan turned and walked into the restaurant. Lin Shui instinctively asked, where are you going? To keep an eye on him. Not letting him escape. Lin Shui stood rooted to the spot. She wanted to leave, but didn't dare to. At the Hangzhou International Trade Center, the elevator doors opened and Lu Chang had just finished his loan preparing to teach Li Changgu a lesson at the restaurant. He lowered his head, rushing in, almost colliding with someone. Who the hell doesn't know how to look? He looked up and froze. Lin Wei, Lu Chang's blind date from before. Both families were satisfied, just waiting for the wedding. Today she wore a light blue shirt, black slacks, and a white lab coat over it. Her hair was tied into a low ponytail, exposing her smooth forehead. Behind her thin-framed glasses, her eyes calmly looked at him. Lu Chang. Her tone was flat. What do you— I came to find a friend. Lu Chang instinctively puffed out his chest, trying to regain some face. A childhood friend of mine is the boss here, and we're planning to invest in some business together. Lin Wei nodded, not saying much more. Lu Chang's gaze swept over the rolled-up blueprints in her hand, filled with intricate lines he did not comprehend. Drawing. He chuckled awkwardly. That job must be quite demanding, huh? Not really. Lin Wei's tone remained indifferent. Lu Chang patted his chest, reverting to his carefree demeanor. What's so great about drawing? It's only 7,000 or 8,000 a month, no fun at all. Once we're married, you can just stay at home. Before Lu Chang could finish, Lin Wei interrupted. Lu Chang, I made it very clear last time we met we aren't suitable. The elevator reached the 28th floor. The door opened, and Lin Wei walked out. Lu Chang instinctively tried to follow, but was stopped by her colleague next to her. Sir, this is the office area. Outsiders aren't allowed in. Lu Chang stood in the elevator, watching Lin Wei walk towards the front desk through the slowly closing elevator. On the backdrop wall of the front desk, a huge bronze plaque hung. China Academy of Building Research, East China Institute. A colleague quietly asked Lin Wei, that person just now, is he your friend? I don't know him. Lin Wei continued walking. The elevator door closed. Lu Chang stood there muttering, what are you pretending for? It's just drawing a broken blueprint. He hurriedly pressed the button for the first floor. Lu Ruyan had just called him, saying she found Li Changgu. Today he had to bring a few people over to deal with him. At the entrance of Jiangnan Chun restaurant, a young man stepped out of the car, his face full of hostility. Lu Chang finally arrived. Inside the private room, Li Changgu set down his chopsticks. The table was filled with Huayang delicacies, nearly finished. He wiped his mouth and took out his phone. On WeChat, Xiao Mei sent several messages. Hangzhou, Xiao Mei, Li Gu, the chassis is ready. Image. Hangzhou, Xiao Mei, starting to weld the armor tomorrow. It can be completed in 8 days at the earliest. Feeling proud, JPG. Feeling proud, JPG. Hangzhou, Xiao Mei, image. Click to open the images. On the dark green Hummer chassis, the framework had already been set up. Workers wore masks and the sparks from the welding flashed in the camera. Li Chang, good, type Li good. Li, I'll transfer the urgent fee to you tomorrow. On the other side, the reply came instantly. Hangzhou, Xiao Mei, got it. Li Gu, get some rest early. Li Changgu put down his phone, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Outside the window, the courtyard was softly lit with a rockery and flowing water, very quiet. Then he heard the commotion outside. In the corridor, the sound of high heels approached quickly, carrying an air of anger. A smile crept onto Li Changgu's lips. He set down his teacup and looked towards the door. The door was not tightly closed, leaving a crack. Through that crack, he saw Lu Ruyan's silhouette paused in the corridor. She seemed to be staring at him. Li Changge averted his gaze, picked up his chopsticks, and savored the last piece of squirrel fish. After finishing his meal, Li Changge wiped his mouth and stood up. The area outside the private room was very quiet, but he knew the silence was just an illusion. He pushed open the door, and the corridor was empty. He walked out leisurely, passing by the front desk, where Manager Tang was calculating accounts. Seeing him, she paused for a moment. Mr. Li outside. Li Changge continued walking. I know. Lu Chang stood at the front, his face still bearing the mark of a slap swollen like a pig's head. Lu Ruyan stood beside him, arms crossed, her eyes lighting up when she saw him emerge. Li Changge. Her voice was sharp, dripping with triumph. You're finally out. Li Changge descended the steps and stood before them. People nearby had already begun to gather. Passers-by slowed their pace. Patrons from the milk tea shop across the street craned their necks, and someone raised a phone. Lu Ruyan stepped forward, chin raised. Li Changge, ordering so many dishes on credit. Wasn't that just to show off in front of me and get my attention? Li Changge looked at her. On that exquisitely beautiful face was written an air of self-righteous smugness. Can you even afford to pay back all that money? Her voice grew louder, wanting everyone around to hear. $1 million. How are you going to repay that? Don't even think about being with me in this life. You're just a broke loser. Li Changge said nothing. He simply looked at her. A single thought crossed his mind. How had such a foolish woman managed to survive this long? Had all her nutrition gone to her chest? Seeing his silence, Lu Ruyan assumed he was cowed, her sneer deepening. What? Cack out your tongue. Weren't you putting on quite the act earlier? Lu Chang, unable to wait any longer, pushed her aside. Sis, enough. He stepped forward, pointing at Li Changge. Li Changge, you're not going anywhere today. Kneel down and apologize now. Return that 280,000 and delete my sister's video. I might consider letting you off the hook. Li Changge looked at him and smiled. Are you done? Lu Chang was taken aback. What? You got a problem? He waved his hand. 7 or 8 thugs with dyed yellow hair charged forward. The first to reach him was a scrawny one, brandishing a baton, swinging it down at his head. Li Changge sidestepped, raised his hand, and threw a punch. With a bang, the scrawny man flew 3 meters away, crashing into a trash can by the roadside, and lay still. The second thug froze for a second. Just 1 second. Li Changge kicked him in the stomach, sending him to his knees, retching. The third, fourth, fifth. Li Changge didn't even move from his spot. 1 punch per man, 1 kick for a group. 3 seconds later, the ground was littered with groaning bodies. Li Changge brushed the non-existent dust off his hands. He looked at Lu Chang. Lu Chang's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. You. He took a step back. Li Changge stepped forward. Lu Ruyan stood frozen beside them, her mind blank. She had never seen Li Changge fight. In her memory, he was just a simp. Kind, honest, someone who never fought back. Now the 7 men lying on the ground proved her wrong. Lu Chang backed into a corner with nowhere to go. Li Changge, don't you get cocky. Try laying a hand on me. You'll never be with my sister. Li Changge looked at him and reached out a single hand. He grabbed Lu Chang by the collar and lifted him. Lu Chang's feet dangled off the ground, his face turning crimson. Let me go. Li Changge stared at him. He raised his hand. Slap. Another slap. Slap, slap, slap. After a dozen slaps, Lu Chang's face had transformed from a pretty boy's into a swollen pig's head. Lu Ruyan finally snapped out of it, rushing over to beat on Li Changge. Li Changge let him go. Let Xiao Chang go. Li Changge ignored her. After the final slap, he released his grip. Lu Chang collapsed to the ground, clutching his face, tears and snot streaming down. Lu Ruyan threw herself at him, caressing his face. Xiao Chang, are you hurt? Does it hurt? Lu Chang shoved her away. Get lost. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Lu Chang pointed at her, hatred spilling from his eyes. This is all your fault. If you hadn't slept with him, would he dare hit me, eh? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Xiao Chang, what are you saying? I said it's all your fault. Lu Chang struggled to his feet, pointing and cursing at her. It's because you were loose that he got a taste, and now he's this arrogant. Otherwise, a simp like him wouldn't dare touch me. Lu Ruyan stood there, her mind buzzing. She was the victim. That night she was drunk and she was forced. Now her own brother was saying it was her fault. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Lu Chang kept cursing, but Li Changge had lost interest. He turned to leave. Suddenly Lu Ruyan rushed over and blocked his path. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her voice shrill. Li Changge, apologize to Xiao Chang right now, or he'll never talk to you again. Li Changge stopped. He looked at her. This beautiful face. This incredibly foolish woman. It was a laugh born of sheer exasperation. Lu Ruyan, he said softly. You still don't get it, do you? Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Lu Chang shouted from behind. Damn it, Li Changge, it'll kill you sooner or later. Li Changge's gaze turned icy in an instant. He spun around. He walked toward Lu Chang. Lu Ruyan tried to block him, but he pushed her aside, sending her stumbling to the ground. Li Changge reached Lu Chang. He lifted his foot and pressed it down on Lu Chang's chest. Lu Chang was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Li Changge looked down at him. This face. In his past life, it was this same face smiling as it pushed him into the tide of corpses. A flash of that memory crossed his mind. Li Changge gradually increased the pressure of his foot. Lu Chang's face turned crimson, his eyes rolling back. Li Changge, you're crazy. Lu Ruyan screamed from the side. Let Xiao Chang go. Li Changge ignored her. He was thinking, what would happen if he just crushed down now? The apocalypse was still 13 days away. If he killed someone, he'd have to lie low for those 13 days. It wasn't worth it. But the murderous rage in his chest wouldn't subside. Just then sirens wailed in the distance. The sound grew closer. A police car screeched to a halt in front of the door swung open. A group of officers stepped out. The one in front was a woman. Short hair cut to her ears, a strand blown by the night breeze. Her features were delicate, but her eyes were as sharp as knives. The uniform she wore, though standard issue, looked tailor-made on her. She walked over and surveyed the scene. The thugs on the ground lifted their heads one by one, and upon seeing her, their faces instantly changed. Damn. The female Yama. Get down. The 7 or 8 thugs who had been groaning on the ground moments before now expertly crouched down with their hands on their heads, lining up in a row. Their movements were synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. Zhou Baiwan, the youngest rising star of the Hangzhou Police Department, nicknamed the female Yama. Her father was the top official of the Zhejiang Provincial Police Department, and her grandfather wielded immense power. She had reached where she was through both connections and hard-fought achievements. The number of gang leaders and rich second-generation scions she had disciplined was no less than 1,000. Once a second-generation brat from the capital who had been throwing his weight around in Hangzhou was beaten by her in the street. He was still in prison to this day. The thugs saw her like mice seeing a cat. Zhou Baiwan didn't look at them. Her gaze fell on Li Changge. He was the only one in the entire scene who hadn't crouched down. He stood there, his foot still on Lu Chang's chest, looking utterly calm. Why aren't you crouching? Her voice was icy. Li Changge looked at her. This face, he recognized it. In his past life, in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he had heard about her end. It was tragic. Back then he had lamented, how did someone so formidable die? Now she stood before him, alive and breathing. Facing the imposing presence of Zhou Baiwan, Li Changge smiled, slightly slowly, moving his foot away from Lu Chang's chest. Officer, I was just acting in self-defense. Lu Chang scrambled up from the ground, rolling and rushing to Zhou Baiwan. Officer. He hit me. Look at my face. He pointed at his pig-like face, tears and snot streaming down, and them. My brothers were also assaulted. You must arrest him. Zhou Baiwan glanced down at him. That gaze was like looking at an ant. Then she withdrew her gaze and continued looking at Li Changge. Is what he said true? Li Changge shrugged. They blocked me at the entrance of the restaurant. 7 or 8 of them attacked me. I was acting in self-defense. Is there a problem with that? Zhou Baiwan frowned slightly. She had seen many people like him. Smooth-talking, thinking they could bluff their way through. Whether it was self-defense is not up to you to decide. She took a step forward. Li Changge stood his ground, his back straight. His demeanor did not resemble that of a suspect under police control. It was more like a spectator watching a show. Zhou Baiwan stepped closer, the distance between them less than a meter. Li Changge's lips curled into a slight smile. Why are you staring at me? I'm not a criminal. Zhou Baiwan's expression turned even colder. She had seen many people like him. Smooth-talking, thinking they could bluff their way through. Whether it was self-defense is not up to you to decide. Just as she was about to wave her hand to have her subordinates take him away, wait a moment. A woman's voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. Manager Tang hurried over, holding a memory card in her hand. She reached Zhou Baiwan, slightly out of breath. Officer, I can testify. Zhou Baiwan looked at her. Who are you? I am the lobby manager of this restaurant. My surname is Tang. Manager Tang raised the memory card. This Mr. Li was acting in self-defense. She glanced at the group of small-time thugs squatting on the ground, and then at Lu Chang's pig-like face. This group of punks blocked him for half an hour at the entrance of the restaurant. When Mr. Li came out, they surrounded him, not letting him leave, and then rushed to hit him. We have surveillance at the restaurant entrance. It recorded everything. She handed over the memory card. This is the complete surveillance video. Zhou Baiwan took the memory card and glanced at Manager Tang. She looked at Li Changge again. Li Changge still wore that calm expression, as if he had known this would happen. The imposing aura around Zhou Baiwan gradually dissipated. She turned to Lu Chang. Did you call the police? Lu Chang froze for a moment, his expression instantly changing. Officer, I just wanted to joke with him. Zhou Baiwan's voice was very calm. Calm enough to send chills down one's spine. Lu Chang pointed at his face, his voice starting to tremble. Officer, look, he beat us. My face. My brothers were also beaten. We are the victims. Lu Ruyan also ran over, grabbing Zhou Baiwan's arm. Officer, I beg you, my brother acted impulsively. He didn't mean to hit anyone. Zhou Baiwan glanced down at Lu Ruyan's hand. Lu Ruyan quickly released it, as if scalded. Zhou Baiwan said nothing. She merely raised her hand and waved gently. Cuff them all and take them back to the station. The police immediately sprang into action. The small-time thugs skillfully extended their hands, cooperating with the handcuffs. Clearly not their first time. Lu Chang was pinned down by two officers, struggling and shouting, "Why are you arresting me?" In the victim, "Look at my face." No one paid him any mind. Ruyan was on the verge of tears beside him, but the police did not let her off either. "Ma'am, you also need to come with us to give a statement." Ruyan was stunned. "Me? I didn't do anything." "All relevant parties present need to cooperate with the investigation." The handcuffs were placed on her. Ruyan looked down at the metal on her wrist, her face pale. She had never been to a police station. She never imagined she would end up in one. All of this was Li Changge's fault. "Li Changge, couldn't you just give the money to Lu Chang? Couldn't you let Lu Chang give you a beating? Couldn't you just admit to hitting someone and let the police take you away? Why? Why do you always have to do this? Do you think this will make me bow down and beg you?" She raised her head resentfully to look at Li Changge, who was watching the show while Manager Tang was saying something to the police, who nodded and took some notes. Zhou Baiwan stood a short distance away, her gaze fixed on Li Changge. Li Changge felt her stare and turned his head. Their eyes met. Zhou Baiwan said nothing, but in her phoenix eyes she clearly conveyed a message: "You better behave. Don't fall into my hands." Li Changge understood. He smiled slightly. That smile was faint, even a bit innocent. Zhou Baiwan withdrew her gaze. "Let's wrap it up." The police escorted the suspects into the car. As Lu Chang was shoved into the police vehicle, he turned around and shouted, "Li Changge, just wait. This isn't over." Ruyan sat in another car, looking through the window at Li Changge standing at the entrance of the restaurant. The neon lights cast their glow on him. He stood there, hands in pockets, with a calm expression. It was as if he were watching a play unrelated to him. The car started moving. Ruyan withdrew her gaze, but her mind was filled with that image: Li Changge's foot on Lu Chang's chest. The way Li Changge looked down at Lu Chang. The way Li Changge had looked at her before getting into the car. Calm, indifferent, like looking at a stranger. That was not the Li Changge she knew. That Li Changge used to have light in his eyes when he looked at her. That Li Changge would borrow 200,000 from loan sharks just for her. That Li Changge would kneel on the ground begging for her forgiveness. That Li Changge, has he died? At the entrance of the restaurant, the police car drove away. The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed. Manager Tang approached Li Changge. "Mr. Li, are you all right?" Li Changge shook his head. "Thank you." Manager Tang smiled. "It's our duty. You spent 3 million at our establishment. You're one of our major clients. Of course we need to help when a major client is in trouble." Li Changge looked at her. This woman was quite smart. "The memory card," he said. "You have a backup, right?" Manager Tang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Mr. Li is indeed a clever man." She pulled out another memory card from her pocket, shaking it slightly. "Of course I have a backup. But don't worry, only I can view this backup." Li Changge nodded and turned to leave. "Mr. Li," Manager Tang called out to him. Li Changge turned back. Manager Tang hesitated for a moment, slightly shy, but still asked, "Mr. Li, that woman, your ex-girlfriend?" Li Changge did not answer. He merely smiled. In that smile there was the answer Manager Tang wanted to know, as well as the answer she didn't want to know. She did not ask again. Li Changge turned and disappeared into the night. The Wuling car stopped in the alley. Li Changge opened the car door and sat inside. He did not rush to start the engine. Leaning back in the seat, he closed his eyes. In his mind was Zhou Baiwan's face, short hair, phoenix eyes, and a sharp gaze. And that gaze from earlier. "You better behave, don't fall into my hands." He smiled slightly. This woman was indeed formidable. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his previous life, he felt regret when he heard of her fate. Such a powerful person had died too early. Now, she was standing right in front of him. Wearing a police uniform, her gaze sharp, filled with righteousness. Outside the window the night was deep, the neon lights flickered. 13 days left. In 13 days the zombies would crawl out from the ground. In 13 days the city would turn into ruins. In 13 days the order would collapse. At that time, what would the sharp-eyed policewoman be like? Would she still look at him with that gaze? Would she still say, "Don't fall into my hands"? Li Changge withdrew his gaze and started the car. The Wuling drove out of the alley, merging into the night. He suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in his previous life. In the apocalypse, women become currency, especially beautiful women. Zhou Baiwan was beautiful. She was also formidable. But without any supernatural powers, no matter how formidable one was, still just a slightly stronger ant. Li Changge pressed the accelerator. The silver gray van vanished into the city's lights. May 3rd. There are 12 days left until the meteor strike. Li Changge opened his eyes. The first thing he did was take out his phone. On the screen was a message from Xiaomei sent at Don Hangzhou. "Xiaomei. Brother Li, the armor has all been welded. We start installing the interior today. Image Hangzhou. Xiaomei. The fuel tank has been modified to 350 liters, which is 50 more than planned, costing an additional 30,000. What do you think?" He typed Li ad. "Li, I will come to see the car the day after tomorrow afternoon." A gesture of okay was instantly returned from the other side. Li Changge put down his phone and got out of bed. He washed up, got dressed, and went downstairs. The Wuling was parked at the hotel entrance, its silver-gray body glimmering in the morning light. He got in the car and started the engine. Today's goal: 8 major cuisines. The first restaurant was in the north of the city with a sign reading Guangdong Grand Courtyard. At 8 in the morning, the shop had just opened, and the waiter was wiping the tables while the aroma of stewed meat wafted from the kitchen. Li Changge pushed the door and entered. Behind the cash register sat a woman in her 40s with permed hair cracking sunflower seeds. Eating. We only have buns and porridge in the morning. Not eating. Placing an order. Li Changge walked to the counter and took out a bundle of cash. 10,000. He slapped it on the counter. The woman was momentarily stunned, almost choking on a sunflower seed. Order. What? All the dishes on the menu, 300 of each. The woman's mouth formed an O shape. She stood up and looked Li Changge up and down. White t-shirt, jeans, sneakers. He didn't look like a wealthy person. Brother, are you joking with me? Li Changge took out another bundle. 20,000. This is a deposit. When the woman's attitude changed instantly, her smile filling her face. Oh, brother, please sit. They'll contact the kitchen right away. She grabbed the phone and began to shout, Old Zhang, don't sleep anymore. A big order has come in. 20 minutes later, a chubby chef in an apron rushed into the shop, his face showing signs of just waking up. Who is it so early? He saw the cash piled on the counter and his voice caught in his throat. This. The woman pointed at Li Changge. This gentleman wants to place an order, 300 of each dish on the menu. The chubby chef scratched his head. That will take until tomorrow. Li Changge looked at him. Triple the pay. The chubby chef was taken aback. Li Changge, if you finish today, everyone will get an additional 2,000 as a bonus. The chubby chef turned and ran to the kitchen, shouting as he went, I'm starting the fire right now. Wife, come help. Li Changge stood up and walked towards the door. The woman caught up. Leave a phone number. How will I contact you when it's ready? Li Changge didn't turn back. It'll come by in the afternoon. Cash payment. The Wuling started. In the rearview mirror, the woman stood at the shop entrance, still waving at him. The second restaurant was in the Shihu district called Yuegang Pavilion. The decor was exquisite with several Benz and BMWs parked outside. Li Changge pushed the door and entered. At the front desk stood a girl in a cheapao, her smile professional. Hello, sir, how many people are you? I'm looking for your manager. 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, his hair neatly combed. Hello, sir, I am the manager of this store. My surname is Chun. How may I assist you? Although the suited man greeted Li Changge with a smile upon seeing Li Change's canvas shoes and jeans, his enthusiasm quickly waned. Li Changge placed his bag on the front desk and unzipped it. Bundles of cash were revealed. Manager Chen's expression changed. All the dishes on the menu, 300 of each. Manager Chen took a deep breath. Sir, we have over 100 dishes in our menu and the kitchen requires a 3-day advance notice to prepare the ingredients. Li Changge looked at him. Add 50% to the price. Manager Chen shook his head. Sir, this isn't just about money. Manager Chen's mouth closed. 3 seconds later. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll make a call. He stepped to the corner and spoke in a lowered voice. When he returned, the professional smile on his face had turned sincere. Sir, I've contacted 2 other branches and we will concentrate our efforts to serve you today. Everything will be ready before 8 in the evening. Li Changge nodded. Deliver to this address. He wrote down the location of a factory in the suburbs. Manager Chen took it over, glanced at it, and did not ask more. Li Changge turned to leave. Sir, please wait. Manager Chen called out to him. May I ask, is this a company gathering? Li Changge glanced at him. The film crew has reserved the place. Manager Chen suddenly realized, no wonder. You must be the producer, right? Li Changge did not respond. He pushed the door and went out. At noon, Li Changge was eating at a Sichuan restaurant in the west of the city. The shop wasn't large, but it was bustling with business, with a line forming outside. While waiting for a table, he overheard 2 people at the adjacent table chatting. Have you heard? Today, the Guangdong Grand Courtyard in the north of the city was completely booked, 300 of each dish on the menu. No way. Is that true? My cousin works there, says the boss put down a 30,000 deposit and the kitchen is still smoking. Who is this fool? This tycoon. Li Changge lowered his head and ate noodles, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. After finishing his meal, he found the restaurant owner. A woman in her 50s wearing an apron had a loud voice. Sister, I want to place an order. How many? All the dishes on the menu, 300 of each. The cloth in the woman's hand fell to the ground. She was stunned for 3 seconds, then grabbed Li Change's arm. You are that tycoon. Li Changge remained silent. The woman had already started shouting, Old Lu, stop cooking. Come out and serve customers. A tall, thin man with an apron ran out from the kitchen, still holding a spatula. What's up? The woman pointed at Li Changge. This is the one who booked the Guangdong Grand Courtyard. Now he wants to book our place. Old Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Brother, we have over 100 dishes. Sichuan cuisine has complex procedures. The kitchen only has 4 people. We want finish even by tomorrow. Li Changge looked at him. 1 person, 1,000 as a bonus. Old Liu's smile froze. Could you repeat that? Li Changge, everyone in the kitchen, if you finish today, each will receive 3,000 as a bonus. Old Lu turned and ran back to the kitchen shouting apprentices. Don't take a break. We'll work through the night. The woman beside rubbed her hands, hesitating to speak. Li Changge looked at her. You get a share too. The woman smiled, her eyes squinting into a slit. Boss, please take a seat. He'll pour you some tea. May 4th. There are 11 days left until the meteor strike. At 2 in the morning, Li Changge drove past an old street in the east of the city. There was a shop still lit up on the street with a sign reading Yui Pavilion. Hunan Cuisine. He took a glance and had already passed. He turned around again. The car stopped at the shop entrance. The door was closed, but the lights were on, indicating someone was inside. Li Changge got out of the car and walked over. He pushed the door locked. He looked through the glass inside. A person was sprawled at the front desk, wearing a server's uniform, fast asleep. Li Changge knocked on the door. No response. He knocked again. Still no response. He lifted his foot. Bang. The door opened. The server woke up startled, springing up from the chair. Who? Is it a robbery? Li Changge walked in. What's the boss phone number? The server stared blankly at him, still not fully awake. Who are you? Li Changge took out a bundle of cash from his bag and placed it on the front desk. The server's eyes widened instantly. Li Changge, make the call, get your boss here. 15 minutes later, a man in his 40s burst into the store, the owner dressed in pajamas and slippers, his hair a chaotic mess, exuding an aggressive aura. Who kicked my door? He saw Li Changge and the bundle of cash at the front desk. He was stunned. You are? Li Changge leaned back in the chair, holding a cup of water. I want to place an order. The owner swallowed hard. 300 portions. Li Changge nodded. The owner's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Brother, it's 2 in the morning. Li Changge pulled out another bundle. 2 bundles of cash piled on the counter. The owner's eyes widened. Can we do it tomorrow? No. Today. The owner took a deep breath, pulled out his phone. The first call. Old Li, get up and work triple pay. The person on the other end said something unclear. The owner became anxious. I don't care what you have going on. Come over now. Immediately. The second call. Master Wang, are you awake? It's best if you're not awake. If you are, you still have to get up. Come to my store, triple pay plus a bonus. The third call. Little Lu, don't you know the chef from the neighboring Lu Cuisine restaurant? Bring him along too. He'll pay triple. 20 minutes later, the store became lively. 5 chefs and 3 assistants crowded the kitchen, pots and pans clanging together. The owner stood beside Li Changge, forcing a smile. Boss, do you see this setup? Are you satisfied? Li Changge stood up. Once it's ready, deliver it to this address. He wrote down the factory location. The owner took it, nodding and bowing. Absolutely, absolutely. Boss, take care. Li Changge walked to the door, glancing back. The kitchen was brightly lit, smoke rising. Money can make even ghosts work. This saying is indeed true. May 6th. 9 days until the meteor strike. In the past few days, Li Changge had run around Hangzhou City. Lu Cuisine, Su Cuisine, Zhe Cuisine, Min Cuisine, Hunan Cuisine, Hui Cuisine. As long as it was a famous restaurant, he had been there. The reasons were varied. Company, annual meeting. Boss marrying his sister-in-law. Wrap party for the film crew. Fan meeting. Visiting the nursing home. Some bosses had doubted. Brother, which company are you actually from? How come I've never... Li Changge pulled out another bundle of cash. Have you heard of it now? The boss fell silent. A legend began to circulate in Hangzhou's food circle. A mysterious tycoon driving a Wuling Hongguang would enter any restaurant, spend lavishly, and pay for the entire menu. Some said he was an invisible rich second generation. Others claimed he was a newly rich demolisher. Some suspected he was money laundering. Li Changge smiled at these rumors. Money laundering. The pile of cash in his space was darker than black money. In the suburbs of Hangzhou, in a remote area of abandoned factory district, Li Changge rented a room at the back with a big yard, a 3-meter-high wall, and a gate wide enough for large vehicles. Rent paid in full for 3 months. The landlord was an old man in his 60s, counting the money, grinning from ear to ear. Young man, what are you renting this place for? Opening a factory. Li Changge nodded. Yes, opening a factory. He didn't specify what kind of factory. The old man didn't ask. As long as the money was in hand, that was enough. In the following days, this factory became a legend in Hangzhou's agricultural market. May 7th. 8 days until the meteor strike. At 4 in the morning, Hangzhou's largest agricultural market was just beginning to bustle. Vegetable vendors unloaded goods, set up stalls, and called out. A silver-gray Wuling drove in and stopped in the center of the market. The car door opened. A young man stepped out carrying a black plastic bag. He walked to the first stall. How much is the cabbage? $1.50 a pound. The young man nodded. They'll take this entire truckload. The vendor was stunned. Huh? The young man placed the plastic bag on the stall and opened it. Bundles of cash, bright red. Deliver this truckload of cabbage to this address. He handed over a piece of paper. The vendor took it, glanced at it, then looked again at the cash. Brother, are you joking? The young man remained silent. He pulled out another bundle. 2 bundles. The vendor stopped speaking. He began to quickly load the truck. 3 hours later, the entire agricultural market was buzzing. There was a foolish boss driving a wooling, buying every vegetable he saw, taking as much as he wanted, paying cash and not bargaining. Vendors rushed to tell each other, pushing their carts to him. Boss, my radishes. Fresh. Boss, my celery. Just picked this morning. Boss, my potatoes. Look at the quality. Changge stood among the crowd like a deity of wealth, distributing money. I want them all. Delivered to this address. Cash payment. In the afternoon, Changge drove to the rural outskirts. A patch of cabbage field perfectly grown. He parked the car and walked into the field. At the edge of the field, there was a big shed, and an old farmer came out wearing a straw hat, his face lined with wrinkles. Who are you looking for? Changge pointed to the patch of cabbage. I want all the cabbage in this field. The old farmer was stunned. What? I want all the cabbage from this acre. How much? The old farmer opened his mouth, took a long time to say this. This must be over 20,000 pounds. How much per pound? Wholesale to vendors is 120. Changge pulled out 3 bundles of cash. 30,000 bucks. Is this enough? The old farmer looked at the 3 bundles of cash. His hands began to tremble. Enough. Enough. That's too much. Changge pressed the money into his hand. Finish cutting and deliver to this address by tomorrow. He handed over a piece of paper. The old farmer took it, looking at the words on it, his voice trembling. Boss, what are you planning to do? Changge was already in the car. Opening a factory. The wooling started. In the rearview mirror, the old farmer stood there looking at the money in his hand, as if in a dream. Every night, Changge would return to the factory. At 1 or 2 in the morning, the area was deserted. He opened the big gate, the yard piled high with supplies delivered during the day. Cabbages stacked like mountains, radishes arranged into walls, apples packed in crates, stacked one after another. He shut the door. Standing in the center of the yard. With a thought, the mountains disappeared. The walls vanished. The crates disappeared. The yard was empty, leaving only the cement floor and moonlight. He opened his phone to check tomorrow's procurement list. The vegetables were almost ready. Tomorrow, it was time to visit the slaughterhouse. May 8th. 7 days until the meteor strike. The largest slaughterhouse in Hangzhou was in the north of the city, covering dozens of acres, slaughtering tens of thousands of livestock every day. Changge parked at the entrance and walked in. There were dozens of large trucks parked in the yard, workers driving forklifts back and forth, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. He found the office, pushed the door open. Inside sat a man in his 40s, bald, with a gold chain around his neck, looking at his phone. Who are you looking for? Boss. The bald man looked up, sizing him up. What's the matter? Changge walked to the table and placed his bag on it. He opened it. Bundles of cash piled up like a small mountain. The bald man's eyes widened. Brother, what is this? 100,000 pounds each of beef, lamb, and pork. The bald man was stunned, a curse escaping his lips. Brother, are you ordering 300 portions? In the past few days, Changge's legend had spread throughout Hangzhou's food circle. Changge's face was dark as he nodded. The boss asked how much. Changge replied, 100,000 pounds each. What? 100,000 pounds each. The bald man swallowed hard. Brother, do you know how much that is? 300,000 pounds of meat. Our factory can only slaughter over 10,000 heads a day. Changge looked at him and asked, can it be done? The bald man fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he stood up, walked to the door, and shouted outside, Old Zhang, call the accountant. 20 minutes later, the contract was signed. The total price is 7,400,000. Changge glanced at the number. Round it up to 8 million, and I want it tomorrow. The bald man was taken aback. Brother, so this is how you round it up. At this time tomorrow, deliver it to this address. Changge handed over the factory location. The bald man took it, his hand trembling slightly. Brother, don't worry, I'll personally escort the vehicle. Changge nodded. He turned to leave. Brother, wait up. The bald man called out to him. Changge turned back. The bald man hesitated for a moment and finally asked, why do you need so much meat? What are you going to do? Changge looked at him. To open a zoo. The door closed. The bald man stood in place, staring at the pile of cash on the table. A zoo. What kind of zoo needs 300,000 pounds of meat? Full of tigers. In the afternoon, Changge arrived at the largest snack and beverage wholesale market in Hangzhou. Candy, biscuits, nuts, spicy strips, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, various drinks. Everything was available. He walked into the first shop. The owner was a plump woman munching on sunflower seeds while watching a show. What do you want? Spicy strips. How many do you have? How many do you want? The plump woman was stunned for a moment. I want all of them. 3 hours later, the whole market knew. There was a foolish boss driving a wooling, buying everything without haggling, paying in cash. Changge stood in the center of the market, surrounded by people. Boss, my biscuits. Imported. Boss, my nuts. From Xinjiang. Boss, my instant noodles. Whole box is cheap. Boss, my iced tea is from Tongyi. Boss, my Sprite and Coke are sold by the ton. Boss, I'm the general distributor for my Dong Red Bull. How many do you need? Li Changge accepted all orders. I want them all. Deliver to this address. Cash on delivery. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he walked out of the market. His phone rang. Xiao Mei sent a message. Xiao Mei from Hangzhou. Brotherly, the car is ready. Are you coming to test drive tomorrow? Image. He clicked on the images. The dark green military vehicle was parked in the shop, its body shining black with a solar panel and searchlight on the roof, the tires as big as a tank. Li Changge typed Li okay. Tomorrow afternoon. He put his phone away. He glanced at his surroundings. The mountain of cash visibly decreased by a corner. 2 billion, almost 500 million has been spent. 11 days remaining. More expenses are needed. Meanwhile, at the Golden Tripod nightclub in the top office, Inoue Donnie stood by the window facing away from the door. Behind him stood 4 men in black suits. The atmosphere was oppressive. There was a knock on the door. Come in. A young man in a kimono walked and knelt on the floor and lowered his head. Inoue-sama, we found something. Inoue Donnie did not turn around. Speak. The guests who visited the nightclub that night have been screened and 327 have been checked. There are 3 suspicious individuals. Continue investigating. Yes. The young man knelt and retreated, closing the door. Inoue Donnie turned around. He looked at the photo on the table. An empty vault in the Golden Tripod nightclub. Gold, cash, jewelry, arms, all gone. Those items were not his. They were the secret treasury of the Little Notebook Empire in Hangzhou. It was strategic funding accumulated over decades. Now it was all gone. The Divine Child and Divine Maiden would arrive in Huaxia in a few days to carry out a secret mission. If discovered. Upon thinking of this, his eyes turned cold like a venomous snake. No matter who you are, I will find you. Outside the window, the city lights flickered. Li Changge returned to the hotel, took a shower, and threw himself onto the soft bed, staring at the ceiling. The busy days had worn him out. Even his body, enhanced by special abilities, was struggling. He took out his phone. As soon as he opened the Blue Bubble app, he was bombarded with messages. All from Ruyan. From last night until today, there were 47 messages. He scrolled up. The first message was from last night at 11. Li Changge, you bastard. If my brother goes and I won't let you off. Then at 2 in the morning, where are you? Answer the phone. At 4 in the morning, I beg you. Just sign. At 7 in the morning, Lu Chang is going to be sent to detention. He's only 20. This record will ruin his life. At 10 in the morning, Changge, I was wrong, okay? They'll give you whatever you want. Scrolling down one by one. Insults, please. Sob stories, more insults, more please. Li Changge finished reading the last message, and a smile formed on his lips. Lu Ruyan's acting was still so superb. He clicked on the last voice message. A hoarse, tired voice came through. Li Changge, what do you want to let Xiaoqiang go? The latest one was sent 20 minutes ago. What do you want? Li Changge looked at these messages, a smile gradually forming on his lips. He typed, come to Yun Duan Hotel tonight. Then he found a video from his album and sent it. Then he set the phone aside. An hour ago, at the other end of Hangzhou, at the Emerald Restaurant, one of the best French restaurants in Hangzhou. Located by the West Lake, the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the lake under the night sky. In box 308, the warm yellow lights glowed while a violinist played in the corner. On the dining table was exquisite French cuisine, foie gras steak, baked snails, and a bottle of Lafite. Lu Ruyan sat in a window seat. She wore a black professional suit tailored to fit perfectly, outlining her perfect-shaped curve. The neckline was slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones. Under the skirt, a pair of long, straight legs were encased in Balenciaga-lettered stockings. The sheen of the stockings glimmered under the warm yellow lights, every step she took exuding deadly allure. Her ankles were slender, adorned with shiny black stilettos. The top of her feet formed beautiful arcs like 2 crescent moons. Her makeup was exquisite, with red lips slightly parted, her gaze flowing with charm. She radiated an aura that was both sophisticated and enticing. Just looking at her made it hard to look away. Lu Ruyan sitting there was a scene in itself. But she wasn't admiring the scenery. Her fingers gently caressed the wine glass. Her gaze fell outside the window, but her expression was vacant. 3 days ago, she had just come out of the police station. Lu Chang had been detained, facing at least 15 days and possibly leaving a criminal record. Her mother called and scolded her, saying it was all her fault. She didn't argue back. After hanging up, she sat in her rented room all night. Then she frantically sent messages cursing Li Changge. From vicious insults to humble pleas. Li Changge, I won't have a good life. Please delete the video. I'll give you whatever you want. What do you want? Dozens of messages, and he didn't reply to a single one. Desperate, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to seek other means. She sat across from a middle-aged man. Wu Yohong, vice president of Hongxin Group, a somewhat well-known figure in Hangzhou's business world. Around 50 years old, portly with thinning hair and a shiny face. He wore a custom Armani suit, though it stretched uncomfortably around his belly. He wore a Patek Philippe watch and had a large gold ring on his finger. Miss Lu, what are you thinking? Wu Yuhong's voice pulled her back to reality. Lu Ruyan raised her head, a sweet smile instantly gracing her face. It's nothing, Mr. Wu. I just think the atmosphere of this restaurant is really nice. Wu Yuhong's eyes scanned her from head to toe, lingering on her face, chest, legs, and ankles. Finally resting on her crossed legs, he paused for 3 seconds. His phone contained photos of 7 or 8 female sales representatives, all from this year. But none could compare to the one before him. A beauty. An exquisite beauty. After tonight, those legs would belong to him. The ambience of this place is among the best in Hangzhou, he said. As long as Miss Lu likes it, that's all that matters. He leaned closer, the scent of smoke mingling with the acidity of red wine. You look really good in this outfit. Our Hongxin group has uniforms too, but I've never seen anyone pull off this effect. Lu Ruyan smiled gently. This old man had no idea how many female sales representatives he had seduced with this trick. But she smiled softly, saying, You're too kind, Mr. Wu. Wu Yuhong's eyes scanned her once again. It's not flattery, it's the truth. With qualifications like Miss Liu's, it's a pity to be in real estate sales. If you're willing, join our company, and I guarantee you can buy a house within 3 years. Lu Ruyan raised her glass and took a sip. Mr. Well, my current job is pretty good. Wu Yuhong laughed, revealing teeth yellowed from smoke. What's so good about it? Running errands, entertaining clients, drinking, until you vomit. How much can you earn in a year? 50,000. 100,000. He leaned back, crossing his legs, displaying the demeanor of a successful businessman. Miss Lu, our company plans to open 100 new stores in Hangzhou this year. The annual procurement budget is this amount. He held up 3 fingers. 300 million. Lu Ruyan's gaze shifted slightly. Wu Yuhong noticed and smiled even wider. If this business deal goes through, have you calculated how much commission you could earn? Lu Ruyan remained silent. She knew this was bait, but she still had to bite. Mr. Wu, I need to report this to my supervisor. Hey, Wu Yuhong waved his hand. Let's not talk business tonight, let's just chat and befriend each other. He raised his glass. Come on, Miss Lu, let's have another drink. Lu Ruyan picked up her glass and took a sip. Then she put down the glass, her delicate hand gently pressing on her temple, her brow slightly furrowed. Mr. Wu, I really can't drink anymore. My head is spinning. Her voice was soft and laced with a hint of drunken languor. The warm yellow light illuminated her face, highlighting her delicate skin and slightly flushed cheeks. Her almond-shaped eyes were half closed, with her eyelashes gently fluttering. Wu Yuhong's throat went dry. He swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. Miss Lu, you can't do this. When dining with clients, how can you not drink? He paused, his tone shifting. If your supervisor finds out that you couldn't even handle a client, do you know the consequences? A threat. A blatant threat. How many female sales representatives had Wu Yuhong deceived with this tactic? First discuss business, then force her to drink. If she resists, he would resort to coercion and temptation, generally managing to secure 90% of female sales representatives and then take them to a hotel. Once the deed was done, those women could only blame their own misfortune. But the one before him was more exquisite than any before. Tonight he had to secure her. Lu Ruyan's internal smirk grew stronger. She had seen this routine many times. First sweeten the deal, then wield the big stick. Usually ordinary girls would panic, afraid of offending the client and losing the deal. But she was not an ordinary girl. She knew what Wu Yuhong wanted, and she knew he wouldn't get it. Yet she still pretended to be flustered, lowering her head. Mr. Wu, I really don't have a good tolerance for alcohol. Wu Yuhong felt he was on the verge of success. He smiled, his face jiggling with fat. All right, no more drinking. Let's change locations and have something to sober you up. He stood up. Our company has just opened a hotel in Qingshui Bay. It's newly opened and the environment is nice. They'll take you there to supervise the work. The coconut juice at the hotel is air freight from Hainan. It's fresh and perfect for sobering up. He extended his hand, intending to assist her. Lu Ruyan's internal laughter deepened. A hotel in Qingshui Bay? If she went there, would she be able to come back? But she maintained the appearance of being heavily intoxicated, slowly standing up while supporting herself on the table. Her high heels clicked on the floor, creating a tap, tap, tap sound. Her legs, wrapped in black stockings, wobbled slightly due to the alcohol, swaying gracefully as she walked. Wu Yuhong's eyes widened. A beauty. An exquisite beauty. If he could carry those legs on his shoulders, his Adam's apple bobbed as his hand reached out. Just then, fuck you. A loud shout erupted. Before Wu Yuhong could react, someone grabbed the back of his collar and flung him out. Bang! He crashed into a nearby table, dishes and cups shattering all over. A young man stood in front of him, his face filled with anger. In his early 20s, dressed in designer clothes, the watch on his wrist flashed under the light. Lu Fei, one of the top second-generation heirs of Hangzhou. Behind him followed a group of onlookers, each crossing their arms, grinning as they watched. Who the hell are you? Wu Yuhong scrambled up from the ground, his face flushed a deep purple. Dare to hit me. Before he finished speaking, he recognized the face of the newcomer. The words caught in his throat. Lu Fei. From the Lu family in Hangzhou. His father was the president of the Zhejiang Business Association and his mother was a director of a listed company. In the entire Hangzhou business circle, no one dared to provoke him. Wu Yuhong's arrogance vanished in an instant. Lu, young master Lu. Lu, your mother. Lu Fei slapped him across the face. Smack. Wu Yuhong covered his face and stepped back. Young master Lu, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lu Fei sneered. You dared to touch my girlfriend's hand and call it a misunderstanding. Wu Yuhong was stunned. Girlfriend. He looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan stood beside the table, supporting herself looking like a frightened little deer. Her eyes were slightly red and her lips trembled, appearing pitiful. Wu Yuhong's mind buzzed. It was over. Young master Lu, I really didn't know. I thought she was just an ordinary sales representative. Ordinary sales representative. Lu Fei kicked him again. Do you think you can just take her to a hotel? Wu Yuhong was knocked to the ground, clutching his head, and dared not move. Lu Fei was about to strike again, when someone behind him pulled him back. Fei, good, that's enough, don't cause a death. Recently Zhou Baiwan's female demon has been cracking down hard. Lu Fei panted heavily and kicked one more time. Get lost. Wu Yuhong rolled and crawled away. As he reached the door, Lu Fei's voice followed him. If I see you again, I'll break your legs. Wu Yuhong vanished outside the door. Lu Fei turned around looking at Lu Ruyan. The anger on his face instantly transformed into tenderness. Ruyan, are you alright? Lu Ruyan shook her head, her voice soft. Lu Gu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Her eyes were red and tears clung to her lashes. Lu Fei felt his heart melt. Tonight she was truly beautiful. That black suit, those long legs and black stockings, those delicate ankles and high heels. He had seen many beauties, but this woman before him was different. He took a step forward, reaching out to support her waist. Lu Ruyan slightly tilted her body and dodged. Lu Gu. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Lu Fei's hand froze in midair, feeling awkward, but the fire in his heart only grew stronger. A push-pull dynamic. Such a woman was the hardest to deal with and the most intoxicating. He retracted his hand and said gently, let me take you home. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to speak, there was suddenly a commotion at the door. 7 or 8 people surged in. The leading young man wore a dark expression. He was dressed simply in a black t-shirt, and the watch on his wrist flashed under the light. A Patek Philippe limited edition starting at 3 million. Lu Fei's gaze swept over, and he froze. Zhao Tianhao, the scion of the Zhao family from the capital. His father was a high-ranking official in the capital. Last month, Zhao Tianhao came to Hangzhou and got into a conflict with someone at a bar, only to be taken away by Zhou Baiwan on the street. It was rumored he was detained for a long time, just released today. Lu Fei instinctively straightened his back, instantly replacing his proud demeanor with a flattering smile. He quickly walked up. How good. You're out. I was just saying I was going to visit you in a couple of days. Zhao Tianhao glanced at him. That look was like seeing a fly. He said nothing and walked straight past him. But when he passed Lu Ruyan's table, he paused for a second. Then he continued forward upstairs. Lu Fei stood frozen, beads of sweat forming on his back. A young man with dyed yellow hair approached him, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Little Lu, your girlfriend, is quite beautiful. In a couple of days, Hao Gu has a gathering, you know what I mean. After the younger brother finished speaking, he followed upstairs. Lu Fei stood in place, his hands trembling, his face pale. The cold sweat on his back had already soaked his shirt. He understood. He understood all too well. Zhao Tianhao had taken a liking to Lu Ruyan. As long as Lu Ruyan appeared at that gathering 2 days later, one could easily foresee what would happen. He clenched his fists. Why should it be? He was the one who had known Lu Ruyan first. He was the one who had heroically saved her. Why should it be given to that useless man who had just come out of jail? He glanced back at Lu Ruyan. She was still standing there, leaning against the table, looking weak and helpless. The warm yellow light cast upon her made her legs even more alluring. Lu Fei's Adam's apple moved slightly. A thought flashed through his mind. What if he acted first now? He gritted his teeth. He turned and walked towards the tea station in the corner. The waiter was tidying up and he waved his hand to dismiss them. He picked up a cup of water. His hand reached into his pocket. The packet of drugs was given to him by a friend last week, claiming to have brought it back from abroad. It was colorless and tasteless. Once consumed, one could be manipulated for half an hour and would wake up with no memories. He hadn't intended to use it. But now, he took out the packet of drugs. Holding it with his fingers, he gently shook a little into the water. The white powder fell into the water and disappeared instantly. He swirled the cup, took a deep breath. He turned around. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Ruyan, drink some water to sober up. Lu Ruyan took the cup. Just as she was about to bring it to her lips, her phone vibrated. She glanced down. Li Changge. There was only one line of text: come find me at the Cloud Hotel tonight. Below was a video. The cover was black, making it impossible to see the content. But she knew what it was. Her hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the cup on the floor. In that instant, all the scenes from that night flooded back. The dizziness from the alcohol, the pain in her body, Li Change's cold eyes as he pressed down on her, and the pool of red on the sheets when she woke up. Her face instantly drained of color. Her lips began to tremble. Something was swirling in her eyes. Lu Fei was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Lu Ruyan suddenly stood up the chair, making a piercing sound. No. I'm sorry, Lugo, my mother is seriously ill. I need to go to the hospital. She grabbed her bag and was about to leave. Lu Fei instinctively tried to stop her. I'll take you. But he stopped mid-sentence. At the stairway, Zhao Tianha's younger brother was standing there staring over here. He didn't dare to move. In that moment of distraction, Lu Ruyan had already rushed out the door. The sound of high heels clicked against the floor, getting further and further away. Lu Fei stood there staring at the spiked water cup. Damn it. Damn. He grabbed the cup and smashed it hard against the ground. Bang. Glass shattered everywhere. The waiter rushed over and he waved them away. In the night outside the window, Lu Ruyan's figure disappeared around the corner. Lu Fei took out his phone intending to call her. But before he pressed the dial key, he hesitated. Lu Ruyan ran out of the restaurant. She crossed the street. She dashed into a narrow alley. Leaning against the wall, she gasped for breath. The night wind blew through, making her feel cold all over. The phone was still clutched in her hand, the screen still lit. She hadn't opened that video, but she knew what it was. She looked down at the text message. Come find me at the Cloud Hotel tonight. She closed her eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Not going. What would happen if that video got sent out? If Lu Fei saw it, the persona she had carefully built would collapse in an instant. Go. What would happen if she went? She didn't know, but she knew she couldn't not go. She opened her eyes. She flagged down a taxi by the roadside. To the Cloud Hotel. The car drove off. The neon lights outside flashed on and off. She leaned back in the seat, watching the street scenery retreat outside. Her mind was blank. Cloud Hotel Presidential Suite. Li Changge sat in front of the sofa, a laptop placed on the coffee table. On the screen was a battle video sent by Xiao Mei. A dark green Hummer looking like a sleeping giant beast under the moonlight. The armor had all been welded, and the solar panels were installed on the roof with the searchlight shining brightly. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the thought of seeing this big guy tomorrow. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The knocking was urgent, as if trying to smash the door down. Li Change's lips curled slightly as he stood up, walked over, and opened the door. Lu Ruyan stood outside the door. She had clearly run up her chest, heaving violently, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her black suit was somewhat disheveled with wrinkled hems, and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheek. But her eyes were red. Not the kind of red from crying. It was the kind of red filled with suppressed fury. She glared at Li Changge like an enraged peacock, its feathers fluffed up, ready to peck at him. Li Changge. She pushed him aside and squeezed into the room. Li Changge, don't go too far. She turned to face him, her chest heaving heavily. You need to sign the letter of understanding. Now. Immediately. Li Changge closed the door. Leaning against the door panel, he looked at her without speaking. Lu Ruyan was even more enraged by his silence. Do you know where Xiao Chang is locked up? In the detention center. Is that kind of place for a person to stay? He's only in his early 20s. If he gets a criminal record, his life will be ruined. Hurry and sign. Li Changge finally spoke. His voice was very calm. It's nothing to do with me if he's ruined. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She didn't expect him to say that. The previous Li Changge would do anything as long as she asked. Now, she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Li Changge. Her voice lowered, but every word bit out through clenched teeth. If you don't sign, I will sue you in court, even if it means ruining my own reputation. Li Changge looked at her. That stunning face was filled with threats. But her eyes betrayed her. She was afraid. She was afraid he wouldn't sign. Li Changge laughed. That smile was light and faint, yet it sent chills down Lu Ruyan's spine. Sue me. What will you use to sue me? He took out his phone and waved it. That video. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale instantly. Li Changge looked at her. This face. In the past life, it was the same face that smiled at him. Changge, don't you love me? Give the origin fruit to Lu Chang. You're already an A-level ability user. The scene flashed. Lu Ruyan leaned in his arms, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze in March. He gave it. The S-level purple fire origin fruit, snatched at the risk of his life, was given to Lu Chang. Because he loved her. The scene flashed again. At the edge of the zombie tied the hand that pushed him down was Lu Chang's. Brother-in-law, you're too naive. Lu Ruyan stood not far away, leaning in another man's arms, smiling gently. He struggled in the tide of zombies, looking at her. She was also looking at him. Like looking at a dead dog. Li Changge closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was icy. It filled the entire room. Then he turned around, his gaze falling on Lu Ruyan. Slowly scanning from head to toe. The moonlight poured in from the balcony, landing on her. It filled the entire room. Then he turned around, his gaze falling on Lu Ruyan. Slowly scanning from head to toe. The moonlight poured in from the balcony, landing on her. The black suit had become somewhat disheveled from running and struggling. One of the buttons on her collar had come undone at some point, revealing a small patch of collarbone. The collarbone was delicate with tiny beads of sweat glistening under the moonlight. Lu Ruyan's skirt was wrinkled in several places, barely covering the roots of her thighs. Below that were her legs wrapped in black stockings, straight, long and slender. Due to tension and anger, her muscles were slightly tensed, outlining perfect lines. Her slender ankles were delicate, and one of the high heels she was wearing had fallen off at some point, leaving her bare foot on the carpet, toes curling. She had been drinking. Although she hadn't consumed much in the Western restaurant, the effects of the few glasses of red wine were kicking in. Her cheeks were flushed abnormally, her breathing was quicker than normal, and her gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Yet she was still holding on, maintaining that proud facade. Changge approached her. 1 step, 2 steps. Lu Ruyan stepped back. What do you want? Her voice began to tremble. Changge said nothing. He continued to walk forward. Lu Ruyan retreated to the edge of the bed with no room left to back away. Changge, don't do anything reckless. I will call for help. Changge raised his hand. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes and screamed, but that hand did not come down. She opened her eyes. Change's hand hovered in midair before slowly descending to her face. His fingertip brushed against her cheek, wiping away a tear that had fallen at some point. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Then that hand suddenly tightened, gripping her neck. She struggled, trying to pry his fingers apart, but that hand was like a vice, unyielding. Change's other arm reached over, wrapping around her waist. With a forceful pull, she was lifted off the ground, her feet leaving the floor. Let me go. Her legs flailed in the air. Those long legs wrapped in black stockings were rigidly straight, the muscle definition clearly visible under the moonlight. The high heel flew off, hitting the floor with a sharp sound. Changge held her as he walked toward the large bed. Then, he threw her down heavily. The mattress bounced up and Lu Ruyan sank into the soft bedding. Her hair spread out, lying on the pillow. The skirt was disheveled, rolled up to the roots of her thighs, exposing a section of pale skin. She gasped for air, trying to get up, but Changge had already pressed down on her. He looked down at her from above. In his gaze there was no desire, only control, only revenge, only the overwhelming hatred accumulated over 3 years in his past life. Changge, I beg you don't. Lu Ruyan's tears finally flowed down. But Changge merely sneered. Uncertain how much time had passed, the moonlight outside had shifted angles, the light spilling in from the balcony turned into a slanted white. The digital clock on the nightstand flashed blue. 3:17. 3 in the morning. Changge sat up. Lu Ruyan lay on the head of the bed, motionless. Her hair was tangled on the pillow, her face was stained with tear marks, and her makeup was long gone. The black skirt was in disarray, wrinkled into a heap at the foot of the bed. Her body was still trembling slightly, not from the cold, but because she slowly lifted her head to look at Changge. Her eyes were red and swollen, but there was still something burning within them. Changge. Her voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. I beg you, help Xiaochang-san. Changge was taken aback. Even now she was still thinking about her brother. A scene from her past life flashed through. When Lu Chang was pushed into a horde of corpses, she stood not far away, smiling as she watched. The fire in his heart reignited. He reached out, hooking her exquisite and stunning chin. Her face was marked with tear streaks, her lips cracked, looking utterly disheveled. But he smiled. A charming smile. A cold smile. Oh, you want me to sign? His thumb Sure, but it depends on your performance. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly. Again, her voice became sharp. Are you kidding me? Changge said nothing. He pressed down hard on that delicate and proud head. The battle raged on while the starlight did not disappoint. At 7 in the morning, sunlight streamed in from the balcony, landing at the foot of the bed, golden and warm. It was utterly at odds with everything that had happened in this room. Changge dressed and stood by the bed. He glanced at the letter of understanding on the nightstand. He had signed it. 3 characters in an elegant script. He withdrew his gaze, turned around, pushed the door open. Bang! The door closed. The room fell silent. Lu Ruyan lay motionless at the head of the bed. A corner of the blanket covered her, exposing her bare shoulder. Her shoulder was covered with marks, blue-purple fingerprints and bite marks. Her hair was a tangled mess, obscuring half her face. On the exposed half there were dried tear marks. She moved slightly, slowly getting up, kneeling at the head of the bed, gripping the edge of the bed. Ugh! Intense dry heaving. Nothing came out. Her stomach had long been empty. Her tongue was numb, completely devoid of sensation. Her mouth was filled with a rancid, odorous smell that made her want to vomit, yet nothing came out. She raised her head, looking at the dressing mirror at the foot of the bed. The woman in the mirror. Her hair was a wild mess. Her face was covered in tear streaks and dried marks. Her lips were swollen and cracked. Her neck was marked with bruises. Her shoulders, collarbone, chest. There was not a single spot without injury. Was that her? She stared blankly. Then she saw the letter of understanding on the nightstand. Signed. Lu Chang was fine. She reached out, wanting to grab that paper. but her hand was trembling violently. She finally got hold of it. Looking at those 3 characters, tears flowed down again. Silently, they streamed down that tear-stained face, flowed across those dried marks, dripped from the corner of her cracked lips, landing on the letter of understanding, soaking a small patch. She didn't know what she was crying for. Was it humiliation? Was it relief? Or something else? She didn't know. All she knew was, from now on she was no longer the lofty Ruyan. The sunlight fell upon her, yet she felt cold all over. Ruyan lay there looking at the letter of understanding. She suddenly recalled the first time she met Changge 3 years ago. At that time he had just joined the company wearing a cheap shirt, and his gaze toward her was frighteningly bright. She had casually remarked, "This coffee smells good," and the next day, he brought a cup and placed it on her desk. Later she learned that that cup of coffee was his meal money for 3 days. She had seen too many people like him. She thought he would be like everyone else, used up and tossed aside. But now, she closed her eyes. Tears flowed down again. She didn't know what she was crying for. Was it regret? Or something else? Changge walked out of the hotel. The morning breeze blew by, carrying the coolness of early summer. He took that breath, carried the city's exhaust, the fried oil from roadside breakfast stalls, and the aroma of coffee wafting in from an unknown family's balcony. It had the flavor of human life. He looked up at the sky. The sun had just risen from behind the buildings, painting the sky golden. Today was a good day. He pulled out his phone. Xiao Mei sent a message. Hangzhou, Xiao Mei Liga, the car is ready for final adjustments today. It can be picked up in the afternoon. Hangzhou Xiao Mei image opened the images. The dark green military vehicle was parked in the center of the modification shop, glistening under the sunlight. The solar panels on the roof were installed, and the searchlights were dazzling. The tires were as large as a tank, with deep and shallow treads, clearly capable of rolling over any terrain. He typed, "Okay. They'll be there in the afternoon." He put away his phone. 4 days left until the apocalypse. At 9 in the morning, Changge parked the Wuling at the entrance of the Pancher Manor. The security was tight, with 2 young men in uniforms standing at the guard booth, walkie-talkies clipped to their waists. One of them approached when he saw the Wuling knocking on the car window. "Sir, who are you looking for?" "Looking at a house. I have an appointment." The security guard checked the list and let him through. But the hint of disdain in his eyes was impossible to hide. Driving a Wuling to see Pancher Manor. The Wuling drove up the mountain road. On either side were neatly trimmed green belts with antique street lamps every few dozen meters. Further ahead were villas hidden among the green trees, only red tiles and white walls visible. Halfway up the mountain, in front of a 3-story villa, a white BMW was parked. A woman in a professional suit stood at the door, in her late 20s, with long hair cascading down, tall and slender, with exquisite makeup, the standard beautiful saleswoman. Her name was Zhou Yutong, the top real estate consultant at Pancher Manor. When she saw the Wuling stop, a fleeting hint of disdain crossed her face. But her professional demeanor quickly adjusted her expression, and she approached with a smile. "Mr. Li, I am Zhou Yutong, your agent." Changge got out of the car. Zhou Yutong's gaze swept over him, taking in his white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, all of which added up to no more than 500 yuan. She sneered inwardly. Another poor soul here to broaden his horizons. But her face still bore a professional smile. "Mr. Li, please follow me. The property I'm showing you today is the top villa in our Pancher Manor." Leading Changge inside, she introduced it with a hint of pride. Pancher Manor is the only community in Hangzhou certified as a national-level earthquake disaster prevention demonstration base. The entire community is built halfway up Longgu Mountain at an altitude of 168 meters, with foundations driven 32 meters into the rock, she added. It uses military-grade titanium alloy frames. Official tests show it remains unscathed even in an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. After saying this, she pointed to the east. That is the mouth of the Qiantang River, only 15 kilometers away in a straight line. The sea would have to rise to 200 meters high to reach our doorstep. Changge listened, his gaze sweeping over the villas. In his past life, during the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he had passed by here. At that time, the entire Hangzhou had become a wasteland. Yet this villa area still stood, with cracked exterior walls and broken doors and windows, but the main structure remained intact. Inside lived a group of survivors who had managed to hold on for 3 years, relying on the community's reserves and sturdy buildings. He withdrew his gaze. Zhou Yutong showed him 3 villas, the last one positioned best on the hillside backed by the mountain, with open views on 3 sides, and only one road leading up. This one, it has a building area of 680 square meters with an independent basement and garage. Zhou Yutong spoke casually. "Mr. Li, if you are interested, we can look at the loan options. The down payment is approximately around 20 million. Of course, if the budget is tight, we also have smaller units." Before she could finish, Changge interrupted her. "What's the total price?" Zhou Yutong was taken aback. 108 million. Changge nodded. "I'll take this one." Zhou Yutong thought she misheard. "What did you say?" "This one I want it." Zhou Yutong opened her mouth wanting to say something, but looking at Li Changge's ordinary clothes, she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, are you sure? The down payment is over 20 million. Li Changge said nothing. He turned and walked outside. Zhou Yutong stood there in shock, unsure of his intentions, but she still followed him. Li Changge walked beside the Wuling, opened the back door. Zhou Yutong leaned in to take a look. She was completely stunned. Half of the car trunk was filled with cash. Bundles of 100 yuan bills, bright red, stacked neatly from the seats to the roof. The sunlight filtered in, reflecting a dazzling red. Zhou Yutong's mouth fell open, unable to close. She had been a luxury home saleswoman for 5 years and had seen many wealthy people. Those who drove Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, wore Patek Philippe watches, and dressed in haute couture. But she had never seen anyone use a Wuling Hongguang to haul 20 million in cash. This. When she looked up again, her expression toward Li Changge had completely changed. The disdain, the contempt, the indifference vanished entirely, replaced by shock, awe, and she instinctively took a half step forward, her voice softening. Mr. Li, you really are too low-key. I'll take you to sign the contract right away, or I'll handle all the procedures. You won't have to worry about anything. She leaned closer to Li Changge, the scent of her perfume wafting over. Li Changge took a step back. Bring me the contract, or I'll sign it here. Zhou Yutong paused for a moment, quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go get it. She jogged to get the contract, her high heels clicking on the floor. 10 minutes later, the contract was signed. Li Changge pushed over 2 plastic bags. Zhou Yutong gazed at the pile of money, her eyes shining. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as cotton candy. Mr. Li, living in such a big house alone at night, won't you be scared? I live not far from here. I can come over at night to chat. She rested her hand on Li Changge's arm, gently stroking. Li Changge glanced down at her hand. He pulled away. No need. Zhou Yutong was undeterred. I'm very skilled. I can do anything. I'm quite good at other skills too. Li Changge looked at her. Including helping me move 20 million in cash inside. Zhou Yutong was stunned. Li Changge glanced down at her hand. He pulled away. No need. Li Changge walked to the door, looking back. Do you know any renovation companies? Zhou Yutong snapped back to reality and quickly nodded yes. I know a foreman surnamed Sun who does all the renovations at Pancher Manor. Li Changge nodded. Have the door closed. Zhou Yu stood in the empty living room, looking at the half-car full of cash in the Wuling outside. She glanced at the dress she had meticulously prepared. She bit her lip. What on earth was this man's background? At 11 o'clock, foreman Sun arrived with 3 people. In his 40s, bald, with a face full of flesh, he looked just like a construction worker. Mr. Li, what changes would you like? Li Changge took them on a tour of the villa. Replace all the doors and windows. He pointed at a floor-to-ceiling window. This glass, replace it with bulletproof. All the windows must be lockable from the inside and cannot be opened from the outside. Foreman Sun noted this in his notebook. The roof. Li Changge pointed at the ceiling. Add a layer of waterproof insulation using the best materials. Add a layer of wire mesh on top for protection against falling objects. Protection against falling objects. Foreman Sun was taken aback. Mr. Li, we don't have meteorites falling here. Li Changge glanced at him. He remained silent. Foreman Sun discreetly fell quiet and continued to take notes. The basement. Li Changge walked to the basement entrance. All walls and floors must be treated for waterproofing and moisture resistance. Add a row of shelves. They need to be iron and have good load-bearing capacity. The garage. He pushed open the garage door. The door should be replaced with a roll-up one, also for protection against falling objects. Add a workbench inside. Foreman Sun quickly noted this. After finishing, he looked up. Mr. Li, are you planning to create a safe house? Li Changge looked at him. Can it be completed in 3 days? Hey. Foreman Sun calculated. The bulletproof glass needs to be custom-made. Waterproofing and moisture resistance need time to dry. The wire mesh needs to be installed. The roll-up door needs to be purchased. Normally it would take at least half a month. But looking into Li Changge's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Triple wages. He gritted his teeth. 3 days and nights of non-stop work, and I'll supervise personally. It's doable. Li Changge nodded, pulling out 5 bundles of cash from his bag. 500,000. This is the deposit. Foreman Sun took the money, his eyes lighting up. Mr. Li, rest assured I'll have people on site tonight. No, right now. After finishing the renovation arrangements, Li Changge opened the car door and got in. He started the engine. The Wuling turned around and drove down the mountain. In the rearview mirror, Zhou Yutong stood still holding the 2 garbage bags filled with cash, her expression incredibly complex. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Changge arrived at Xiao Mai's modification shop. Outside the shop, a Hummer was parked. In the sunlight, the dark green body of the vehicle gleamed with a glossy sheen. The solar panel on the roof resembled a piece of armor perfectly embedded in the roof. The searchlights were as large as eyes staring ahead. The tires were thick with deep treads that instilled confidence. Xiao Mei stood by the car. She wore work pants, her hair tied up and her face smudged with grease, but she smiled brightly. Li Changge walked over and circled around the vehicle. Xiao Mei followed beside him, tapping on the car body, as if showcasing her proud creation, the chassis original Hummer 6-wheel drive, with 3 layers of reinforcements. A frontal confrontation with a dump truck. Not a chance the dump truck would be crying. She crouched down, pointing at the steel plate under the car. Look at this thickened. It's not bulletproof, it's at the level of anti-thunder. Of course we won't encounter landmines, but in case someone uses explosives against you, this thing can withstand it. Li Changge smiled. Xiao Mei stood up and patted the tires, blast-proof tires, military grade. Nails. Not a chance the nails would bend. The rims are custom-made with a weight-bearing capacity twice that of the original factory. Even if you fill this car with gold bars, it won't even strain. She walked to the front of the car, elegantly lifting the hood. The heart is here. An V8 twin-turbo diesel engine. I also sprayed it with a nano anti-explosion paint. This thing, it won't flinch against frontal artillery shells. Originally 600 horsepower, I adjusted the ECU, and now it's conservatively estimated at 700 horsepower. Full tank can run 800 kilometers. I also added a secondary fuel tank totaling 350 liters with a range of 1,500 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Li Gu, you drive this car, the fuel tank is bigger than your bathtub. Li Changge leaned in for a look. The engine was pitch black with robust pipes that looked solid. Xiao Mei circled to the roof, pointing at the solar panel. And this a flexible, high-efficiency solar panel integrated with the roof. You can't break it even with a hammer. I've tried. This thing can generate 20 kilowatt-hours of electricity with just a day's sunlight. There's also an outlet here for an induction cooker, perfect for cooking hot pot while camping. She continued to open the car door, the interior according to your requirements. No flashy nonsense. No large screen, no rear view camera, no fridge, no color TV, no big sofa. Just a manual gear shift. 6 forward gears, 1 reverse gear. Simple and straightforward, everything is for horsepower and sturdiness. Li Gu, you can drive a manual, right? Li Changge sat in the driver's seat. The steering wheel was large, heavy, and the gear stick was thick like an arm. He grasped the gear stick and shifted it. Huh. The sound was solid and powerful, like metal colliding with metal, without a hint of weakness. He nodded in satisfaction. After getting out of the car, he circled around to the back. Xiao Mei opened the trunk. The space in the back is large enough to hold supplies for half a month. The back seat can fold down, it can be used as a bed. She suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice with a mischievous smile. Li Gu, there's a hidden feature. Li Changge looked at her. Xiao Mei pointed at the back seat. The back seat, I specially added a folding feature. Once folded down, it instantly transforms into a 2 meter by 1.5 meter flat space. Suitable for wild car shenanigans. Li Changge was taken aback for a moment. Then he laughed. You've thought this through quite well. Of course, we in the modification business have to consider all needs. What if Li Gu goes camping in the wild with his wife? Right. Li Changge did not respond. He walked around the car again. This vehicle cost over 3 million. Worth it. Xiao Mei took out a simple brochure from the side. About 5 or 6 pages. She shook the booklet and smiled. Li Gu, look at the maintenance instructions for this vehicle. Simple, right? Li Changge took it, flipping it open. The first page was a schematic diagram of the entire vehicle structure. Engine, transmission, drive shaft, suspension, fuel tank. Each component was marked with a red circle with numbers written beside them. The second page dealt with common troubleshooting. What to do if the engine won't start, what to do if a tire is leaking, what to do in case of a circuit short. Each step was illustrated with arrows pointing to the bolts to be tightened and the plugs to be pulled. The third page covered basic maintenance. Change the oil, replace the filter, change the antifreeze. Tool list, step-by-step breakdowns, precautions. Li Changge turned to the fourth page. Engine disassembly. The fifth page covered engine repair. How to unscrew each bolt, what tools to use, how to place the parts once removed, and how to align them when reassembling. Clearly written with hand-drawn diagrams that were simple yet easy to understand. Li Changge looked up at Xiao Mei. Once you read this, even a novice can repair it. Xiao Mei patted her not-so-large chest. Of course. I've modified every structure of this car. Abandoning all those flashy complex processes, I've replaced everything with simple, common, and sturdy components. Just find any repair shop, take this booklet, and the mechanic will understand at a glance. She leaned in, pointing at one of the pages. Look at this engine. I've removed all the electronic sensors and replaced them with mechanical ones. If it breaks, it's easy to fix, just a few screws to tighten. Li Changge nodded. He flipped through the few pages again. The paper felt different. He pinched it. It wasn't ordinary paper. Xiao Mei saw his action and smiled with pride. Special anti-explosion paper, fireproof, waterproof, and insulated. You can't even burn it with a lighter. She slapped the booklet, making a sound like hitting plastic. In critical moments, it can also be used to carve wood. Li Changge was momentarily stunned. Carve wood. Xiao Mei held the booklet upright and lightly scratched the edge against a nearby wooden box, leaving a shallow mark. See? Sharp, right? In an emergency, it can be used as a knife, no problem. She chuckled. This booklet alone costs 3,800. Even while the car is moving, it's still intact. Li Changge looked at the small booklet in his hand. 5 or 6 pages, 3,800. He closed the booklet and looked at Xiaomei. This girl, from modifying battle vehicles to preparing maintenance manuals, has thought of everything that could be thought of. He nodded in satisfaction. He reached into his bag. He pulled out 5 gold bars. Bright yellow, each about the thickness of a finger and the length of a palm. Slapped them on the table. A reward for you. Xiaomei's eyes widened instinctively. 5 gold bars heavy slapped on the table. She looked down and her eyes instantly widened. Wow. Li Gu. Her voice changed pitch. Is this gold bars? For real? Li Changge remained silent. Xiaomei bit one of the bars, leaving clear teeth marks. Wow, wow, wow. She hugged the 5 gold bars tightly, her eyes squinting into slits as she laughed. Li Gu, you're my real brother. I'll modify cars for you in my next life. Li Gu, where should I deliver the car to you? Li Changge thought for a moment. The garage at the Panshir Manor wasn't ready. Let's leave it here for now. I'll come to drive it tomorrow. Xiaomei gave an okay sign. Li Changge got into the Wuling. He started the engine. In the rearview mirror, the Hummer quietly stood in the sunset like a sleeping giant. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Changge parked the Wuling at the entrance of the food street in the eastern part of the city. He had been here once before, but last time he had only swept through half the street. Today he aimed to finish it. Fried chicken shops, hamburger joints, fries shops, snail noodle stalls, spicy hot pots, small fragrant pots. He entered one by one, clearing them out one by one. An hour later, Li Changge emerged with bags in hand, the owner behind him still in a daze. The Wuling drove into the night. In the rearview mirror, the lights of the food street grew fainter. At 11 o'clock at night, the Wuling stopped on an abandoned dirt road in the western part of the city. There was no road ahead. Li Changge got out holding a flashlight and walked into the woods. The moonlight was bright enough to see the path without a flashlight. After walking for 20 minutes, the scenery opened up. Qinglong Lake. The lake was not large, shimmering with silver light under the moon. He estimated that it was only about a quarter of the size of West Lake. But in his past life, he knew that this lake was very deep. Deep to an absurd degree. The average depth of West Lake is only 8 meters, while the deepest part of Qinglong Lake exceeds 50 meters. It was transformed from an abandoned mine pit with hundreds of meters of mine tunnels below. Li Changge stood by the lake. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. The 3rd year of the apocalypse, Hangxing Base. A filthy woman knelt on the ground, clutching a man's leg. He recognized that face. Once a nationally adored, pure and innocent goddess, she was everywhere, on billboards, movie posters, and variety shows. Now she knelt in the mud, her hair tangled and her face streaked with tears. Please, give me a bottle of water. I am willing to do anything. The man squatted down, pinching her chin, grinning lewdly. Anything you're willing to do. Anything. The man pulled a bottle of mineral water from his bag and shook it. First, let me see your sincerity. The woman lowered her head, trembling hands reaching to unbutton her clothing. Li Changge shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw the shimmering surface of Qinglong Lake. After the apocalypse struck, the virus brought by meteorites would contaminate all open water sources. Ordinary people who drank it would turn into zombies. For those with abilities, while they wouldn't transform, their powers would stagnate, unable to level up. In the apocalypse, a bottle of clean mineral water was worth 100 times more than gold. He took off his coat, took a deep breath. Splash. The lake water engulfed his head. It was icy cold, but the fire-type ability within him flickered slightly, a warm sensation spreading from his dantian to his limbs, dispelling the chill. He opened his eyes. The moonlight filtered through the water surface, casting a hazy silver glow. Aquatic plants swayed at his feet, fish startled and scattered. Li Changge suspended in the water, his mind sinking into the space. The area he had specially delineated had a volume of 200 million cubic meters, empty and waiting to be filled. He focused his thoughts. Suck. In an instant, the surrounding water began to swirl. Not in a vortex, but disappearing. Centered on him, the lake water visibly diminished, as if being devoured by an invisible giant mouth. In Li Change's mind, a spectacle began to unfold in the space, vast waters materializing out of thin air, spreading in the darkness like a floating ocean. Fish and shrimp mixed within, struggling and swimming, then stillness. In that fleeting moment, when time froze in the space, all the fish and shrimp were suspended in place, maintaining their swimming postures as if trapped in amber. Li Changge smiled. These fish and shrimp were an unexpected gain. He continued to absorb water. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. In the space, that sea grew larger. He estimated the capacity. 100 million cubic meters, 150 million cubic meters, 180 million cubic meters, 200 million cubic meters. Stop. He ceased absorbing water, surfacing. Breathing heavily. Under the moonlight, the surface of Qinglong Lake had notably lowered, and he estimated it to be about 1/5 reduced. 200 million cubic meters of freshwater. Enough for 1,000 people to live normally, drinking, cooking, bathing once a week, for over 50 years. He swam back to the shore, climbed up, and put on his coat. Looking back at Qinglong Lake, he said, "Thank you." Then he turned and disappeared into the woods. 3 days remained until the apocalypse. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Changge appeared at Hangcheng's largest water purification equipment market. 3 hours later, he exited the market. Behind him, several owners gathered, discussing fervently, "Is that guy running a water plant?" "What water plant? All the industrial water purifiers in my shop were taken by him, 20 units. I'm out to 15 units. Together that's about 40 or 50 units, right?" Changge got into a wooling. In the space, the water purifiers piled into a small mountain. Industrial grade, purifying 5 tons of water per hour, equipped with reverse osmosis and ultraviolet sterilization. Dirty water goes in, clean water comes out. 50 units. Enough for his use. If broken, he would just discard them. He spent 4 million. At 2 in the afternoon, he arrived at the pharmaceutical wholesale market. This was Hangcheng's largest hub for pharmaceuticals, an entire building filled with pharmacies. He walked into the first shop. "Boss, do you have antibiotics?" "Yes, amoxicillin, cephalosporins, roxithromycin. Which one do you need?" "All of them." The boss was stunned. Changge placed his bag on the counter. 3 hours later, he walked out of the market. Behind him, the owners of a dozen pharmacies gathered, their voices louder than those at the water purifier market. "I have not a single box of antibiotics left. My blood pressure medication is gone too. My external injury medicine is gone. What on earth does that guy do?" Changge got into the wooling. In the space, the medicines piled into a mountain even higher than the water purifiers. 100 boxes of antibiotics, 50 boxes of antipyretics, 50 boxes of analgesics, 200 boxes of external injury medicine, 500 first aid kits, 100 boxes of vitamins, and 50 boxes each of antihypertensive and anti-diabetic medications, along with several thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and blood glucose meters. Total expenditure, 20 million. He felt the cash balance in the space. Still remaining was 350 million. At 4 o'clock, Changge arrived at Hangcheng's largest industrial electrical appliance store. The storefront was small, but inside it was another world. The warehouse was 2,000 square meters, filled with various machines. The boss was an over 50-year-old technician, gray-haired, wearing reading glasses, repairing a motor. Hearing the door open, he didn't look up. "What do you want to buy?" "Industrial air conditioners." The boss lifted his head, sizing him up. "For home use, I recommend the civilian models. They're cheaper and look good." Changge shook his head. "I want industrial ones. Built to last." The boss adjusted his glasses, put down his screwdriver, and stood up. "Industrial ones don't care about appearance. They're big and clunky, but indeed sturdy." He walked to a dusty machine, patting it. "This one can run continuously for 10 years without breaking down. It cools even at -30 degrees and heats at +50 degrees. It has fewer electronic components, and electromagnetic pulses can't damage it." Changge nodded. "How many units?" The boss was taken aback. "How many do you need?" 50 units of industrial air conditioners. 50 units of industrial refrigerators. 50 units of industrial heaters. 50 units of diesel generators. 50 units of high-efficiency energy storage batteries." The boss' mouth opened and closed repeatedly. "You? Say that again." Changge placed his bag. He opened it. A bundle of cash piled into a small mountain. "Can you do it?" The boss stared at the pile of money and swallowed hard. I can do it. I'll call to arrange the goods." 2 hours later, all the equipment was loaded. Total price 98 million. Changge wiped off a zero. 100 million. Without hesitation, the boss nodded. The wooling drove out of the shop. In the rearview mirror, the boss stood at the door, waving at the departing truck. At 6 in the evening, Changge arrived at the Computer City. This was Hangcheng's largest hub for digital products, a 6-story building filled with computer and phone shops. He found the largest store. The boss was a plump man in his 30s, surnamed Ma, with his business card reading "Manager Ma." "Brother, what do you need?" "Assembled machines or branded ones? Gaming laptops or office laptops?" Changge looked at him. 500 high-spec gaming PCs with monitors, keyboards, and mice. Manager Ma's eyes lit up instantly. "Brother, are you opening an internet cafe?" "Sort of. 500 units. Big business." Manager Ma rubbed his hands together and quickly punched numbers into the calculator. 8,000 each, 500 units for 4 million. Monitors at 2,000 each, 500 units for 1 million. Total 5 million. Changge nodded. "What about the games? Do you need me to help you install them?" "The offline version from Steam, all the AAA titles, they'll set them up for you." Changge nodded and added, "Also install the online games for me. The kind that can connect via local area network." Ma Zong was stunned. "Brother, online games require an internet connection. How can you play without it?" Changge looked at him. "Don't you know a hacker?" Ma Zong's expression changed. How do you know?" Changge didn't answer, but placed his bag on the table and opened it. Bundles of cash. "Help me contact him. All popular online games decrypted into local area network versions." Ma Zong swallowed hard. "Which games?" Legend CF DNF Magic Domain Fantasy Westward Journey Racing Dance Chicken Dinner LOL. Everything available in the market, I want it all. This requires setting up a separate server. Buy it. The cracking fee isn't cheap. How much? Mazone gritted his teeth. He'll ask around for you. He made a few calls mumbling something. After hanging up, he looked at Changge. They said all decrypted with a server 5 million. Changge nodded. Also mobile phones. He took out another list from his bag. High-end Huawei phones 1000. All popular mobile games decrypted into local area network versions. Plus 100 high-end wireless networking generators, each with an effective coverage of one neighborhood. Mazone looked at the list, his hands trembling. Brother, are you trying to build an independent kingdom? Changge remained silent. He pulled out another bundle of cash. Total price, 18 million. Changge paid the amount. After leaving the computer city, he drove to the largest clothing market in Hangzhou. He bought everything he liked. Men's and women's clothing were all included. Clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter were in tons. At 3 in the afternoon, Changge received a call from Foreman's son, Mr. Lee. The villa is complete. Would you like to come and take a look? Changge drove to the Pancher Manor. At the villa entrance, Foreman's son was waiting with a few people. Mr. Lee, please inspect. Changge pushed open the door. The entrance light turned on automatically. In the living room, the sofa was new, cream-colored, soft enough to sink into. The floor-to-ceiling windows had been replaced with explosion-proof glass thick as bricks. Outside the window was the night scene of the entire Hangzhou city. Explosion-proof, even rifle bullets can't penetrate. Foreman's son introduced beside him. Changge nodded. He walked into the kitchen. The refrigerator was new, empty, but he knew it would be filled with food by tomorrow. Foreman's son followed him closely, chattering away. The air filtration system is nano-level, filtering out PM2.5 of viruses and bacteria completely. The air circulation system changes air 6 times an hour, no problem. Insulation plus or minus 30 degrees, it's minus 20 degrees outside and 20 degrees inside. The fireplace is real with firewood already prepared. Underfloor heating installed throughout. You can walk barefoot in winter. Changge walked upstairs. The master bedroom was spacious with a custom bed measuring 2 by 2.2 meters. On the bedside table was a humidifier and a renovation manual. He pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom and stepped onto the balcony. The night breeze blew over him, carrying the coolness of early summer. In the distance, the city lights twinkled. In his past life, during the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he curled up in the ruins dreaming of having a clean bed. Now he had one. He turned back into the room. Foreman's son was still waiting downstairs. Changge went down and took out cash from his bag to pay the final amount. Thank you for your hard work. Foreman's son took the money, grinning ear to ear. Mr. Lee, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. They left. The villa fell silent. Changge closed the door and the entire world quieted down. Changge sat on the sofa, his mind sinking into the space. In that vast void, materials piled up into mountains. Changge stood in that void. No, he was floating. Surrounding him were mountains of supplies. Mountains of cooked food, mountains of vegetables, mountains of medicines, mountains of electronics. And there was a floating sea, 200 million cubic meters of fresh water, like a giant sapphire, quietly floating in the air. Fish and shrimp lay still inside, maintaining their swimming postures like amber. Changge was stunned. Although he had personally collected these items, he had never seen them all together like this. Now that he looked, he was shocked himself. This, damn it, is a city. A self-sufficient city. He suddenly remembered the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life, when he curled up in the ruins, starving and gnawing on tree bark. Back then, his greatest dream was to have a warm meal. Now he looked at the mountains of fried chicken, spicy hot pot, and crayfish, and suddenly smiled. In the cooked food area, 8 major cuisines, tens of thousands of dishes stored in thermal boxes layered one upon another. Northeast cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Huayan cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Anhui cuisine. Whatever you want, it's all here. Fried chicken burgers, spicy hot pot, snail noodles, mini hot pots. Just these snacks alone would suffice for him to eat for 3 years without repetition. In the fresh food area, 100,000 pounds of beef, 100,000 pounds of pork, 100,000 pounds of lamb frozen solid. Next to it were fish and shrimp. An unexpected delight sourced from Qinglong Lake, hundreds of thousands of pounds of crucian carp, grass carp, silver carp, and a pile of river delicacies whose names he couldn't recall. Enough for him to feast on seafood every day. In the vegetable and fruit area, mountains of cabbage, walls of radishes, forests of apples. All the vegetables and fruits collected from the farmer's market in those days are right here. Enough for him to eat for a lifetime. In the snack area, tons of spicy strips, boxes of biscuits, rooms filled with instant noodles. Candies, nuts, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice. Enough to open 10 small shops. In the medicine area, antibiotics, antipyretics, painkillers, external injury medicines, first aid kits, chronic disease medications, piled into a small mountain. In the electronics area, 50 industrial air conditioners, 50 industrial refrigerators, 50 industrial heaters, 50 diesel generators, 50 energy storage batteries. Enough to build an industrial base. In the digital area, 500 computers, 1,000 mobile phones, 1 server, 100 networking devices. Enough to create a local area network kingdom. Opening an internet cafe after the apocalypse. No, it's building an independent digital world. In the freshwater area, 200 million cubic meters floating in the depths of space, like an ocean. Fish and shrimp lay still inside, maintaining their swimming postures like fossils preserved in amber. In the clothing area, all sorts of clothing for men and women, distinctly seasonal. Changge retracted his thoughts. 14 days. From having nothing to having everything. But he still lacked 2 things. One is rice and flour. The second is energy. Gasoline, diesel, natural gas. He hadn't stocked any of these. Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Energy is controlled by the state. The most a person could buy is a few barrels, which wouldn't last his vehicle for more than a few months. Plus, he had seen too many examples in his past life. Some hoarded a few tons of gasoline hidden in garages only to be targeted after the apocalypse. There were more than one person who lost their lives over a few barrels of oil. Gasoline is bulky, flammable, and explosive, takes up space, and is unsafe. It's better not to hoard it. When the apocalypse hits, it's better to just seize it. Changge walked to the window, looking at the night outside. There are at least 20 large oil storage stations and thousands of small gas stations around Hangzhou. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, those gas stations were unattended. The staff either fled or turned into zombies. At that time, driving his vehicle, he would sweep through each station and store the fuel, thousands of liters of oil at his disposal. And it would be safe, as it wouldn't evaporate or explode. What if it's still not enough? There's a top domestic petrochemical factory in Shaoshan. In his past life, he passed by there. The factory area had dozens of giant oil tanks, and the oil in each tank would suffice for him to drive for 100 years. Once the chaos of the apocalypse passed, he could directly go for a zero-cost purchase. As for natural gas, liquefied gas tanks were everywhere. When the time comes, he could grab one. Whenever he sees one, it would be enough. Energy is not a problem. The real key issue is food. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life, Changge once passed by a place. Suburbs of Hangzhou, Shaoshan. Central Reserve Grain Storage, Hangzhou Branch. At that time, it had already turned into a huge survivor base. The walls were the original concrete walls of the granary, tall and thick, fitted with machine guns. A long line formed at the gate, filled with people hoping to seek refuge. The queue extended 2 kilometers from the entrance, with some selling water, some selling themselves, and others fighting for a bowl of porridge. He heard that the leader of this base was originally just an ordinary warehouse manager. On the first day of the apocalypse, he held off the granary with a few colleagues. Relying on that warehouse of food, he recruited soldiers, gathered survivors, and developed it into one of the top 10 supernatural bases in the Dragon Kingdom. Changge cast a distant glance at the enormous grain warehouses. Each structure resembled a factory towering dozens of meters high. It is said that the grain stored in that granary could sustain the entire population of Hang City for 10 years. Moreover, it is built on high ground, not only offering excellent waterproof measures. The robustness of the structure is unmatched. In his past life, a catastrophic earthquake and tsunami submerged half of Hang City, yet this granary remained completely unscathed. Changge closed his eyes. In his previous life, the granary manager seized the opportunity and rose to power. In this life, he would claim that granary. Only 2 days remain. The granary is surely guarded now. State reserves monitored 24 hours with armed police on duty. But with the onset of the apocalypse, order collapses. Those guards either turn into zombies or flee to save their wives and children. The chaos lasts only a few days. Who would still care about the granary? What he needed to do was empty the granary, using his spatial abilities within those 1 or 2 days. There are still 31 hours until the apocalypse. Past 11 at night, Changge lay on the soft bed of the villa, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. Closing his eyes brought forth images from his past life. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, anguish, screams filled the air, causing him to sit up and take a deep breath. His consciousness sank into the space. Resources piled up like mountains, tens of thousands of dishes from the 8 major cuisines, 100,000 pounds each of beef, lamb, and pork, vegetables and fruits measured in tons, a warehouse full of medicines, and 200 million cubic meters of fresh water. It was enough. Yet he still could not sleep. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the night scene of Hang City, ablaze with lights, and traffic flowed endlessly. No one knew that in 31 hours, all of this would turn to ruins. He glanced at his phone. It was 11:30 at night. He put on his coat and stepped outside. The Wuling engine started, and he drove into the night. 20 minutes later, he stopped in front of the Changge modification shop. The door was still open, and the interior was brightly lit. Changge parked the Wuling in front of the Changge modification shop. Xiaomei was sitting on the steps at the door scrolling through her phone. When she saw him get out of the car, she stood up and brushed off the dust from her backside. Li Gu, you are here to pick up the car so late. Li Changge nodded. Xiaomei pointed inside the shop and said, we've been waiting for you. The dark green Hummer was quietly parked in the center of the shop. Under the lights, the car's body gleamed with a dark luster. Xiaomei patted the front of the car. The fuel tank is full, 350 liters. The solar panels are calibrated. A day of sun will be enough for you to cook for 3 days. I've added a mattress in the back seat 2 meters by 1.5. She winked. Those who understand will understand. Li Changge ignored her, opened the car door, and sat inside the driver's seat. The steering wheel was large and heavy in his hands. The gear lever was thick like an arm. He grasped the gear lever and shifted gears. Click. The sound was solid and powerful. He started the engine. The diesel engine roared to life like a slumbering giant being awakened. The entire vehicle trembled slightly. Li Changge pressed the accelerator. The Hummer slowly rolled out of the modification shop. Xiaomei shouted from behind, Li Gu, remember to come back after driving it. Li Changge did not look back. The Hummer drove into the night. In Hang City at 2 in the morning, the streets were empty. He saw a red light, but he couldn't be bothered to wait and simply drove through. The Hummer's chassis was high, providing a broad view, making him feel as if he were sitting on the second floor. He looked at the cars parked by the roadside, one by one resembling toy cars. He pressed down on the accelerator. Vroom. The engine roared and the speed soared to 120 in an instant. The street scenery outside raced backward. Li Changge gripped the steering wheel, a slow smile forming at the corner of his mouth. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life, he had driven a dilapidated pickup truck chased by zombies. That truck leaked oil, had no air conditioning, and the steering wheel shook like a tractor. Now, he patted the steering wheel. This vehicle was worth it. Li Changge finished the test drive, preparing to return to the hotel to sleep. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart. It was an instinctual response to impending danger. The source of the heart palpitation turned out to be the spatial origin fruit he had long since fused with. A chill rising from deep within his soul enveloped him. In his past life, it was rumored that the more advanced the origin fruit, the more it held the power of repulsion. For instance, fireborne and waterborne powers naturally repelled each other. Moreover, the greater the potential of the soup. In his past life, it was rumored that the more advanced the origin fruit, the more it held the power of repulsion. For instance, fireborne and waterborne powers naturally repelled each other. Moreover, the greater the potential of the supernatural ability, the stronger the repulsive force. The saying, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, reflects this meaning. Li Changge frowned in deep thought. But what could possess the ability to mutually repel an SSS-level spatial system? Following the direction, Li Changge pressed down on the accelerator. Whatever it was, he had to check it out. He had the advantage of being reborn, and if he could eliminate the danger in its cradle, that would be ideal. The Hummer turned around, heading toward the city center and the Jinding nightclub. There were 29 hours and 30 minutes until the apocalypse. At the entrance of the Jinding nightclub, neon lights flickered and the crowd flowed like a river. Women wore revealing dresses, their makeup bold, yet subtle, displaying long legs, as they walked in high heels, looking like a flock of vibrant peacocks under the lights. Men donned tailored suits, their watches gleaming under the lights, wrapping their arms around women's waists, laughing and chatting. Ruyan stood among the crowd, resembling a white swan that had mistakenly entered a group of peacocks. She wore a cyan evening gown with an off-shoulder design, the hem touching the ground, accentuating her slender waist and graceful curves. Her collarbone was exquisite, her neck long, and diamond earrings shimmered on her earlobes, sparkling under the lights. Her hair was elegantly styled, revealing a smooth forehead. Her makeup was light, not heavy, but the kind that says, I was born this beautiful. Overall, she appeared pure, noble, and enchanting, standing in stark contrast to the heavily made-up surroundings. Yet she knew all too well that she was merely a commodity. As the night breeze blew past, she shivered. She was too familiar with the way Lu Fei had looked at her last night. It was the same gaze as Wu Yuhong's, the gaze of countless men. She thought she could control everything, that she could navigate between these men. But now she didn't even know whom she would be accompanying tonight. Lu Fei stood beside her, dressed in a gaudy suit, his face wearing an impatient expression. Occasionally glancing at Ruyan made him even angrier. Last night he had intended to force himself upon her, but she had fled. And now this pure and charming virgin would be humiliated beneath that bastard Zhao Tianhao tonight. He gritted his teeth. Ruyan quietly asked Lu Gu who was coming tonight. Lu Fei replied without looking back, don't ask so much. Just know to perform well tonight. Don't ask what you shouldn't. A flicker of panic flashed in Ruyan's eyes. She wasn't foolish. Someone who could make Hang City's top young master Lu Fei wary was clearly formidable. She glanced toward the entrance of Jinding. Even the general manager Fan Jinlong was standing by waiting. Upon witnessing such a scene, Ruyan's heart raced. She suddenly recalled Li Changge's cold eyes and those nights of being forcefully claimed. She bit her lip. This was her chance. If she could climb up to that person. The roar of engines echoed from afar as sleek sports cars approached. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens. All were supercars. However, leading them was a black Hongqi state car, its flag particularly eye-catching in the night. The key detail was the license plate, Changge. Lu Fei's eyes brightened. They've arrived. He adjusted his clothes about to step forward when Fan Jian's phone rang. He answered it, listened for a moment, and his expression changed instantly. He hurriedly explained into the phone, "Boss, there are guests at the entrance. The license plate is Changge." A roar came from the other end, loud enough for Lu Fei beside him to hear. "I don't care who it is that has come. Clear the way for me. The goddess is always above all. From now on, no vehicles are allowed to enter. The goddess will arrive in 10 minutes. Fan Jian's face turned pale. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted into the intercom, "Everyone clear the entrance. From now on, no vehicles are allowed to enter." As soon as he finished speaking, a team of bodyguards in black rushed out, forcefully blocking the road. Lu Fei was stunned. Damn it, did the boss of Jinding take the wrong medicine? He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Fan Jian. Fan Jian, what the hell do you mean? Fan Jian feigned ignorance. "Lu, it's not that I'm stopping them from entering. There's been an emergency security incident in the store, and it's under repair. We are also considering the safety of the guests. Just wait a little over 10 minutes. Lu Fei's face turned as red as liver. "You better really have something going on. If you're fooling me, then Jinding better not operate in Hangzhou anymore." He took a deep breath and turned towards Reaching the car, he bent down and cautiously knocked on the window. The window lowered slightly. Lu Fei bent even lower, his smile ingratiating like a dog. "Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry, there's been a security incident inside Jinding, and it's under repair. Please wait just a little over 10 minutes, it will be resolved soon." No response came from inside the car. Lu Fei stole a glance inside. Zhao Tianhao was half reclining in the back seat, his eyes half closed. He said nothing, but the pressure was so intense that cold sweat instantly dripped down Lu Fei's back. "Young Master Zhao, it's truly for safety." The window rose up. Lu Fei stood there, his back already drenched. The second-generation heirs from the sports cars got out one after another and gathered around. "Fei Gu, what's wrong? Why aren't we allowed in?" Lu Fei wiped his sweat. "Just wait. Something happened inside Jinding, it's under repair." "Damn, what a lousy place." The second-generation heirs cursed, yet they still remained where they were. Because the people in that Hongqi hadn't spoken, no one dared to leave. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Fei grew increasingly anxious. He glanced at Fan Jian, who stood at the entrance like a wooden post. He looked again at the Hongqi, its windows tightly closed, revealing nothing within. He gritted his teeth. Just then the door of Jinding opened. A man in his 50s emerged, dressed in a kimono and wooden clogs. He stood at the entrance, his posture straight, gazing into the distance down the street. Lu Fei was stunned. That was the owner of Jinding. He had only heard of him in rumors. Inoue Dan Air, the most mysterious big shot in Hangzhou, said to have connections that even leaders must treat with respect. Now he stood at the entrance as if waiting for someone. However, Lu Fei suddenly sighed in relief. He turned to the group of second-generation heirs and said, "Did you see that? That's the boss of Jinding, immensely powerful and incredibly mysterious in Hangzhou. Today he personally came out to greet. It's for young Master Zhao's sake." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up. The second-generation heirs nodded in agreement. Someone began to boast. "Young Master Zhao is indeed young Master Zhao, different from others coming from the capital." Lu Fei glanced at the Hongqi. The window was still closed, but he felt that the pressure inside seemed to ease. Just then the roar of engines echoed from afar again. A convoy of Rolls-Royce Phantoms led by a Rolls-Royce white crane, the top bespoke model of Rolls-Royce, the only one in the world priced over $1 billion. Behind the white crane, Phantoms lined up in a row. The second-generation heirs also saw it and craned their necks to look. But no one took it to heart. No matter how impressive the Rolls-Royce was, it could not compare to the status of the Hongqi in China. Someone began to boast. "This convoy is quite impressive. What uses grandeur? The license plate Jing A is here." Exactly, they'll have to wait too. But in the next second their smiles froze. The white crane did not slow down. It drove straight towards the entrance of Jinding. Lu Fei turned to look. Inoue Dan Air along with the group of black-clad bodyguards rushed forward like a pack of lapdogs. The bodyguards forcefully blocked the road, pushing Lu Fei and the others aside. The second-generation heirs were stunned. Lu Fei's face instantly turned as red as liver. "Damn it," he cursed loudly. The second-generation heirs exploded as well. "Damn. So they were blocking us to give way for this convoy. Is Jinding out of its mind? Do they even know who is sitting in the Hongqi?" Lu Fei stood there, his mind blank, but soon a chill ran up his spine. He suddenly realized that if this matter was mishandled and offended Zhao Tianhao, at that point it wouldn't just be him, Lu Fei, who would be doomed. The entire Lu family could face consequences. He glanced back at the Hongqi. The window remained closed, but he could imagine Zhao Tianhao's expression at that moment. Lu Fei gritted his teeth. He turned and walked towards his Porsche. He opened the door and sat inside. Lu Fei's hands gripped the steering wheel, still trembling. He was the host of Hangzhou and had to take a stand. He needed Zhao Tian to know that he was not useless. Lu Fei's gaze fixated on the distant Rolls-Royce white crane. With a grit of his teeth, he slammed down the accelerator. Vroom. The Porsche charged like an enraged beast, heading straight for the Rolls-Royce white crane. Lu Fei gripped the steering wheel, his hands shaking. That white crane had worth over 100 million. If he crashed into it, his Porsche would shatter and he might die. But if he didn't crash, his entire family would die. He glanced at the Hongqi. The window was closed and he couldn't see inside. But he felt that gaze piercing him. He gritted his teeth. If death is to come, so be it. He slammed down the accelerator. Vroom. The Porsche, like a furious beast, broke through the guardrail and charged into the crowd. Bang! The front of the Porsche slammed violently into the side of the white crane. The airbag deployed, smashing into Lu Fei's face, leaving him seeing stars. The white crane was knocked sideways half a meter, its tires screeching against the asphalt. SSS. The sound was like a blade scraping against everyone's hearts. Then everything fell silent. The Porsche was wedged in front of the white crane, smoke rising from its hood. A dent marred the white crane's body, glaring under the lights. Everyone was stunned. The young heirs stood agape, jaws nearly hitting the floor. The women by the entrance covered their mouths, too afraid to utter a sound. Ruyan stood rooted to the spot, her face ashen. She stared at the Porsche, at Lu Fei in the driver's seat, her mind a complete blank. Lu Fei struggled free from the airbag, his forehead cut open, blood streaming down and covering half his face. He looked at the white crane before him, his entire body trembling. If he let this damned white crane get to Jinding first today, Lu Fei would be finished tomorrow. He glanced. The window was still rolled up, but he knew the person inside was watching. The engine of the Hongqi limousine hummed to life. It drove past the guardrail Lu Fei had shattered, finally stopping in front of Jinding. The window lowered a crack. Lu Fei bent over and scurried over, blood dripping from his face, not even bothering to wipe it off. Zhao. Young Master Zhao. The car remained silent. A single hand extended from the window, giving him a thumbs up. Then the window rolled up. The Hongqi turned and drove off into the night. Lu Fei stood there, his back drenched in cold sweat. He didn't know if he should be happy or terrified. Zhao Tianhao was satisfied, but he had left him alone to clean up, but this was enough. The white crane was still parked ahead, its dent glaring under the light. He looked back at the Inoue Danji stood there, his face cycling from livid to purple, then from purple to ghastly pale. Lu Fei's legs began to give way. Inoue Danji stood there staring at the dented white crane. That was the goddess car. Stopped in front of Jin. It was like a slap across his face. Bakairu. His voice was like the howl of a wild beast. The empire's dignity. The goddess dignity. Trampled into the dirt by these Chinese pigs. He turned and roared at the bodyguards, beat them all to death. Before the goddess, any offense can only be washed away with blood. The black-suited bodyguards surged forward like mad dogs. The young heirs were still laughing at first. Damn it, these Japanese dare to stop us. Try laying a hand on us. They'll have Jinding shut down tomorrow. Fuck, come on then. Then the black-suited bodyguards charged. One punch, one down. One kick, a group down. Those young heirs who spent their days indulging in wine, women, and gambling had long since drained their bodies. Against these special forces veterans retired from the Japanese self-defense forces, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Don't hit my face. I was wrong. One heir was pinned to the ground, face pressed against the asphalt, still cursing, "Ill fuck your mother." The bodyguard stomped on his face, and the sound abruptly ceased. Another heir tried to run, but two bodyguards caught up, one punch landing on his waist. He curled up like a shrimp, vomiting on the ground. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of breaking bones mingled together. In front of Jinding, it was utter chaos. The heavily made-up women shrieked and ran back into the establishment. The doorman hid behind a pillar, too scared to come out. Ruyan stood there, her whole body trembling. She watched the heirs being beaten and rolling on the ground, watched the black-suited bodyguards like mad dogs, watched the Japanese man in the kimono, his face livid. Lu Fei stood to the side, his legs shaking. He watched the heirs being beaten and humiliated, watched the bodyguards hitting them like dogs. He wanted to run, but he couldn't. His legs felt like lead. Then he saw the white crane. The door opened. A foot extended out. A stiletto heel read. Ruyan saw it too. She stood on her tiptoes trying to see who was in the car. But just then, the door of the white crane closed again. The engine started. The dented Rolls-Royce slowly turned. Changge's gaze was fixed on the dented white crane not far away. The closer he got to Jinding, the more violent his supernatural power became. It wasn't fear, it was a sense of recognition. That person was inside the white crane. Changge's eyes turned cold. He had to eliminate this threat tonight. He glanced at the heirs being beaten on the ground, then at Inoue Danji, whose face was livid at Jinding's entrance. He hesitated no longer. He floored the accelerator. The modified Warrior SUV emitted a low rumble, its six-cylinder engine unleashing a deafening roar like a dragon returning from the abyss. The 5-ton vehicle accelerated instantly, the titanium-reinforced crash bar glinting coldly under the streetlights. Xiao Mai's words echoed in his ears, tough against a dump truck. No way this thing's opponent is a tank. Inoue Danji turned his head and saw the dark green steel beast charging towards them. His pupils dilated instantly. If that thing hit the white crane, he didn't dare think about it. Stop him. Stop him now. He screamed, his voice cracking. The surrounding bodyguards were frozen in place by the warrior's roar, as if petrified. Even the heirs were stunned, forgetting their screams, staring open-mouthed at the monster. Even with all their experience, they had never seen such an awesome vehicle. The Rolls-Royce convoy also detected the rapidly approaching warrior. Several phantoms quickly moved to shield the white crane. It was useless. Bang! The first phantom flew away like a kite, tumbling twice in the air before crashing by the roadside. Bang! Bang! The second, the third. It was a ruthless, crushing force of sheer tonnage and power. The warrior was unstoppable, sending 3 Rolls-Royces flying like toy cars in its wake. Inoue Danji was terrified. If the goddess was injured in China, he wouldn't even be worthy of committing seppuku to atone. His family would be disowned. His parents would be exiled from their homeland. His children would be stripped of their family name. His entire family would be cast out to the most remote fishing village in Hokkaido, left to fend for themselves like stray dogs. He would rather die. The warrior's engine still roared. The horsepower from the 6-cylinder engine was immense, closing in on the white crane. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Changge could even make out the dent on the white crane's door. In the next second, the warrior would crash into it. Just then, a ripple suddenly spread through the air. The entire world fell silent. Not ordinary silence. It was absolute dead stillness. The warrior's roar vanished. Danji's screams vanished. The air's cries vanished. Even the winds. Changge looked down. The steering wheel was frozen, the accelerator was frozen, and it felt as if his own heartbeat had stopped. Only his eyes could still move. He watched helplessly as that white crane slowly turned around. The front wheels shifted, the body slid sideways, and then it merged onto the main road. The entire process unfolded like a slow-motion film, as if controlled by some unseen force. He tried to move, but couldn't. He tried to shout, but no sound came out. He attempted to channel his supernatural abilities. Both his space-based and fire-based powers were present, yet they had entered a state of stagnation. He couldn't activate teleportation, he couldn't ignite flames. Changge understood. This was ability suppression, subtle, yet undeniable. He clearly sensed his spatial power autonomously shifting into a defensive stance. It meant that during this period his spatial ability could only offer passive defense. The thought that something could suppress an SS-grade spatial power left Changge inwardly shaken. All he could do was watch as that white crane completed its turn and drove onto the main road. The next second, the roar of the Mengsher vehicle thundered once more. Time resumed. Bang! The Mengsher crashed into thin air. No, it crashed into the very spot where the white crane had been, but that space was now empty. Changge jolted. He saw a blur before his eyes, and the white crane that had been right in front of him had somehow moved 50 meters away. And on this flat road, the Mengsher couldn't catch up to the white crane. Changge's heart sank like a stone. This was no illusion. This was definitely a supernatural ability. Changge gripped the steering wheel, his hands trembling slightly. Not from fear, from shock. In his past life, he had lived for 3 years and seen countless ability users, speed types, strength types, elemental types, mental types. But never anything of this caliber. He glanced at the departing white crane, then at the crowd still dazed in front of the Jinden Club. Inoue Danji stood frozen in place, drenched in sweat, as if pulled from water. The bodyguards exchanged bewildered looks, clueless about what had just happened. The second-generation rich kids lay on the ground, faces covered in blood, their eyes filled with confusion. They had felt nothing. Only Changge knew. This was undoubtedly a supernatural ability. A superpower that was in no way inferior to his SS-grade spatial ability. Perhaps even stronger. He suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard in his past life, that before the apocalypse descended there were already awakened individuals in the world. Those people were called progeny. If the Divine Maiden was one of the progeny, then his plans might need reconsideration. The Mengsher slowly came to a halt in front of the Jinden Club. The low guttural roar of the engine gradually subsided, yet the oppressive aura of that steel beast still loomed over the entire street. The door opened. A figure stepped out. Ruyan's gaze fell upon him. A handsome profile, cold and sharp eyes, a white t-shirt, and jeans utterly out of place among the suit-clad second-generation heirs. She froze. Changge. How could it be? She rubbed her eyes, thinking she was mistaken. But no, it was that face. The face that once doted on her unconditionally and later turned icy cold. Why was he here? How could he afford a car like this? He must have stolen it. Yes, definitely stolen. She suddenly remembered that his old Wuling minivan had also been brand new. Maybe he had been doing something illegal all along. Then another thought surfaced: did he know I was in danger and come specifically to save me? She let out a cold laugh. Li Changge, do you think driving a stolen car can make me change my mind? Dream on. I'm with Brother Fei now, and soon he'll be connected to the Zhao family in the capital. Who do you think you are? She stared at his back, a complex mix of emotions flashing in her eyes. Contempt, mockery, and a flicker of something she refused to admit. A stir in her heart. But she quickly suppressed that stirring. Impossible. It would never be possible. Inoue Danji stood at the entrance of the Jinding Club, his face ashen. This young man had nearly collided with the Divine Maiden's car. Surround him, he roared. Beat him to death. The black-suited bodyguards surged forward like wolves. The first bodyguard charged fastest, throwing a punch at Li Changge's face. Li Changge sidestepped, dodging the fist, and simultaneously drove his knee upward. Thud. The bodyguard collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach, his face turning purple as bile rose in his throat. A second bodyguard lunged from the side, a baton in hand, swinging it down at his head. Without even turning his head, Li Changge swung his elbow back. Crack. The baton flew from the guard's hand, his jaw instantly dislocated, and he was sent flying 2 meters before crashing to the ground motionless. A third, a fourth, a fifth. Li Changge moved like a precision killing machine, each strike clean and ruthless. Side kicks, knee strikes, elbow blows, throat grabs. No flashy moves, only the most efficient lethality. 10 seconds. 8 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground. Some groaned, some clutched broken arms, and screamed. Others had already passed out. Li Changge brushed imaginary dust off his hands, his gaze sweeping over the remaining bodyguards. They all took a step back. No one dared to advance. Inoue Danji's face went from ashen to deathly pale. Lu Fei, standing not far away, watched the bodyguards being taken down, his eyes lighting up. He assumed it was a skilled fighter brought by some other rich kid. After all, which of the second-generation heirs here didn't come with a few bodyguards? He straightened his crumpled suit, swaggered out, and pointed at Inoue Danji. Fuck you, Danji. Even if the Heavenly King himself showed up today, I'm still smashing this Jinding Club to pieces. He then turned to Li Changge, looking down on him with an air of superiority. Hey, you there, who do you work for? Nice work. He pointed at Inoue Danji. Come on, help me hold down this Japanese bastard. I want to slap him myself. Li Changge stared at him. This face. In his past life, this very face, accompanied by a pack of thugs, had blocked him at the base entrance to steal the hard-won crystal cores he had hunted. This was the face that had mocked him in front of Ruyan. A simp like you thinks you can compete with me. This was the face that had repeatedly thrown him into deadly situations, nearly costing him his life. Without a word, he stepped forward and delivered a slap. Slap. Lu Fei was stunned, covering his face. What the fuck? Slap. Another slap. Lu Fei. I'm telling you, slap. Slap. Li Changge struck with both hands, each blow carrying all his strength. All the grievances and near-death escapes from his past life were poured into each strike. Lu Fei's face swelled, visibly blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Ruyan was stunned for a second, then rushed over. She spread her arms to shield Lu Fei, glaring at Li Changge, her eyes red. Li Changge. That's enough. Her voice was shrill and piercing. This is Brother Fei. Do you know who he is? Don't think that driving some beat-up car here and pretending to save me will make me grateful. I'm telling you, Li Changge, you and I will never be a thing. You're just a poor loser. Don't be a toad lusting after swan meat. Li Changge looked at her. On that stunningly beautiful face was written a self-righteous sense of justice. He suddenly laughed. He was genuinely amused by her stupidity. This woman still had no clue what was going on. She thought she was protecting her sugar daddy. She thought he was still that groveling simp. He glanced at Lu Fei. Lu Fei was covering his face, hiding behind her, his eyes filled with hatred, but not a trace of gratitude. A fool paired with a scumbag, a perfect match. Li Changge looked away. He had no interest in wasting more time on them. Just then the wail of police sirens sounded in the distance. Red and blue lights pierced the night, and a dozen police cars roared in, instantly encircling the Jinding Club's entrance. Car doors swung open in unison, and dozens of officers filed out. Leading them was a black SUV. Its door opened, and a long leg clad in police uniform was the first to step out. Zhou Baiwan stepped out. Her short hair, cropped at the ears, was lifted by a strand of night wind. Her phoenix eyes swept across the scene like lightning, and those arrogant second-generation heirs who had been swaggering moments before suddenly fell silent, their voices caught in their throats like choked chickens. Zhou Baiwan wore a crisp police uniform, her belt cinching her slender waist, and her boots struck the ground with each step carrying a gust of wind. She was like a drawn blade, cold, sharp, and inviolable. The group of second-generation rich kids saw her, and their faces instantly fell. Damn, the female Yama. Why is she here? We're doomed. Some instinctively stepped back, others lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze, and some even began to tremble. This was Zhou Baiwan after all. She was the one who wouldn't even spare Zhao Tianhao's face, beating him up without a second thought. It was said that when Zhao Tianhao was locked up, people from the capital came to redeem him, but she fiercely scolded them away. Inoue Danji's expression also changed. Tonight's affair had completely blown out of proportion. But then he reconsidered. The Divine Maiden had already left. As long as the Divine Maiden wasn't around, he could do whatever he wanted. Zhou Baiwan strode over her phoenix, eyes sweeping across the scene. On the ground lay groaning bodyguards, a wrecked Rolls-Royce by the roadside, and the bruised and battered rich kids. She let out a cold laugh. Cuff them all. Take them back to the station. Dozens of police officers immediately sprang into action. Inoue Danji stepped forward, straightening his back. Officer Zhou, I am a Japanese citizen. You have no right. Before he could finish, Zhou Baiwan kicked him in the chest. Bang! Inoue Danji flew a full meter through the air, crashing to the ground with his kimono in disarray, utterly disheveled. A dead silence fell over the scene. The rich kids' eyes widened in shock. Zhou Baiwan walked over, her boot pressing down on Inoue Danji's chest as she looked down at him. A Japanese citizen. She sneered, on the soil of China, assaulting our citizens. Who gave you the nerve? Inoue Danji lay on the ground, his face turning from pale to a livid red. In all his years in China, he had never suffered such humiliation. But with Zhou Baiwan's foot on his chest, he couldn't. The rich kids who had been lying on the ground moaning perked up at her words, scrambling to their feet, as if injected with adrenaline. The female demon is mighty. Beat these bastards to a pulp. Let them know whose turf this is. Some with faces swollen and bruised were still waving their fists. One with a broken arm gave a thumbs up with his other hand. Another, blood trickling from his mouth, grinned like a fool. Moments ago they were being beaten mercilessly, now they acted as if they had won a victory. Zhou Baiwan looked down at Inoue Danji, her voice icy cold. Japanese doing business in China must abide by Chinese law. This matter is far from over. She withdrew her foot and turned to face the rich kids. All of you shut up. Well, settle your accounts back at the station. The rich kids instantly deflated. The police began making arrests. Inoue Danji was handcuffed, his bodyguards were shoved into vehicles, and the rich kids were led away, heads hung low. When it was Li Changge's turn, a young officer approached him. You put your hands on your head and squat down. Li Changge leaned against the door of his warrior off-road vehicle and smiled. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Those Japanese thugs were beating me just now. I was acting in self-defense. Is there a problem? The young officer frowned. Whether it's self-defense or not, well, sort that out at the station. Li Changge didn't move. Tomorrow was the apocalypse. There was no way he was going to spend a few days locked up. The young officer reached out to grab him, but Li Changge sidestepped, dodging the grasp. The young officer was stunned. Zhou Baiwan noticed the commotion. She turned her head and saw the young man leaning against the warrior. A white t-shirt, jeans, and a calm, easygoing smile. She recognized him. That day outside the restaurant, he had that same glib, cocky demeanor. She strode over, exuding an imposing aura. You again, eh? Li Changge looked at her, his smile disarmingly innocent. Officer Zhou, long time no see. You look even more stunning tonight than you did that day. Zhou Baiwan's gaze turned icy. Save the nonsense. Hands on your head. Squat down. Li Changge shook his head. I really can't go. I have things to do tomorrow. What could be more important than cooperating with a police investigation? Li Changge thought for a moment and replied seriously, the end of the world. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback. Then she laughed, not out of amusement, but from sheer exasperation. Fine, then I'll personally escort you. She reached out to grab his wrist. Li Changge turned his wrist and countered, locking onto her hand instead. Zhou Baiwan's eyes sharpened and she drove her knee upward. Li Changge sidestepped and the two exchanged 3 moves in an instant. Zhou Baiwan's attacks were fierce, each one a textbook grappling and arresting technique. She had placed in the top 5 in the police academy's martial arts competition and had made countless arrests over the years without ever failing. But Li Changge handled her with ease. His combat experience from his past life was 10,000 times more practical than these formal routines. When she threw a punch, he tilted his head to dodge while sweeping a leg at her lower body. Zhou Baiwan leaped to avoid it, but while she was still in the air, Li Changge closed in. He grabbed her wrist, twisted it, and locked it. Zhou Baiwan was pinned from behind, unable to move. Everyone around was utterly stunned. The rich kids who hadn't been taken away yet stood with their mouths agape, jaws practically hitting the ground. That was Zhou Baiwan, the female Yama, the one who dared to beat up Zhao Tianhao. And now she was held in the arms of a stranger and a warrior. Zhou Baiwan herself was frozen. She struggled, but Li Changge's strength was astonishing as she couldn't budge. What was even more unsettling was the intense masculine aura radiating from him, which left her feeling weak all over. Li Changge leaned down, bringing his lips close to her ear. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, and Zhou Baiwan's body stiffened. Officer Zhou, he said softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. I really did just come to watch the show. Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth, her gaze icy. Li Changge, let go of me. Li Changge didn't release her. Instead, taking advantage of his hold on her, he looked her over more closely, almost brazenly taking in every detail of the beleaguered policewoman. So close, he could clearly see every nuance. Her jet-black lustrous hair, a few strands damply clinging to her smooth forehead, and neck quivering slightly with her suppressed breaths. Her delicate oval face had skin as fine as jade, flushed with a captivating blush from her anger. Most striking were her eyes. Even in such a predicament, they remained as deep and bright as a cold pool reflecting the stars, with an unyielding fury burning in her pupils. That gaze was more brilliant than any jewel. He suddenly smiled. "Officer Zhou, you're so beautiful. What will you do if the apocalypse comes, eh?" Zhou Baiwan clenched her teeth. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Li Changge leaned in even closer, practically whispering into her ear. "I'm saying, if you're willing to take good care of me in the coming days, I might give you a pack of instant noodles." Zhou Baiwan was stunned. She thought her ears were playing tricks on her. A pack of instant noodles. She, the proud goddess of the police force, daughter of a high-ranking Zhejiang official, was worth only a pack of instant noodles. Li Changge. Her roar pierced the night sky. Zhou Baiwan trembled with rage, but she was still locked in his grip and couldn't move. Li Changge released her and stepped back. Zhou Baiwan spun around, ready to lunge at him, but several officers held her back. "Captain Zhou, calm down. You can't beat him," a young officer muttered behind her. Zhou Baiwan turned her head and shot a fierce glare at the young officer. That gaze was filled with anger. This anger was not directed at the officer, but at the bastard who had embarrassed her in public. She shook off the officer's hand, took a deep breath, and her eyes became sharper than ever. Gathering strength, she lunged forward with a punch. This punch was fast and fierce, aimed straight at Li Changge's face. Li Changge sidestepped, furrowing his brows. This woman, was she never going to stop? Zhou Baiwan's onslaught was like a storm. Every strike, punch, elbow, knee, and kick was a desperate attack. She no longer cared about winning. She just wanted this bastard to pay the price, even if it was just a single punch, even if it was just a kick. The surrounding officers wanted to step in to help, but the fight between the two made it impossible for them to intervene. Li Changge was also getting angry. He could have left easily, but this woman's stubbornness was irritating him. He seized a flaw in Zhou Baiwan. Her center was wide open. She missed a punch, and her weight was leaning forward. Li Changge flipped his palm and delivered a clever strike to her chest. It wasn't an assault, just a push. But Zhou Baiwan froze entirely. She glanced down at her chest, then looked back up at Li Changge, her eyes instantly reddening. "You?" Her voice trembled. Li Changge's brows knitted tighter. "I didn't mean to." But Zhou Baiwan could no longer hear him. Fury consumed her final shred of reason. She screamed and lunged at him, her moves completely disordered. Not grappling, but more like a brawl. Li Changge sighed. He sidestepped, locked her wrist, and turned, once again trapping her in his embrace. This time he used all his strength, rendering her completely immobile. The surrounding officers saw this and rushed forward. A dozen people surrounded Li Changge. The tension in the air reached a peak. Zhou Baiwan struggled in his arms, but remained utterly still. Her eyes were red and her lips were almost bleeding from being bitten. Li Changge looked down at her. This woman was indeed stubborn enough to give anyone a headache. He was about to speak. Suddenly he stopped. The air became thick, as if something was pressing down from above. In the distance, the sound of a pack of dogs barking wildly echoed. It was chaotic and filled with terror. Then came the howl of wolves. Where did the wolves come from in this city? Li Changge lifted his head. Zhou Baiwan also sensed something unusual and stopped struggling. Everyone looked up. The originally pitch-black night sky suddenly glowed with a strange dark red. The clouds seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, rolling and twisting, forming a massive vortex. Then, a blinding light streaked across the sky. It was a meteorite. A burning meteorite. It trailed a long tail of flame as it plummeted straight down from outside the atmosphere. It was enormous, large enough for the naked eye to see its outline, like a dead man's eyeball, carrying the heat of destruction falling towards the horizon. Li Changge's pupils suddenly constricted. In his past life, he had witnessed this scene. It was the beginning of the apocalypse, the death knell of human civilization. But the timing was wrong. There were still 28 hours left. The second-generation crowd stopped their clamoring, all gazing skyward with mouths agape, staring at the terrifying sight. "What? What is that?" "A meteorite. It's a meteorite." Someone screamed, and others began to flee. Ruyan stood frozen, her face pale and lips trembling. She instinctively grabbed Lu Fei's arm, only to find him trembling as well. Lu Fei's face was swollen like a pig's head, but at that moment he was too preoccupied to care about the pain. He stared blankly at the sky, mumbling, "Impossible. Impossible." In no way Dwayner was being held by two officers, and had also forgotten to struggle. He looked at the meteorite, his eyes flashing with terror and a hint of excitement. The meteorite fell lower and lower, growing larger and larger. It crashed towards the Pacific Ocean. The next moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. It was not an ordinary earthquake, but a tremor capable of tearing everything apart. The luxury cars at the entrance of Jinding began to set off alarms, their sharp cries rising and falling like a desperate symphony. In the distance, a loud rumble echoed as if something had collapsed. Buildings were collapsing, bridges were breaking, the entire city was groaning. Everyone's phones vibrated simultaneously. The piercing alarm shattered the night sky. China's highest-level natural disaster warning. The screen displayed only one line of text read, "Alert, meteorite impact on the Pacific Ocean causing a super tsunami and chain earthquakes. Expected to reach coastal areas in 3 hours. All residents are to evacuate to higher ground." Below this message were countless alerts. The Pacific Coast volcanic belt is fully erupting. A magnitude 9.8 earthquake struck Honshu, Japan. Hawaii is engulfed by a tsunami. The West Coast has entered a state of emergency. Each alert was more horrifying than the last. Each alert was more despairing than the last. Zhou Baiwan stood there, forgetting to struggle, forgetting her anger, forgetting that she was still in Li Changge's embrace. She looked at her phone screen, her face gradually paling. This is... Li Changge released her. She staggered a step back and turned to look at him. Li Changge's expression was unlike anyone she had ever seen. There was no fear, no panic, no despair. Only a kind of complexity that she couldn't comprehend. It was like nostalgia, like relief, and yet like anticipation. Li Changge said nothing. He looked up at the meteorite that had already vanished from sight, gazing at the burning sky. In his past life, he had struggled to survive under this sky, ultimately dying at the hands of the one he loved most. In this life, he had prepared for 15 days, stockpiling enough supplies for 100,000 people to live for 50 years. Now it had arrived, 28 hours early, but it had come nonetheless. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhou Baiwan. "Officer Zhou." His voice was calm, as if he were commenting on the nice weather. "The apocalypse is here." Zhou Baiwan froze. She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. The surroundings had already descended into chaos. The second-generation crowd scattered in all directions. Officers were bewildered with their phones. Ruyan was crouched on the ground, crying. Liu Fei was cursing while holding his head, and in no way Duaner was being protected by several bodyguards as they retreated into Jinding. Li Changge turned open the car door and jumped into the armored vehicle. The engine roared to life. Zhou Baiwan rushed over, pounding on the window. "Li Changge, where are you going?" "Everyone is needed at the nearest bomb shelter." Li Changge glanced at her. That gaze seemed to mock her. "Officer Zhou, I told you in the apocalypse a bag of instant noodles can buy you a life. If you're willing to serve me well, I can give you a bag of instant noodles. I keep my promises." Zhou Baiwan's hand froze in midair. Li Changge withdrew his gaze. He pressed the accelerator. The armored vehicle roared into the night, charging into the chaotic crowd, plunging into the collapsing world. Zhou Baiwan stood in place, watching as the massive beast disappeared around the corner. Behind her, alarms blared, the ground trembled, and the sky burned. She looked up again at the dark red sky. "Quick, evacuate the crowd, find the nearest underground shelter and civil defense facilities." Zhou Baiwan quickly commanded the surrounding police officers, who were at a loss. The earth trembled like a waking giant, beginning to shake violently. Li Changge gripped the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Now, the world outside the window was collapsing. The vehicle of the brave shook violently. The 5-ton steel beast felt like a small boat tossed in a storm. The tires couldn't grip the ground, producing a piercing screech. Damn it! He slammed the steering wheel hard. It was at least an hour's drive to Panchir Manor. There was no way to get. The 30-story building ahead looked as though it had been sliced in half by a giant, the upper section slowly tilting before crashing down. Dust and debris surged up to dozens of meters high, resembling a gray mushroom cloud. Li Changge could even see the silhouettes of people in those windows. Some hung desperately by the window, waving their hands. Some were thrown out like kites with severed strings. Some were still screaming, their voices drowned out by the roar. Then everything was consumed by the dust. The road looked like torn fabric, with deep, bottomless cracks opening up. The asphalt rolled up, revealing broken pipes beneath. Bridges collapsed in the distance, steel and concrete fell into the river like toys. The entire city moaned, cried, and faced death. Suddenly, the ground ahead caved in, a crack stretching from north to south. Li Changge slammed the brakes. The Brave's tires locked up, sliding for several meters before barely stopping at the edge of a huge crack. There was no road ahead. His brain raced. This was the urban area of Hang City, and there were only a handful of buildings that could survive this catastrophic earthquake. His gaze swept over the precariously tilting skyscrapers around, then stopped at a 30-story madris. Hang City International Trade Center. An image from his past life flashed in Li Changge's mind. In the third year of the apocalypse, he had once seen that place from afar. It was the sturdiest building in all of Hang City, standing firm against earthquakes and tsunamis. Later, it became the territory of the Ice Flame Empress and developed into the largest survivor base in Hang City. A truly conscientious building. He sharply turned the steering wheel, the Brave skidding into a drift, tires smoking as he redirected the vehicle. Destination: Changge City International Trade Center. Ahead, a collapsed wall blocked the path. Changge pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Brave's six-cylinder engine erupted with a deafening roar. The 5-ton vehicle crashed forward. Bang! The wall shattered like paper bricks, flying and clattering against the vehicle. The Brave remained unscathed, continuing to charge ahead. This was a true steel beast. The earthquake continued, the ground still trembled. But the Brave did not care. Its tires crushed the rubble, the broken rebar, everything that obstructed its path. Ahead lay another deep pit. Changge sharply turned the wheel. The Brave brushed past the edge of the pit, half of the vehicle suspended in the air, but it pushed through. At that moment, "Help! Help me!" An elderly voice cried out from the ruins. Changge glanced up. An old man dressed as a security guard was pinned beneath a prefabricated slab by a rebar piercing through his lower body. He waved his bloodied hand towards the Brave. In those eyes was nothing but a desperate longing for survival. Change's gaze did not linger. The Brave continued forward. In the rearview mirror, the old man struggled, still waving. He withdrew his gaze, stepped on the gas. The Brave continued on. In the rearview mirror, the figure grew smaller until it vanished into the dust. Ahead, a pile of massive rocks blocked the path. These were boulders that had rolled down from the nearby mountain, each weighing several tons. They were piled together, forming a natural barrier. The Brave could not break through. Changge stopped the vehicle, opened the door. He stood before the pile of rocks, extending his right hand. The flame in his dantian danced wildly, heat coursing down his arm to his palm. A fireball began to coalesce. This was not ordinary fire. It was energy condensed to the extreme, its color shifting from red to orange to white, finally becoming almost transparent. The surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature like a steaming desert. Changge focused on the pile of boulders 30 meters away. He pushed with all his might. The fireball shot out, trailing a long tail of flame. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The pile of rocks was blasted open, debris flying as dust surged dozens of meters high. Changge covered his mouth and nose, rushing back to the Brave. He started the engine. The Brave roared into the dust, charging through the blasted gap. In the dust, visibility was 0. 3 seconds later, the Brave burst out of the dust, revealing a clear view ahead. Changge City International Trade Center was just 300 meters ahead. Changge got out of the vehicle, retracting the Brave into his space, surveying the surrounding environment. There were almost no people here. When the earthquake struck, everyone instinctively moved away from tall buildings. The shelters that should have been crowded with people were now empty. Only Changge knew they were wrong. After the earthquake, there would be a tsunami. He stopped the vehicle, glancing back towards the east. That was the direction of the Pacific Ocean. The sky was still dark red, as if stained with blood. He knew that beneath that sea's surface, towering waves dozens of meters high were forming. They would reach Changge City in over 2 hours, swallowing everything left in the city. Those who had fled to the square and open spaces for refuge would be swept away by the sea. Only those buildings with deep foundations could withstand it. He withdrew his gaze, looking at the Changge City building before him. In his past life, it had survived. This time it would too. There were still 2 hours until the tsunami. Changge rushed into the Changge City building. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, his phone vibrated. He took it out to see a message from the Huaxia Disaster Warning Center. The apocalyptic tsunami will reach the coast in an hour and a half. The initial wave height exceeds 1,000 meters and all residents are urged to evacuate to higher ground immediately. Repeat, the initial wave height exceeds 1,000 meters. Change's expression stiffened. The initial wave height was 1,000 meters. By the time it reached coastal cities, it would likely be no less than 100 meters. He looked up at the ceiling. 30 stories, 3 meters per floor, a total height of 90 meters. That should suffice. Changge City is not a coastal city. By the time it reaches Changge City, it would probably be around 70 to 80 meters remaining. Changge stuffed the phone back into his pocket and looked around. The lobby was in disarray. Chandeliers lay shattered on the ground, glass fragments scattered everywhere. The marble walls were cracked, exposing the rebar beneath. The elevator doors were twisted and deformed, the indicator lights long extinguished. Changge did not linger, heading straight for the stairwell. Pushing open the fire door, a musty odor and dust rushed at him. The staircase emergency lights flickered a pale light. Boom, boom. The sounds from the sky were not thunder, but more like the death knell of hell. That muffled rumble resonated one after another, shaking the very air. Changge knew that it was the sound of air being compressed as the tsunami approached, the prelude to death. The aftershocks of the earthquake gradually subsided, plunging the entire city into a deathly silence. Yet this silence was more terrifying than the earthquake itself, for it signified that greater destruction was looming. Changge stood in the stairwell of the China World Trade Center, the dim emergency lights flickering a ghostly white above him. The elevator had long since failed, leaving him to climb upward on foot. His enhanced physical abilities granted by supernatural powers allowed him to surpass ordinary humans, yet even so climbing over 20 flights of stairs left his thigh muscles aching and swollen. The 28th floor. He gasped for breath as he pushed open the fire door and glanced out through the corridor window. Hangzhou was gone. The once thriving city had turned into a burning wasteland. In the distance, several skyscrapers were snapped in half, the upper sections crashing onto adjacent buildings, their steel and concrete resembling torn toys. Flames flickered among the ruins, thick smoke billowing skyward, blending with the dark red horizon. Towards the direction of the Changge River, a slender white line could be seen slowly advancing. That was the vanguard of the tsunami, devouring everything in its path. Changge withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. There was still time, but not much. He turned back into the stairwell of the 28th floor. The emergency power barely illuminated the path beneath his feet, leaving the surroundings shrouded in darkness. His footsteps were light, yet each step was deliberate. Sound was deadly in the apocalypse. Then he paused. It was too quiet. Not the kind of silence one would expect in ruins, but rather a quiet wherein someone was deliberately holding their breath, trying to conceal their heartbeat. Changge's gaze swept across the offices lining the corridor. Glass lay shattered, workstations were toppled, computers lay strewn across the floor, and documents were scattered everywhere. Yet one office door stood ajar, within which a shadow could be vaguely seen huddled in the corner. He slowed his pace and approached. A brass plaque hung at the entrance, barely visible in the dim light. China Academy of Building Research, East China Branch. Changge squeezed inside sideways, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic mess, finally landing in the innermost documentation room. The door was open. Inside, a pair of eyes was watching him. It was a woman. She was curled up in the corner, a thick stack of building codes piled in front of her, perfectly shielding her head and chest, an expert's refuge posture. The woman wore a light blue shirt smeared with dust, over which she had a white lab coat. Her hair was tied back in a low ponytail, and stray strands clung to her cheeks. Behind her thin-framed glasses, her eyes were fixed intensely on him, fearful, vigilant, yet tinged with a restrained calmness. Her right hand gripped a utility knife. It was the kind of utility knife used for architectural drawings, with a thin trapezoidal blade sharp enough to be deadly. Her hand trembled, yet the blade pointed in his direction. Changge stood still. The two of them locked eyes across a distance of several meters. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Lin Weiss' hand began to ache, but she dared not lower it. She did not know who this person was, how he had made it up here, or what he intended. They had been in a standoff for 2 minutes. Gurgle. A long rumble of hunger echoed startlingly clear in the silence. Lin Weiss' face instantly flushed. Changge was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Hungry. Lin Wei did not reply, but the tip of the knife finally lowered a little. It was not trust, it was sheer embarrassment. Changge did not advance further. He remained where he was and reached into his backpack. He retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits from his spatial storage and tossed it towards her. The compressed biscuit followed a parabolic arc, landing at Lin Weiss' feet. She glanced down at it, then looked back up at him without moving. Eat it, Changge said. Once you finish, take me to a safe place. Where? Where? Her voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. You work here, right? Changge pointed to the brass plaque outside the door. You know this building best. The earthquake has just passed, and the tsunami is coming. Where's the safest place? Lin Weiss' pupils dilated slightly. How do you know there's a tsunami? I saw it. How did you get up here? I took the stairs. Why do you have compressed biscuits in your bag? Changge looked at her, his expression somewhat. You ask a lot of questions. Lin Wei fell silent. She looked at the pack of compressed biscuits by her feet, then looked back up at him. This person spoke in a calm manner, yet he did not seem like a bad person, at least not the kind that would take advantage of the chaos to rob. Moreover, if he wanted to harm her, he wouldn't bother with small talk. She slowly lowered the utility knife and picked up the pack of biscuits. She tore open the packaging and took a bite. Hard and dry, but sufficient to stave off hunger. She chewed slowly, allowing the biscuit to dissolve in her mouth. From last night until now, she had been working overtime at the office, having not eaten anything for over 10 hours. After 3 bites, she suddenly spoke. On the 28th floor in the middle, there's a partitioned room. That was my design. Lin Wei swallowed the biscuit and adjusted her glasses. This was a habitual action for her, one she could not change, even in such circumstances. The partition room shares the main load-bearing axis of the entire building, with concrete shear walls on all 4 sides. The waterproof level is top-notch, and the ceiling is also good. If the tsunami really comes, that should be the safest place. She lifted her gaze to meet Changge's eyes. Changge stared back at her. This woman, having just taken a bite of biscuit, began to calmly analyze the structural integrity of the building. Dust speckled her glasses, but the eyes behind the lenses no longer held just fear. There was a familiar focus. It was the expression of a professional when discussing their craft. What's your name? Changge asked. Lin Wei paused for a second before responding. Lin Wei. Li Changge was slightly taken aback. This name seemed familiar, yet he could not recall. In his past life, he had heard too many names, most of which had perished in the ruins or transformed into something more terrifying than death. He did not probe further, merely nodding. Li Changge. Lin Wei nodded in acknowledgement, considering it a greeting. She stood up, her legs slightly weak, and leaned against the wall. Then she bent down to pick up the uneaten pack of compressed biscuits, carefully stowing it in the pocket of her lab coat. A few pins remained neatly arranged in her breast pocket, red, blue, and black. Follow me, she said. She led Li Changge out of the documentation room, across the chaotic office area, into the midsection of the hallway. There was a fire door that almost blended in with the wall, one would hardly notice it without a careful inspection. Lin Wei pushed it open. Inside was a room no more than 2 square meters, surrounded by concrete with no windows, only a few ventilation openings in the walls. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a metal cabinet and a few chairs with a waterproof layer on the floor and evidence of sealing glue in the corners. Li Changge glanced around and nodded. Yet Lin Wei suddenly felt that she was not as afraid anymore. Li Changge looked around and nodded. This place is indeed nice. Lin Wei's lips curled slightly, a subconscious expression of acknowledgement from a professional. Of course, she said, her tone carrying a hint of pride that she wasn't even aware of. Unless the Hangqing building collapses entirely, this is the safest corner. As she spoke, she took a pack of compressed biscuits out of her pocket and broke off a small piece to put in her mouth. The biscuit was too dry, so she chewed slowly, but her words did not stop. The seismic rating of the Hangqing building is the highest in the entire East China region. The foundation is driven into the rock layer 32 meters deep, and the main structure uses military-grade steel. During the official tests simulating a 9-magnitude earthquake, it remained unscathed. Li Changge leaned against the wall, watching her. This woman transformed when she spoke about her expertise. The shadow that had curled up in the corner, trembling with a utility knife, had vanished, replaced by a kind of radiance. Faint yet a tangible confidence. What other projects have you participated in? Li Changge asked. Lin Wei pushed up her glasses. Pancher Manor. Li Changge raised an eyebrow slightly. That villa area? Yes. I was involved in the foundation testing. Lin Wei took another bite of her biscuit. The geological conditions of Pancher Manor aren't great. It's halfway up a hill with landslide risks. But the developer was willing to spend money. The foundation was driven 32 meters deep, and they even used titanium alloy frames. I went on site last year for a settlement monitoring. She suddenly stopped speaking, because Li Changge's gaze had changed as he looked at her. It wasn't the kind of look a man gives a woman, but rather one akin to observing something valuable. What's wrong? Lin Wei instinctively leaned back. Nothing. Li Changge withdrew his gaze. Continue speaking. Lin Wei eyed him suspiciously, but resumed her explanation. The biscuit melted slowly in her mouth as she occasionally pushed up her glasses and gestured about the building's structure with her hands. Li Changge listened, but his mind was contemplating other thoughts. In the apocalypse, what is the most valuable? Food, medicine, weapons, all valuable. But the truly most valuable asset is talent. Especially professionals who understand construction, can design, and know how to reinforce. When it comes to building bases and fortifying defenses in the future, such individuals are worth more than 100 ability users who only know how to fight. While he was thinking, Lin Wei suddenly stopped. Cough, cough. She choked on the biscuit. Initially, it was just a couple of gentle coughs, but the biscuit was too dry, and she couldn't get it out, her face turning red. She wanted to hold back, but couldn't. Her coughing grew louder. Li Changge frowned and reached into his backpack. Just as Lin Wei was struggling, a bottle of mineral water suddenly appeared in front of her. She was taken aback and looked up. Li Changge stood before her, extending the bottle of mineral water towards her. Drink this. Lin Wei took the water, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down 2 big swigs. Water dribbled down from the corner of her mouth, and she wiped it with the back of her hand, exhaling a long breath. Thank you. Her voice was still a bit hoarse, but she finally stopped coughing. Li Changge said nothing, merely took back the bottle of mineral water she had used and took a sip himself. Lin Wei was stunned. That was the bottle she had drunk from. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't manage any words. The 2 square meters of partitioned space felt extremely cramped. After finishing the water, Li Changge sat down opposite her. The two were nearly face to face, their knees almost touching. The emergency power light seeped in through the ventilation shaft, dim enough to only make out each other's outlines. Lin Wei suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Not out of fear. The kind of fear had already been diluted by the compressed biscuit and mineral water. It was because they were too close. Close enough that she could smell the scent emanating from the man opposite her. It wasn't the smell of sweat nor smoke, but a kind of, she couldn't quite describe. Her heart inexplicably raced a few beats faster. Lin Wei lowered her eyes, pretending to tidy the pockets of her white coat. The few pins were still there, red, blue, and black, all neatly arranged. She traced a finger over the pen caps, then over the half-eaten pack of compressed biscuits. But that scent lingered. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. In the dim light, Changge leaned against the wall, his eyes half closed as if resting. His profile was sharply defined with a straight nose and a light stubble on his chin. His clothes were dusty, but he didn't appear disheveled. Instead, there was a... Lin Wei searched for a word in her mind. Calm. This person was too calm. So calm that he didn't seem like someone who had just experienced an earthquake and was waiting for a tsunami. Changge suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Wei's gaze couldn't avoid his, and they locked eyes. What are you looking at? Lin Wei's face instantly turned red. Nothing. She lowered her head. I was just thinking about the tsunami you mentioned. Changge remained silent. Merely in the dim light, her face couldn't be clearly seen, but the outline was discernible. An oval face, her features not stunning, but pleasing to the eye. Her figure was exceptional, curvy and well-defined, clearly someone who paid attention to fitness. Her skin quite fair, with a faint mark from her glasses on her nose. Her hair was slightly messy, a few strands falling at her cheeks, adding a softness that was usually absent. Most striking were her eyes. Just moments ago they had been red and evasive, but now they were lifted, looking at him through the lenses. There was tension, curiosity, and a hint of something she was trying to conceal in her gaze. Changge's eyes shifted down slightly. The collar of her white coat was slightly open, revealing the buttons of her light blue shirt, all neatly fastened. Below the shirt, he withdrew his gaze. But Lin Wei noticed. Her face turned even redder, instinctively shrinking back, but there was only the wall behind her with nowhere to retreat. Just then, boom, the entire building shook violently. Lin Wei's body instantaneously lost balance, and she lunged forward. Oh! She instinctively shut her eyes, her hands flailing in the air. Then she crashed into a hard embrace. Changge's arms locked around her waist like iron bands, but Lin Wei couldn't care about embarrassment anymore. Her hands clung tightly to his neck, and her legs, she didn't know when, had wrapped around him, her entire body hanging on him like an octopus. The building continued to shake violently. Boom! Another loud noise closer than before. It was the sound of waves crashing against the building, sending a shiver through their scalps. The entire building trembled, the concrete walls groaning lowly as if they would shatter at any moment. Lin Wei buried her face in Changge's chest, trembling all over. Don't let go. Please don't let go. Her voice was muffled against him, laced with a sob. Changge, his feet anchored firmly to the ground, one arm wrapped around Lin Wei's waist while the other braced against the wall, steadying both their bodies. Boom! The third wave of impact. The tremors of the building intensified. A fine crack appeared in the sealant at the corner of the wall, and dust began to fall. Lin Wei's body shook violently with the tremors, yet she remained clung to Changge, utterly still, not because she was steady, but because he was. Her face pressed against his chest, she could feel his heartbeat. 1 thump, 2 thumps, 3 thumps. Steady. More stable than the building itself. Lin Wei was unsure why she was aware of this at such a moment, yet she noticed it. She also noticed other things. His body was so warm, like a furnace, the heat radiating through his clothes. And his arm, the hand wrapped around her waist, was surprisingly strong, yet didn't hurt her. Then, she suddenly froze. Because she felt something pressing against her lower abdomen. Lin Wei's face instantly turned crimson. At 23, she was no longer a little girl. But she didn't dare to move. Couldn't move. And didn't want to move. Lin Wei was startled by this thought. Boom! Another wave of impact. Lin Wei's body shook violently again, and she instinctively clutched Changge tighter. With her face buried in Changge's chest, she inhaled his faint, indescribable scent. The entire building trembled, and the roar of waves crashed in succession, as if it would never cease. But Lin Wei suddenly felt as if she was not so afraid anymore. Not because the partition was sturdy enough, but because of the person holding her. His heartbeat, 1 thump, 2 thumps, 3 thumps. More stable than any structure. Unconsciously, Lin Wei drifted off to sleep. Lin Wei didn't know when she fell asleep. Perhaps it was when the roaring sounds gradually faded away, or when Changge's heartbeat lulled her into slumber. She only remembered hanging on to him like an octopus, her face buried in his chest, and then she knew nothing more. When she awoke again, it was already dawn. Not a normal brightness. It was that kind of grayish, eerie, dark red light. Lin Wei opened her eyes, her mind blank, for 3 seconds. Then she realized she was still clinging to Changge. Her arms were wrapped around his neck. Her legs tangled around his waist. Her face pressed against his chest. Her entire body was curled up in his embrace. Lin Wei's face instantly flushed crimson. She hurriedly loosened her grip and shrank back. But the partition was only 2 square meters, and there was nowhere else to retreat. She could only lower her head and pretend to adjust her clothes, smoothing out her crumpled white coat and tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear. Throughout the entire process, she didn't dare to look at him. Changge leaned against the wall, watching her. This woman's face was as red as a tomato. Awake. His voice was calm, as if nothing had happened. Lin Wei replied with a small, almost inaudible mm. Then let's go. Li Changge stood up and pushed the door open. Lin Wei followed behind him, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She was an architectural engineer, a master's graduate in architecture. How could she feel shy? It was just a special circumstance. Yes, a special circumstance. Thinking this, she followed Li Changge to the window. Then she froze. The outside world had changed dramatically. The sea had receded, or rather was in the process of receding. The entire city transformed into a swamp, various objects floating on the murky water, cars, furniture, billboards, and corpses. Some corpses floated on the surface, whitened by the water. Others were wedged in the ruins, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. In the distance, a collapsed high-rise was still burning, thick smoke billowing upward, blending with the dark red sky. The sky was grayish, but that gray was interspersed with an eerie dark red, like congealed blood. The rain poured down in torrents, the raindrops dense as a wall, striking the water surface and sending up countless splashes. A foul odor filled the air. The salty stink of the sea, the putrid smell of corpses, and the charred scent of burning mingled together, making one feel nauseous. Occasionally faint wails could be heard in the distance. The sound was soft, mostly drowned out by the rain, yet Lin Wei heard it. She knew that those were the cries of the living calling for help. Standing by the window, she felt a chill run through her body. Last night, she had been working overtime on designs, thinking about the proposal she had to submit tomorrow. Today the entire city was gone. Did she still need to submit the designs? Lin Wei pondered for a moment and kicked them away. The apocalypse. Li Changge's voice sounded beside her. The true apocalypse has come. Lin Wei turned to look at him. There was no fear or sorrow on Li Changge's face, only a calmness she couldn't comprehend. It was as if he was watching a movie whose outcome he already knew. What should we do next? Lin Wei's voice was hoarse. Li Changge replied, first we need to find food and water. There should still be supplies in this building. Convenience stores, employee cafeterias, break rooms. Find everything you can. You go search. He'll wait here. Lin Wei paused for a moment. Aren't you going? Where I go is different from where you go. Li Changge pointed to the stairwell. You go to the lower floors, I'll go to the upper floors. Dividing up will be more efficient. Lin Wei thought for a moment and nodded. Li Changge reminded her, if you encounter anyone, leave immediately and do not engage. Regardless of whether they are young or old, male or female. In the apocalypse, humans are scarier than zombies. Lin Wei turned to walk towards the stairwell, took a couple of steps, and then stopped. Thank you, she said, not looking back, for the biscuits and the water last night. Then she disappeared into the stairwell. Li Changge watched her retreating figure and withdrew his gaze. He turned around to find a chair that looked quite comfortable. He straightened the chair and sat down, propping his legs up on the nearby table. Searching for supplies. What a joke. He had tens of billions of supplies in his space, enough food piled high to last 100,000 people for 50 years. But he still let her go. Not out of indifference, but because she needed to learn to survive in the apocalypse. He couldn't always be with Lin Wei. She had to learn to face the ruins, the corpses, and the survivors that might be. Moreover, he needed some time alone. Since his rebirth, he had been running, preparing, not stopping for a moment. Grabbing supplies, moving gold reserves, stockpiling resources, buying villas, modifying vehicles. In 14 days, he accomplished what others couldn't in a lifetime. Now that the tsunami had passed and the rain had come, he finally had time to pause and think. What should he do next? The granary. Yes, the Central Reserve Granary. In his past life, that warehouse manager built one of the top 10 bases in Long Nation from it. In this life, he was going to take that granary. And that mysterious person in the Baiha vehicle. Who was she? What was her ability? And Lu Ruyan, Lu Chang, Lu Fei, and No Wei Dan Air. Those debts from his past life needed to be repaid in this one. While Li Changge was pondering, a sudden wave of heat surged within him. It was not an ordinary heat. It was a scorching sensation that erupted from deep within his bones, as if something was awakening inside his body. In the next moment, a sharp pain exploded from deep within his brain. Like a red-hot iron nail brutally driven into his brain. Like countless knives scraping against his bones. Like someone sawing open his skull and pouring scalding magma inside. Li Changge's expression instantly tensed, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yet his pupils remained calm. He was all too familiar with this kind of pain. This was the prelude to the awakening of his supernatural powers. In his past life, he had experienced it once before. At that time, he was being chased by zombies when suddenly his mind exploded in pain, causing him to kneel on the ground, almost bitten to death. Then he awakened an 11 fire ability. But, having been reborn, did he not already carry the powers from his past life? Why would he still need to awaken? Could it be a second awakening? There was no time to think further. The intense pain surged like a tidal wave, each wave more ferocious than the last. Deep within his mind, the bright yellow fire ability he brought back from his past life, which had been quietly dormant in his dantian, began to stir. It was like a startled wild beast struggling violently, crashing everywhere. At the same time, another brand new energy was being born within him. That energy was more ferocious and violent, like a hungry giant beast attempting to tear apart everything and conquer all. The two energies clashed fiercely within him. The battlefield was his meridians. The bright yellow flames and the orange flames chased bit and swallowed each other within his blood vessels. Wherever they passed, the meridians were torn apart and then forcibly healed by the energy. That kind of pain was 1,000 times worse than being cut by a knife. The battlefield was his brain. The two energies collided in his mind. Each impact felt like someone hammering his head with a mallet. His vision flickered between black and red. A buzzing sound filled his eardrums, and the entire world was spinning. The battlefield was every inch of his flesh. Changge gritted his teeth, gripping the armrests of the chair tightly. His eyes turned fiery red like two balls of burning flames. His skin heated up rapidly. The genuine leather chair beneath him emitted a burnt smell, and wisps of smoke began to rise. Yet he did not let out a sound. It wasn't that it didn't hurt. It was that he knew shouting was useless. In his past life for 3 years, he had undergone too many enhancements of his abilities, each time accompanied by this kind of pain, some light, some heavy. But it was a necessary price for the leap in life levels. He closed his eyes, sinking all his willpower into his body. The two energies were still in a fierce battle. The bright yellow flames were forced into a corner, with the orange flames pressing closer. But the bright yellow flames refused to yield, counterattacking again and again, each counterattack bringing excruciating pain. Changge did not intervene. He was waiting for them to inflict mutual destruction, waiting for them to exhaust themselves, waiting for them to be forced to fuse. This process was like taming two wild horses. He couldn't intervene, only wait for them to tire themselves out. Then he would step in and rein them in. The pain but Change's breathing gradually steadied. He knew it was almost over. 10 minutes. It felt as long as a year. Finally, the turmoil within him began to subside. The bright yellow flames finally gave up resistance, being swallowed by the orange flames in one gulp. The two energies merged into one, slowly swirling in his dantian like a newly born star. Changge slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were still black, but deep within there seemed to be a glimmer of fiery red light flickering. He raised his right hand. With a thought, puff, a flame shot forth from his fingertip. Not the warm orange of his past life, nor the bright yellow from before, but fiery red, like lava, like the setting sun, like light burn. The flame was only the size of a fingernail, but Changge could feel the terrifying energy it contained. The air around began to distort, and on the window glass a few meters away a layer of fine droplets began to condense. It was the condensation caused by the extreme temperature difference. He stared at the flame for 3 seconds, then flicked it casually. The flame flew out, landing on a metal cabinet 3 meters away. Hiss! There was no explosion, no flames. On the metal cabinet, there was now a fist-sized hole. The edges were smooth, as if vaporized directly by high temperature. Changge was stunned. Then he laughed. S-level. And S-level he had never touched in his past life until death. In his past life, he awakened an A-level fire ability. Later, Ruyan tricked him into giving away the S-level purple fire origin fruit he had fought so hard to obtain to Changge. He thought he would never touch that threshold again in this life. But now, his A-level ability had evolved into S-level. He recalled a saying he had heard in his past life. The second evolution of supernatural abilities was extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. However, once an evolution had occurred, there was the possibility of a second, third, or even fourth evolution. This meant he still had the chance to become stronger than S-level. Changge stared at the fiery red flame at his fingertip, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Apocalypse. Bring it on. As Changge pondered, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed in the hallway. Not one person, but a group. There was also the sound of metal striking the handrail. It was a deliberate noise, as if announcing, "We're coming, so get the hell out of the way." Change's gaze instantly turned cold. He quietly stood up, moved to the side of the hallway, and hid behind the fire door, looking down. 20 floors below, a group of people were climbing up. Leading them was a familiar figure, Changge. Changge felt puzzled. Why was Changge appearing in Hangqing building? Then Changge seemed to remember who Lin Wei was. So she was Changge's blind date. In his past life, he and Changge were practically family. But he had never met Lin Wei. Perhaps the turning point of the story was about to happen here. Changge grew even more curious about what would happen next. Changge was wearing a wrinkled floral shirt, the collar open, exposing his skinny collarbone. With a fawning smile on his face, his back bent like a shrimp, holding a baseball bat in his hand. Changge walked in the middle of the group, gasping for breath as he climbed the stairs. His neck twisting, his nose sniffing vigorously, his lips twitching. That was a sign of an impending sugar craving. Behind him followed a dozen thugs, some fat, some thin, some tall, some short. Several of them had their heads dyed with colorful hair, their clothes disheveled, yet their gazes were all the same. It was the look of savages who had just begun to burn, kill, and loot at the onset of the apocalypse. Walking at the back was a bald man. His face was full of flesh with a gruesome scar running from his brow to his mouth. He moved slowly, but each step was heavy thumping on the stairs, making a dull sound. Changge's gaze fell on him. This man was a problem. It wasn't just intuition, it was the instinct honed over 3 years in his past life. A dangerous element that could be recognized at a glance in a crowd. Changge, heaven has a path, yet you do not walk it. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. A cold smile crept at the corners of Changge's mouth as he quietly retreated. Bang! The fire door on the 28th floor was kicked open with a loud crash against the wall. Changge, panting, leaned against the door frame, his legs trembling. After climbing down more than 20 floors, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. But he couldn't afford to rest, bending over and running back, kneeling down in front of the bald man with a thud. Scar brother, this is the floor. My girlfriend is on this floor. She told me in person that she participated in the construction of the Hang Commercial Bank's base. The blueprints for that Hang Commercial Bank are what she worked on. I will definitely persuade her to hand over the blueprints and then rock candy. Changge said, his nose twitching again. The scarred man looked down at him, nodded, and said nothing. Changge's face was filled with a smile, that smile as humble as a dog. In a storage room on the 28th floor near the stairwell, the emergency light cast a pale, ghostly glow, casting flickering shadows among the crumbling walls and debris. Lin Wei searched through the shelves by the dim light. The racks were tilted and askew, most of their contents scattered across the floor. Lin Wei rummaged through the pile of debris. She found several bottles of mineral water, their surfaces coated in dust. She twisted off the cap and sniffed. No odd smell. There were also a few packs of cookies. She picked one up and saw the label, best before March 2028. They had expired 2 months ago. Expired was better than starving. Ignoring that, she gathered the items into the hem of her white lab coat, forming a makeshift bundle. Just as she was about to stand up, a drawn-out shout echoed from the hallway. Wei, where are you? It's me, Changge. I've come to find you. I'm here to rescue you. Lin Wei froze. Her face instantly darkened. It was Changge's voice. She had known from their first blind date that he wasn't her kind of person. She could see right through his inherent greasiness, scheming nature, and tendency to bully the weak. At the dinner table, he bragged about all the big shots. He knew his phone filled with all sorts of dubious contacts, and his gaze always carried a disgusting, appraising look. So on the very first day of their arranged meeting, she decisively rejected him. But her elderly father with a weak heart was so furious upon learning of her refusal that he was hospitalized. She had no choice but to temporarily agree to date Changge, hoping to stabilize her father's condition. Before the earthquake, Changge had shamelessly insisted on accompanying her for overtime work. She was annoyed to death but held back her temper. Then the earthquake struck. Ceiling lights shattered, filing cabinets toppled, and the entire floor erupted in screams. In the violent shaking, Changge was the first to flee, without even looking back, leaving her alone in the teetering archive room. She hid under the desk, listening to the sounds of collapse outside, her heart turning to ash. Now he was back. What did he want? Lin Wei tightened her grip on the utility knife in her pocket. With a loud bang, the storage room door was kicked open, slamming against the wall with a deafening noise. Changge's disgusting face appeared in the doorway, his triangular eyes filled with a hypocritical smile. Behind him followed several burly men with lecherous expressions. Seeing Lin Wei alone, Changge's triangular eyes lit up instantly. He strode in, arms wide open as if to embrace her. Wei, I finally found you. It's not safe here after the earthquake. I specially came back to take you to a safe place. Lin Wei stepped back, twice her back hitting the shelf. Come to get me. Go where? Her voice was as cold as ice. When the earthquake hit, you ran faster than anyone. Changge's smile froze. I want to find help. Look, Brother Scar and his men are the backup. As long as you hand over the blueprints for Hang Bank, Brother Scar guarantees our protection. Lin Wei's heart turned cold. So Changge's goal was the design blueprints of Hang Bank. As Lin Wei pondered, Changge stepped aside, revealing the bald man behind him. Scar entered the storage room. He was over 1.8 meters tall with a muscular build. A green dragon tattoo coiled around his neck, its tail extending from his collar, ferocious and terrifying. His gaze fell on Lin Wei, slowly scanning her from head to toe. Her white lab coat was dusty with a light blue shirt underneath. Her long black hair was slightly disheveled, a few strands clinging to her cheeks. Behind her thin-rimmed glasses, her eyes stared at him coldly, without a trace of fear, only disgust. A deep-seated disgust. Scar licked the corner of his mouth. This kind of woman, bespectacled intellectual looking at him as if he were trash, was the most satisfying to break. He shoved the obstructing Changge aside, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Little sister, don't be scared. Your boyfriend asked me to rescue you. Give me the blueprints for Hang Bank, and I, Scar, promise you'll live a life of luxury. He reached out, trying to touch Lin Wei's face. Lin Wei didn't dodge. She suddenly raised her hand. The blade of the utility knife snapped out from between her fingers. With a flash of cold light, it slashed fiercely across Scar's wrist. Blood splattered. Scar screamed in pain and jerked his hand back. A deep, bloody gash had appeared on his wrist, the skin peeled back, blood dripping down his fingers. You. Scar's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the woman before him. Lin Wei held the knife, staring back at him coldly. The blade was stained with blood, gleaming dark red under the emergency light. Her hand was steady without a single tremor. Come one step closer, and the next cut will be your throat. The storage room fell silent for a moment. No one expected this seemingly gentle woman to actually strike. Lu Chang stumbled back 2 steps, his face pale. Scar glanced down at his wrist, then looked up at Lin Wei. His expression had changed, no longer frivolous but truly ferocious. Like a provoked beast, a bloodthirsty glint reflected in his pupils. Interesting. He casually grabbed the handle of a nearby iron filing cabinet. A thumb-thick iron tube welded to the cabinet. With a creaking sound, he crushed the iron tube with one hand. It twisted and deformed like a softened noodle. He clapped his hands, a vicious look in his eyes. See that? This is called an ability. That crappy knife of yours can hurt me once, but not twice. He took a step forward. Seeing this, Lu Chang circled around and whispered persuasively, Wei brother Scar isn't awakened. With his protection, we can survive. Just hand over the blueprints. No one will investigate in the aftermath of the disaster. Lin Wei cut him off. Shut up. Her voice was not loud, but every word struck the ground like a nail. Behind her glasses, her eyes were terrifyingly calm. I'm telling you, the blueprints are not for you. That's the bottom line for a draftsman. If you dare to rob a bank, aren't you afraid of being caught later? Lu Chang, I advise you to stop right now. Lu Chang grew frantic. He sniffled hard, his face twisting as a sugar craving took hold, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of murky smoke. Lin Wei, don't be ungrateful. Brother Scar isn't awakened. In this world, you can only survive by following the strong. A sharp slap echoed through the storage room. Lu Chang staggered back 2 steps, holding his cheek, staring at her in disbelief. The cigarette flew from his mouth, landing on the floor with sparks scattering. Get out. Lin Wei held the utility knife, its tip pointing at the door. Scar watched her and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. He waved his hand, his voice casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Take her away. If you can't find the blueprints, take the person. She has the blueprints in her head, so well, dig out her brain. The burly men behind him dropped their cigarettes and began to close in. The sound of footsteps was chaotic and heavy, echoing in the cramped storage room. Lin Wei stepped back until her back touched the wall. The wall was cold, the chill seeping through her shirt into her skin. The blade of the utility knife glinted coldly under the emergency light, but she knew this knife couldn't stop so many people. Her breathing quickened, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. At worst, she would fight to the death. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the hallway outside the storage room. Lu Chang turned around, his face changing instantly. Who's there? No one answered. The footsteps stopped right outside the storage room door. Then an icy voice came from beyond the entrance. Lu Chang, I think you're trying to sell out your girlfriend. Lu Chang whirled around abruptly. The voice was all too familiar. A familiarity etched into the very marrow of his bones. Lu Chang spun back. Li Changge stood silhouetted against the light in the doorway. At the sight of Li Changge, Lin Wei's tears nearly spilled over. It was a surge of post-apocalyptic relief, but in the next second Lin Wei's fear surged back. Lu Chang and his men numbered over a dozen. And that scar-faced man possessed an ability. Could Li Changge alone possibly defeat them? She opened her mouth, wanting to shout for him to run. But Li Changge did not look at her. His gaze swept across the thugs in the storage room as if counting heads. Bang! No one saw how. All they heard was a dull thud, and the thug at the front wielding a machete went flying. Boom! The second thug had just raised a steel pipe when Li Changge's knee slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! He doubled over like a shrimp, dropped to his knees, and began to retch. The steel pipe slipped from his hand, clattering as it rolled into a corner. The third thug reacted a bit faster, lunging with a dagger aimed at Li Changge's back. Without even turning his head, Li Changge sidestepped the dagger, grazing his clothes. Then with a backhanded elbow strike, he smashed into the thug's temple. Thud! The thug's vision went black, and he crumpled limply to the floor. The fourth thug turned to flee. Li Changge took one step, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him back with brutal force. The thug's feet left the ground, his back slammed against the floor, and the back of his head cracked against the concrete, producing a dull, heavy sound. Side kicks, knee strikes, elbow blows, choke holds. There were no flashy moves, only the most efficient lethality. Each motion was clean and precise, as accurate as a machine. 3 seconds. 4 thugs lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The rest were frozen in shock. Someone instinctively took a step back. Lu Chang's smile stiffened on his face. The scar-faced man's expression shifted as well. He stared at Li Changge, then slowly stepped forward. Brother, you've got some skills. His triangular eyes shot out a fierce light like a wolf eyeing its prey. But do you know that in this world being good at fighting isn't enough? He cracked his knuckles, the joints popping audibly. The muscles in his arms bulged, veins standing out like cords. As his words faded, the scar-faced man lunged forward like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing as he threw a punch aimed directly at Changge's face. That fist was coated in a layer of matte rock. A grayish-brown stratum spread from his knuckles to his wrist and forearm, as if donning a suit of hard armor. The wind from his punch howled, carrying a heavy oppressive force. Changge did not meet it head-on. He sidestepped and the scar-faced man's fist grazed his ear, smashing into the wall behind him. Bam! A fine crack appeared in the concrete wall, and plastered dust showered down. Dust filled the air, thick with the smell of cement powder. The scar-faced man turned, ready to strike again. Then he stopped, because Changge had also raised his right hand. At his fingertip, a fiery red flame danced. It was tiny, no bigger than a fingernail. But the moment it appeared, the temperature in the storage room shot up by several degrees. The thugs nearest to him began to sweat, fine beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. The scorching heat felt as though a blazing furnace had suddenly materialized before them. Waves of hot air rushed over them, tightening their skin. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted violently. He stared at that tiny flame, the ferocity in his eyes turning to shock. You're also. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping against glass. Changge paid him no mind. He flicked his finger casually, and the small flame flew out, landing lightly at Changge's feet. SSS, a charred black pit appeared in the concrete floor. Its edges were smooth as if vaporized by the intense heat. Changge looked down at the pit by his foot. It was less than 10 centimeters from the tip of his shoe. The thugs behind him each took a step back. Silence. After 3 seconds, the scar-faced man spoke. His voice was low, laced with caution and probing. Brother, which faction do you belong to? And shifting repeat. The thugs behind him each took a step back. Silence. After 3 seconds, the scar-faced man spoke. His voice was low, laced with caution and probing. Brother, which faction do you belong to? Hearing the scar-faced man speak, Changge's confidence swelled again. When he saw Lin Wei moving closer to Changge, his eyes turned bloodshot. Changge, you pathetic simp. He rushed forward, grabbing Lin Wei's wrist and dragging her backward. Lin Wei stumbled, her shoulders striking a shelf, and she winced in pain. But she did not cry out. Instead, she swung back with a utility knife, the blade snapping out from between her fingers. A glint of cold steel, and she drove it deep into the arm Changge had wrapped around her wrist. Ah! Changge screamed, releasing his grip. Blood streamed down his arm, dripping onto the floor, blooming into dark red flowers in the dust. Lin Wei wrenched herself free and retreated to the corner. She gripped the knife, her hands covered in blood. She looked at Changge and gave a slight nod. It was a silent signal. I'm fine, you can act now. Changge clutched his arm, staring at the blood pouring through his fingers and onto the ground. The red in his eyes turned to madness, and the corner of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. You bitch! Changge wasted no more words. He raised his right hand. Flames erupted from his finger, not the tiny flame from before, but a violent, blazing torrent of fire that seemed capable of consuming everything. The flames coalesced in his palm, compressed and stretched. A sword began to take shape within the fiery glow. The blade was translucent, fiery red like magma at its peak intensity. At the edge of the sword, the very air seemed to warp. Looking through that distorted air, the temperature in the storage room soared to a suffocating level. Changge was stunned. His mouth hung open as he stared at the sword forged from flames, his mind a complete blank. He even forgot to cover his wounded arm. Blood dripped steadily onto the floor. Changge raised the sword and brought it down. Thwack! Changge's entire arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, falling to the ground with a dull thud. There was no blood. The wound had been instantly carbonized by the sword's extreme heat. It was charred black like burnt charcoal. The air filled with the stench of scorched flesh mixed with the metallic scent of blood, nauseating in its intensity. The severed arm lay on the ground, its fingers still twitching slightly. Changge's eyes bulged as he stared down at the arm on the floor, the arm that had just been gripping Lin Wei's wrist. Then the pain hit. An excruciating, bone-deep agony, as if he were being torn apart alive. He let out a blood-curdling scream, shrill and piercing, echoing through the storage room. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. His body fell limply to the ground, the stump of his arm, facing upward, the charred cross-section exposed to the air like a piece of burnt wood. The storage room fell silent for a moment. Everyone was frozen. The thugs looked at Changge on the ground, then at the flaming sword in Changge's hand, their faces turning pale. Some began to edge toward the door, but their legs were too weak to support them. The scar-faced man moved. He let out a furious roar, and his entire body was encased in a layer of grayish-brown rock. From his shoulders to his chest, from his arms to his fists, it was as if he had donned a set of heavy stone armor. The surface of the stone armor was rough, covered in cracks like a parched riverbed. He threw a punch at Changge. The wind from his fist howled, carrying the heavy weight of stone. Changge sidestepped. The fist crashed into the metal rack behind him. Bam! The entire rack collapsed with a crash, scattering pipes and debris, kicking up a cloud of dust. Changge swung his sword in a backhand arc, aiming for the scar-faced man's neck. The flaming blade struck the rock with a sizzling hiss, sending stone chips flying. The sword edge bit half an inch into the rock layer before getting stuck. The rock armor on the scar-faced man's body was too thick, like a stone wall. Changge pulled the sword back and retreated, studying the stone armor on his opponent. When the cataclysm struck the earlier one awakened their ability, the greater their potential. This scar-faced man might have awakened his ability even before Changge himself. Seeing Changge at a disadvantage, Scarface sneered. It's useless. This rock-like body of mine can't even be pierced by bullets. He lunged again, throwing punch after punch, each one capable of killing. Changge dodged while observing. 3 seconds later, he found the flaw. Scarface's petrification didn't cover his entire body. The rock was thinnest at his joints, armpits, knee pits, and the back of his neck. Especially when he threw a punch, a thin slit would crack open in the rock layer under his armpit. Changge stopped dodging. With a thought, his figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. Scarface's fist struck empty air, and he was stunned. Where is he? The next second, Changge appeared behind him. The flame longsword in Changge's hand thrust out from a bizarre angle. Poochie! It pierced precisely into the back of Scarface's neck, where a hairline-thin gap existed between rock and skin. The sword tip entered and emerged from his throat. Changge sneered. You awakened early, but could it be earlier than me? Scarface's eyes bulged, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. The stone armor on his body shattered piece by piece like a collapsing stone statue. He crashed to the ground with a loud boom. His head rolled 2 meters away, the expression on his face frozen in that moment of shock. Dead silence filled the storage room. The thugs stood motionless in the corner. Changge lay on the ground, clutching his severed arms, staring at Scarface's still rolling head. He looked as if struck by lightning. Scarface dead. That Scarface who could bend steel bars with a punch. That Scarface who, after petrification, wasn't even afraid of bullets. That Scarface he had knelt and begged to call Big Brother. Just taken out in one move. His crotch grew warm, and a stream of hot liquid ran down his thigh. The stench of urine mingled with the smell of burning in the air. The thugs exchanged glances, then fell to their knees one after another with a thud, kowtowing frantically. Spare us, Big Brother. Spare us, Big Brother. We were all tricked by Changge. It's none of our business. Changge didn't look at them, letting them kowtow on the ground with loud thumps. He walked over to Changge. Changge trembled all over his lips, quivering, his face a mess of tears and snot. He kowtowed desperately, his forehead hitting the ground with a heavy thud, blood seeping out and staining the concrete floor red. Changge. No, brother-in-law. No, masterly. I was wrong. I'm a dog. I was blind. Please be magnanimous. You've already had my sister, so spare my worthless life. And Linway'll give her to you too. Do whatever you want with her. Just let me live. I swear. I'll never appear before you again. He kowtowed as humble as a dog. But no one noticed that his chest was heaving violently. It wasn't the panting, rather something was awakening inside his body, traveling through his veins, beating within his heart. At the wound on his severed arm, strange gray threads were spreading along the charred edges. Changge felt it himself. That power. The power that would let him stop kneeling. He continued kowtowing, his forehead hitting the ground again and again, but a slight curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he thrust out his chest. Changge, it'll make you die. From his chest, a massive man-eating flower burst forth. Grayish-brown vines, blood-red pistils, and petals densely covered in barbs. Its gaping maw opened as large as a washbasin, lunging down to engulf Changge. Linway screamed, "Watch out." But Changge didn't move. He didn't even raise an eyelid. The flame longsword swept horizontally. SSS-level. The man-eating flower was cleaved in two, spraying grayish-brown sap. The severed petals fell to the ground, twitching and writhing before being burned to ash by the flames, sizzling as they did. A bloody wound burst open on Changge's chest, blood gushing out. His eyes bulged as he looked down at his chest, then up at Changge, his face a mask of disbelief. You how? His mouth open, blood frothing from his throat. A strange curve curled the corner of the flame longsword pressed against his chest. The tip of the sword barely pierced the skin, the searing heat making the wound hiss and sizzle, spreading a smell of burning. Changge trembled all over, his crotch long soaked. His mouth opened, wanting to beg for mercy, but not a single word came out. Changge had been prepared for Changge's sudden attack. In his past life, he had fed countless resources to this man-eating flower, watching it grow from a useless crave potential waste into one of the 4 heavenly kings. He knew exactly what kind of person Changge was. The kneeling and begging were just a facade, or a knife was surely hidden behind it. The moment Lu Chang thrust out his chest, Li Changge had already moved. Not backward but forward. He kicked Lu Chang hard between the legs. Smack. It sounded like an egg cracking. Before Lu Chang's scream could even escape his throat, he had already passed out. The blood in his crotch slowly seeped out. Li Changge glanced down, then turned and walked away. This man was no longer a threat. He walked towards the thugs, still kneeling on the ground. The first one was the most arrogant yellow-haired youth. The flame's sword rose and fell. The head hit the ground. The remaining thugs screamed and scattered in all directions to flee. Li Changge swung both hands back, and a dozen flaming daggers flew from his palms, one after another, precisely piercing the chests of those fleeing. Bodies hit the ground with dull thuds. Blood spread, and the air was thick with the smell of burning and blood. Lin Wei stood in the corner, trembling all over. She had seen dead people before. On the day of the earthquake, she had seen bodies downstairs. But that was a natural disaster, an accident. What she was seeing now was deliberate murder. Lin Wei's mind was still stuck in the civilized society before the disaster. Looking at Li Change's back, the man who had just saved her now seemed like a demon crawling out of hell. She wanted to shout, "Stop!" but her throat felt constricted. By the time she wanted to shout, it was too late. Li Changge turned around to look at her. His gaze was very cold. Lin Wei instinctively stepped back. Li Changge. Her voice trembled. Li Changge looked at her. In his past life, he had seen too many people like her. In the early days of the apocalypse, their sympathy overflowed. They took in strangers only to be stabbed in the back. They couldn't bear to kill prisoners only to be killed in turn. They believed in the inherent goodness of human nature and died the most miserable deaths. He called such people saints. In the apocalypse, saints didn't survive 3 days. Li Change's gaze grew even colder. What? Want to plead for them? Lin Wei's face turned even paler. She wanted to say something, but her lips trembled too much to form words. Li Changge ignored her. He walked over to Lu Chang and nudged him. Lu Chang groaned and woke up. He had lost all feeling in his crotch. Lu Chang looked down at the pool of blood, his face a picture of... After listening to Lu Chang's shocking words, Lin Wei opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Li Changge looked at her, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What? Want to plead for him? He's your fiancé, isn't he? Li Change's voice was very soft. Lin Wei's hands were trembling. She recalled the day of the earthquake, the sight of Lu Chang being the first to flee. She remembered the words he had said while dragging her toward Scarface just moments ago, after him done with her, ill fuck her 100 times. She should hate him. But at this moment, watching him kneel on the ground begging like a dog, a strange sensation welled up inside her. It wasn't sympathy. It was disgust. Yet she still spoke, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Li Changge. He's already like this. Can you? Before she could finish, Li Changge laughed. That smile sent a chill down Lin Wei's spine. Can I what? Let him go. Ha ha ha. Li Changge, do you know what he was trying to do just now? He wanted to kill me with his man-eating flower ability. If I hadn't been prepared, I'd be the one lying on the ground right now. And now you want me to let him go? Lin Wei's lips moved, but she said nothing. Li Changge looked at her, his eyes filled with nothing but scorn. I've seen too many people like you. His voice turned icy. Soft-hearted kind can't stand to see death. Lin Wei, let me tell you, people like you are called saints at best and fools at worst. In the apocalypse, saints don't last 3 days. And a saint like you won't just get yourself killed, you'll get everyone around you killed too, understand? Li Changge picked up the utility knife from the ground and handed it to her. He'll give you a chance. Kill him, and you can follow me from now on. Prove you're not a saint. In the apocalypse, I don't need saints. I don't need dead weight. And I certainly don't need a pretty face. Prove your worth. Or be discarded. After saying this, Li Changge used his right hand to tilt Lin Wei's delicate chin upward, as if appraising her. Lin Wei looked down at the knife. The blade gleamed coldly under the emergency light. A trace of grime clung to it. The sweat stains from her earlier grip. She slowly reached out. Her fingers touched the hilt. The icy sensation made her shiver. She lifted her head and looked at Lu Chang. He lay prostrate on the ground, his pants soaked, his face a mess of tears and snot. His mouth hung open, emitting a raspy heh sound like a dying dog. Lin Wei's hands trembled. They shook more and more violently, the knife's tip wavering, unable to aim at Lu Chang's throat. 3 seconds later, clang. The utility knife fell to the ground. Lin Wei took a step back, tears streaming down her face. I can't do it. Li Changge watched her. There was a 3-second silence. Then he laughed. That smile sent a chill down Lin Wei's spine. Can't do it. Li Changge took a step forward. Is it because you're kind? Or is it because you're still thinking by the rules of the old world? Lin Wei stepped back, her back hitting the desk. Li Changge braced one hand on the edge of the desk, trapping her in his embrace. Lin Wei's entire body stiffened like a rabbit caught in a serpent's gaze. Do you know why you can't kill him? Because you're still thinking by the rules of the old world. Murder is against the law. Life is paramount. Those ideas are etched too deeply into your mind. But that old world is gone. Li Changge's voice was very soft, as if making small talk, as he leaned down and brought his mouth close to her ear. Tears streamed down Lin Wei's face. Those thugs outside looting and killing those survivors who would kill for half a loaf of bread. They want play by your... In the apocalypse, the weak have no choice. And I make the rules. The only thing you need to do now is obey me. A smirk curved on his lips. Lin Wei's pupils dilated slightly. She understood his meaning. No. Her voice quavered. Li Changge. Don't. Li Changge ignored her. His hand clamped down on her wrist, flipping her over and pressing her against the desk. Lin Wei struggled violently, her nails raking bloody scratches across his arm. But it was useless. Li Changge's strength was astonishing. He held her pinned to the desk like an iron vice. Rip! Her shirt was torn open, buttons scattering and clattering onto the floor. Lin Wei's scream echoed through the empty floor. The scream jolted Lu Chang awake. He opened his eyes and saw the figure pressed against the desk not far away, her pale skin glaringly bright under the emergency light. His eyes instantly bloodshot. Li Changge! He roared and lunged forward, but before he could take 2 steps, a rope of flame coiled around his body. Fuck you, Li Changge. He'll kill you. His shouts grew more and more shrill, but Li Changge didn't even turn his head. Lin Wei's struggles grew weaker. Her nails were broken, her arms covered in bloody scratches, tears streaming down her cheeks into her hair. Lin Wei let out a mournful wail. No, please no. Lin Wei had been raised from childhood to guard her chastity, valuing her purity more than her life. Even when she was about to be engaged to Lu Chang, she had never even let him hold her hand. Li Changge looked down at Lin Wei, her pale shoulders and collarbone exposed along with her full, firm breasts. It was time to enjoy the spoils of victory. Lu Chang continued to curse, his view blocked by a pillar, leaving him only able to hear the sounds. Rage, humiliation, jealousy, resentment, helplessness. Countless negative emotions converged within Lu Chang. He wished he could break free from the fiery shackles and pounce on Li Changge, tearing him to pieces. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour. For 3 whole hours, Lu Chang didn't know what he had endured. He stopped wailing, staring vacantly out the window, his lips murmuring only, Li Changge, Lin Wei, you fucking bastards, you'll die a miserable death. I will kill you. The rain poured in torrents, the hallway filled with a rhythmic pattering sound like a symphony. Lin Wei lay on the cold desk, her heart nearly dead. A feeling of reckless abandon, a twisted desire for revenge began to rise from the depths of her being. After an unknown length of time, Lin Wei opened her eyes again. Li Changge was already up, standing by the window with his back to her, gazing at the rain outside. She lay on the cold desk, her body feeling completely shattered. Her white coat and shirt were torn to shreds. She gathered the fabric with her hands to cover her chest. She heard Lu Chang's voice. His voice was hoarse now, like a broken bellows. You bastards. You'll die a miserable death. I will kill you. Lin Wei turned her head to look at Lu Chang. Lu Chang was tied to a pillar, his face swollen, purple, his eyes bloodshot. He struggled, the fiery ropes cutting into his flesh, giving off a burnt, acrid smell. After those 3 hours just passed, she seemed different. Her mindset was completely different. She finally understood that the order of civilization had collapsed. The era where the strong defined everything had arrived, and she now needed to present a token of allegiance. Lin Wei picked up a rusted steel pipe from the ground and walked toward Lu Chang. Lin Wei stared at that face, the face that made her sick. She suddenly remembered that just a few hours ago she had even considered trying to accept this person. Her family elders were pressuring her to marry, and though he was a scoundrel, perhaps marriage would change him. Then the earthquake struck. Lu Chang was the first to flee. He didn't even look back. He left her behind in the dark, cold building. Then he returned with those thugs. Lu Chang's earlier words seemed to echo in her ears. After him done, he'll still fuck you 100 times. Were these words a human could utter? Words spoken by Lu Chang himself. Lin Wei slowly walked toward Lu Chang. Her bare feet trod on the icy floor. Lu Chang was still cursing. Bitch. Do you think Li Changge will treat you well just because he slept with you, eh? You're nothing but a whore. When I get out of here, he'll kill both of you. Lin Wei suddenly smiled. She recalled what Li Changge had said earlier, that old world was gone. Yes, gone. The Lin Wei who wrote reports over a single crack, the Lin Wei who guarded her virtue waiting for marriage, the Lin Wei who feared death upon seeing murder. All of them were dead. She walked on bare feet across the ground, stopping before Lu Chang. Lu Chang froze. Lin Wei looked down at him at the terror, rage, and a hint of confusion on his face. You just said, her voice was soft, that you'd kill us both. Lu Chang's mouth opened, his pupils dilated. He stared in terror at the iron rod in Lin Wei's hand. Lu Chang couldn't believe it. You? What are you going to do? Lin Wei didn't answer. Her eyes were vacant as she raised the steel pipe with both hands. Ah! Lin Wei screamed, bringing it down with force. Thud! Lu Chang's head lolled to one side, blood streaming from his forehead. Bitch, you dare hit me. Yeah! Lu Chang roared. But his answer was Lin Wei's second blow. Thud! His eyes bulged, his lips moved as if to speak, but only a mouthful of bloody foam escaped. Lin Wei struck Lu Chang's head again and again with relentless force. Blood splattered everywhere. Once again, until Lu Chang no longer stirred. Is this blood oath satisfactory? Lin Wei's voice was hoarse. Then, as if utterly drained, she collapsed to her knees, sobbing loudly. Lin Wei crouched in the corner, crying for what seemed an eternity. Her tears were spent, but her eyes remained red. She hugged her knees, burying her face, curling into a tight ball. Changge sat not far away, eyes closed as if resting. He didn't look at Lin Wei. From start to finish, his attitude toward her never changed. He saved her because she was useful. He gave her food because she was useful. Now, his logic remained the same. Useful, keep her. Useless, discard her. Night fell, the storm's roar like an unending drumbeat. Lin Wei, curled in the corner, was drifting off to sleep when she suddenly shivered. It was cold. Not an ordinary cold. It was a chill seeping from the marrow of her bones, as if someone had stuffed ice into her veins. She opened her mouth to call Changge, but her lips were frozen purple, her teeth chattering, unable to utter a single word. The cold grew more intense. She looked down at her hand. A thin layer of frost had formed on the back of it. Lin Wei's pupils dilated instantly. She tried to stand, but her legs refused to obey. Her entire body felt frozen to the ground, immobile. That chill coursed through her from veins to bones, from bones to her organs. Wherever it passed, everything seemed about to freeze. Her consciousness began to blur. In her last moment of clarity, she gathered all her strength and called out a name, Li Changge. Changge opened his eyes. The moment he saw Lin Wei, his gaze sharpened. She was curled in the corner, covered in a thin layer of ice crystals. The emergency light cast its glow on her, and those crystals reflected tiny shards of light, like a strange armor. Changge strode over, crouched, and reached out to touch her forehead. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, a bone-piercing chill surged up his arm. His fire-based ability automatically retaliated, a small flame springing from his palm, instantly dispelling the cold. But his hand remained on her forehead. Lin Wei's lips were purple, her teeth chattering, her gaze already unfocused. Unconsciously, she pressed against Changge's hand, for his palm still carried the residual warmth of flame. The only warmth she could perceive in that moment. So cold. So cold. Her voice was broken like a dreamer's murmur. Changge looked at her, and understanding dawned. Ability awakening. Ice type. In his past life, he had seen many ice-type ability users, but never an awakening like this. The entire body frosting over, body temperature plummeting, as if freezing itself to death. Thoughts raced through his mind: save her. Or not. If he saved her, how? His past life knowledge told him that during ability awakening, without external intervention, the mortality rate was high. Especially with extreme attributes like ice, the awakening process was a trial of life and death. But how to intervene? He didn't know. Just then Lin Wei's eyes snapped open. Those eyes looked at him devoid of reason. Only the most primal instinct remained: survival. She reached out, grabbing the hem of his clothes. Changge. Her voice was hoarse. Save me. Save me. Her hand was cold, as ice, a reaction born of the instinct to live. Changge was silent for a second. Then he leaned down, bringing his lips close to her ear. Are you sure? Lin Wei's consciousness was already fading. She couldn't hear what he said, only knew that the warm breath was right beside her. Save me, Changge, save me, fiercely. She nodded desperately, tears streaming down her face, freezing into beads of ice. Changge looked at her. After 3 seconds, he moved. Time passed, and Lin Wei's consciousness drifted through the darkness. She felt like a fallen leaf torn between two forces. One was ice, piercingly cold, trying to freeze her into a statue. The other was fire, scorching hot, seeking to burn her to ashes. The two forces clashed, collided, and entangled within her. Each collision brought excruciating pain, not just physical agony, but a torment that reached her very soul. She curled up, gritting her teeth, her nails digging into her flesh. Then, she felt another force. It was Changge's flame. Like a slithering serpent, it slowly probed into her body, coiling around the rampaging cold. That fire serpent was sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle. Ice and fire, two inherently opposing elements, began a strange dance within her. Not a battle, but a fusion. Lin Wei's consciousness gradually cleared a little. She opened her eyes and saw Changge's face so close to hers. Changge's eyes were closed, his forehead covered in sweat, his brows tightly knit as if under immense strain. She suddenly realized he was using his own ability to help suppress the rampaging cold within her. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no words came. All she could do was feel those two forces circling and merging within her, round after round. Like some ancient ritual of life. Ice and fire, life and death, destruction and creation. After an unknown span of time, Lin Wei opened her eyes. Dawn had yet to break, and the torrential rain continued to fall. The emergency light still cast its pale, sickly glow. Yet she no longer felt cold. She lowered her gaze to her own hands. The ice crystals had receded, and her skin had returned to its normal hue. Only at her fingertips did a faint wisp of azure light flicker and flow. With a mere thought, a tiny ice crystal emerged from her fingertip. It was not an aggressive icicle, but rather a flower. It had 6 translucent petals, their edges shimmering with a soft blue glow. It spun slowly upon her fingertip, as if imbued with life. Lin Wei was stunned. Li Changge's voice came from beside her, frost bloom grass. One of the rarest abilities in the apocalypse. Lin Wei turned her head. Li Changge was leaning against the wall watching her. There was a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Frost bloom grass is a support-type ability. It can heal wounds and purify toxins, and can slow the deterioration of injuries. Its meaning, hope brought forth from the frozen. Now you truly are the Virgin Mary. Of course, since it's an ice-type ability, you can also use it for attacks like small icicles, but its offensive power, Li Changge teased. Lin Wei looked down at the ice flower on her fingertip. Healing. Hope. She suddenly recalled the sensation of those two forces merging within her just moments ago. Destruction and creation, it turned out, could truly coexist. She was silent for a long time before speaking. Why did you save me just now? Li Changge looked at her and laughed mockingly. Wasn't that what you begged me for? For me to save you, Did you forget your own words? Lin Wei lowered her head, her face instantly flushing with shame. But Lin Wei knew that if you're useful, you're kept. If you're useless, you're discarded. Now that Lin Wei had awakened an ability, she counted as useful, didn't she? Li Changge frowned slightly. He sensed it, a faint cool aura within his own body, weak, yet undeniably present. The two forces during that previous process had experienced some kind of resonance. He did not know what this resonance was for, but he vaguely felt that his own ability seemed slightly more condensed than before. He looked at Lin Wei, his expression growing complex. This woman, beyond her identity as an architect and her frostbloom grass ability, seemed to possess other values. That was the ability to nourish another's power. And that value, he recalled Lu Chang's disgusting face. That bastard Lu Chang in his past life had truly struck gold. No wonder that bastard's ability level had risen so quickly. Outside the window, the torrential rain continued. Lin Wei was silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. What do we do next? Li Changge looked at Lin Wei without answering, uttering 2 words: sleep. The next day, the rain still poured in sheets, but the water level after the tsunami had receded significantly. Many buildings were now exposed above the water, and occasionally a few huddled figures could be seen on the rooftops. The sky was gloomy, the downpour relentless. Hangsheng Tower was vast. The 15th floor in the middle section was packed with refugees. There were white-collar workers in suits, residents in pajamas, mothers holding children. Everyone huddled together, using body heat to fight the cold and silence to fight their fear. Suddenly, a woman in the crowd screamed, clutched her head, and collapsed. The people around her were startled and scrambled back. The woman convulsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Her fingernails madly clawed at her own face, leaving trails of blood. She let out a pained roar, a sound that seemed less human and more. Don't come near me. I didn't touch you. Everyone saw it. I didn't touch her. An old man backed away, his face pale. Dam had seen elderly people faking falls, but never a young person doing it. Youngsters these days know martial virtue. After about 2 minutes, the woman stopped convulsing. The hallway fell into dead silence. No one dared to approach. Then the woman moved. She stood up, her posture twisted and awkward like a marionette. Her head lolled, her neck bent at an unnatural angle. Her eyes had turned a murky grayish-white, and foam still hung from the corner of her mouth, dripping down her chin. She lunged at the nearest robust man. The man instinctively raised his hands to push her away, but found the woman possessed astonishing strength. After humans mutated into zombies, their power multiplied. With his own 106-gen frame, he couldn't push her back. The woman bit into his face and tore with force. A chunk of flesh was torn away. Blood sprayed, splattering on the nearby wall and onto terrified faces. The man screamed, punching the woman in the face. The woman felt no pain. She swallowed the piece of flesh, a gulp sounding from her throat, then lunged again, sinking her teeth into his neck. Blood gushed forth. The man's struggles grew weaker until he was completely still. The scene erupted into chaos. Screams, cries, and pleas for help mingled into a cacophony. The crowd scattered in panic. Some were pushed down, others trampled over bodies as they surged forward. Some were too weak with fear to run and crawled on the ground. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously throughout the entire building. On the 17th floor, a middle-aged man clutched his head and screamed, his eyes turning a murky grayish-white. Those nearby couldn't escape in time, and he bit one of them on the calf. On the 23rd floor, a mother desperately shielded the child in her arms, but the neighbor who had been helping her just moments ago had already opened its blood-filled maw. She could only abandon her child and run, the sound of the neighbor-turned monster chewing flesh and blood echoing behind her. On the 30th floor rooftop, several survivors worked together to push their mutated companion off the building. But one of them had a bite mark on his arm, which was visibly turning black and festering. He looked at his hand, his face full of despair. And looking across the entire city, among the ruins, the corpses submerged in the seawater were rising one by one. They were bloated, their skin deathly pale. Some had half their faces missing, others had holes in their stomachs with entrails dragging on the ground. But they stood up, turning their stiff necks, their hollow eye sockets gazing towards the faint, distant wails. Then they walked towards the source of the sound. Synchronized across the globe, the age of zombies had officially arrived. Over the next 2 days, Changge was in no hurry to leave Hangqing Tower. The rain carried a virus. While it couldn't affect ability users, it did influence the development of their internal abilities. He was waiting for the moment when the extreme cold descended. That would be the time to move. During these 2 days, he directed Lin Wei to move all the heavy objects they could find to the emergency exit on the 28th floor. Filing cabinets, office desks, water coolers, even a few broken photocopiers were stacked layer upon layer, creating a solid blockade. Lin Wei looked at him mournfully. I'm a sophisticated beauty and you have the heart to order me around all day. Changge didn't turn around. The apocalypse doesn't feed the idle. Lin Wei pouted but complied nonetheless. Strangely, she found that she was not averse to such commands. Perhaps it was because her powers had awakened and her strength had increased significantly, making it no longer difficult to move things. Perhaps it was. Perhaps after that night her feelings towards him had become complicated. Once after moving the last cabinet, she leaned against the wall panting. Changge approached and handed her a bottle of water, clean mineral water. Lin Wei was taken aback for a moment, accepted the water, and said softly, "Thank you." Changge said nothing, turning back to continue welding the iron door. The door was welded with his fire-based powers with steel bars as thick as a thumb, each one firmly attached to the door frame, stronger than any welding gun. Outside the door was the safe passage to downstairs. Inside was this small safe zone on the 28th floor. Lin Wei watched his back twisted, opened the bottle cap, and took a sip of water. The water was cool, but a warmth lingered in her heart. This man didn't seem so terrifying after all. What was truly frightening were the things outside. May 20th, the 4th day of the apocalypse. The number of survivors in the Hangqing building had dwindled from over 3,000 to less than 300. Infection, fleeing death. Bodies lay in every floor corridor, some still moving, others completely. The survivors climbed up in disarray, dodging the wandering zombies, finally reaching the 28th floor. Then they saw the iron door. Steel bars as thick as a thumb, densely welded. Messy debris piled outside the door, and faint light flickered from within. Someone. There are people inside. The survivors frantically rushed forward, banging on the iron door. Open the door. Hurry up. There are zombies behind us. Let us in. Please, I'm begging you. Changge was awakened by the noise, impatiently pushing Lin Wei off him, who was clinging like an octopus. He reached the door, saying, "What are you shouting about so early in the morning?" He peered through the gaps in the welded steel bars. Outside stood dozens of people, all disheveled with terror etched on their faces. Some were crying, some were shouting, and some were desperately trying to squeeze forward, almost pressing their faces against the steel bars. In the distant corridor, faint roars and footsteps of the zombies could be heard. They were climbing up. Among the crowd, a man was banging madly on the iron door, his face a mixture of tears and sweat. "Big brother, I beg you, let us in. This iron door is so sturdy the zombies can't get in for sure." Changge looked at him and coldly asked, "On what basis?" The man was stunned. "On what basis?" Change's gaze swept over the group outside. Human nature never changes. What it was like before the apocalypse only amplifies after. His gaze continued to move, finally resting on a dirty woman. Ruyan. She had long lost her hair was tangled, her face smeared with grime and sweat, and that once expensive dress now clung wrinkled to her body, the hem stained with blood of unknown origin. But her eyes still shone brightly, bright enough to be uncomfortable. Ruyan recognized him. She was first taken aback, then the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a smile. "Changge, is that the dog who licks?" Her mind raced. He now had an iron door, a safe place, and a woman. She glanced at Lin Wei, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "That woman looks so dirty. What's so good about her? Does she deserve to stand next to Changge?" Whatever she said, Changge just did it. He lent her money when she asked, knelt when she ordered. She made him give his life to her, and he did, though that was in a past life. Ruyan firmly believed that this dog who licked still loved her. She leaned close to Lu Fei's ear and whispered, "Feej, that guy is Changge, the one who used to pursue me desperately." Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Changge. He remembered that name. The one who slapped him at the entrance of the Golden Cauldron. His face had been swollen for 3 days, and when he returned home his father scolded him for a long time. But now, this was not important. What mattered was that he knew Changge. Or rather, Ruyan knew Changge. The two exchanged a glance, the same thought flashing in their eyes. This door they would definitely get through. Lu Fei pushed aside the people in front and squeezed to the front, still wearing an arrogant expression. "Changge. It's me, Lu Fei. We met at the entrance of the Golden Cauldron. Not hitting is not getting acquainted." He turned back, pulling Lu Ruyan over and pushing her forward. Look who this is. Lu Ruyan. You used to pursue her. She's with me now, but we're all old acquaintances. You can't just watch us die. Lu Ruyan was pushed to the front, but she quickly adjusted her expression, revealing a pitiful look, something she was best at. Changge. Her voice softened, tinged with a sob. I know it was my fault before, but now it's the apocalypse. Can we put the past aside for now? You let us and I'll listen to you. As she spoke, tears really began to fall. It was hard to tell whether it was genuine or feigned. Changge's expression showed no change. He glanced at Lu Ruyan, then at Lu Fei before retracting his gaze. Are you done? Lu Fei was stunned. Lu Ruyan was also stunned. Changge's voice was calm, as if he were commenting on a nice day. If you're done, get lost. Lu Fei's face turned red. He endured and endured, but still couldn't hold back. Changge. Don't be so ungrateful. There are zombies outside now. If you don't let us in, we'll die, and you won't escape either. His hand reached into his shirt, trembling, as he pulled out a black bank card, holding it high. The card gleamed with a matte finish under the emergency light, with several golden words printed on it. Centurion black gold card. I'll give you $1 million. No, I'll give you 10 million. Lu Fei's voice echoed in the corridor, filled with a kind of frenzied arrogance. You'll never earn that much money in your lifetime. Open the door, and let us in. This card will be yours. He tossed the bank card onto the ground, as if to charity. The gazes of the surrounding survivors landed enviously on that card. The black card. The legendary black card with unlimited limits. They had only seen such things in the news before. Now it was right before their eyes. Someone instinctively swallowed. Then, ha! Changge laughed. He laughed loudly, bending over almost to the point of tears. Lu Fei was stunned. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Everyone was stunned. After laughing enough, Changge straightened up, looking at the disheveled survivors outside the door, his gaze lingering on the black card in Lu Fei's hand, a smile still on his lips. Money. His voice carried an indescribable sarcasm. In this apocalypse, you still bring up money with me. Lu Fei's expression changed slightly, but he still held his head high. This is a black card. 10 million. You've never seen so much money in your life. Changge ignored Lu Fei. He turned around and raised his voice towards the terrified survivors outside the door. Everyone outside listened carefully. The hallway fell silent. Everyone was looking at him. Changge extended a finger. 1 loaf of bread. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. Whoever helps me kill this man, I will give them a loaf of bread. The entire place fell into silence. Lu Fei was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed. He laughed louder than Changge. A loaf of bread. Ha ha ha. Changge, are you crazy? You think you can buy my life with just a loaf of bread? He turned around, spreading his arms towards the group of survivors behind him. Did you hear that? 1 loaf of bread. Just to make you kill me. I, Lu Fei, am from the Lu family in Hang City. My dad is the president of the Zhujiang Chamber of Commerce, and my mom is a director of a listed company. Now there's a natural disaster, but it will eventually end. Think carefully about what will happen to those who offend the Lu family when that day comes. His voice was full of confidence. The crowd fell silent. No one moved. The survivors exchanged glances, looking at each other, then at Lu Fei, and finally at Changge. Some looked down while others took a step back. Indeed, the natural disaster would end eventually. When it did, the Lu family would still be the Lu family, and they would still be themselves. They couldn't afford to offend him. Lu Fei looked at Changge with pride. See, you think you can buy me with a measly loaf of bread? His words were left unfinished. Because Changge spoke again. 1 loaf of bread. I keep my word no matter when it is in the future. As long as I get Lu Fei's head, I will give you a loaf of bread. Changge repeated, his voice still calm. His gaze swept over the group. Yet no one stepped forward. Changge was not in a hurry. He certainly had the ability to eliminate Lu Fei right now. But there was no need. Changge intended to play the cat and mouse game for a few more days. Lu Fei felt a bit uneasy under Changge's gaze. He quickly scolded, stop talking nonsense, let us in quickly. If we die, do you think you can escape? The crowd grew indignant again. They began to blame Changge. Changge was speechless, curling his lips. I can't escape. He pointed to the welded iron door behind him, and then to the increasingly close roaring sounds from the depths of the hallway. This door can block the zombies. You outside can help attract the zombies. If you die, the zombies will be full and might not climb up anymore. So why should I let you in? After Changge finished speaking, Lu Fei's expression changed. Lu Ruyan's face also shifted. The hallway fell into dead silence. Only the howling of zombies grew closer and closer. Changge turned and walked back, leaving behind a sentence, stop knocking. If you knock again, this door will be your coffin lid. Behind him, the knocking stopped abruptly. Some began to cry, some started cursing, and some desperately pushed forward, wanting to run up. Lu Fei shouted angrily, then called out. Everyone stay calm, we first go to the 29th floor, and like this loser, quickly search for things to block the door. At this moment, bang! A huge noise came from downstairs. Following that were screams, cries, and that hair-raising howling. Everyone turned back at the same time. At the end of the hallway, the door to the safety passage was smashed open. A tide of zombies poured in with grayish-white faces, hollow eyes, and mouths full of black blood. Run! Run fast! The crowd erupted. Everyone turned and ran upstairs. Lu Fei and Lu Ruyan were swept up in the crowd, stumbling upwards. Zombies surged to the iron door. The first one was a man in a suit, half of his face gone, revealing a white, bony jaw. It crashed against the iron door with a bang, shaking the entire door frame. The second, third, fourth. They pounced on it like mad, head-butting, biting, and their nails scraping against the steel bars with a piercing sound. Creak, creak. The sound was like nails scraping a blackboard or bones grinding against bones. Lin Wei kept retreating, her face pale. She saw a zombie's teeth break, black blood flowing down, but it kept biting. This scene made Lin Wei's legs go weak. Then a hand slapped her on the butt. Smack! Lin Wei stiffened, instinctively covering her, but turning to glare at Changge. Changge remained calm. Little girl, it's time to work. As Lin Wei was about to curse him, she saw Changge raise his right hand. 5 fingers spread apart with a small flame flickering at each fingertip. They were red, small, like 5 blooming flowers. Then he casually waved his hand. The 5 flames passed through the gaps in the iron door, accurately landing on the foreheads of the first 5 zombies. Puff! A very light sound. The 5 zombies stopped simultaneously. The next moment, their heads exploded from the inside. No sound, only a plume of black blood mist sprayed from their eye sockets, ears, and mouths. The 5 corpses fell limply to the ground. Lin Wei was stunned. She saw something fall from the blood mist to the ground, making a faint sound. She squinted and saw that it was several white crystals the size of rice grains. What is that? She asked. Changge did not answer. He raised his hand again, producing 5 more flames, and 5 more corpses fell, one after another. He stood behind the iron door like a precision killing machine. With every wave of his hand, 5 zombies fell. The flames were as precise as if they had eyes, each landing on a forehead, each taking a life. If that could still be called a life. Lin Wei stood behind him, watching that silhouette. When he killed the zombies, there was no expression on his face. No excitement, no fear, no disgust. It was as if he were completing a very ordinary task. She didn't know how long he killed. Finally, the outside quieted down. The iron door was piled high with zombie corpses. Black blood flowed everywhere, trickling down the stairs, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh. Changge lowered his hand and moved his wrist. Lin Wei looked at the pile of corpses outside the door and suddenly asked, "What did you just say that was?" "Crystal nucleus." Changge pushed the door open. Of course, just enough to squeeze through. He walked to the nearest corpse, squatted down, and picked up a small white particle from the pool of black blood with 2 fingers. The size of a grain of rice, translucent, glowing faintly under the emergency light. He glanced at the crystal nucleus and suddenly smiled. That smile was something Lin Wei couldn't understand. It was a bit nostalgic, yet a bit complicated. "I haven't seen such low-level crystal nuclei in a long time." His voice was soft. "It's been a while." Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. A long time. It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse. How could he have not seen them for a long time? Changge put the crystal nucleus in his pocket and kicked a relatively intact zombie corpse over. He took out a small dagger, squatted down, and aimed it at the zombie's head. "Watch carefully." He thrust the dagger in, prying it down with force from the forehead. Crack! The skull cracked open. He flicked with the tip of the knife, and a white crystal stained with blood and brain matter flew out, landing on the ground. Lin Wei's stomach churned. She covered her mouth, turned her head, and dry heaved. Changge stood up, picked up the crystal nucleus, and waved it in front of her. He tossed the dagger near her feet. "Did you see clearly? The remaining corpses are up to you to collect." Lin Wei lowered her head, staring at the dagger smeared with blood and brain matter, then looked up at the pile of corpses outside the door. At least 40 of them, some with their heads burst open, others still intact. Her face grew even paler. "I'm not going," she said, stepping back. I can't do this." Changge watched her. Lin Wei lowered her head, staring at the dagger smeared with blood and brain matter, then looked up at the pile of corpses outside the door. "At least hiding in a safe place, waiting for someone to bring you food. Fainting and vomiting at the sight of blood, saying you can't do it. The zombies outside will only increase, and the crystals will only grow more valuable. If you don't harvest them, you'll never have resources. Without resources, you'll never grow stronger. And if you don't grow stronger, you'll become one of them." Lin Wei's lips trembled. She knew Changge was right, but she was still afraid. He looked at her, then suddenly he found a stack of plastic bags nearby and wrapped her fingers layer by layer, thumb, index, middle, until they looked like glutinous rice dumplings. Then he pulled out his backpack, retrieved a pack of disposable masks, and put them all on her face. 1, 2, 3, until only her eyes were visible. Lin Wei looked down at her dumpling-like fingers, touched the thick layers of masks on her face, and said in a muffled voice, I can't even bend my fingers." "You can," Changge said, stepping back to admire his handiwork. "It's enough." Lin Wei glared at him. But she had no choice. She could only crouch down, pick up the dagger, and walk toward the nearest corpse. The first body. Lin Wei knelt beside it, her hands trembling violently. She closed her eyes and stabbed. Too shallow, only cutting the skin. Crimson blood oozed out. She took a deep breath and stabbed again. This time the blade went in, but she couldn't find the right spot. The tip twisted around inside, retrieving nothing. She stood up, ran to the side, and retched for a long while. Changge leaned against the doorframe, watching in silence. After she finished vomiting and wiped her mouth, she walked back. The second, the third, the fourth. Gradually she found her rhythm. The angle of the stab, the force of the pry, the technique of the scoop. When she tossed the sixth crystal into the plastic bag, she suddenly realized something. She had stopped vomiting. She looked down at the small white pellets stained with blood and brain matter in the bag, then at her dumpling-wrapped fingers, then at the pile of corpses not far away. She suddenly recalled that just a few hours ago, she was a woman who trembled at the sight of murder. Now she was digging things out of corpses' heads. She didn't know whether to feel fear or irony. 40-odd crystals. It took her nearly 2 hours to. When she tossed the last one into the bag, she slumped to the ground, gasping for air. After a short rest, Changge placed a crystal in Lin Wei's palm and gave it a gentle squeeze. Focus your mind. Sense it. Lin Wei closed her eyes. Moments later, the crystal emitted a faint glow and a wisp of ethereal energy flowed up her arm into her brow. She opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise in them. I felt it. Changge nodded. Good aptitude. A single first-grade crystal took Lin Wei 20 minutes to absorb. Meanwhile, Changge needed only 2 minutes. After absorption, Lin Wei sensed a slight boost in her ability. Changge explained, you're only at level 1 now. To reach level 2, you need 50. There are plenty of first-grade crystals among the zombies outside. Lin Wei gazed out the window. The rain still poured, lightning and thunder raging like a true doomsday. It wasn't until evening that Lin Wei finished her absorption. Changge said, starting tomorrow we go out to kill zombies. There are still stragglers wandering in this building. Strike now while we can, every kill counts. Lin Wei was stunned. Go out. She didn't want to. The mere sight of those things made her legs weak, let alone fighting them. But Changge's next words silenced her. Right now the other survivors don't know about the crystals in the zombie. This is an information gap. By the time they catch on, the zombies will have been picked clean. Besides, zombies grow stronger just by breathing. We ability users need crystals to level up, but they evolve every single day. If we don't kill them now, when they reach higher grades we won't be able to. Remember, this is the apocalypse. There's no time to ease you in. Lin Wei fell silent. She knew he would. Then, how do we divide the work? Changge thought for a moment and said seriously, you'll be in charge of throwing ice spikes to kill zombies and harvesting the crystals. He'll be in charge of. He paused. Cheering. Lin Wei's eyes widened. And training you, Changge added. You're welcome. That night Lin Wei ground her teeth in fury. Cheering, training her. She was exhausting herself killing zombies and digging out crystals while he just stood there with his arms crossed. She decided to teach him that women were not to be trifled with. As for the outcome, the next morning Lin Wei climbed off the makeshift bed holding her lower back and shot Changge a venomous glare. Changge remained unfazed. Who started it last night? Lin Wei blushed and ignored him. During the day, they hunted stray zombies in the building. Lin Wei threw ice spikes and harvested crystals, exhausted like a dog. Changge was in charge of. Cheering. Left. Yeah, that's it. One behind you, nice. Every time Lin Wei heard that, she wanted to hurl an ice spike at his face. But strangely her ability was growing at an astonishing rate. From missing every shot at first to conjuring 3 ice spikes simultaneously, it took her only 3 days. At night she absorbed crystals while Changge stood guard. Occasionally he handed her water or a biscuit and sometimes said, good work today. Then, the next morning, she'd be holding her back again. After several days her ability level broke through to level 2. Meanwhile Changge had already reached level 3. After level 3 first-grade crystals are useless, Changge said looking out the window. The real test is just beginning. He calculated the time. The extreme cold would descend in the early hours. That night countless people would freeze to death. He possessed fire abilities while Lin Wei had ice powers. The extreme cold posed little threat to them. But Changge still told Lin Wei to gather winter coats from the building. Better safe than sorry. Lin Wei asked, why do we need these? Changge didn't explain. He only said, you'll see tonight. On May 26th, the torrential rain finally ceased. The water level outside had dropped by 2/3, and the city's silhouette was faintly visible. The survivors on the 29th floor breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past few days they had been fortunate. They found a live streaming sales company, its warehouse piled high with undelivered snacks, potato chips, biscuits, self-heating hot pot. These provisions are enough to sustain dozens of people for a while. With the silver tongue he honed during his previous life as a second-generation, Lu Fei became the spokesperson for this group with just a few words. Everyone, this is a critical time, he said. Resources must be managed uniformly to ensure our survival. Lu Fei, a member of the Lu family from Hongqing, asked for your trust, he continued. Once the calamity is over, I promise everyone will be rewarded. Each person will receive this amount. With that, Lu Fei raised 3 fingers, a proud expression on his face, 3 million for each person. Some believed him, others did not. Some were excited while others were weighed down by deep worries. After Lu Fei finished speaking, no one in the crowd stood up to oppose him. That evening, the heavy rain finally ceased. They gathered together to celebrate the end of the downpour. The apocalypse is finally coming to an end. Once the waters recede, we can go home. Some laughed, some cried, while others clung to their last remaining snacks, reluctant to eat. Lu Fei stood by the window watching the retreating floodwaters, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Once the calamity ended, he would still be the top second generation in Hangqing. As for the promised 3 million. However, in a corner that no one noticed, a person who had been squatting suddenly raised his head. His eyes were grayish-white. He lunged at the nearest person, sinking his teeth into their neck. Oh! The scream erupted instantly. After the heavy rain, the virus spread even more aggressively. Meanwhile, not far from the Hangqing skyscraper inside the government office building, Zhou Baiwan sat on the muddy ground, her police uniform no longer recognizable. She recalled yesterday when an old man pointed at her and yelled, "Aren't you police supposed to protect the people? Now the people are starving, what are you doing?" She had no words to respond, as she truly had done nothing. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Father, if you were here, what would you do?" Her eyes, once bright and confident, were now filled with profound exhaustion. When the tsunami struck, many survivors sought refuge in the government building. After all, it was built solidly, and the tsunami did not wash it away. After the outbreak of the virus, more than half of the survivors here had turned into zombies. Fortunately, there was an arsenal within the building, and her colleagues fought bravely, living up to their duty to the people. Thanks to the selfless sacrifice of her colleagues, they managed to secure a brief period of safety. However, a new crisis arose: food shortages. Resources here had reached their limit. Zhou Baiwan's sense of justice prevented her from abandoning the people, and she worked tirelessly to maintain order within the base. Yet human hearts are unpredictable. Facing dwindling food supplies, many began to voice their grievances against Zhou Baiwan, even pressuring her to go out and find food for them. She remembered that this morning 2 more colleagues had gone out to search for supplies and had yet to return. She knew with a high probability they would not come back. Suddenly, the sound of banging echoed through the corridor, breaking Zhou Baiwan's reverie. She opened her eyes wide and grabbed the police baton beside her. Everyone fell silent, their faces pale with fear. They were all too familiar with that sound. It was a zombie. Zhou Baiwan lowered her voice. "Don't make a sound." She signaled a few experienced survivors to set up traps. They nodded, moving quietly to block the door with various objects. The banging gradually lessened. Some people let out a sigh of relief. But Zhou Baiwan frowned. "No, this isn't right. Zombies wouldn't give up so easily. Unless..." Bang! Suddenly the window glass shattered. 3 zombies lunged in from outside, soaked to the bone, their skin pale and bloated with murky gray in their eye sockets. They crashed to the ground, but quickly got back up, lunging at the nearest person. "Oh!" The scream erupted. A man was knocked down, and a zombie bit into his neck, blood spraying everywhere. A mother clutching her child retreated, only to have another zombie grab her ankle. She screamed, throwing her child away while she was pulled into the crowd of corpses. Zhou Baiwan's brows furrowed tightly. She realized that zombies were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. This wasn't just about intelligence, their strength and agility seemed to have significantly increased. Zhou Baiwan looked at the panicked crowd around her and raised her handgun, decisively shooting. Click, 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 but there were no bullets left in the handgun. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the baton and charged at the nearest zombie. Sideways, squatting, swinging the baton, every movement flowed seamlessly. The baton struck the zombie's knee with a heavy thud. It lost its balance and fell forward. Zhou Baiwan seized the opportunity to smash the baton into the back of its head. With a crack, the skull shattered and black blood splattered onto her pant leg. She had no time to catch her breath. The second zombie was already lunging at her. She dodged sideways while delivering a kick to its abdomen. The zombie staggered back 2 steps, but quickly lunged again. Zhou Baiwan did not retreat. Instead, she advanced, lifting the baton from below to strike its chin. Bang! The zombie fell backward. She rushed forward, aiming for its forehead, and brought down the baton. The third, the fourth. The survivors around her transitioned from screaming and fleeing to picking up chairs to help, while others used steel pipes to deliver finishing blows. A young man lifted a water dispenser and smashed it onto a zombie's back, while a middle-aged woman pressed a mop against a zombie's neck with all her strength. When the last zombie fell, Zhou Baiwan was already drenched in blood, black and red mixed together, making it impossible to tell whether it was from the zombie or her own. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. The baton slipped from her hand and clattered to the ground. Team leader Zhou Are you injured? A young officer rushed over his face, filled with concern. Yet more survivors eyed Zhou Baiwan warily, keeping their distance. They feared Zhou Baiwan had also been bitten by a zombie. Zhou Baiwan shook her head, unable to speak. She leaned against the wall and walked to the window. The window glass had long shattered, cold wind rushing and carrying the stench of the rain. Through the broken window, she looked at the retreating floodwaters outside. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Officer Zhou, you're so beautiful. What will you do if the apocalypse comes? In a few days, if you're willing to take good care of me, I can give you a pack of instant noodles. At the time, she had felt it was an insult. She was Zhou Baiwan, the rising star of the Hangqing police, her father, a high-ranking official in Zhejiang province. A pack of instant noodles. What a joke. But now, she turned back to glance at the group behind her. The mother holding her child hadn't eaten for 2 days. The child's face was gray, eyes half open, unsure if they were asleep or fainting from hunger. The old man who had scolded her yesterday was now curled up in a corner, his lips cracked and his gaze vacant. He no longer cursed, merely staring blankly at the ground like a corpse that had yet to die. And those sacrificed colleagues. They had shouted, "Team leader Zhou, hurry and leave," before being knocked down by zombies, torn apart, becoming one of those monsters. Her eyes brimmed with tears. A pack of instant noodles. No, perhaps it wasn't just instant noodles. Perhaps it was a glimmer of hope. That bastard drove a modified vehicle with food and drink. He must have a way. He could remain so calm. Surely he had secrets she didn't know. Zhou Baiwan closed her eyes, took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her gaze had changed. It was not a resignation, but a determination. She stood up, stretched her numb legs, and directed her gaze out the window. Not far away, the Hangqing skyscraper stood amidst the ruins like a solitary pillar. She remembered that the direction that bastard had left was right there. The 28th floor of Hangqing building. Bang, bang, bang. The iron door was knocked loudly. Changge, Changge, please save me. It's me, Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with a cry. That bastard Lu Fei wants to skin me alive. I escaped with all my might. Changge, did you hear me? Li Changge leaned back in his chair, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lin Wei stood beside him, glancing at the door before looking back at Li Changge, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Changge raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is the saintess acting up again? Lin Wei shook her head awkwardly. Li Changge looked at her and walked over, lifting her chin. Dare to make a bet? Lin Wei was taken aback. Bet on what? Li Changge leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice. Let me tell you, outside are all of Lu Fei's men, and as soon as I open the door, they'll swarm in and seize the supplies. If I guess right tonight, you'll take the initiative too. Lin Wei's face turned instantly red. She wanted to curse him, but the words got stuck in her throat. During this period, she had long gotten used to it. Cursing was useless, she couldn't fight back, and there was no escape. Moreover, it didn't seem so hard to accept every time. Was she even enjoying it a bit? Her face flushed as she turned her head away, remaining silent. Li Changge chuckled, releasing her and walking towards the iron door. He peered through the gaps in the steel bars. Outside, Lu Ruyan stood there alone, looking even more disheveled than 6 days ago. Her hair was a tangled mess, matted in clumps, her face streaked with tears and mud. The once valuable dress she wore had multiple tears exposing her dirty skin beneath. The hem of her dress was stained with black blood, unsure whether it was from a zombie or someone else. Upon seeing Li Changge, her tears flowed even more fiercely. Changge, please, save me. She reached out her hand, trying to grab his sleeve through the gap. Her fingers were slender, but the dirt was caked under her nails, and there were scabbed wounds on her knuckles. Changge, I know I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you like that. But now I'm truly at my wit's end. Lu Fei, that beast, he wants to. She couldn't finish her sentence as she broke down in tears. Her crying was desolate, helpless, the kind that would soften any man's heart. Li Changge watched her. Those eyes, the tears were real, the fear was real, and the despair was real. Yet behind the tears there was a hint of coldness. Very faint, it flickered and vanished. But Li Changge saw it. It was calculation. It was a measure. It was the thought of, I've given so much, I must get something in return. Li Changge suddenly smiled. Lu Ruyan, his voice was light. Do you know? You've always been a great actress. Lu Ruyan's crying paused briefly. But it's still not good enough. Li Changge took a step back, pulling a cucumber from his pocket. It was emerald green, fresh, and in this apocalyptic world, it looked like a dazzling jewel. It was still glistening with water droplets as if it had just been washed. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Li Changge threw the cucumber through the gap in the steel bars, landing at Lu Ruyan's feet. Lu Ruyan looked down at the cucumber, then back up at Li Changge, her expression filled with confusion. Li Changge turned around, found a chair, and sat down. Put on a show now. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you in. His tone was lazy, and Lu Ruyan's face flushed instantly, not from shyness, but from humiliation. She understood. Standing there, her whole body trembled. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, bent down, and picked up the cucumber. It was cold with water droplets still on it. She gripped it tightly, her knuckles turning white. She raised her head, looking at Li Changge behind the iron door. He sat in the chair, crossing his legs with a smirk on his face. Beside him stood a woman wearing glasses and a white lab coat, watching her with a complex gaze. Ruyan recognized that kind of look. It was sympathy. This woman was sympathizing with her. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up in Ruyan: anger, shame, or deeper resentment. But on her face, she was only shedding tears, pitifully saying, "Changge, what do you want me to do?" Li Changge remained silent. He just looked at her. Ruyan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, only submission remained on her face. She raised the cucumber. Linwei stood behind Li Changge, watching the woman bending down to pick up the cucumber outside the door. She suddenly remembered how just a few days ago she too had been controlled by this man in despair. Li Changge leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with a smirk on his face. He was waiting for a performance, or waiting for a good show. Ruyan gritted her teeth, turning her back to the corner of the stairs, squatting down. She clutched the cucumber tightly, trembling all over. She knew what Li Changge wanted her to do. This pervert. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly began to move. Lu Fei was hiding at the corner of the stairs not far away, only able to see her vague silhouette. He heard the sound of fabric rubbing together, her suppressed gasps, and the faint sound of the cucumber being wrapped in something. His eyes turned red. Damn, he hadn't played with this woman yet, and now she was performing for Li Changge. He wished he could rush out right now, but he had to patiently wait for the door to open. When the time comes, he would make Li Changge pay dearly. Ruyan's performance continued. Just then a creaking sound came from the direction of the iron door. That was the sound of the bolt being pulled, and the sound of Li Changge's footsteps. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Finally, that bastard opened the door. He rushed out, suddenly waving the brick in his hand and shouting, "Get in there." Behind him, a dozen people followed, charging towards the iron door. Li Changge stood beside the opened iron door, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. He flipped his right hand, and a silver-white desert eagle appeared in his palm out of nowhere. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out almost in unison. The 5 gangsters in the front fell to the ground, in response, blood spreading from beneath them. The remaining survivors were instantly terrified. Some screamed and ran back, while others collapsed on the ground, wetting their pants. Lu Fei stood frozen, his face pale. Damn it, that bastard has a gun. The so-called carbon-based biological pacifier gun. He reacted quickly, immediately throwing away the brick in his hand, and with a thud he knelt on the ground, raising his hands high. "Li, spare my life. We were blind." Li Changge ignored him, suddenly feeling mischievous. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened a video, and tossed it to the ground. Lu Fei jerked his head up, glaring at Ruyan, who was still crouching not far away, his eyes bloodshot. "You treacherous bitch. So you're Li Changge's woman after all. I thought you were innocent, but you've been his whore all along." Ruyan heard his curses, turned, and saw the phone. She instantly understood everything. Ignoring her disheveled clothes, she lunged to snatch the phone. Li Changge raised his hand and slapped her. Slap. Ruyan stumbled and fell, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Holding her face, tears mingling with blood, she screamed hoarsely, "Li Changge, you'll get what's coming to you." Li Changge didn't even glance at her, turning the gun back toward Lu Fei. Terrified out of his wits, Lu Fei pressed his forehead to the ground, kowtowing frantically. "Master Li, spare me. I was blind. Let me go. I'll give you everything." Li Changge sneered. "Next life, don't mess with those you shouldn't." Bang! A bloody hole burst open in Lu Fei's forehead. He toppled backward, his eyes still wide open. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. "Stop!" A hoarse female voice rang out. Zhou Baiwan stumbled over, utterly disheveled, her police uniform torn, her face covered in mud. Seeing the corpse on the ground and the gun in Li Changge's hand, her pupils contracted sharply. "Li Changge, you've lost your mind." Li Changge glanced at her, ignored her, and turned the gun toward Ruyan. Ruyan lay on the ground, trembling all over. Li Changge looked down at her, his voice icy. "Ruyan, you don't know, do you? Your brother Lu Chang is already dead, killed by his own fiancée, beaten to death with an iron rod, blow by blow." Ruyan's eyes widened instantly, then slowly turned red. A beastly roar tore from her throat as she scrambled up and lunged at Li Changge. "Li Changge, give me back my brother's life." Bang! The 7th shot. A bloom of blood burst from Ruyan's chest. She stared down in disbelief, then crumpled softly to the ground. Zhou Baiwan stood frozen, staring at the 2 bodies, then at the still smoking muzzle in Li Changge's hand. Her professional instinct made her shout, "Li Changge, you'll face judgment." Li Changge turned, aiming the gun at her, a demonic smile curling at his lips. "In this world, no one can judge me." He took a step forward. "Kneel." The dark muzzle pointed at Zhou Baiwan's brow. Her heart nearly stopped her back, drenched in cold sweat. But she forced herself to stay calm, her phoenix eyes fixed on the gun. A desert eagle. Standard magazine, 7 rounds. The gunshots Shed heard. First 5 shots, then 1 to kill Lu Fei, and the last to kill Lu Ruyan. 7 shots in total. She had counted clearly. That gun had no bullets left. Her throat went dry, yet a reckless courage surged within her. She stared into Changge's eyes and said word by word, "I bet your gun is empty." Changge raised an eyebrow. Oh. Zhou Baiwan's legs still trembled, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped forward. Desert Eagle 7-round capacity. You just fired 7 shots. You're bluffing. Zhou Baiwan slowly advanced, pressing her grimy forehead against the muzzle. Changge glanced down at her and sneered, "Big chest, no brains." Bang. The gunshot exploded by Zhou Baiwan's ear. Bang. Another one. Bang. Bang. Changge fired 4 consecutive shots at the ceiling. Then he asked with a smile, "Officer Zhou, guess if there are any bullets left in my gun now." The dark muzzle pointed at her face. Zhou Baiwan's heart skipped a beat. "You?" The 4 shots rang out by her ears, deafening her mind. Changge looked down at her, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth like a cat toying with a mouse. Zhou Baiwan's ears still rang, but her mind was racing. Empty. It had to be empty. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done it when he first came and not waited until now. That thought flashed through her mind. Zhou Baiwan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pressed her clean forehead against the still smoking muzzle. Changge raised an eyebrow. Zhou Baiwan said word by word, "I bet not only that your gun is empty, I bet on you too." She stared into Changge's eyes. Changge laughed. The smile was light, faint, but it sent a chill down Zhou Baiwan's spine. "Oh, I'm a merciless demon who kills without blinking." His fingers slowly squeezed the trigger. The faint friction of the mechanism was clearly audible to Zhou Baiwan. Zhou Baiwan's pupils contracted instantly, every hair on her body standing on end. It was the primal fear of death, uncontrollable by any reason. Her heart felt as if it were being crushed, her blood freezing. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead and trickled down her cheek. Click, as Changge pulled the trigger. The crisp metallic click echoed like death's whisper. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Changge looked at her and suddenly smiled. He holstered the gun and waved his hand. "Officer Zhou, you win. Tell me, what do you want?" Zhou Baiwan's legs gave way and she nearly collapsed. She leaned against the wall, gasping for air, sweat soaking her blue and white police shirt. The thin fabric clung to her body, outlining her weary, yet still proud figure. It took her a full 2 minutes to steady herself. She looked at Changge, her lips moving, but she didn't know how to begin. Changge leaned back in his chair, not rushing her, just watching. His gaze was like that of someone observing a cornered little animal, tinged with amusement and curiosity. After a long while, Zhou Baiwan finally spoke with difficulty. "The government building. There are still hundreds of people. No food, no water. They can hold out for 3 more days at most." Her voice faltered, her throat feeling choked. She was Zhou Baiwan, the rising star of the Hangzhou Police Department. Her father was a high-ranking official in Zhejiang province. She had never begged anyone in her life. Now she was begging a man she once wanted to throw in jail. You want to find food and water for hundreds of people?" Changge was stunned by what he heard. This was even more saintly than Lin Wei. "This is a sickness. It needs to be cured. Hundreds of people without food or drink." She herself went hungry, went out to find supplies and fed that group. Wasn't this just like him in his past life? In his past life, he hunted zombies desperately, gave the spirit cores to Lu Chang, and gave the supplies to Lu Ruyan. What did he get in return? He was pushed into a zombie tide. A cold sneer curled on his lips. "What does any of that have to do with me?" Zhou Baiwan stepped forward urgently. "They're all living people. You can't just let them die. Stand by and watch them die." Changge rose to his feet, slowly approaching her. "Why shouldn't I?" Zhou Baiwan recoiled a step under his oppressive aura, yet she stubbornly lifted her chin. "Because you're human. You have the ability, so you should be a blood bag." Changge suddenly seized her wrist and pinned her against the wall. Zhou Baiwan struggled, but days without enough food and the exhaustion from battling zombies had drained all her strength. Her resistance was feeble. She pushed against his chest. He didn't budge. She kicked his leg. He didn't even flinch. Changge's face was so close she could see the coldness in his eyes. "You want me to take out food and drink to support those vampires?" Changge asked again. Zhou Baiwan turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze. "They're not vampires. They're ordinary people. The elderly, children, women. They just want to survive." Changge cut her off. "In the apocalypse, the cheapest thing is human life." With his other hand, he gripped her chin, forcing her to look at him. He wiped the grime from her face with his thumb. That face, once radiant and proud with eyes sharp as blades. Now it was etched with exhaustion, her lips cracked. Changge caressed her cheek again. Her skin was rough, parched, and malnourished, but the contours remained. The once haughty policewoman now pinned helplessly against the wall. Zhou Baiwan stiffened, thrashing violently. "Let me go." Changge didn't release her. Instead, he smiled. That smile sent a chill down her spine. "Supplies? Fine. Zhou Baiwan paused in her struggles. Li Changge continued, before the earthquake I told you. Serve me once, and he'll give you a pack of instant noodles. He paused as if calculating carefully. Over 100 people, let's say 150. 7 days rations, at least 1 pack per person per day. That's 1,050 packs. 1 pack per service. You'll have to serve me 1,050 times. He leaned close to her, ear lowering his voice. Once a day, that's about 3 years. Without rest, it'd take a year and a half. Zhou Baiwan's face flushed crimson, then turned pale. She understood. 3 years. 1,050 times. She clenched her teeth, her chest heaving violently. Zhou Baiwan froze for a second, then her face burned red. Not from shyness, but from fury. She was Zhou Baiwan, the youngest squadron leader of the Hangzhou Police Department, daughter of a high-ranking minister. The wealthy and powerful who pursued her. She wouldn't even spare them a glance. Now this bastard was humiliating her with instant noodles. 1,050 times. 3 years. Without rest. Damn him to hell. She wrenched free from Li Changge's grip, her chest heaving. Dream on. She turned and strode away, her steps quick and urgent, afraid that if she lingered she might turn back and curse him. But at the doorway she paused. Just a moment. Then she pushed open the door and vanished into the biting wind. Li Changge watched her retreating figure, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Lin Wei approached, asking softly, will she come back? Yes, Li Changge replied, withdrawing his gaze and settling back into his chair. Tonight's extreme cold. Those people have no food or water. They'll force her to come. In the apocalypse, people will do anything to survive. Until they've drained her last drop of blood, then complain she wasn't useful enough. On this point, Li Changge knew he had the final say from his past life. In Li Changge's eyes, Zhou Baiwan was utterly saintly. In peacetime that might be fine, but this was a dog-eat-dog apocalypse. Saintliness is a disease. It needs a cure. If it can't be cured, then death. The apocalypse was that simple. By afternoon, the sky had darkened further. The north wind began to howl, pouring in through shattered windows, cutting like knives against the skin. The temperature plummeted visibly, not a gradual chill, but as if someone had suddenly switched off the world's warmth. Li Changge had long since retreated with Lin Wei into the partitioned room. This tiny 2 square meter space finally proved its worth. The concrete walls provided excellent insulation. Li Changge pulled a velvet quilt from his space, thick, soft, wrapping around them like a cloud. Holding the soft Lin Wei in his arms, Li Changge caught the faint scent of her skin and smirked mischievously. You lost the bet, didn't you? As for what happened next, let the esteemed readers use their imagination. At the same time, inside the over 100 people were crammed into a meeting room, body pressed against body, using each other's warmth to fight the bitter cold. The air was thick with unbearable odors, sweat, foot stench, and worse. The windows were shattered and the north wind swept in with icy drafts, every crack a potential killer. A little girl huddled in her mother's arms, peeking out softly, Mommy, I'm cold and hungry. The words were like a match thrown into dry tinder. All eyes turned in unison toward Zhou Baiwan, who had just returned and was curled up in a corner. She wrapped herself in her thin police uniform, her lips purple from cold, her face etched with exhaustion. Hours earlier she had returned from Hangzhou Tower, and when they asked for food, she only said, I didn't find any. Now the lie was crumbling. A middle-aged woman spoke first. Officer Zhou, is there really nothing left to eat in the building? The temperature's about to drop below zero. You need to figure something out fast. Yeah, Officer Zhou. You can't abandon us. When will rescue come? If it doesn't come soon, people will die. Zhou Baiwan opened her mouth to explain. But what could she say? That there was food in Hangzhou Tower, but that bastard demanded 3 years of her service to give it. Another woman spoke, her voice shrill. Officer Zhou, didn't you go to Hangzhou Tower this afternoon? That building's so tall. There must be food. Why didn't you bring any back? Or did you find some and want to keep it for yourself? The words ignited the crowd of survivors instantly. Exactly. You were gone so long. You must have found something. Bring it back. You're a cop. You can't just abandon us common folks. Standing by while people die? What kind of cop are you? Zhou Baiwan's face flushed red, then turned pale. She wanted to defend herself, to say she had done her best, but her voice was drowned out by the mounting accusations. Those faces, once grateful to her, were now twisted with resentment and suspicion. She suddenly recalled Li Changge's words, those vampires aren't worth it. At the time she thought it was cold-blooded. Now, an elderly man in his 60s leaned weakly against the wall, holding a boy of 5 or 6 in his arms. The boy's eyes were closed, his small face ashen, lips cracked. Officer Zhou. The old man's voice came in broken gasps, as if he were using his last ounce of strength. My little grandson hasn't eaten in 3 days. Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd fell silent for a moment. The old man's weak voice continued, Officer Zhou, I beg you. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with murky tears. I want him to live. Tears instantly welled up in Zhou Baiwan's eyes. She thought of that child. Just yesterday, he had timidly called her Annie-officer, and today, he could no longer open his eyes. Zhou Baiwan closed her eyes. She recalled the education she had received since childhood, serving the people, protecting the common folk. This was her duty, her mission, the very meaning of her existence. But now, she opened her eyes. 3 seconds later she spoke. Her voice was soft, yet everyone heard her. Okay, he'll go. The crowd fell silent instantly. Zhou Baiwan stood up, pushed through the crowd, and walked toward the door. No one stopped her, and no one offered to accompany her. They merely watched her, their gazes filled with anticipation, relief, and a hint of exhalation. She pushed open the door. The north wind rushed at her, cutting against her face like a knife. She stumbled a step, leaning against the wall to avoid falling. Cold. Too cold. The police uniform on her body was as thin as paper, letting the wind seep right through. Her teeth began to chatter, and her whole body trembled. But she did not look back. Behind her, the arguing in the conference room gradually subsided. Those people fought over the last half of the biscuit she had left when she departed. It was her life-saving ration she had hidden for 2 days. At this moment, they were arguing over who would get one extra bite and who would get one less. Zhou Baiwan walked step by step forward. The corridor was long and dark with the wind pouring in from all directions. Tears streamed down her face, and she wondered if what she was doing was worth it. She didn't know if those people would be grateful. She didn't know if she would still be alive after tonight. At this moment, she was gradually treading on her pride, which had been held high for over 20 years, sinking it into the mud. With each step, she crushed it a little more. Ahead loomed the outline of the Hangqing building, resembling a silent behemoth in the night. It was that bastard, along with 1,050 packets of instant noodles. 3 years. 1,050 times. Inside the Hangqing building, Changge had just finished exercising and pulled Lin Wei into his embrace when a rapid knocking sound of bang 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 echoed from outside. It wasn't the frenzied banging of zombies, it was the sound of human hands knocking on the door, weak yet urgent. Lin Wei shifted and tried to get up. Changge pressed down on her shoulder, put on his clothes, and walked to the iron door. He looked outside through the gaps in the steel bars. Zhou Baiwan was standing outside the door. She looked even more disheveled than a few hours ago. That thin police uniform could not shield her from the extreme cold. Her whole body was curled up, her lips turning purple, frost clinging to her eyelashes, and her face marked with patches of frostbite. She hugged her arms, shivering all over, her teeth chattering loudly enough to be heard from inside. Changge unlatched the door. Zhou Baiwan stumbled and nearly falling over. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, the white vapor she exhaled condensing into mist in the air. Her fingers had turned white from the cold, stiffly curled, and unable to straighten. Changge leaned against the door, hugging his arms, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, Officer, Zhou, you came to visit so late." Zhou Baiwan looked up at him. At that moment, her eyes seemed to be shrouded in fog. Her eye sockets were sunken and her eyelids were dark. She seemed to have not slept for a long time. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse like sandpaper against stone. I came to fulfill." She couldn't finish her sentence. Changge raised an eyebrow. "Fulfill what?" Zhou Baiwan bit her lip until it nearly bled. The taste of blood spread on her tongue, helping her regain a small measure of clarity. 1,050 times. "You keep your word." Changge smiled. The smile was light and faint, yet it sent chills through Zhou Baiwan. "Of course I keep my word." Changge stepped aside. Zhou Baiwan lowered her head and walked in step by step. She paused briefly as she passed by Lin Wei. Zhou Baiwan did not dare look at her. Lin Wei said nothing, simply closing the door to the partition quietly. In the small partition, only Changge and Zhou Baiwan remained. Changge raised his hand. A bright red flame flickered in his palm. The flame hovered in midair, slowly spinning, instantly warming the surrounding air. That warmth felt like an invisible hand caressing Zhou Baiwan's frozen cheeks, fingers, and body. Zhou Baiwan was stunned. She stared wide-eyed at the flame floating in midair, her pupils reflecting the flickering light. She had never seen anything like this. Fire can burn in the palm of one's hand. It can hover in the air. It can spin like it has a life of its own. This was her first encounter with supernatural powers. Something that had only appeared in movies was now right before her eyes. Changge ignored her shock, walked to the chair, and sat down, spreading his legs. He looked at Zhou Baiwan. Zhou Baiwan stood frozen in place, fully aware of what was about to happen. Changge did not rush her, he simply watched. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhou Baiwan's legs began to tremble, not from the cold, but from fear. That fear seeped from her bones, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She closed her eyes. Her father's face flashed in her mind. That imposing old man, if he knew his daughter was standing here now about to do what she was about to do, would he be furious enough to spit blood? She recalled the education she had received since childhood, to be honorable and upright. She was Zhou Baiwan, the rising star of the Hangqing police, someone admired by countless people. But now, when she opened her eyes again, she slowly knelt down. Her knees hit the ground with a dull sound. but it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Kneeling, she moved forward 2 steps, positioning herself in front of Changge. Changge looked down at her. Zhou Baiwan did not dare to look at him, only staring at the ground. Tears dripped onto the ground, spreading a small patch before quickly evaporating under the heat of the flame. She extended her hand. Her hand trembled, trembling violently. Changge remained still. She gritted her teeth and continued. The door to the partition was closed tightly. 3 hours later, the door opened. Changge stepped out, stretching his neck. Zhou Baiwan followed behind him, her head lowered, walking with a slight wobble. She leaned against the wall, inching forward step by step. Each step felt like it drained all her strength. Her face showed no expression, but her eyes were heavily reddened. Changge glanced at her and suddenly said, considering what just happened. He walked to the storage room and pushed the door open. Zhou Baiwan saw him pull out 3 cardboard boxes from the corner, stacking them neatly on the ground. Each box bore the familiar red lettering, Kong Shifu, braised beef noodles. 3 boxes, all neatly arranged. Zhou Baiwan was stunned. Changge clapped his hands. Let's go. Zhou Baiwan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. The 2 of them arrived at the government building with 3 boxes of instant noodles. Upon pushing open the door to the conference room, people surged forward instantly. Food. It's food. Instant noodles. It really is instant noodles. The crowd pounced on the 3 cardboard boxes like wild animals. Some people tore open the packaging with their nails, while others directly overturned the boxes. Some were pushed to the ground, only to get up and squeeze forward again. Zhou Baiwan was cornered against the wall, holding onto it to avoid falling. She watched those people who had just complained of hunger, cold, and impending death, now fighting over the meager food like beasts. A middle-aged woman grabbed 2 packets and clutched them tightly to her chest, warily watching the surrounding people, afraid of being robbed. A man, unable to snatch any, punched another person in the face and took half a packet from his hand. The man who was hit cursed while holding his nose, but after a couple of swears, he crouched down to pick up the scattered crumbs on the ground. An old man in his 60s holding his grandson had managed to grab a packet with great difficulty, but it was snatched away by a young man. The old man kneeled on the ground, pleading, "My grandson is about to starve. Please give it back to me." The young man did not look back, tearing open the packaging and stuffing it into his mouth. 5 minutes later, the 3 boxes of instant noodles were completely emptied. Broken packaging littered the ground, and a few people squatted in the corners, wolfing down the noodles without even soaking them, devouring them raw. The sounds of chewing, slurping, and choking blended together. Some ate too quickly, choking and rolling their eyes, pounding their chests to get it down. Zhou Baiwan stood in the corner, observing it all. No one looked at her. No one asked where she had gotten it from. No one inquired if she was hurt, cold, or hungry. She felt like a used tool, casually discarded in the corner. Just then a voice rang out. "Is this all there is?" Zhou Baiwan looked up. It was the middle-aged woman who had first accused her. She held 3 packets of instant noodles, her face filled with discontent. "Officer Zhou, is this really enough for a day's supply? What about tomorrow?" Instantly, someone beside her echoed. "Yeah, will there be any tomorrow? You must deliver on time. We can't be left starving. You're a police officer. You must take responsibility until the end." Zhou Baiwan stood frozen in place. She opened her mouth to say something, but not a word came out. She recalled the last 3 hours. She remembered the moment she knelt down. She remembered the sound of her knees hitting the ground. She remembered the disgust, shame, and tears that she desperately suppressed. She thought that what she would earn in return would be the gratitude of these people. Even just a simple thank you. Even just a grateful look. But Changge leaned against the door, watching this scene with a smirk. Within that smirk, there was mockery, indifference, and a hint of, so it was destined. Looking at the group that had finished snatching the instant noodles and was now devouring them. They squatted on the ground in the corners beside overturned tables and chairs, their hands filled with instant noodles as they stuffed them into their mouths, the sounds of chewing, slurping, and choking merging into a chaotic symphony. No one looked up, no one spoke, only the instinct to eat remained. He suddenly patted Zhou Baiwan on the shoulder. Zhou Baiwan looked up, her eyes red and swollen with traces of unshed tears still on her face. Changge's palm manifested a tiny fiery whirlwind, fiery red, spinning like an eye from hell. "Do you want me to destroy this place?" His voice was soft like a whisper from a demon. Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened as she shook her head frantically. "No, you can't destroy this place. Without the government building, these people will die." Changge looked at her. In his eyes, the fear was real, but more so was obsession. "Even now, you're still thinking about those people." He clenched his palm, and the flames dissipated. For him, it made no difference whether it was destroyed or not. Tonight's extreme cold would claim the lives of most. Yet he still asked, "Did you not see how those people treated you just now, eh?" Zhou Baiwan fell silent. Changge slapped her backside. "Let's go back." Zhou Baiwan stumbled forward from the slap, but didn't say anything, merely lowering her head and following him like a walking corpse. The 2 of them exited the government building. Outside, the cold wind howled, cutting like knives against their faces. The sky was gloomy with dark clouds hanging low as if they were about to collapse. After only a few steps, Zhou Baiwan felt icy droplets falling on her face. She looked up. Snowflakes. At first it was just a few scattered flakes, but soon it turned into a heavy snowstorm blanketing everything. The snowflakes twisted and danced in the howling wind stinging against her face. It was snowing. Zhou Baiwan stared blankly at the sky, watching the snowflakes land on the back of her hand, melt, and then new ones fall. She remembered the first time she saw snow as a child when her father held her while they built a snowman in the yard. Back then she thought the snow was beautiful. Now the snow was merely a synonym for cold. Changge walked ahead without looking back, his shoulders quickly covered in snow. He walked steadily as if he felt. Zhou Baiwan quickened her pace to catch up. It's the apocalypse now, you can't save everyone. Suddenly Changge spoke, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind and snow. You save them, do they appreciate you? The extreme cold will arrive tonight, and at least 8 or 9 out of 10 will freeze to death. Changge withdrew his gaze, his tone as flat, as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Zhou Baiwan did not refute. She opened her mouth to say, I don't believe it, but the words died on her lips. Because she recalled the faces of those people. She remembered the greed and ferocity in the eyes of that middle-aged woman as she snatched the instant noodles, like a beast guarding its food. She remembered the young man who snatched the instant noodles from the old man without a backward glance. These were the people she had saved. Groups of zombies kept lunging towards them from the side of the street. These zombies were also frozen stiff and moved sluggishly, yet they were still persistent. Snow was already beginning to settle on their bodies, a thin layer of white covering their grayish-white skin. Changge waved his hand casually, and 2 small fireballs flew out. Bang! Bang! The zombies were blown away, limbs and severed body parts scattered everywhere, and black blood splattered on the snow, a shocking sight. He continued walking without looking back. Do you see? You expend so much effort and means to kill one, and I only need a small fireball. And you, such a beautiful woman, have no special abilities. Do you know what that means, eh? In the end, you can only become a plaything. Do you understand? Zhou Baiwan looked at the shattered corpses, then at Changge's back. She recalled how long it took her to kill a zombie. She had to lure it, ambush it, hit it dozens of times with her baton, all while risking being bitten. And he merely waved his hand. This is the difference. When Changge and Zhou Baiwan returned to the 28th floor of the Hangqing building, a thin layer of snow had already accumulated. The corridor was as cold as an ice cellar, and the breath they exhaled instantly turned into white frost. However, the partition room on the 28th floor was different. Changge casually threw out a fireball the size of a fist which hovered in midair. The fireball slowly rotated, radiating warm light that warmed the entire small room. Zhou Baiwan stared blankly at the fireball. Is this what powers are like? Unfortunately, she did not possess any. Changge rummaged through a corner and tossed her a thick quilt and some warm clothing. Put it on. Zhou Baiwan took it and held it close. The quilt was thick and the clothes were warm. At such a time, the scent was reassuring. Changge walked over to Lin Wei, crawled into the bed, hugged her, and closed his eyes to sleep. He did not glance at Zhou Baiwan even once during the entire process. Zhou Baiwan stood there holding the quilt, unsure of what to do. After a while, she heard Changge's muffled voice. You smell too bad. Stay away. Zhou Baiwan was stunned. She lowered her head and sniffed herself. She hadn't bathed for days, had rolled in a pile of corpses, and had broken out in cold sweat in the biting wind, only to have it freeze dry. Now in this warm room she indeed smelled. The corners of her mouth twitched. The formidable police flower, the rising star of the Hangqing police, of being worshipped by countless people, was being disliked. She smiled bitterly, found a corner, wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, and sat against the wall. The fireball continued to rotate in midair, emitting warm light. She gazed at it, recalling everything that had happened that night. The faces of those people. Changge's words. And that phrase, in the end you can only become a plaything. She closed her eyes. She didn't know how long it took before she fell into a dazed sleep. The next day, the long-awaited sun finally appeared, pale like a dying face. The sun had no warmth, only light. Zhou Baiwan pushed open the door to the partitioned room, shivering from the cold air that rushed in. Outside it was -8 or 9 degrees. The white breath she exhaled instantly turned into icy mist. The entire city was draped in silver. It was not the kind of romantic snowy landscape. Rather, it was an apocalyptic freeze. The tall buildings were adorned with icicles resembling gigantic ice pillars hanging overhead. The streets were covered in a layer of ice, cars frozen into ice sculptures, and thick frost coated the billboards. Power lines hung down, frozen into icicles. The streets were deserted. Only a few zombies were wandering aimlessly. Their movements were slower than the night before. Ice clung to their bodies, and each step took considerable effort. Some were even frozen in place, standing like ice sculptures. In the distance, a few frozen corpses could be vaguely seen, Survivors who didn't make it through the night curled up in a corner covered with a thin layer of frost. The entire city resembled a giant refrigerator. Changge stepped outside and glanced at the sky. Pack up, we leave at noon today. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback. Where to? Home. Changge did not explain further, merely glancing at the frozen zombies. Extreme cold will severely restrict the zombies' mobility and sense of smell. But once the extreme cold passes, they will undergo their first wave of evolution. At that time, 30% of the zombies will evolve into level 2 zombies. Some lucky zombies may even continue to evolve. By then, the zombie tide will arrive. He paused. Time is running out. Zhou Baiwan stood there watching his figure disappear behind the door. She looked again at the ice-covered world outside. The snow was still falling, but it was lighter than the night before. The expanse of white between heaven and earth made it hard to distinguish where the road was and where the ruins lay. Zombie tide. Evolution. She tightened her grip on the quilt. This world was completely different from the one she used to know. At noon, the temperature rose a few degrees compared to the night, but it was still bone-chilling cold, and the breath they exhaled instantly turned into white frost. The three of them finished packing, and Changge led the two women to the underground parking lot. The parking garage was large, dimly lit, with only a few emergency lights still working, casting a pale glow. A thin layer of ice covered the ground, crunching underfoot. Several cars were parked haphazardly, covered in thick dust. Changge walked to a corner and lifted a waterproof cover. The two women were stunned at the same time. It was a massive off-road vehicle which Changge had taken out from his space yesterday and placed here. The dark green body, 6-wheel drive with a ridiculously high chassis and tires thicker than an adult's waist. On the roof were solar panels and searchlights, and thick crash bars were welded onto the sides of the vehicle. The whole vehicle resembled a sleeping steel giant. What kind of vehicle is this? Linwei took off her glasses to wipe them and put them back on, thinking she had seen it wrong. Marauder. Modified. Changge patted the vehicle, producing a dull sound. 6-wheel drive, a bulletproof, can overturn a dump truck. Zhou Baiwan walked around the vehicle, growing increasingly astonished. This vehicle before the apocalypse would have cost at least several million. She looked at Changge, her eyes filled with complexity. Just how many more secrets does this man hide? Changge ignored her gaze and took out several iron chains from the trunk. These were anti-slip chains specifically for tires, thick and sturdy, with each link as thick as a thumb. He crouched down and skillfully fitted them onto the wheels. 1, 2, 3. All 6 wheels were fitted with anti-slip chains, his movements swift. Get in the car. The two women opened the doors and climbed into the back seat. The interior was spacious, and the genuine leather seats emitted a faint scent of leather. Linwei touched the seat, her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhou Baiwan leaned against the window, gazing at the ice-covered garage, lost in thought. Changge sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. Vroom. The diesel engine roared deeply, causing the entire vehicle to tremble slightly. That kind of tremor felt like the breath of a giant beast awakening. He pressed the accelerator. The Marauder burst out of the garage, rolling over the icy slope and driving into the frozen city. The streets had completely turned into an ice road. The once bustling thoroughfare was now as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the pale sky. Everywhere on the road were frozen cars, awkwardly blocking the way, some completely covered in snow, leaving only a vague outline. Changge didn't care at all. The massive tires of the Marauder rolled over the small cars as if they were merely toys. Bang, bang, bang. A sedan was smashed aside, the door caved in, and the glass shattered. An SUV blocked the way, and the Marauder simply climbed over it, its 6-wheel drive crushing it into a pancake. The guardrails by the roadside were knocked away, the power poles were broken, and those zombies in the way were crushed into meat paste, their black blood exploding on the ice, and then carried away by the tires. Bang! Another zombie was knocked away, crashing onto the windshield, leaving a streak of black blood, then Zhou Baiwan opened her eyes just in time to see that distorted face disappear under the car. Her stomach churned. Don't throw up, Changge said without turning his head. If you do, clean it up yourself. Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth, suppressing the nausea. She watched the ruins rapidly retreating outside the window and suddenly asked, where are we going? Changge casually replied with 4 words, Stone Manor. On the road, the strong vehicle charged recklessly. Changge turned the steering wheel sharply, and the vehicle drifted around a corner, knocking over a trash can. The vehicle continued forward, crushing through the icy street, leaving the wandering zombies far behind. Outside the car window, the once bustling city now lay in ruins. Half of the overpass had collapsed, and the remaining part was covered in icicles. The glass curtain walls of the office buildings were shattered, revealing dark, hollow windows. The Christmas tree at the mall's entrance still stood, but its decorations were buried under snow, resembling a forgotten tombstone. Occasionally, survivors could be seen hiding among the ruins, crouched by windows or curled up in corners. They watched as this steel beast passed by, their eyes filled with fear, envy, and desperation. But the vehicle did not stop. It charged forward, crushing everything in its path. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun had already set, leaving only the last trace of dark red in the sky. The Pancher Manor arrived. The sun had set, leaving only the last trace of dark red in the sky, resembling congealed blood. Pancher Manor stood quietly on the hillside, covered in ice and snow like a sleeping giant. The villas were scattered across the gentle slope, each draped in thick ice armor, emitting a ghostly blue glow in the twilight. Lee Change's villa was at the very top, in the best position. The outer walls were adorned with icicles hanging down from the eaves to the ground, resembling a curtain of ice crystals. The yard was piled high with snow, revealing only a few clusters of dead plants and a stone table that had cracked from the frost. Yet the main structure was intact. Indeed, it was well reinforced for the price paid. Lee Changge pushed open the large door. Inside was a mess. The earthquake had toppled some decorations to the ground, scattering ceramic shards everywhere. There were traces of water ingress in the corner, and several floorboards were lifted, creaking underfoot. However, the glass doors and windows were unscathed. Bulletproof glass truly lived up to its reputation. His gaze fell upon the front door. There were several deep dents on the door, as if it had been forcefully struck by something, with several pits in the metal surface. Yet there were no signs of damage to the door. Lee Changge let out a cold laugh. Someone had been here. He walked over to the fireplace, taking out diesel from his space and pouring it onto the firewood. With a soft whoosh, flames leaped up and warm yellow light instantly illuminated the entire living room. The fire flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. He took out several diesel heaters and turned them all on. Amidst the buzzing sound, warmth began to spread, dispelling the chill that had accumulated for days. The temperature rose at a visible rate. Lin Wei had already started picking up the clutter on the floor. She swept the broken glass to one side, propped up the fallen chair, and straightened the tilted picture frame. Her movements were nimble, as if she were at home. However, Zhou Baiwan stood at the door, staring blankly at all of this. Warmth, brightness, safety. How long had it been since she had seen these? The government building was filled only with coldness, darkness, and despair. Those people huddled together, using their body heat to fend off the cold, using silence to resist fear. And as the leader, she had to share even the last half of a biscuit. But now here, the fireplace was burning, the heaters were running, the air was warm, and the floor was dry. Suddenly she felt as if she were dreaming. Lee Changge turned around and saw her dazed expression, instantly feeling angry. He walked over and lightly kicked her plump backside. "Damn it, I brought you back to serve me, not to give me attitude." Zhou Baiwan stumbled forward from the kick, suddenly coming to her senses, her face filled with disbelief. You want me to do housework? What a ridiculous international joke. I am Zhou Baiwan. Since I was a child, I have never washed a single. There were maids at home, logistics at work, who she only needed to handle cases, catch criminals, and then get promoted. Lee Changge glared, his hand reaching for the belt at his waist. "Damn it, can't I even tame you?" The belt was drawn out, snapping sharply in the air. Zhou Baiwan's face turned red instantly upon seeing that action. She recalled the 3 hours from last night. Remembered the moment she knelt down. Remembered those unbearable images. She wilted. Lee Change's belt crackled in his hand as he said fiercely, "You still owe me over 1,000 times. Don't make me demand it all back at once." Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened. Once. Over 1,000 times. She dared not imagine further. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, reluctantly starting to clean the house. The place wasn't too messy. Lin Wei was responsible for sweeping, gathering the broken glass and dust into a pile. Zhou Baiwan was in charge of dusting, using a cloth to wipe the dust off the furniture. The two worked together and had it mostly cleaned up in less than an hour. Lee Changge sat on the just-adjusted sofa, crossing his legs, watching the two women busy about. One was a female master's student, and the other a female police officer. At that moment, one was sweeping while the other was dusting like two little maids. He suddenly found the scene quite amusing. Once the cleaning was done, he waved his hand. "All right, go take a shower. You stink." Both women froze simultaneously, then their eyes instantly lit up. "Here, can we take a shower?" Zhou Baiwan's voice trembled. Ever since the earthquake, she hadn't taken a shower. The smell on her body, a mix of sweat, blood, and the stench of corpses, was becoming unbearable even for herself. Lin Wei had already pulled her toward the bathroom. The bathroom was small, but the water heater was good. The industrial equipment Lee Changge had stocked came in handy. Lin Wei turned on the faucet, and after a few seconds, hot water poured out. Zhou Baiwan stood under the shower, letting the hot water wash over her body. She looked down as the dirty water at her feet turned gray, swirling down the drain. All that filth, those bloodstains, that stench were washed away. As if a little bit of the despair from these past few days had also been washed away. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to temporarily not think about those things. Those faces. Those accusations. Those hands that snatched instant noodles. Not thinking about them for now. Just taking a shower. Lee Changge sat outside, grinning as he took out 2 sets of pajamas from his space. One set was a maid outfit, black and white with lace trim short enough for just the right amount of flair and accompanied by a small white headband. The other set was a police uniform, deep blue with a short skirt, a belt, and a small hat. Quite comfortable. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. The two women walked out, still flushed from the hot water. Their hair was wet, cascading over their shoulders, droplets trickling down from the tips. They saw the clothes in Li Changge's hands and froze. What is this? Zhou Baiwan's voice began to waver again. Li Changge handed over the clothes. Your clothes stink, throw them away. Wear this. Lin Wei's face flushed as she took the maid outfit, biting her lip as she slowly put it on. The fabric was soft but thin, clinging to her body and feeling a bit cool. She looked down at herself, her face turning even redder. Zhou Baiwan wanted to refuse, but she realized she indeed had no clothes to wear. The police uniform was already too dirty to keep crumpled into a heap at the bathroom door. Gritting her teeth, she took the police outfit, turned her back, and quickly put it on. The deep blue skirt barely covered the tops of her thighs. That sense of shame left Zhou Baiwan utterly mortified. She tugged at the hem of her outfit, but it wouldn't budge. The fabric was too short. She looked up and saw Li Changge staring at her, his eyes wide. The temperature inside the villa had risen to 20 degrees. Outside it was a frigid minus several degrees, yet inside it felt like spring. The two women had finished their baths, changed into clothes, and lay on the soft goose-down sofa. Zhou Baiwan wore a female police uniform, the deep blue skirt barely covering her thighs, revealing a pair of straight and long legs. After soaking in hot water, her legs glistened with a healthy sheen. The muscle definition was smooth, not the frail kind, but the firm tone developed from years of training. The curve of her calves was just right, her ankles slender, and her toes slightly curled. Her hair was still damp, cascading over her shoulders with a few strands sticking to her cheeks. Once the grime on her face was washed away, her originally fair and delicate skin was revealed, her nose straight and high, while her lips became rosy from the hot water. Her phoenix-like eyes, though still showing fatigue, had regained some of their former sharpness, yet paired with this outfit, the sharpness took on an ambiguous allure. Lin Wei wore a maid outfit, the black and white color scheme accentuating her intellect. Her eyes behind the frameless glasses blinked, holding a hint of shyness and curiosity. Her figure wasn't as tall as Zhou Baiwan's, but it was well-proportioned with delicate collarbones and a slim waist. The hem of her maid outfit was even shorter than the police uniform, exposing a section of her fair thigh, her legs straight and skin refined. She curled up on the sofa like a docile cat. Li Changge was utterly captivated. He glanced to the left, then to the right, and finally his gaze settled on the two pairs of legs, unable to look away. Lin Wei blinked her big watery eyes and softly said, Changge, thanks to you we have a place to rest in this apocalyptic world. Of course, Li Changge replied with a chuckle. What kind of friendship do we have? Over 1 billion in friendship. Lin Wei was taken aback for a moment, then realized. Over 1 billion? How could it be just over 1 billion? Her face instantly flushed red as she buried her head into the sofa, emitting a muffled hum sound. Zhou Baiwan, listening beside them, initially didn't understand, but upon seeing Lin Wei's reaction and thinking about over 1 billion, she suddenly grasped at her face, also reddening, as she scolded Lecher. Li Changge burst into hearty laughter. The sound echoed in the warm living room. Outside, the cold wind howled, snow and ice blanketed the ground, and the frigid minus 10 degrees were devouring the city. But at that moment the villa felt very warm. Lin Wei lifted her head from the sofa, looked at Li Changge with a flushed face, and then lowered her head again. Zhou Baiwan tugged at her absurdly short skirt, glaring at him, but the despair from last night had vanished from her eyes. Li Changge leaned back on the sofa, glancing left and right, suddenly feeling this apocalypse didn't seem so bad. At least for tonight, it wasn't bad. The flames in the fireplace danced, crackling. The wind outside grew stronger, but inside it was warm. Li Changge opened the refrigerator. It was filled to the brim. Fresh vegetables, sliced meat, various meatballs, and several boxes of fatty beef rolls. Of course, all of it was taken from a spatial storage, just passing through the refrigerator. Lin Wei leaned over for a look, her eyes instantly lighting up. These. Zhou Baiwan also walked over, staring blankly at the items in the refrigerator. Crisp green lettuce, bright red meat slices, and her favorite shrimp rolls. Remembering the days in the government building, Zhou Baiwan felt tears welling up. We're having hot pot tonight, Li Changge casually stated as he closed the refrigerator door. Both women froze for a moment, then their eyes sparkled. Hot pot. The kind of hot pot that was steaming, spicy, and fragrant, where various ingredients could be dipped in. Zhou Baiwan swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten anything warm in nearly 10 days. The instant noodles in the government building had been eaten dry. Li Changge took out an induction cooker from the kitchen cabinet and then brought out a power bank from the corner. This was specially customized. When fully charged, it could power all the appliances in the villa for 3 days. He connected the induction cooker and pressed the switch. Buzz, the long-missed sound of appliances, resonated clearly in the quiet villa. Upon hearing that sound, Zhou Baiwan's eyes suddenly felt a bit sore. This sound, which had been so ordinary before, now sounded like heavenly music. Li Changge took out a big pot from his spatial storage, filled it with water, and tossed in a piece of hot pot base. The red beef tallow solidified in the cold water like a brick. He lit the fire. 5 minutes later, the water began to bubble. The red oil slowly melted and the fragrance began to waft, spicy, rich, and salivating. Lin Wei had already taken the initiative to set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Zhou Baiwan paused for 2 seconds, then joined her to help. Outside, the snow fell heavier, drifting down from the dim sky. In the distance, several collapsed high-rise buildings could be seen appearing vaguely in the wind and snow like gigantic tombstones. Inside, it was as warm as spring. The pot on the induction cooker bubbled with a gudu-gudu sound, the red broth rolling, the spicy and numbing flavors intertwining, penetrating the nostrils. White steam rose, condensing into a layer of mist on the window glass. Changge arranged the ingredients onto the table, one plate after another. Lettuce, spinach, enoki, mushrooms, luncheon, meat, various meatballs, fatty beef rolls, lamb rolls, and a box of shrimp rolls that Zhou Baiwan had been longing for. "What are you waiting for? Eat," he said, picking up a slice of fatty beef and swishing it in the bubbling red broth several times until the meat changed color, coating it in the red broth, dipping it in sauce, and sending it to his mouth. The fatty beef melted on his tongue, the spicy flavor exploded instantly, followed by the aroma of meat, the oiliness, and the garlic scent from the sauce. That sense of satisfaction traveled directly from his tongue to the top of his head. Lin Wei picked up a fishball, took a bite, and it was so hot that she inhaled sharply, but she couldn't bear to spit it out. She chewed while exhaling, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Zhou Baiwan picked up a piece of lettuce, dipped it in the broth for a few seconds, and retrieved it. The lettuce retained its crispness coated in the red broth, and she sent it to her mouth. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Not because it was spicy. It was because she hadn't eaten anything warm in so long, forgotten the taste of such food, and hadn't sat in a warm room eating like a normal person. She lowered her head, pretending to be affected by the spice, wiping her eyes. Changge noticed, but said nothing, simply pushing a plate of freshly cooked fatty beef in front of her. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback for a moment, picked up a slice, and chewed slowly. The steam rose, and the aroma spread. Outside, heavy snow fell, remnants of broken walls and collapsed structures. Inside, the three of them gathered around a pot, eating with beads of sweat on their foreheads. Halfway through their meal, bang, 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 the door of the villa was suddenly knocked on. The knocking was very rough. The three stopped their chopsticks. Changge put down his chopsticks, stood up, walked to the entrance, and looked at the surveillance screen on the wall. On the screen, 7 or 8 people stood outside the door, wrapped in thick clothing. Down jackets, coats, blankets, anything they could find bundled up, like zongzi, making it hard to distinguish between men and women. On the surveillance footage, these men were seen holding steel pipes, machetes, and a rusty fire axe. Leading them was a man whose face was indistinguishable, only his relentless pounding on the door and his shouting could be discerned. Changge pressed the audio switch. "Open the door. We know someone's in there. Open up. Damn it, we're freezing. Open the door. Got any food? Give us something hot." The curses mingled with the banging on the door, sounding particularly grating through the speaker. Lin Wei walked up behind Changge, her brow furrowed as she watched the group on the screen. Zhou Baiwan also came over, staring at the screen. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. Changge watched the screen, a cold smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked back to the dining table, sat down again, picked up a slice of lamb, and swished it in the pot. "Keep eating." Lin Wei was taken aback. Don't we deal with them?" "Deal with what?" Changge put the lamb in his mouth and chewed. "Do you know what that door is, eh?" He pointed towards the entrance. "First layer, a high-carbon steel reinforced door that can withstand a zombie charge. Second layer, a titanium alloy sealed door, military grade, not even a rocket launcher could blast it open. Third layer, a carbon fiber anti-theft door resistant to cutting and prying." He picked up his cup and took a sip of water. "Let them knock. They can knock until tomorrow and still won't get in." Outside, the banging continued, mixed with increasingly vile curses. Inside, the induction hob bubbled away, filling the air with a rich aroma. The three continued eating hot pot as if the banging outside was merely background music. "Thump, thump, thump. Open up. Son of a bitch. We're freezing. Let us in. Or when we smash this door down, you'll be sorry." Changge picked up a piece of luncheon meat, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. "This meat is good." Lin Wei nodded, tender. Zhou Baiwan kept her head down, slowly chewing the vegetables in her mouth, lost in thought. Outside the window, the snow was falling heavier. The banging on the door continued. The banging persisted for nearly 20 minutes, growing more brutal, and the curses more vile. "Open up. We're smashing it if you don't. What the hell are you people in there deaf? Wait till we get in, we'll show you." Changge put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "Full, eh?" Lin Wei nodded, and Zhou Baiwan also set down her chopsticks. The soup in the pot was still bubbling, but neither of them had the heart to continue eating. Changge stood up, rolled his neck, and a smirk curved on his lips. "Come on, let's go take a look." He walked to the door and unlatched the second titanium alloy door. Creak. The door opened a crack. The instant it opened, warm air carrying the scent of hot pot rushed out. The group outside was momentarily stunned. The warm breeze brushed their frozen faces, a long-lost warmth of being alive that made several of them instinctively step forward. Then came the aroma. Spicy, rich, the scent of meat mingled with spices drilling straight into their nostrils. In the freezing temperatures of -10 degrees, that fragrance felt like it drifted from another world. A man wrapped in a quilt sniffed, his eyes widening instantly. Holy shit. They really have a generator and heater and a goddamn hot pot. The crowd behind him erupted. Someone's swallowing was so loud it could be heard even inside. Others had reddened eyes, staring fixedly at the crack in the door as if they wanted to devour everything inside. Some began to push forward, yelling, "Move. Let me in." The man slapped away the person behind him, staring at Changge through the crack, and shouted arrogantly, "Hey, you in there. Get the hell out if you don't want to die. My big brother isn't awakened. This whole area is under our control." Changge leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, saying nothing. Seeing his indifference, the man grew more. He took a step back, puffed out his chest as if to show off his authority in front of his brothers. "You know that villa area up ahead? Those on the hillside, each one bigger than the last who lived there. Bosses, officials, rich people." He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his smile lecherous. "Back then, those people would look down on us when they passed by on the road, wouldn't even give us a glance. But once the apocalypse hit, they're nothing. Yesterday, we broke into one of those houses. The man knelt and begged for mercy, and I stabbed him with one blow. The woman," he licked his lips, the gleam in his eyes disgusting. "The woman was a rich wife over 50, but looked like she was 30, tender-skinned. She knelt on the ground begging us, said she'd do anything. We brothers took turns. It was amazing." The crowd behind him cheered along. Someone shouted, "And that official's wife, the one with glasses wearing a cheongsam, looked so exciting. There was even a middle school teacher, so delicate, her screams were beautiful. Those who used to be high and mighty, now they kneel and lick our shoes, ha ha." The man grew more excited, spittle flying. "You've got a villa like this, must have good stuff too, right? Generator, food heater. Hand over the villa, and I promise not to kill you." He craned his neck to look inside, and saw Lin Wei and Zhou Baiwan standing in the living room. His voice cut off abruptly. His eyes went wide instantly. Holy crap. The people behind him followed his gaze and were also stunned. In the living room, under the warm light, two women stood there. One wore a black and white maid outfit and rimless glasses, exuding an intellectual gentleness like a character from an anime. She furrowed her brows slightly as she looked at the crowd outside, a hint of disgust in her eyes, yet possessing a fragility that invited conquest. The other wore a deep blue policewoman's uniform, her legs long and straight beneath the short skirt. Her cold, stunning aura paired with that outfit was a direct challenge to one's sanity. She stood by the window, her profile to the door, her expression unreadable, but just her silhouette made hearts race. The two stood in the warm living room with the steaming hot pot behind them, as if they had stepped out of a painting. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn, there are top-tier beauties like this." He turned and shouted to the people behind him, "See that? These are 100 times better than those rich wives. Once we take this place, we'll take turns, having fun." Changge remained silent, merely reaching into his bosom. When he withdrew his hand, it held a silver-white pistol, a Desert Eagle, its barrel gleaming coldly under the emergency light. The dark muzzle aimed directly at the man who was still blustering. The man's voice died abruptly. He stared at the gun, his arrogance instantly freezing into terror. His lips quivered as if to speak, but only a few meaningless sounds escaped. With a thud, he fell to his knees. The group behind him followed suit, collapsing in unison. Some trembled on the ground, while others began kowtowing. "Spare us, boss. Spare us, boss. We were blind. Please be magnanimous." Changge's face remained expressionless as he slowly swept the gun barrel across these kneeling ants. Just then a sneer echoed from the back of the crowd. A bald man rose slowly, pushing aside those kneeling before him as he strode to the front. His eyes held no fear, only a mocking gleam like a predator sizing up its prey. "A gun," he chuckled. "Is that all you've got?" Changge fixed his gaze on him. The bald man raised his right hand slowly, clenching his 5 fingers, and as he moved, his entire arm began to transform. A metallic luster spread across his skin, creeping from his fingertips to his elbow, coating it like a silver-gray armor. Metal-based ability. "I ain't afraid of bullets." The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Come on, hit me right here." He patted his chest, producing a dull metallic thud. The kneeling crowd's eyes lit up at the sight. Some scrambled to their feet, others straightened their backs, and a few began to jeer. "The boss is awesome. Kill him. Damn it, so what if he has a gun? Our boss is an ability user." Changge watched the bald man, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Without a word, he raised the gun. Bang! The first shot. The loudest-mouthed blonde on the far left crumpled to the ground, a bloody hole blown through his forehead. Bang! The second shot. The skinny man on the right who had been cheering along fell backward with a blossoming wound in his chest. Bang! The third shot. The sharp-faced man kneeling at the front stared wide-eyed a dark hole in the center of his brow and toppled stiffly backward. 3 shots. 3 lives. Blood spread across the snow, steaming in the cold. The survivors were terrified out of their wits. Those who had just risen knelt again, some crawling backward, others wetting their pants. But the bald man stood unmoved. He even laughed louder this time. Is that it? I told you I ain't afraid. He didn't finish for Changge's gun was aimed at him. Bang! The bullet struck his chest squarely. The bald man swayed slightly, then looked down at the impact point. There was a hole in his jacket, but the skin beneath was unharmed, marked only by a faint white spot. He brushed it off as if flicking away dust. See? He looked up with a savage grin. I told you bullets are... Now, he took a step forward. It's my turn. The crowd behind him perked up at this sight. Kill him, boss. Show him what you've got. Damn it, so what if he has a gun? Ability users rule. The bald man clenched his fists and the metallic sheen spread from his arms to his shoulders, then across his entire upper body. He advanced on Changge step by step like an iron-cast statue. But Changge smiled. Who said? I'm using a gun. Changge raised his right hand. The Desert Eagle's muzzle aimed at the bald man again. Bang! But this time as the bullet flew, a tiny fiery red flame coiled around its tip like a spiraling tail of... The bald man didn't dodge. He grinned, spreading his arms wide, ready to receive this seemingly harmless bullet. It struck his chest. A soft thud. The bald man's grin froze. He looked down at the small bullet hole in his chest. Like before, the bullet was embedded in his skin, failing to penetrate. But around the hole a web of fine cracks, like glass scorched by intense heat, like rock seared by magma. The cracks grew larger. The bald man's pupils abruptly contracted. No. Bang. The metallic armor on his body shattered, fragments flying in all directions. A bloody hole burst through his chest front to back, its charred edges smoking. His eyes wide, his face still etched with disbelief, he toppled stiffly backward. He crashed into the snow with a dull thud. A dead silence fell around them. The crowd stared blankly at the bald man's corpse, at the still smoking hole in his chest, their minds void. An ability user. Dead. Killed by a single bullet. No one knew who reacted first, but with a thud someone knelt again. Then a second, a third. All of them dropped to their knees once more, kowtowing frantically. Spare us, boss. We were blind. It was all the bald man's doing. We had nothing to do with it. Changge didn't even glance at them. He stepped onto the still twitching corpse, pulling the deformed bullet from its chest. The bullet was smeared with blood, but a closer look revealed a layer of charred black on its surface. He tossed the bullet aside, his gaze sweeping over the kowtowing crowd. Where are the people you're holding? The sharp-faced man was dead, but there were others. A middle-aged man scrambled forward, shouting as he crawled, They'll talk. They'll talk. They're in the villa district at the foot of the mountain, the biggest one. The one with 2 stone lions at the gate. There are 7 or 8 women locked inside. They're all wives and daughters of wealthy families. And supplies. Food and drink, plenty of it. There's also a big yellow dog inside that can talk. Changge was taken aback. A big yellow dog. That can talk. That must be Shield Brother. In his past life, if animals were counted on the ability user rankings, that wretched dog was solidly in the top 10. After evolving, Shield Brother wielded a blade in one paw and a shield in the other, brazenly declaring he'd take the elf war goddess as his pet. He once single-podedly broke into the elf war goddess bedroom and left a puddle of urine. Enraged, she chased him for 7 days and 7 nights without ever catching him. Moreover, Shield Brother harbored a deep hatred for male humans. Changge had gleaned interesting information, and without further hesitation, he raised his gun again. Bang! The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he collapsed. That's damn dishonorable. The remaining crowd was utterly broken. Some scrambled to flee, others lay paralyzed awaiting death, and a few wept and begged for mercy. Changge raised his gun and shot them one by one. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed across the snow. After a dozen seconds, everything fell silent. Bodies lay scattered across the snow, blood staining the ground red. The acrid smell of burnt flesh mingled with the stench of blood, sharp and pungent in the cold wind. Snowflakes settled on the corpses, quickly covering them in a thin layer of white. Changge holstered his gun and turned to walk back. Having dealt with the small fry, Changge stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The titanium alloy gate slowly shut, sealing out the cold and death. Changge walked back into the living room and sat down on the sofa. Linwei watched him, saying nothing. Her gaze was calm, as if she had long grown accustomed to all this. Zhou Baiwan stood by the window, looking at the bodies lying in the snow outside. The snowflakes quickly covered them, leaving only blurred outlines. Soon, even the outlines vanished. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something. Changge glanced at her. Think I'm too cruel? Zhou Baiwan nodded, then shook her head. Changge pulled her slender waist close, a mischievous grin curling at his lips. Zhou Baiwan stiffened instinctively trying to struggle, but his grip was like iron. She couldn't move. Through the thin fabric of her policewoman uniform, she could feel the scorching heat of his palm. Officer Zhou, he whispered near her ear, want an ability. Zhou Baiwan's pupils dilated slightly. An ability. The power to control fire, freeze, water, punch through walls. If you serve me well tonight, I have a way. Li Changge released her, stepped back, his tone as casual as if discussing dinner. With that, he ignored the stunned Zhou Baiwan, grabbed his jacket, and walked out. Zhou Baiwan stood frozen, her mind a blank. Li Changge strode out of the villa and started the Mengshi. The engine's roar cut through the frigid night, shaking snow from the windows. As he drove, he recalled the dying words of that sharp-faced man, the villa area down the hill, the biggest one, with 2 stone lions at the gate. That gang held many women captive, but what truly concerned him was the dog. Now it was likely still a pitiful creature imprisoned by the thugs. If he could tame it early, it would be a formidable ally. Li Changge floored the accelerator, and the Mengshi roared into the blizzard. Soon the Mengshi stopped at the villa's gate. 2 stone lions stood by the entrance, thickly coated in snow, resembling giant snowmen. The 3-story villa was European-style, clad in beige marble, now covered in icicles. Li Changge got out and kicked open the gate. The heavy wooden door flew inward, smashing against the hallway cabinet and sending splinters flying. Several thugs keeping watch inside, gathered around a small stove, were startled by the sudden commotion. Who goes there? Damn it, you're asking for death. They grabbed steel pipes and machetes, charging at him aggressively. 5 of them, faces full of brutality, eyes fierce. Li Changge raised his hand. 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 in front fell. Bullets pierced their skulls, blood splattering the walls, a gruesome sight under the pale emergency lights. The remaining 2 stood frozen, their steel pipes clattering to the floor. They stared at the Desert Eagle in Li Change's hand, at the still smoking muzzle, and their legs began to tremble. Run. They turned to flee, one toward the stairs, the other toward the back door. Li Changge raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. 2 figures collapsed, twitched, and lay still. 5 corpses were strewn across the corridor, blood spreading across the cold tiles, steaming in the air. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Li Changge stepped over the bodies and headed to the backyard. The backyard was large, but in disarray. The snow was trampled, littered with trash, empty bottles, and frozen food scraps. In the corner, a rusty chain was attached to something. Li Changge approached and saw what it was. A dog. A large yellow dog. But it was emaciated, its ribs protruding as if they might pierce its skin. Its fur was patchy, revealing ulcerated skin beneath some areas covered in scabbed wounds. Its tail was broken, only half remaining limp on the ground. Its right leg was lame, clearly severely injured, bent at an odd angle. It curled up in the snow, a thin layer covering it like forgotten trash. Hearing footsteps, it lifted its head. Its eyes were cloudy, wary, and held a trace of deep-seated hatred. Li Changge suddenly understood why it had hated humans so much, especially men, in its past life. These people had treated it as emergency food. Seeing him, the dog, which he mentally called Brother Shield, let out a low growl from its throat. It wasn't an ordinary bark, but a strange, almost human-like sound. Hoarse, muffled, but vaguely discernible syllables. My Shield. Li Changge was stunned. Then he nearly laughed out loud. This dog could actually talk. He looked at its pitiful state, skinny, broken-tailed, lame, covered in wounds. And paired with that tearful questioning, my Shield, it was both tragic and amusing. Seeing him smile, Brother Shield grew more wary. It shrank back, the chain rattling, revealing worn-down fur beneath. Li Changge stopped smiling. He crouched down to meet its eyes. Brother Shield stared at him, its growl deepening. It was a warning and also a sign of despair. It had no strength left to fight. Li Changge said nothing. With a flick of his hand, he produced a whole cooked hen from his space. It was steaming hot, its aroma rich and enticing. The scent of chicken was especially strong in the cold air, wafting straight into the nose. Brother Shield was stunned. Its small nose twitched, sniffing, and the wariness in its eyes turned to confusion. It looked at the chicken, then at Li Changge, then back at the chicken. It didn't understand. Li Changge placed the chicken before it and stepped back 2 paces. Brother Shield stared at the chicken, motionless. Its body was tense, as if ready to flee at any moment. The chain was only 2 meters long. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Hunger triumphed over fear. It lowered its head, swiftly snatched the chicken, retreated to its corner, and began to devour it ravenously, its back to Li Changge. The sounds of tearing and swallowing were starkly clear in the quiet backyard. It ate too fast, choked, coughed a few times, then continued. In less than 5 minutes, the chicken was completely devoured, leaving only a pile of bones. Brother Shield licked its lips, licked its paws, then slowly turned to look at Li Changge. The wariness in its eyes remained, but the hostility had lessened, replaced by a hint of anticipation. Li Changge produced another chicken. Brother Shield's eyes instantly lit up, but it didn't move. It looked at Li Changge, then at the chicken, then back at Li Change's hand, the hand that had conjured the chicken out of thin air. Its canine mind struggled to comprehend it all. Changge placed the chicken on the ground this time, not stepping back. He crouched, extended his hand, and slowly approached it. Brother Shield's body tensed, a low whimper escaping its throat, but it didn't retreat. His hand fell upon its head. The fur was coarse, filthy, caked with mud and blood. Beneath it, he could feel the protruding bones and the scabbed wounds. Its body trembled faintly, whether from cold fear or having gone so long without such a touch he couldn't tell. It lowered its head and began to eat the second chicken. This time it ate a little slower. Occasionally it would lift its head to glance at Changge, then resume eating. Changge watched it devour the food, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew he had won the dog over. After Blade Shield brother finished the second chicken, it was visibly more energetic. The physique of an ability user, no an ability dog, far surpassed that of an ordinary canine. With nourishment, its eyes began to regain their luster, the murkiness receding to reveal a glimmer of its former brightness. Its tail gave a slight wag. Though only half remained, the motion was unmistakable. Changge stood up. One chicken every day from now on. His voice was calm. Follow me and you'll never go hungry. Blade Shield brother gazed at him. Slowly it rose to its feet. Limping every step a struggle, it made its way to his side and rubbed its head against his leg. The touch was light. Changge smiled. He crouched down and patted its head. From now on, I'll call you Blade Shield brother. Blade Shield brother looked up at him, letting out a low, questioning growl from its throat. My blade and shield. Changge led Blade Shield brother into the villa. The interior was a chaotic mess. Everywhere were trash, empty liquor bottles, and scraps of uneaten food. Several valuable paintings hung on the walls, now splattered with wine and marred by footprints. The genuine leather sofa was slashed to shreds, and the carpet was riddled with cigarette burns. The air was thick with a sour stench, a nauseating blend of excrement, vomit, and rotting food. Even the sub-zero temperatures outside couldn't mask the foulness. Blade Shield brother walked beside him, limping, but staying close. It kept its head low, nose twitching occasionally, letting out a soft whimper. The smell here stirred up unpleasant memories. Changge ascended the stairs. The second floor was even more chaotic than the first. Several room doors stood open, revealing scenes of utter disarray. Women's clothing lay scattered on the floor, torn to shreds. There were dark, dried bloodstains on the mattress. On the third floor, faint weeping and a man's coarse curses could be heard. Changge quickened his pace. At the end of the hallway, a door stood ajar, dim light spilling from within. The curses and a woman's cries filtered through the gap. Damn it, stop moving. Move again, and he'll kill you. Please. No. Changge kicked the door open. Bam! The door panel flew off and slammed against the wall inside. In the room, a bare-chested thug was pinning a woman down, clutching a torn shirt in his hand. Startled by the noise, he whipped his head around, a lecherous grin still plastered on his face. The woman cowered beneath him, her clothes ripped apart, exposing large patches of skin. Her face was streaked with tears. Upon seeing someone at the door, hope flickered in her eyes, only to be replaced by deeper terror when she realized the newcomer was a stranger. The thug froze for a second, then erupted in fury. What the hell? Who let you in? He grabbed a cleaver nearby and charged forward, bare-chested, the blade raised high to strike Changge's head. Changge raised his hand. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the cramped room. A bloody hole burst open on the thug's forehead, and he collapsed backward like a puppet with its strings cut. The cleaver clattered to the floor with a sharp ring. Blood splattered on the wall and onto the woman. She let out a scream, scrambling backward into a corner, hugging her knees and trembling. Changge didn't even glance at her. His gaze swept the room. Women's clothes were scattered on the floor, a designer coat, a pair of jeans, and high heels. On the nightstand lay a dusty Hermes handbag. He averted his eyes and looked at the woman. She was in her 30s, attractive, stylishly dressed, though now barely clothed. The garments strewn around suggested she had lived a refined life before the apocalypse. She looked vaguely familiar. Perhaps he had seen her in a movie, some detective film. He couldn't recall. She must have been an actress. But Changge didn't spare her another glance. He turned and walked out. Reaching the largest room on the third floor, he kicked the door open. Bam! The door panel slammed against the wall with a thunderous noise. Inside, the room was even larger than the previous one, packed with women, over a dozen, disheveled and grimy. Some were wrapped in blankets, others were only thin pajamas, some bore bruises and scars on their faces. Hearing the door, they all looked up in unison, staring at the strange man and the lame yellow dog at the entrance. Then they began to cry. Not just one, but all of them at once. Cries, sobs, and pleas mingled together, echoing in the cramped room like a flock of startled sparrows. Some wailed, "Please spare me." Others knelt and kowtowed, some hugged their knees and corners, shoulders heaving. Changge frowned. He raised his gun, aiming at the ceiling. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the crying stopped abruptly. The women were too terrified to make a sound. Some covered their mouths, tears still streaming. Others trembled all over, burying their heads lower. Changge swept a cold gaze over them. It's the apocalypse. What's the point of crying? Don't you know noise attracts zombies? The room fell into dead silence, broken only by stifled sobs. Changge lowered his gun and waved a hand. You're free now. The door's over there. Leave. With that, he turned and walked away without a trace of. Behind him came the rustling sounds. Someone stood up, someone ran out, someone was still crying, but dared not make it. He reached the door without slowing his pace. Wait. Please wait. A woman's voice called from behind. Changge didn't stop. Footsteps caught up and a cold hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Changge halted and turned around. Before him stood a woman in her 30s with an elegant demeanor. She seemed familiar. The moment she saw Changge, her eyes lit up. She quickly said, Mr. Liam Tang, the manager of Jiangnan Spring. I once helped you at the entrance of Jiangnan Spring. A flicker of recognition crossed Changge's mind. Before the apocalypse, he had gone to Jiangnan Spring for a meal and witnessed the quarrel between Ruyan and Lin Shui. Later, Lu Chang had caused trouble, and then Zhou Baishan appeared. Manager Tang had provided the surveillance footage to help him. But what did any of that matter now? He had spent millions at Jiangnan Spring. Tang Wan looked at him, her eyes pleading, her lips trembling. Mr. Li, could I follow you? Changge gave her a once-over from head to toe. Then he shook his head. Women like you, refined and useless, are of no use to me. He turned to leave again. Tang Wan panicked, stepping forward. She extended her hand, palm up. A tiny flame burst forth with a soft puff. It was small, feeble, as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. The flame flickered in the cold breeze like a frightened firefly on the verge of dying out. Her voice was uncertain, laced with panic. I awakened at noon. Does this count? Changge glanced back at the flame in the woman's hand. That flame was very small, very weak, and had an orange-yellow hue. He shook his head, saying, awakening now, your ability potential is either D or F, and at most you'll reach level 5 in the future. Useless. He continued walking. Tang Wan stood frozen in place, watching his figure grow further away. She looked down at her palm where the flame still flickered, but it was growing smaller and weaker until it finally extinguished with a soft puff. She knew she had been abandoned, but she was unwilling to accept it. In this icy world with her home destroyed, how could she, a woman, survive? She chased after him once more. The woman ran in front of Changge, blocking his path. Changge frowned. The woman gasped for breath, her chest heaving, speaking rapidly. I can do laundry and housework. I can give massages. I studied, I really did. I can cook. My father is a first-class chef, the kind who has cooked for state banquets. For the state banquets at the Great Hall of the People. I learned a lot from him at home, stir-frying, steaming the 8 major cuisines. Although I can't compare to him, I'm definitely better than the average person. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face again, but this time it wasn't a plea, it was a desperate attempt to prove herself. Take me with you and I'll cook for you every day. I can make whatever you want. You have ingredients. At this point, Tang Wan's voice abruptly halted. She suddenly remembered that this was already the apocalypse. Cooking. This might be the most useless skill in the apocalypse. Surviving is the most fundamental melody in this new world. In despair, Tang Wan stepped aside for Changge. However, Changge stopped in his tracks. Because he truly needed someone who could cook. He looked at Tang Wan again. In her 30s, with a good demeanor and decent figure, her face was now streaked with tears. In that instance at Jiangnan Spring, this woman's character was acceptable. His space was filled with ingredients. Vegetables, meat, seafood, everything one could imagine. He couldn't keep eating hot pot, gnawing on compressed biscuits, or slurping instant noodles every day. Lin Wei couldn't cook, and Zhou Baiwan was a young lady who couldn't even touch a drop of water. Making a meal would be like sending her out to fight zombies. Changge really did need someone who could cook. He asked, "Where's your father?" Tang Wan's gaze dimmed, like a lamp that suddenly went out. "He's dead." Her voice was very soft. "Killed by that group of people. He sacrificed himself to protect me, stepping in front of them to let me escape. I didn't manage to escape. I was captured." Changge fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he flipped his hand and took out a thick down jacket from his space, black, long, reaching down to the knees. He tossed it to her. Tang Wan instinctively caught it, stunned. The down jacket was light, soft, and still carried the scent of new clothes from the packaging. In the freezing cold of -10 degrees, this was more precious than anything. "Put it on." Changge turned. "What's your name?" "Tang Wan." Tang Wan held the down jacket, standing in the wind and snow, watching his retreating figure. She hurriedly tore open the packaging and put on the jacket. It was warm. She quickly chased after him. Behind her, the cries from the villa continued intermittently. Some women had already run away, some were still hesitating, and others didn't know where to go. But she did not look back. She caught up to Changge, walking half a step behind him, not daring to walk shoulder to shoulder, just following him. The dog Dao Dun Gu glanced back at her, wagged half its tail, and continued walking forward. 3 people and 1 dog disappeared into the snowstorm. By the time Changge, Tang Wan, and Dao Dun Gu returned to the villa, it was already deep into the night. As the door opened, warm air rushed out. The fire in the fireplace was roaring. The orange-eared light danced in the living room, casting long shadows of everyone present. The radiators hummed, sending warm air to every corner. Compared to the freezing cold outside, this place felt like a completely different world. Lin Wei and Zhou Baiwan were squatting in front of the fireplace, adding firewood, when they heard the door open. The two women saw the woman behind Li Changge. In her 30s, with an excellent demeanor, wearing an obviously oversized black down jacket, her face still bore traces of tears. Both women were momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. Lin Wei smiled, while Zhou Baiwan recognized Tang Wan. As a top student from the police academy, she had a good memory of faces. That manager from Jiangnan Spring, who helped Li Changge by providing the surveillance video. She didn't expect to see her brought back by Li Changge. "You're back." Lin Wei stepped forward to greet her and helped Li Changge take off his coat. Tang Wan stood at the door, gazing at this warm, bright, and secure living room. The firelight flickered on her face, reflecting her tightly pressed lips and slightly trembling eyelashes. Tang Wan also recognized Zhou Baiwan, the police officer from that night, surprised. But Tang Wan was very clever and quickly concealed her surprise. The once dashing female police officer seemed to have also been tamed by this man. Just as Lin Wei was about to tidy up the dining table, Tang Wan quickly walked over and took the cloth from her hand. "Let me do it." Her voice was soft but firm. "I'll handle these tasks." Lin Wei was taken aback and glanced at Li Changge. Li Changge said nothing but nodded. Lin Wei smiled and turned to prepare a bed for Dao Dun Go. Tang Wan quickly cleaned up the leftovers on the table. Li Changge had just eaten hot pot and hadn't filled his stomach. After wandering around, he was hungry again. Seeing the ready chef, he decided to try Tang Wan's cooking first. Tang Wan had a clear understanding of her role. She was a housekeeper. She couldn't compare to Zhou Baiwan in figure or Lin Wei in demeanor. As a 30-year-old woman, the only thing she excelled at was cooking. She rummaged through the ingredients that Li Changge had prepared in the fridge: small lobsters, lamb skewers, chicken wings, squid tentacles, a few eggplants, and a handful of enoki mushrooms. The seasonings were her own concoction: cumin powder, chili flakes, garlic sauce, and oyster sauce laid out in a row. Soon the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sound. Tang Wan moved quickly, first laying the lamb skewers on the baking tray, brushing a layer of oil, and sprinkling cumin and chili flakes. The fat bubbled under the high temperature, and the aroma began to waft. She then poured the small lobsters into a large pot, adding garlic ginger slices and dried chilies, stir-frying on high heat. The red lobster shells rolled in the pot, covered in golden garlic sauce. Lin Wei was drawn over by the aroma, standing at the kitchen door, peeking inside, her eyes wide. So fragrant. Tang Wan smiled, flipping the grilled lamb skewers and brushing honey on the chicken wings. 20 minutes later, the supper was served. Grilled lamb skewers with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, crispy on the outside, sprinkled with cumin and chili flakes, still sizzling with oil. Garlic small lobsters filling a large bowl, the red shells coated in golden garlic, steaming hot, the aroma wafting directly into the nose. Grilled chicken wings, crispy skin brushed with honey, glistening with oil. Grilled eggplants split open, layered with garlic and vermicelli, soft and flavorful. There was also a plate of smashed cucumbers to cleanse the palate, the taste of vinegar and garlic refreshing and invigorating. Lin Wei swallowed hard, reaching for a lamb skewer without waiting for an invitation. Taking a bite, the exterior was crispy while the inside was tender, the cumin flavor exploding in her mouth. Her eyes instantly lit up. So delicious. Zhou Baiwan also picked up a small lobster, peeling off the shell. The meat inside was tender and firm. Dipping it in the sauce and putting it in her mouth, the garlic flavor was rich, slightly spicy, making her eyebrows raise. She hadn't eaten anything like this in a long time, so long that she thought she would never have the chance to eat it again in this lifetime. Li Changge grabbed a chicken wing and took a bite. The skin was crispy while the meat was tender and juicy. The sweetness of honey mingled with the aroma of cumin. The cooking was just right. He glanced at Tang Wan without saying a word but nodded. Tang Wan stood to the side, her apron still stained with grease, wiping her hands on it. Seeing him nod, the stone in her heart finally came to rest. The group feasted heartily, completely satisfied. Piled high in a bowl were the shells of crayfish and iron skewers from lamb kebabs scattered across the table. Even Knife Shield had showcased a few chicken wings and drumsticks, savoring them with delight, its tail wagging like a propeller. Knife Shield ended up stuffed. Li Changge had given it an extra serving of chicken breast, and it ate without lifting its head, ultimately turning itself into a round ball. At that moment, it lay on its back on the sofa cushion, exposing its fluffy belly and snoring softly, occasionally twitching its paws, as if dreaming of chasing chickens. Lin Wei leaned against the sofa, rubbing her belly with her eyes half closed. Tang Wan was in the kitchen cleaning the dishes, the sound of water and clinking plates faintly reaching her ears. Zhou Baiwan sat in the corner, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the fire in the fireplace. Li Changge leaned against the sofa, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. "I have a few things to discuss." Everyone turned to look at him, even Knife Shield perked up an ear. Starting tomorrow, we will hunt zombies in the direction of West City. Changge looked at Lin Wei. After the extreme cold, you must reach level 3. Lin Wei nodded. She then looked at Knife Shield. You too must reach level 3. Knife Shield rolled over looking at him with its head raised, making a muffled bye-bye sound, as if it understood. Its tail wagged, hitting the sofa with a pat-pat sound. Changge's gaze finally landed on Tang Wan. Sister Tang, your ability is too weak. The target is level 2. Tang Wan poked her head out from the kitchen, momentarily stunned. Do I, a mere cook, need to level up too? But she still nodded. Although her flame was small, it was at least a start. After reaching level 2, it seemed she could explore using her fire ability in cooking. She clenched her fist, seeming to encourage herself. Everyone received their tasks, except for Zhou Baiwan. She was not an ability user, sitting alone in the corner, head down, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. The firelight from the fireplace danced on her face, revealing her tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brows. Night fell. The cold wind howled, seemingly stronger than during the day. Snowflakes hit the window, creating a rustling sound, as if something was scratching the glass. The wind howled, sounding like a beast howling in the distance. The villa was warm. The charcoal fire in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows on the wall. The radiator hummed, sending warm air to every corner. Lin Wei and Tang Wan huddled on the sofa under a blanket, whispering to each other. What did you do before? Lin Wei asked. I was the manager of Jiangnan Spring. I once helped. Tang Wan's voice was soft, tinged with a barely noticeable choke. What about you? What did you do before? An architect. An architect? Tang Wan was a bit surprised. It's rare for a girl to study architecture, right? It's okay. Lin Wei smiled. I've loved building with blocks since I was a child. Their voices grew softer, gradually drowned out by the crackling of the fireplace. Knife Shield rolled onto its back, its paws twitching, occasionally softly snoring. Its round belly rose and fell with each breath. In the darkness, Zhou Baiwan's eyes were wide open. She stared at the ceiling, her mind a chaotic mess. Abilities. Everyone had abilities now. Even that dog had one. Only she did not. She recalled what Changge had whispered in her ear during the day. Do you want abilities? Serve me well tonight. At that time, she thought he was joking. But now, she turned her head to look in Changge's. He was sleeping on the floor, his back to her, breathing steadily. She couldn't tell if he was asleep or not. Zhou Baiwan bit her lip. After hesitating for a long time, she took a deep breath, lifted the corner of the blanket, and quietly got up. The floor was a bit cold, and she winced as her bare feet touched it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She quietly moved to Changge's side, her heart racing, as if it would jump out of her chest, the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. She squatted down, hesitating for a second. Then she lifted the corner of the blanket, her cold body slipping inside. Changge stirred slightly, not turning, but his breathing noticeably changed. Zhou Baiwan leaned closer, whispering to his ear, her voice very low and trembling. Is what you said during the day true? In the darkness, Changge's voice was calm. Do you mean what you say? I do. She no longer hesitated. She threw herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest. She was very nervous, her body taut like a drawn bow. Yet her hands were moving. Then Zhou Baiwan curled up inside the blanket. Changge took a sharp breath. Outside the window, the cold wind howled and snowflakes hit the glass, making a rustling sound. The fire in the fireplace continued to burn, casting an orange-red glow that danced on the wall. Lin Wei and Tang Wan had already fallen asleep, their breathing steady and long. Knife Shield turned over, lying on its back with its paws in the air, making a slight motion with its claws before falling back into a deep sleep. In the corner of the living room, rustling sounds came from the blankets, and the heavy sound of Changge's breathing. Not knowing how long had passed, Zhou Baiwan covered her mouth. Her face felt frighteningly hot, her heart racing as if it would burst, all the blood rushing to her head. A voice whispered in her ear, low and tinged with a hint of satisfied sigh, swallow it down. She closed her eyes. Her throat moved slightly. Then she felt a large hand resting on her head, gently rubbing it. Sleep now. Zhou Baiwan curled up in the blanket, burying her face in the pillow. Her face was very red, her heart still racing, her ears felt as if they were on fire. Outside the window, the snow continued to fall. Changge indeed had a method to turn ordinary people into ability users. In his past life, humanity had explored for 3 whole years, losing countless lives before finding 3 paths. The first path was the source fruit. In the 15 days before the apocalypse, the first year after and the 3rd year after the apocalypse, there were 3 releases, each lasting 7 hours. Each fruit was of the highest tier of abilities. The SS grade space fruit he took from Ruyan after his rebirth belonged to this category. This path was the most stable, yet it relied heavily on fate. The next release would be in the 1st year after the apocalypse, which was still more than half a year away. The second path was the most dangerous, which involved cranial surgery. Opening the skull, implanting a crystal core into the brain of an ordinary person, forcibly activating abilities. This was the most common, yet the most brutal method in his past life. Half died on the operating table and half died from the backlash of the abilities post-surgery. Among the 5% that survived, their abilities would never improve. Like a grafted tree, alive, but unable to grow any taller. The third path was forcibly opening up space. Finding a space ability user of at least level 5, forcibly opening a region in the brain of an ordinary person, implanting a crystal core, and connecting the neural pathways. Though these 3 paths to awakening one's abilities postnatally were fraught with difficulty, they were still countless times more powerful than an ordinary person. The third path in particular demanded an exceptionally high mastery of the spatial attribute. A level 5 was merely the threshold. The true challenge lay in the control of one's spiritual power. In her past life, Ruyan had relied on this very ability, turning countless people into her blood bags. You kill zombies for me, and it'll help you awaken your abilities. It was a simple, brutal transaction, yet countless people flocked to it. Changge was now at level 3. Once he reached level 5, if Zhou Baishu showed enough loyalty, he might consider implanting a crystal core in her. This woman, though overflowing with saintly compassion, was at least not an ungrateful wretch. Those vampires in the government building had treated her so poorly, yet she hadn't bitten back. And last night, a slight curl touched his lips. What happened last night was the down payment. The final payment would depend on her performance. During the day, the temperature continued to drop. The moment Changge pushed open the door, the cold wind cut into his face like a knife. He glanced at the thermometer, 20 degrees below zero. His breath instantly turned to white frost, and a layer of ice quickly formed on his eyelashes. With mountains of supplies in his space, Changge had every reason to just lie low. But the apocalypse was far from that simple. He had to race against time. Turning back inside, he retrieved several military greatcoats from his space, then found cardboard and soft plastic to sew reinforcing layers onto the key areas, chest, back, and shoulders. It could protect vital points without hindering movement. After nearly an hour of tinkering, he tossed the modified battle robe to Zhou Baishu. Put it on. Zhou Baishu caught it, unfolded it, and the corner of her mouth twitched. The military greatcoat was thick and heavy, a dark olive green, as if it had been unearthed from the bottom of some warehouse. After she put it on, she looked like a round, waddling penguin. The sleeves were too long, and when she flicked them, they looked like the water sleeves of an opera performer. The hem dragged to her ankles, sweeping a trail in the snow as she walked. She stood before the mirror looking at her bloated reflection and took a deep breath. Damn it. After what I did last night, this is what you make me wear. She turned her head to look at Changge, her eyes so resentful they could drip water. Changge leaned against the doorframe, gave her a thorough once-over, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Perfect tank material. Zhou Baishu took a deep breath, restraining the urge to throw the greatcoat in his face. Changge called everyone to the living room and began assigning tasks. Linwei, level 2 ice element, main DPS. Linwei nodded, condensing an ice spike between her fingers which glowed with a faint blue light under the lamps. The extreme cold significantly boosted her abilities. The ice spike was much more solid than usual. Tangwan, substitute DPS, handle the stragglers and collect the crystal cores. Tangwan clenched her fists. Her flames were too small to be a main attacker, Hedon, but finishing off enemies shouldn't be a problem. Blade Shield Bro, you're on aggro duty. You have high agility and thick skin. Lure a horde of zombies back. Blade Shield Bro crouched on the ground, tilting its head to look at him, letting out a vague woof from its throat. Its injuries weren't fully healed yet, but the recovery power of an ability-enhanced dog was nothing like an ordinary dog's. After the 2 chickens yesterday, its spirits were clearly much better. Zhou Baishu. Changge looked at her in that bulky greatcoat. Tank. Zhou Baishu's face. Me. A tank. Her voice rose an octave. That's not what you said last night. Change's expression was perfectly calm. Last night was last night. This is now. It would be a waste for you not to be a tank in that getup. Zhou Baishu gritted her teeth, her chest heaving. Remembering how she had crawled into his bed last night, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. But in the end, she yielded to Change's overbearing authority. What choice did she have? She had no abilities. Finally, Changge looked at Blade Shield Bro. What about you? Any objections? Blade Shield Bro crouched on the ground, its tail wagging, then suddenly opened its mouth. Bagayaru. Everyone was stunned. Changge raised an eyebrow. You can speak Japanese. Blade Shield Bro tilted its head and cursed again. Bagayaru. Linwei couldn't help but laugh. Did it learn that from being abused by those Japanese? Changge thought of Inoue Danji from the Golden Summit nightclub, the bodyguards in black suits, and the injuries on Blade Shield Bro. Its broken tail, its lame leg, the scars covering its body. He nodded. Possible. Blade Shield Bro kept cursing. Bagayaru. Bagayaru. Changge pulled 2 chicken legs from the insulated fridge and waved them in front of it. Blade Shield Brothers' cursing abruptly stopped. It stared at the 2 chicken legs, its eyes fixed, its tail wagging like a propeller. Still gonna curse. Blade Shield Bro shook its head vigorously. Gonna work. Blade Shield Bro nodded vigorously. Changge tossed at the chicken legs. Blade Shield Bro caught them in its mouth, retreated to a corner to gnaw on them, letting out contented grunts. Zhou Baishu watched from the side, the corner of her mouth twitching. Even a dog gets chicken legs, and I have to be a tank. Do you eat chicken? Changge looked at her. Yes. Zhou Baishu didn't hesitate. Changge gave a sinister smile. You'll get some tonight. Zhou Baishu was stunned. What did that mean? The stifled laughter of Lin Wei and Tang Wan came from nearby. Besides the villa area, Pancher Manor also had a high-end residential district. Several 30-story buildings stood tall in the wind and snow, most of their glass curtain walls shattered, revealing dark, gaping windows. Blade Shield Bro went into the building for a look around. Then the entire building erupted. The roars of zombies echoed from every floor, a cacophony of howls rising and falling. Some were in the hallways, some in the rooms, some in the stairwells. Whatever method Blade Shield Bro had used, it had activated all these zombies. They crashed into doors, smashed walls, pushed over cabinets, surging out desperately. The survivors hiding in the building trembled in fear. Some crawled under beds, some squeezed into closets, some covered their children's mouths to keep them quiet. They didn't know what was happening outside, only that the zombies had gone mad and the entire building was shaking. After its tour, Blade Shield Bro scampered out in a flash. As if annoyed by the zombies' slowness, it lifted its leg at the building's entrance. A stream of dog urine sprayed onto the door. The stench could be smelled from 2 miles away. How could the zombies resist such a temptation? Finally, they emerged. 1, 2, 3. They poured out from the hallways, their skin a pallid gray, their eye sockets hollow, their open mouths filled with black blood. They lunged at Blade Shield Bro, not fast, but growing in number. Blade Shield Bro turned and ran. It was limping, but it ran like the wind. It wove left and right through the snow, leading a horde of zombies straight toward the ambush point. It would occasionally glance back to confirm the zombies were still following, then keep running. A dozen or so zombies couldn't take it anymore. Their current intelligence wasn't enough to find a path. They jumped straight down from the 10th floor, hellbent on killing this taunting dog. Zombies plummeted from the 20th floor, crashing onto the ground with a series of heavy thuds. Some with broken legs still crawled, others lay still, their heads burst open, many with shattered bones and limbs twisted at grotesque angles writhed and inched forward using their chins. Zhou Baiwan's face turned green. Damn mutt, you led so many over here. Gripping her machete, she charged forward. As the first zombie lunged, she sidestepped and cleaved its head. The blade fell, the skull split, and black blood splattered onto the snow, steaming in the cold air. The zombie toppled stiffly, twitched twice, and lay still. Before she could catch her breath, a second zombie was upon her. Her heavy military coat hindered her dodge, and the creature tackled her squarely. The zombie's teeth sank into the cardboard on her chest with a grating crunch. It didn't penetrate, but the force sent her stumbling back 2 steps. Terrified out of her wits, Zhou Baiwan punched the zombie in the face, shoving it away, then severed its neck with a single swing. Glancing down, she saw several holes in the cardboard, but the second layer remained intact. Taking a deep breath, she turned and shouted to Changge, "This coat actually works." He stood at a distance, arms crossed, and called back, "Keep it up." Zhou Baiwan wanted to curse, but another zombie rushed in. Lin Wei hurled ice spikes from behind. The first went wide, shattering against a wall into icy fragments. The second veered off course, grazing the zombie's shoulder and embedding itself in the snow. Another one nearly struck Zhou Baiwan's backside. "Lin Wei, watch your aim," Zhou Baiwan shrieked. Lin Wei blushed and apologized. "Sorry, I haven't got the hang of it yet." She inhaled deeply, concentrating. This time she held back, waiting until the zombie lunged at Zhou Baiwan to predict and target the back of its skull. An ice spike flew forth, piercing it with precision. The zombie pitched forward, collapsing at Zhou Baiwan's feet, motionless. "Got it," Lin Wei exclaimed, hopping with excitement. Tang Wan followed behind, tasked with collecting the cores. Kneeling beside a corpse, she gripped the small knife Changge had given her and took a steadying breath. She aimed the tip at the brow, thrust it in, and pried, cracking the skull open. With a flick of the blade, a white crystal the size of a grain of rice rolled out onto the snow. She picked it up, wiped it clean in the snow, and dropped it into her pouch. Her movements were practiced, as if this wasn't her first time. Changge watched and asked, not grossed out. Tang Wan shook her head. "I'm a chef. I handle chickens and fish every day. I've even dealt with pig brains. This is similar." She paused, "just smelly." Changge chuckled. The shield blade dog trotted back, panting, and crouched at his feet, tail wagging joyfully. It bore fresh scratches on its back, but they were merely superficial wounds. An ability dog's regenerative powers were impressive, though a couple of good meals would set it right. Changge knelt and patted its head. "Good job. Extra drumstick tonight." The dog's eyes lit up, its tail wagging even faster. The battle lasted over an hour. Dozens of zombie corpses lay strewn across the entrance of the residential area, their black blood staining a vast expanse of snow. Ice spikes jutted from the ground, glinting in the sunlight. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of burnt and rotting odors. Exhausted Lin Wei leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her fingers too weak to lift. The continuous release of ice spikes had drained her mental energy, leaving her pale-faced, but with eyes that still sparkled. Zhou Baiwan plopped down in the snow, tossing her machete aside. Her military coat was drenched in black blood, the cardboard layer bitten through in several places, but the clothes beneath remained unbroken. Tang Wan crouched on the ground, her pouch already half filled with cores. She placed the last one inside, tied the opening, and handed it to Li Changge. The shield blade dog lay at Li Changge's feet, licking the wounds on its paws. Its tail still wagged, thumping rhythmically against the snow. Li Changge surveyed the battlefield and nodded. Not bad. We'll continue this afternoon. Zhou Baiwan looked up at him. This afternoon again. These were just appetizers. He gazed at the distant, still smoking building, his eyes calm. At the grain depot there'll be 10 times as many. Zhou Baiwan fell silent. She recalled the nights when zombies had smashed through the windows of the government building, the screams and the blood. Back then she thought zombies were the most terrifying things in the world. Now she was going to seek them out. Li Changge turned and started walking back. Time to eat. Sister Tang braised pork for dinner. Tang Wan smiled. All right. How about braised fish too? Sure. At the mention of braised pork, the dog jolted upright and limped after him. It ran by his feet, its tail spinning like a propeller. Zhou Baiwan sat in the snow watching their retreating figures. The man at the front walked with steady steps, his silhouette in the blizzard like an unyielding wall. Lin Wei followed behind him, idly twirling an ice spike between her fingers. Tang Wan brought up the rear, clutching the pouch of cores protectively to her chest. The dog limped along, occasionally glancing back at her, as if urging her to hurry. Zhou Baiwan suddenly laughed. Being a meat shield was fine. At least she was still alive. She stood up, brushed the snow off her backside, picked up her machete, and ran after them. In the wind and snow, the shadows of the five were stretched long by the setting sun. Back at the villa, everyone collapsed onto the sofas. Lin Wei flopped face down onto an armchair, too drained to move. Zhou Baiwan lay sprawled on the carpet, her military coat open, revealing her sweat-soaked sweater. Tang Wan leaned against a corner, massaging her aching knees, her expression a clear, my old bones are falling apart. The shield blade dog lay on a cushion, tongue lolling out, panting like a broken bellows. Tang Wan placed the pouch of cores on the coffee table. Li Changge opened it and counted. 90 pieces, each the size of a grain of rice, emitting a faint glow under the light, piled together like a handful of tiny diamonds. He casually scooped out a handful, counted 30, and slid them to his side. My 30% share. Any objections? Zhou Baiwan lifted her head from the carpet, eyes wide. You did nothing. Why do you get 30%? Li Changge leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and ticked off on his fingers. I handled the command. Where you ran, which ones to fight, when to retreat. Wasn't that all me? I also handled the rescues. Without me keeping watch this morning, you'd have been bitten at least twice. And logistics, the food, drink, clothes, supplies. Didn't I provide all of that? He paused. Besides, cheering is really tiring, you know. Zhou Baiwan's lips twitched. Did this person really say that? Is it exhausting to cheer? Yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. She recalled the time she was knocked down by a zombie in the morning. Indeed, it was Li Changge's fireball that blasted the zombie away. Remembering the military coat she wore, the braised beef she ate, and the warm blanket she slept under. She shut her mouth and ceased speaking. Li Changge divided the remaining 60 crystals into 4 portions and pushed them onto the coffee table, 15 for each person. Lin Wei took hers and casually tucked it into her pocket. She was currently at level 2 and 15 first-level crystal cores were enough for her to absorb over 2 days. Tang Wan carefully cradled them in her palms as if holding a handful of gems. She had never seen such things in her life, but she knew that they could make her stronger, enabling her to survive in this damp. The dog knife shield lay on the sofa cushion, and in front of it were also 15 crystals. It lowered its head to sniff, rolled a crystal with its tongue, and chewed it with a crunch like eating beans. Don't eat that. It's for absorbing, Lin Wei said anxiously. Knife shield looked up at her with an innocent expression, its mouth already swallowing the crystal. It even licked its lips, as if to say not bad. Li Changge waved his hand. It's fine, I can eat it too. The way psychic dogs absorb crystal cores is different from humans. They can chew them into pieces, and absorption is even faster. Knife shield listened, then lowered its head and chewed another crystal, crunching satisfyingly. Zhou Baiwan watched the dog crunch the crystal like it was candy, then glanced at the 15 crystals in front of her. She didn't even know how to absorb them. Suddenly she felt that she was living a life worse than a dog. At noon, Li Changge took beef, tomatoes, potatoes, and greens out of the fridge and tossed them to Tang Wan. We're having braised beef for lunch. The eyes of the girls instantly lit up. Tang Wan tied on an apron and dove into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a rich meat aroma wafted from the kitchen, mingling with the sweet-sour scent of tomatoes and the spicy fragrance of spices, making one drool. The sound of the pot lid being lifted, the bubbling sound of soup, was like the most beautiful music in the world. The braised beef was served on the table, large chunks of beef stewed until tender, the thick, glossy gravy poured over the rice, coating each grain in a sauce color. Beside it was a plate of stir-fried vegetables, vibrant and fresh with a garlicky aroma. The group gathered around the table with no one holding back. Chopsticks flew, the sounds of eating rose and fell occasionally, mixed with muffled shouts of "One more bowl, please." Knife Shield squatted by the table, watching, eagerly drooling onto the floor, forming a small puddle. Changge tossed a piece of beef to it. It caught it in one bite and retreated to a corner to gnaw, making satisfied grunting sounds as it did so, its tail wagging like a propeller. After finishing the meal, they rested for an hour. In the afternoon, we will go to Building 2. Changge's voice pulled everyone back to reality. Let's switch it up. This time Baiwan will lure the zombies and Knife Shield will be the meat shield. Knife Shield's ears perked up, instantly waking from its nap, looking at Changge with a terrified expression. Zhou Baiwan froze for a second, then slowly smiled. She looked at Knife Shield with a sly grin, then pulled out a gong from somewhere and gave it a hit with a wooden stick. Knife Shield jumped up from the sofa, fur bristling, looking like a frightened hedgehog. Damn it! It barked at Zhou Baiwan, the voice sharp and urgent. Zhou Baiwan smiled brightly at it. Weren't you quite capable this morning? Luring zombies and taking hits, even spitting fireballs. Now it's your turn. Knife Shield shrank down by Changge's feet, nudging his leg with its head, making a whimpering sound in its throat, looking pitiful. The meaning was clear. This dog wanted to skip work this afternoon. Changge looked down at it. Do you still want the chicken leg for this afternoon? Knife Shield's whimpering paused for a moment. What about the braised meat? Knife Shield's tail wagged. What about the beef? Knife Shield stood up, shook its fur, wearing a face of ill, reluctantly do it, and trotted to the door, waiting. In the afternoon, in Building 2, Zhou Baiwan entered the unit door, took a deep breath, and raised the gong. Bang, bang, bang. Behind it, a proud smile on her face. In the afternoon, in Building 2, Zhou Baiwan entered the unit door, took a deep breath, and raised the gong. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the gong exploded in the empty hallway, shaking the windows with a buzzing sound, the echo bouncing around the stairwell, as if 10 people were simultaneously banging gongs. The whole building erupted. The roars of zombies came from various floors, rising and falling, howling like a pack of mad dogs awakened from sleep. Footsteps, banging doors, and crashing sounds mixed together, shaking the entire building. After several minutes, Zhou Baiwan ran out, panting, her face pale. Behind her followed a dark mass of zombies, at least 30 or 40 of them with grayish-white skin, hollow eye sockets, and mouths full of black blood pouring out like a tide. They're coming, they're coming, they're coming. She screamed as she dashed toward the ambush zone, the gong ringing loudly in her hand. Knife Shield crouched in the snow, watching the horde of zombies, its legs trembling. It glanced back at Changge. Changge was standing at a distance with crossed arms, wearing an expression that said, "You go first," while Lin Wei and Tang Wan stood beside him, all watching it. Knife Shield gritted its teeth, turned its head, and let out a low growl at the horde of zombies. My Knife Shield. At that moment, all its fur stood on end like steel needles, glistening in the sunlight. The whole dog transformed. No longer the pitiful cripple, but a fierce beast, awakening, its eyes filled with ferocity and brutality. The first zombie lunged at it, opening its mouth to bite its back. Crunch. The zombie's teeth shattered into pieces, black blood flowing from the corners of its mouth. It stood dumbfounded, as if it couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Why did its teeth break when it bit a dog? Knife Shield glanced at Zhou Baiwan, its mouth curled up in a smug "see that" expression, its tail wagging high in pride. Zhou Baiwan stood at a distance, watching this scene, her lips twitching. Damn it. This dog has abilities now. She, the proud flower of the police force, the rising star of Hangzhou, was even inferior to a dog. A surge of evil fire surged from her heart. She grabbed the gong, turned around, and dashed back into Building 2. Bang, bang, bang. This time she hit harder and louder, as if trying to smash all her unwillingness into the sound of the gong. Just as Knife Shield was feeling smug, another round of howling came from the unit. It turned to look. Dozens more zombies surged out, even more than before, a gray mass like ants moving homes. Knife Shield's dog face instantly fell. Damn it. It barked angrily towards the direction Zhou Baiwan had disappeared, its voice filled with fury and grievance. This woman is so troublesome. So troublesome. Dozens of zombies surrounded the Blade Shield brother. One zombie lunged at him, biting his still recovering injured leg. Awoo. The Blade Shield brother let out a miserable cry, jumping in pain. He shook off the zombie, but more zombies had already closed in. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. Dark masses lunged at him, encircling him like a moving wall. The Blade Shield brother darted left and right, but there were too many zombies. They bit at his back legs, tail, and ears. Although they couldn't pierce through his steel-like fur, the pain and pressure suffocated him. He felt like a beast trapped in a cage, surrounded by grayish-white hands and mouths. He cursed internally. Damn it, if he didn't explode, now he would perish here today. He closed his eyes and compressed all his powers into his mouth. The thin mass of energy in his dantian spun wildly, surging up his throat, and in that moment the air seemed to freeze. Boom! A ball of lightning erupted from his mouth the size of a human head, a silver sphere with tiny arcs of electricity dancing on its surface, trailing a long tail of flame as it crashed into the horde of zombies. The explosion was deafening. Severed limbs and broken arms flew into the air and black blood rained down like a downpour, creating numerous pits in the snow. A large number of surrounding zombies were blown away, some left with only half their bodies still writhing in the snow. Others were engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground while letting out piercing howls. The Blade Shield brother stood there panting heavily, all four legs trembling. His eyes remained open, but the light within them had faded. Then he rolled his eyes back and collapsed straight down. With a thud, he hit the snow and lay still. Zhou Baiwan had just run out of the building when she saw this scene. Her smile froze on her face, and the gong in her hand fell to the ground with a loud crash. The remaining zombies bypassed their burning comrades and charged towards the Blade Shield brother, their eyes filled with hunger and madness. Their footsteps crunched in the snow, echoing like the sound of death. Blade Shield brother! Lin Wei screamed. Li Changge slapped his forehead. Damn it, he forgot this dog was only at level 1. In his past life, the Blade Shield brother was a dual practitioner of physical and magical abilities, wielding a knife and shield with one paw, each incredibly fierce. In his magical state, his lightning powers were maxed out, and he was fast and skilled at throwing lightning balls. But that was all after evolving into his ultimate form. Right now, he was just a little dog that had awakened only a few days ago, draining himself dry just to spit out a lightning ball. Li Changge hesitated no longer, his figure flashing as he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared in the midst of the zombie horde, bending down to grab the Blade Shield brother by the scruff of his neck, like picking up a small chicken. The dog's body was soft and limp, its tongue hanging out, belly rising and falling, still gasping for breath. Li Changge flashed again. He and the dog appeared in an open space 10 meters away. He threw the Blade Shield brother to Lin Wei and turned to face the still unaware zombies. He raised his hand. A fireball the size of a fist coalesced in his palm, fiery red and more than twice the size of the Blade Shield brothers. The air around the fireball distorted, and the snow began to melt, revealing the black soil beneath. Explosive fireball. The fireball flew out, trailing a long tail of flame, crashing into the center of the zombie horde. Boom! An explosion 10 times larger than before. The firelight shot up to the sky, shockwaves surged, and the snow was blasted into a 2-meter-wide pit. The zombies didn't even have time to scream before being blown to pieces, black blood and severed limbs raining down like rain, tracing arcs in the sky. The sound of the explosion echoed between the buildings, shaking the glass shards of Building 2 to rain down. By the time the smoke cleared, the horde of zombies was gone. All that remained was a large black pit and a circle of smoldering debris. The air was filled with a burnt and rotten stench, mingling together to create a nauseating smell. Zhou Baiwan stood frozen and placed her mouth agape, unable to close it. Lin Wei, holding the unconscious Blade Shield brother, was also stunned. Tang Wan hid behind a tree, peeking out to take a look before retreating. Li Changge clapped his hands and turned to walk back, his shoes crunching on the snow as he spoke. What are you dawdling? Collect the crystal cores. He glanced at the debris on the ground, frowning. With this explosion, at least 20 cores were lost. He looked at Zhou Baiwan. You will compensate tomorrow. Zhou Baiwan came back to her senses, her face turning pale. Why should I pay? That dead dog blew itself up. You lured the monsters. You made it act as a meat shield. You rang the gong. Zhou Baiwan opened her mouth, but found herself unable to argue back. She gritted her teeth, crouched down, and began rummaging through the debris, muttering curses, unsure if she was cursing Li Changge or that dead dog. Li Changge took the Blade Shield brother from Lin Wei, weighing it in his hands. This dead dog was quite heavy, a fluffy ball with a warm belly. The Blade Shield brother rolled his eyes, his tongue hanging out, belly rising and falling, and his breathing was relatively steady. Occasionally his paw twitched as if chasing chickens in a dream. Li Changge patted his head. When we get back, I'll get you some chicken legs. The Blade Shield brother, still unconscious, gave a slight wag of his tail. After an afternoon of effort, Building 2 had been cleared, the ground littered with the remains of zombies. Black blood spread across the snow, emitting steam, and the air was filled with a mix of burnt and rotten smells. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere, some still twitching, as if not completely dead. Ice shards stuck in the ground glinted under the pale sunlight. Inside the building, many survivors peeked out, looking down from the shattered windows. Upon seeing the bodies scattered everywhere, they quickly recoiled. Some covered their mouths in fear of making noise, others hid behind curtains, revealing only one eye, while some simply crawled under the bed, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Li Changge was teaching Zhou Baiwan how to extract zombie crystal cores. At that moment, a man's voice came from above. Young man. Send some food up? He'll give you 1 million. The voice echoed down from several floors above, resonating through the empty buildings. His tone carried a habitual arrogance, as if he were bestowing a favor upon a beggar. Changge glanced up. At the window on the upper floor, a middle-aged man's head poked out. Round-faced and shiny, he wore an expensive-looking cashmere sweater, a gold chain glistening around his neck in the sunlight. One hand rested on the windowsill, while the other waved downwards. Behind him, 2 young women's silhouettes were faintly visible, huddled behind the curtains, revealing only half their faces, too scared to show themselves. Changge curled his lip and lowered his head to continue working, ignoring him. The man upstairs saw that Changge did not respond and raised his voice a few degrees. 300,000. Is 300,000 enough for you to live well for the rest of your life? Changge scoffed and threw the crystal core into the bag. In this post-apocalyptic world, let alone 300,000, even 3 billion would go unused. What is money? It is paper. Too hard, even for wiping, burns too quickly for fire. The man upstairs became anxious, his voice sharp and hurried. 800,000. No, 1 million. I keep my word. Who in Hang City doesn't know me? I am in business. I have several billion in assets. You send some food up and 1 million will be transferred immediately. Changge did not raise his head, only calmly replied, what can 1 million buy in terms of bread? The upstairs fell silent for a moment. The man named Dawe clearly did not consider this question. In his understanding, money was omnipotent. Post-apocalypse. You still need money to survive, right? Money can make the devil push the mill. He believed this his entire life. He gritted his teeth, yanked the 2 women behind him, and pushed them to the window. The 2 girls were pushed to the window and stumbled, nearly falling. They wore thin pajamas, shivering in the cold wind, their hair a tangled mess with traces of tears on their faces. But indeed, they looked very similar. Oval faces, big eyes, fair skin, the kind that would make any man want to conquer them at a glance. The 2 huddled together, their lips turning purple from the cold, their eyes filled with terror and humiliation. Young man, look. Dawe's voice carried the last bit of boastfulness. These 2 female college students, twins, top-notch. A gift for you. Do as you please, he said. I guarantee you'll enjoy. He patted the shoulders of the 2 girls, as if showcasing 2 exquisite items. Changge glanced at them. Twins indeed, top-notch. But he had no interest in such canaries. In the post-apocalypse, what is the most worthless? Those without abilities, skills, or the capacity to fight. He withdrew his gaze and continued selecting crystal cores. Up above, seeing Changge not even look at him, Dawe's smile finally faltered. He released the 2 girls, leaned over the windowsill, his face flushed. Don't be ungrateful. In Hang City, I can shake the ground with a stomp. What are you even worth? Changge raised his hand. A fireball flew from his palm, the size of a fist, an orange-eared fireball, trailing a long tail, accurately smashing against the edge of Dawe's window. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Debris flew, glass, shattered fragments raining down like a... Dawe screamed and shrank back, his voice sharp and thin like a chicken with its neck pinched. A plume of black smoke emerged from the window, and a charred pit was blown into the wall, exposing bricks. Upstairs and downstairs, it instantly fell silent. Those survivors who had just been peeking out all retracted their heads at once. The world became quiet. Changge retracted his hand, kicked Zhou Baiwan's backside. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pick the crystal cores. Zhou Baiwan's lips twitched. Lin Wei walked over and quietly asked, why don't those people come out to find food themselves? Changge tossed a crystal core into the bag, his tone flat. They are afraid of dying. But we have killed so many zombies, they should know it's safe outside now, right? Changge glanced at her. Knowing it's safe outside and daring to come out are 2 different things. During extreme cold, the mobility of zombies significantly decreases, he said. Even their sense of smell is frozen to a great extent. Now is the safest time in the apocalypse. As long as you dress warmly, there is no problem coming out to scavenge. Changge looked at the tightly closed windows upstairs. How many pairs of eyes were hidden behind those windows he did not know and did not want to know. But they do not dare. They would rather starve, freeze, or hide in the building waiting to die than take that step. Because they are used to waiting for others to save them. Waiting for the country, waiting for the army, waiting for others to deliver food to their doors. After the extreme cold, the zombies will become stronger. You could say they become stronger with every breath, evolving every day. By then it will be too late for them to want to come out. Zhou Baiwan was silent for a moment, then quietly asked, will they? Most will. Changge's tone was very calm, as if stating the most ordinary matter. The apocalypse is always the realm of those with abilities. Ordinary people without abilities, he continued, either find a base to depend on the strong or die. Zhou Baiwan lowered her head, looking at her hands that had no abilities and could only wield a knife. She suddenly felt that she was not much stronger than those people upstairs. They worked until evening, and as darkness fell, they finally finished clearing out building No. 2. The zombie corpses piled up and black blood stained the entire snowfield gray. The air was filled with the stench of decay, and char, making even breathing feel nauseating. Li Changge counted the crystal cores in the bag. Exactly 100, even more than in the morning. Zhou Baiwan plopped down in the snow, lying back and gasping for breath. Her military coat was covered in black blood, the cardboard was bitten through in several places, and her hair was a mess like a bird's nest. Li Changge. Her voice was weak as if squeezed out from her throat. Just kill me already. What? Li Changge raised an eyebrow. I can't do this anymore. Zhou Baiwan closed her eyes, sprawled out in the snow like a beached fish, her limbs spread wide. After killing zombies all day, I can't even lift my arms. Just kill me, then I won't have to work tomorrow. Li Changge pulled out his belt from his waist, flicking it in his hand. With a crisp sound, it echoed clearly in the empty snowfield. Zhou Baiwan reflexively covered her backside, leaping up from the snow, her movements quick as if she had been electrocuted. Then she saw the wicked smile at the corner of Li Changge's mouth. Are you trying to scare me? You actually believe it? Li Changge fastened his belt back, turned, and walked away. Let's go home for dinner. Zhou Baiwan stood there in a daze, watching his back, her lips twitching. She looked down at the spot where she had just lain. The snow was shaped like a person still giving off heat. Damn it. She patted the snow off her backside and hurried to catch up. Back home, Tang Wan had already returned early. In the afternoon, Li Changge had told her to go back first to prepare dinner. Brother Knife and Shield had also followed her back, claiming to protect her, but actually wanting to slack off. At this moment, the rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. The sounds of the spatula stirring, soup bubbling, and oil sizzling in the pot blended together like the most beautiful music in the world. The dining table was filled with dishes. The roasted pig trotter had a glossy, saucered exterior, easily falling apart at a poke of the chopsticks, revealing the tender meat inside. The earth pot chicken with the pancakes soaked in broth had crispy edges, and a bite released a splash of soup. The Chuanjiang fish was covered in chili and Sichuan pepper red, and sizzling when hot oil was poured over it. There were also oyster sauce, lettuce, cold shredded chicken, smashed cucumber, and sour and spicy cabbage, all piled up on the table, plates squeezed together, bowls touching bowls. In the corner there was a large basin of marinated delicacies. Chicken legs, duck legs, chicken wings, and duck wings, all marinated to a deep hue and fragrant. That was specially prepared by Tang Wan for Brother Knife and Shield, with star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves added to the marinade, stewing for an entire afternoon. Everyone slumped on the sofa, inhaling the aroma, not wanting to move. Brother Knife and Shield lay beside the heater, flipping over his round belly, snoring softly, completely, still clearly, just having eaten. Zhou Baiwan stared at it for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, she suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Damn it. This dog has been playing dead this whole time. It threw up a lightning ball this afternoon, and then fainted. It must be acting. Li Changge raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed when Brother Knife and Shield was unconscious, but now with Zhou Baiwan's mention. This damn dog might really be faking it. I need to find time to test Brother Knife and Shield's limits. Zhou Baiwan recalled the afternoon when she saw the Knife and Shield dog vomit lightning and faint. At that moment, her heart ached terribly, thinking it was going to die, and she proactively acted as a meat shield for it. In the afternoon, she was chased and bitten by zombies, and her military coat was riddled with holes. But this dead dog woke up as soon as they got home. It even ate chicken legs. It lay beside the heating radiator to sleep. Zhou Baiwan shouted angrily at the Knife and Shield dog, "Dead dog. I'm going to kill you and eat dog meat." The Knife and Shield dog was startled awake by the shout and hadn't even opened its eyes before a fist came crashing down. Bang! The right eye of the dog took a solid punch. A woo! The Knife and Shield dog yelped in pain, bouncing off the sofa, its fur bristling, looking like a startled hedgehog. Damn it! Why are you hitting me? You were playing dead. Zhou Baiwan swung another punch to the wind, following her fist. I acted as your meat shield all afternoon. You were playing dead. The Knife and Shield dog dodged left and right, its forelegs slipping on the sofa, its claws scratching the sofa cover and making a loud noise. Damn it, this dog was really dizzy. Really dizzy. If you don't believe me, ask that man. You're pretending even after waking up. Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth. I just woke up. Just woke up. The Knife and Shield dog jumped off the sofa and hid behind the coffee table. I only woke up because I smelled chicken legs. That's called a conditioned reflex. Conditioned reflex, my foot. The man and dog were causing a ruckus in the living room. The Knife and Shield dog jumped from the sofa to the coffee table, then from the coffee table to the TV stand, its tail knocking over a vase, shattering it into pieces. Zhou Baiwan chased behind, losing a slipper, her bare foot slapping against the floor, making a loud sound. Lin Wei huddled in the corner of the sofa, holding a cushion, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Tang Wan peeked out from the kitchen, holding a spatula, shaking her head in exasperation. Li Changge was pained by the noise. Enough! The man and dog stopped simultaneously. The Knife and Shield dog squatted on the TV stand, one eye bruised, still cursing under its breath, its tail tucked between its legs. Zhou Baiwan stood with one bare foot, her hair disheveled, breathing heavily, her chest heaving. Li Changge pointed at the dining table. If you keep making noise, there will be no food tonight. The living room fell silent. The knife and shield dog jumped down from the TV stand and trotted to the dining table, squatting down with drool still hanging from its mouth. Zhou Baiwan picked up her slipper and obediently sat back on the sofa, tidying her messy hair. Time to eat, Li Changge said. The group dug in, devouring the food. The pig knuckle was reduced to mere bones, and the soup from the pot chicken mixed with rice left not a single grain behind. The chili from the Sichuan River fish was picked out and thrown all over the table, the fish bones cleaned out looking like specimens. Lin Wei even poured the soup from the oyster sauce lettuce into her bowl to drink. The knife and shield dog had another meal, its belly even rounder, its fur growing shinier. After finishing the meal, they moved on to the most enjoyable part, dividing the spoils. Tang Wan placed the bag on the coffee table, and Li Changge poured it out to count. 100 crystal cores piled into a small mound under the light, glowing faintly. He counted out 40, pushing them in front of himself. I take 40%. Zhou Baiwan didn't argue this time. If it weren't for him stepping in that afternoon, the knife and shield dog would have been torn apart by zombies. The remaining 60 were still divided into 4 portions by Li Changge, 15 for each person, pushed to the coffee table. Lin Wei took hers casually, putting them into her pocket. Her aim with ice spikes had improved significantly, and she should be able to kill more tomorrow. Moreover, she was close to leveling up, and in 2 or 3 days, she should be able to break through. Tang Wan carefully cradled the crystal cores in her hands like holding a handful of jewels. She had mainly been responsible for collecting crystal cores today, not fighting much, so getting 15 was already very satisfying. She counted them once, then counted again, then wrapped them in a handkerchief and stuffed them deep into her pocket. The knife and shield dog lay beside the coffee table, also piled with 15 cores. It sniffed the cores, rolled one with its tongue, and crunched it like eating beans. After finishing, it licked its lips and rolled up another. As night fell, the villa quieted down. Lin Wei absorbed the crystal cores in the corner, a faint blue light flickering in her palm, casting intermittent light and shadows across half her face. Tang Wan was in the kitchen, washing the dishes, the sound of water and clinking dishes faintly echoing. Zhou Baiwan curled up on the sofa, dozing off, her breathing steady and elongated, with her military coat draped over her, revealing a bare ankle. The knife and shield dog lay on the floor, its belly rising and falling, occasionally twitching its paws as if chasing chickens in a dream. Li Changge leaned against the window, gazing at the white world outside. The snow had stopped, but the sky remained gray like a piece of unwashed white cloth. In the distance, the buildings were mere outlines resembling rows of tombstones in the night. The temperature continued to drop, a thin layer of ice forming on the window, and the breath he exhaled condensed into white mist on the glass. He held a level 1 crystal core in his hand, twirling it between his fingertips before casually tossing it into the bag. It was useless. Now that he was level 3, absorbing level 1 crystal cores was too inefficient. It was like using a truck to transport sand, pulling in one load after another, exhausting himself without filling a single pit. He had to wait until the extreme cold ended to hunt higher-level zombies for level 2 crystal cores. These past few days, he had been fighting with Lin Wei every night. Li Changge had experienced the benefits of this supportive ability. His level 3 ability improved a little after each battle. He gazed into the distance. Several kilometers away was the direction of the grain depot in Hangzhou. There was something he had to obtain: enough food for the entire Hangzhou city for 10 years. However, the current grain depot in Hangzhou. In a small storage room on the top floor, more than a dozen people were crammed inside. The room was very small, only about 7 or 8 square meters, filled with brooms, mops, cleaning agents, and a few boxes of mineral water whose expiration dates were unknown. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with sweat and fear, making one feel nauseous. The window was boarded up, leaving only a few gaps for ventilation. The moonlight streamed in through these gaps, casting a few pale lines on the floor resembling prison windows. They were the recording crew of the variety show Charge Forward Sisters. This episode came to the grain depot in Hangzhou to film an outdoor program, but unexpectedly got trapped here due to a natural disaster. The director, cameraman, stage crew, and several artists were all stuck inside. There were originally a few staff members in the grain depot, but on the day of the earthquake, some escaped, some died, and now only they remained. A young idol leaned against the wall, delicately holding his fingers and repeatedly examining his hands. His face was small with a pointed chin, his makeup had mostly smudged, and his eyeliner was blurred, resembling panda eyes. His voice was sharp and thin, tinged with a sob. Director, when will the rescue arrive? If rescue doesn't come soon, my moisturizer will run out. A heavily made-up girl immediately chimed in. Exactly, director, if rescue doesn't come soon, my face will be ruined. I can't live a single day without skincare products, she lamented, holding up her hand to inspect it in the dim light, as if appraising a damaged item. Another boy leaned in, holding up his phone, and there's no signal here. I can't post anything, my fans are going crazy too. My manager can't reach me, he's definitely looking everywhere for me. The director Hung Si-hai squatted at the door, short in stature at just over 1 meter 40, known as the floor director. He didn't speak, but peered through the crack of the door. Just then, his ears perked up. He turned abruptly, lowered his voice, and urgently shouted, "It's here. Hurry, Mimi, shield your mind." In the corner, the woman who had kept her eyes closed finally opened them. "Sister Me." She sat against the wall, her left leg extended straight, the pant leg rolled up to her knee, revealing a calf wrapped in bandages. The bandages bore dried bloodstains, now a dark brown. Her heart-shaped face was extremely pale, her lips cracked, yet her eyes shone brightly. Upon hearing the words of the fourth director, she hesitated not at all. With her hands crossed over her breathtaking chest, she closed her eyes, her lips moving slightly, as if reciting some incantation. In the next moment, an invisible ripple spread from her body. There was no sound, no light, but everyone felt it. A suffocating sensation, as if someone had covered their mouths and pressed down on their heartbeats. The air became thick, breathing grew difficult, and even the flow of blood slowed. Someone instinctively tried to speak, but found their throat blocked by something, unable to make any sound. It was not the suppression of sound. It was the suppression of existence. At that moment, this storage room, along with everyone inside, vanished from this world. It wasn't a physical disappearance, but rather a loss of perception. Things outside could no longer sense them. Outside the grain depot, a sharp roar erupted. The sound was neither human nor an ordinary zombie. It was as if something had lodged a shard of glass in its throat, forcing it out with a painful rasp that pierced the eardrums. The sound echoed over the empty grain depot, making the windows hum. Then came the heavy sound of footsteps. Very heavy. So heavy. Each step made the floor tremble slightly, as if a giant creature were moving nearby, each step landing on everyone's hearts. Dust from the ceiling fell swirling in the pale light. In the storage room, everyone held their breath, frozen in place. Xiao Akun's complaints abruptly ceased, his face pale, his delicate fingers still poised, but frozen midair. His lips trembled, his teeth chattered, yet no sound escaped. His eyes widened in horror, silent tears streaming down his face, leaving 2 white streaks. The fourth director crouched at the door, his right hand pressed against the door panel, a flicker of soft light appearing and disappearing in his palm. He stared intently at the crack of the door, his other hand clenched into a fist, fingernails digging into his flesh. He was sensing the vibration of the ground, the flow of air, and the rhythm of that thing's movements. The footsteps grew closer and heavier. Thud, thud, thud. The floor shook and the wall plaster began. That thing was just outside the door, just in the hallway, only a few meters away from this door. Some covered their mouths, some closed their eyes, and others buried their heads in their knees. A girl slumped on the ground, trembling all over like a sieve, tears flowing silently, soaking her knees. Xiao Akun curled up in the corner, holding his head with both hands, his entire body huddled into a ball. Sister Mi's forehead beaded with fine sweat trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto her collar, spreading a smile. Her lips pressed into a line, her hands trembling slightly. Maintaining the mental barrier required a massive amount of mental energy, and she hadn't slept for several days. The thin energy in her dantian was rapidly depleting like a lamp about to burn out. But she did not let go. She remembered the smiling face of Mitoanzi. She recalled the day she left when her daughter hugged her leg, saying, "Mom, come back early." Fortunately, Mitoanzi had Xiao Di accompanying her. Her fingers tightened even more. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps a minute, perhaps a century, the footsteps began to fade away. Thud, thud, thud. Growing lighter, growing more distant. Finally, they disappeared. Sister Mi's body swayed slightly, her hands dropped down as she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Her complexion was even paler than before, her lips devoid of color, sweat from her forehead dripping down her nose. The fourth director turned to look at her, nodding slightly as a gesture of gratitude. Only when the footsteps were completely inaudible did anyone in the storage room dare to move. Xiao Akun lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His face was drenched in sweat, his makeup completely ruined, eyeliner smeared, foundation clumped together resembling a faded panda. His delicate fingers were still poised, but had gone stiff, twitching slightly. I almost. He gasped, his voice breaking, almost got discovered. No one paid him any mind. Sister Mi slowly stood up. She leaned against the wall, her left leg clearly injured, each movement causing her to wince in pain. New blood seeped through the bandages, staining the already dried dark patches. She gritted her teeth, her lips turning white, forcing herself to stand upright. A heart-shaped face, the kind that had starred in numerous dramas in her youth. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, even in her disheveled state, she still towered over everyone present. Especially those long legs wrapped in torn stockings, even with her left leg bound in bloodied bandages, they remained incredibly eye-catching. And that breathtaking bust enveloped by a tight sweater made it hard to look away. On her phone's lock screen was a photo, a little girl hugging a stuffed toy, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. The little girl had 2 small braids, one front tooth missing, grinning and exposing her pink gums. Below the photo were the words, "Mitoanzi's mommy loves you." Sister Me dragged her injured leg step by step towards the fourth director. Each step was slow but steady. Her face was streaked with tears and sorrow, yet her gaze was resolute. Xiao Si. Her voice was hoarse but clear. I need to find a way to go home. Mi Tuanzi and Xiao Di are still waiting for me. Mi Tuanzi was her daughter 6 years old this year. Xiao Di was her artist and close friend, also Mi Tuanzi's godmother. The fourth director looked up at her. He barely reached her chest, craning his neck to see her face. He shook his head. Sister Me, now is not the time to go home. You saw what it's like outside. Zombies, monsters, extreme cold of minus dozens of degrees. Your leg is still injured. Going out is just asking for death. His voice was low and heavy, as if suppressing some emotion. Sister Mi's lips moved, wanting to say something. Xiao Akuan immediately leaned over, clutching Sister Mi's clothing, his voice sharp and urgent. Yes, Sister Mi. You absolutely mustn't leave us. Among so many of us, you and the fourth director are the only two ability users. What will we do if you both leave? His delicate fingers gripped the fabric tightly, knuckles turning white, nails almost embedding into the material. Nearby, others echoed in agreement, voices rising. Sister Mi, please just wait a little longer. We can leave together when help arrives. If you go, we definitely won't survive. I beg you, Sister Mi. I'm down on my knees. Someone actually knelt down, hands on the ground, forehead against the cold concrete, shoulders shaking. Sister Mi lowered her head, looking at Xiao Akun's tear-streaked face, gazing at the young people trembling in the corner. Some hugged their knees, some huddled together, some stared blankly at the ground. Everyone had lost weight, their eyes filled with fear and despair. She said nothing, turning around to look out. The boarded-up window had only a few cracks left, through which the moonlight crept in, casting pale lines on the floor. Through the gaps one could see the gloomy sky and the endless expanse of white. Suddenly, Sister Mi's breath caught. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. A pale eye socket appeared outside the wooden slats. That ghastly eye socket was staring directly at Sister Mi. At the Pancher Manor early the next morning, Changge dragged Knife Shield Brother out of his nest. Knife Shield Brother was sound asleep, dangling by the scruff of his neck, his forelegs paddling in the air, looking completely bewildered. Today I'm going to increase the intensity. Changge tossed him into the snow. I still haven't settled the score for your last act of playing dead. Knife Shield Brother landed with a shiver, fully awake. He took 2 steps back, warily staring at Changge, growling softly in his throat. Baguya Lu. I'm not here to be your worker. I'm not a work dog. He bared his teeth and lunged at Changge. Changge sidestepped and grabbed him by the scruff, pressing him into the snow. Awu, are you still going to curse? Bagu Awu. Woo. I won't curse anymore. A few minutes later, the whimpering of a dog echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. It was as miserable as it could be. One might think he was killing a dog. Knife Shield Brother lay on the ground, hugging his head with his front paws, his tail tucked under one eye bruised, while the other was watery, looking at Changge with a pitiful gaze. Changge crouched down and patted his head. If you perform well, there will be rewards. Knife Shield Brother perked up his ears. In the future, when I establish a base, I'll make you an elder. Knife Shield Brother's eyes instantly lit up, and his tail began to wag. Whatever the elder wants to eat, chicken legs will be plentiful. His tail wagged even more vigorously. And there will be a special doghouse made of velvet. Knife Shield Brother stood up with a whoosh, shook off his fur, and was full of spirit, as if he had transformed into a different dog. The scene that followed left Changge in shock. Knife Shield Brother dashed to the open area of the neighborhood, aimed at a distant abandoned apartment building, and unleashed a lightning ball. Boom! A basin-sized crater exploded in the wall, bricks and stones flying everywhere. Knife Shield Brother glanced back at Changge, his mouth curling up in a proud expression, as if to say, did you see that? Another one. Boom. Another one. Boom. One after another, the lightning balls were spewed out, as if they were free. The booming explosions shook the snow in the neighborhood. Changge counted. 1, 2, 3. After the 8th explosion, Knife Shield Brother paused to catch his breath, looking back at him. Change's face darkened. This dog, last time he could only spit out 1 lightning ball, and fainted, was clearly just pretending. He had even fooled Changge himself. Continue. Knife Shield Brother shrank his neck and spat out another one. The 9th. He spat out another. The 10th. Knife Shield Brother finally stopped, his tongue hanging out, panting like a broken bellows. His forelegs were shaking, but he still stood. Changge fell silent. When he was at level 1, he could only cast 6 fireballs. This dog at level 1 had released 10 lightning balls and still had enough strength to stand. What a terrifying potential for supernatural abilities. No wonder countless human supernatural beings in his past life had no way to deal with this big yellow dog. He suddenly understood Zhou Baiwan's words. Dogs are even worse. Damn, it really is the case. After the morning training, they returned to the villa. Knife Shield Brother was completely exhausted. He lay on the floor with his 4 legs in the air, his tongue hanging out, looking like a dried salted fish. But he still remembered to eat. His tongue weakly curled around a crystal core, rolled it into his mouth, and crunched on it. Then he curled another one. Crunch. The 3rd one. Crunch. This sound was different. At the moment the crystal core shattered, a blinding light burst forth from Knife Shield Brother. It was as if someone had lit a lamp inside his body, with light streaming out from the gaps in his fur, illuminating the entire living room. 3 seconds later the light dissipated. Knife Shield Brother climbed up from the floor, shook his fur. His coat was even shinier than before, golden and glossy. His bruised eye was also healed, now shining with spirit. He held his head high, tail raised high, as if he had transformed into another dog. He had reached level 2. Changge looked at him with a dark expression. Just 2 short days. From the time he was tamed until now, it had only been 2 full days. This dog had reached level 2. In his past life, he had fought hard for 3 months to reach level 2. This dog, eating and drinking, pretending to be dead, reached it in just 2 days. He looked at Knife Shield Brother's proud dog face and took a deep breath. Forget it, it's a dog. He raised himself, he'll endure it. Around noon, the 3 women returned with large and small bags. Zhou Baiwan was in the lead, her military coat wide open. She was carrying 2 large bags, one slung over her shoulder, striding forward. Lin Wei followed behind, holding a stack of clothes. Tang Wan was at the back, carrying several plastic bags. We're back. Zhou Baiwan dropped the things on the ground, catching her breath. We've searched most of Building 1. Is this all? Changge rummaged through the bags. Several thick coats, 2 blankets, toiletries, a few packs of expired biscuits, and a case of mineral water. Not much that can be used. Zhou Baiwan shrugged. Most of the rooms have been opened and searched. Changge nodded. Those survivors didn't dare to come out, but they were bold enough to search for supplies inside the building. Moreover, the zombies in the building had basically been killed by them. Zhou Baiwan took off her military coat, sat down on the sofa, and began to report. We searched 3 floors of Building 1 and brought back everything usable. There are still a few rooms locked in the second unit with people inside, so we didn't touch them. Lin Wei added from the side, we found a radio on the 3rd floor, and it still works. But we can't find any signals, just static. Changge took the radio and placed it on the coffee table. No signal, that's normal. Right now, only the military and large bases can send signals. Near Hangzhou, there shouldn't be any. After lunch, Changge gathered everyone together. Let's discuss a plan. The 3 women and the dog all looked over. First, everyone must work hard to reach level 3. Lin Wei is close. Knife Shield Brother just reached level 2. Tang Wan, hurry up. Zhou Baiwan, forget it, it's not your business. He glanced at Zhou Baiwan. Zhou Baiwan lowered her head. You practice your sword techniques first, we'll talk when I have a plan. Zhou Baiwan didn't speak, just nodded. Once we reach level 3, we'll prepare to raid the grain depot in Hangzhou. Lin Wei's eyes lit up. Is there a lot of food in the grain depot? Enough to feed everyone in Hangzhou for 10 years, Changge replied. We must secure it before the extreme cold ends. Tang Wan quietly asked, will there be zombies inside? Yes. It's very dangerous. So everyone must be level 3 before we go. Changge paused for a moment and continued. Third, I plan to build a base. The eyes of the 3 women instantly lit up. A base. A place of their own. A safe place. A home with walls, food, and hot water. Knife Shield Brother's tail started wagging. Changge continued, however, no ordinary people allowed. The living room fell silent for a moment. Do you not accept ordinary people? Zhou Baiwan raised her head to look at Changge. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she held back. Changge looked at her and said, just say what you want to say. Zhou Baiwan remained silent for a few seconds, not speaking. Changge withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and looked out the window. Let me be frank, he continued, in this apocalypse, I do not keep idlers here. Those who cannot fight, cannot work, and cannot learn, we don't want any of them. What purpose do they serve, even as cannon fodder? To attract zombies. Isn't Brother Knife and Shield appealing? It's just a few bones. Upon hearing his name, Brother Knife and Shield wagged his tail, looking quite pleased. Zhou Baiwan looked at the boastful dog, and the corner of her mouth twitched. In the following days, Changge sent the trio of girls and the dog to continue cleaning the remaining buildings in the Pancher community. Building 1, Building 2, Building 3, one after another they bulldozed through. Lin Wei's needles became increasingly accurate, going from missing 9 out of 10 shots initially to hitting every shot now. Tang Wan's little flame had transformed into a small fireball. Although it couldn't compare to Changge, it was still sufficient for finishing off. Zhou Baiwan's swordsmanship had also improved, delivering quick and decisive strikes. Her military coat was stained with black blood clots, hardened like armor. As for Brother Knife and Shield, this dog was now a prized companion. The lightning ball it spat out hit the zombies with pinpoint accuracy, leaving no remnants. It had even learned a new trick, using its tail to sweep away snow-tripping zombies before biting their necks. It was a bit shameless, but the efficiency was remarkably high. Over 600 level 1 crystal cores were piled on the coffee table, resembling a small mound of crushed ice. Changge leaned against the sofa, casually spinning a crystal core on his fingertip. The absorption speed of the crystal core was linked to one's ability potential. The higher the potential, the faster the absorption, and the better the utilization. For example, Lin Weiss' ice crystal ability was grade A, taking about 20 minutes to absorb a level 1 crystal core. The absorption rate of the ability within the core was high, and it required 50 cores to advance from level 1 to level 2. However, Tang 1 had a grade D ability taking nearly 2 hours to absorb one, needing 80 cores to advance to level 2. As for Brother Knife and Shield, while this dog didn't count in that regard, it treated crystal cores like snacks, crunching them with ease. Potential becomes increasingly important as one progresses. The gap between level 1 and level 2 is not significant, but by level 4 and 5 the disparity between grade A and grade D is like heaven and earth. Lin Wei was the first to upgrade to level 3, followed by Brother Knife and Shield, who started later, which was reasonable. Tang 1 was the last, being a full day behind Brother Knife and Shield. Thus, everyone had reached level 3. Zhou Baiwan had no abilities, but Li Changge had crafted her a steel machete forged with his flames. Leaving aside its appearance, the material was sourced from the metal of scrapped vehicles' engines, forged with Li Changge's grade S flames. Its sturdiness was impressive, and it was also incredibly sharp. Now that everyone had reached level 3, absorbing level 1 crystal cores had nearly no effect. However, the crystal cores had another use: to replenish the consumption of abilities. Carrying one around was equivalent to having an infinite ammo supply. From now on, each person should carry 10 cores in their pockets. Li Changge distributed the crystal cores. Restock when you run low, don't be stingy. The weather had begun to warm up slowly these past few days. From -20 degrees to -15, -10, until it stabilized around -7 or 8 degrees. The snow had stopped, the wind had calmed, and occasionally the sun could be seen. In Li Changge's memory, this extreme cold would last for about half a month. Today was the 11th day. Time was running short. After lunch, Li Changge sent the trio of girls and the dog to clear the last building. He grabbed the car keys, preparing to venture alone to the grain depot in Hangqing. He had the ability to teleport. If he couldn't fight, he could run. Li Changge put on his coat and walked outside. The roar of the armored vehicle echoed through the Pancher community. He pressed the gas pedal, crashing through a section of the fence, heading toward the grain depot. Li Changge drove at a moderate pace, around 60 kilometers per hour. The world outside the car window remained a desolate white. There were already a few survivors outside scavenging for supplies. Some were wrapped in blankets, pushing shopping carts filled with frozen food. Some squatted beside piles of garbage, using sticks to search for edible items. Others waved from the roadside, shouting something. Their voices were shredded by the wind, incomprehensible. Surviving in the apocalypse was not easy, especially for those ordinary people without abilities. Li Changge ignored the waving individuals. He pressed the gas pedal and passed by. If anyone dared to block the road recklessly, he would crash right through. This was not cruelty, it was a form of liberation. After the extreme cold, these ordinary people's plight would become even more challenging. After driving for several minutes, he arrived at the grain depot. The main gate had been smashed open, the iron door hanging askew on its hinges, the walls stained with dark blood, and large areas had collapsed with bricks scattered everywhere. The glass in the guardhouse was shattered, the interior dark and unclear. Broken glass, overturned signs, and several cleanly picked skeletons lay scattered on the ground. Fragments of clothing still hung from the skeletons. When the wind blew, the sleeves fluttered as if beckoning. Li Changge parked the car by the roadside and exited. He took a deep breath and activated his teleportation ability. After reaching level 3, the teleportation distance increased from 20 meters to 100. He directly arrived at the roof of the grain depot. The rusty metal roof creaked underfoot, sounding as if it might collapse at any moment. He crouched down and looked below, taking a sharp breath. In the open space at the entrance of the grain depot, a dozen large trucks were parked haphazardly. Some were crashed together, their fronts crumpled, others were overturned, wheels in the air, and some truck doors were wide open, spilling their contents of grain onto the ground, frozen into solid blocks. However, Li Changge's attention was not on the trucks. Between the vehicles in the open space and against the base of the walls were dark clusters of zombies, at least several hundred. They were lazily wandering around. Among them were several that were noticeably larger. Their muscles were bulging, their skin a deep gray, glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. They walked among the horde of zombies like overseers inspecting a construction site. Level 2 zombies. At least 7 or 8 of them. Li Changge's brows furrowed. Several hundred zombies equated to a small wave of zombies in the later stages. The grain depot was located in a remote area, with no large population. How could there be so many zombies? Unless something had attracted them here. Just then a deep muffled sound echoed from within the grain depot. Thump, thump, thump. It was not the sound of footsteps, it was the sound of a heartbeat. A heartbeat heavy as thunder. Each vibration felt like a punch to his chest. The metal roof trembled, rust flakes falling. His hand pressed against the metal, feeling the low-frequency vibrations. All the surrounding zombies dropped to the ground simultaneously. Several hundred zombies, all lying down at the same time. These zombies are either lying on the ground on top of cars or on their companions. They tremble, burying their heads in their knees, resembling subjects bowing before a king. The second-tier zombies are no exception. They crouch on the ground, heads lowered, not daring to move. Lee Change's pupils suddenly constrict. A mutated creature. A high-tier mutated creature. He had witnessed such scenes in his past life. High-level mutated beings attract nearby zombies to flock to them. Ordinary zombies around it experience a significant increase in evolution chances. This is why so many zombies gather at the grain storage entrance. From the intensity of this heartbeat, it is at least a level 4. Curiosity drives him. He moves toward the source of the sound. It is a massive warehouse. Larger than other warehouses, its iron walls are rusted, and the writing on them is barely legible. The door is closed, but has been deformed from something crashing into it from the inside, bulging out like a pregnant belly. Lee Changge teleports to the roof. After reaching level 3, the teleportation distance is sufficient to reach in one go. He crouches down and presses his ear against the iron. Breathing sounds, heavy and deep like a bellows being worked. With each breath, the iron slightly vibrates. He finds a crack and looks down. It's very dark inside the warehouse, but he can see the outline. In the deepest part, a massive figure squats on the ground, at least 3 meters tall. Its entire body is muscular, resembling a mountain of flesh. Its skin is a deep black, covered in cracks like a dried riverbed. Its head is bald, without eyes, only a massive mouth, the corners stretching to the roots of its ears, revealing 2 rows of serrated teeth. Chunks of flesh hang from its teeth, already turned black. Its chest is heaving violently. With each breath, its chest expands and then slowly contracts. A level 4 mutated creature. A strength type. Thick-skinned and hard to kill. Lee Changge quickly made a judgment. Beside it, 3 zombies are crawling on the ground. Not lying down, but crawling. Like snakes, they are pressed against the ground, heads facing the mutated creature, their posture reverent, as if they are on a pilgrimage. Their bodies are larger than the ordinary second-tier zombies, outside their skin glistening with a metallic sheen, muscle lines clear. Level 3. They are 3 level 3 zombies. Lee Change's breathing is minimized. He even tries to suppress his heartbeat, but it is too fast to contain. Retreat. He must retreat. Killing zombies of a higher tier is already difficult, let alone one that is thick-skinned and belongs to the strength type. Facing 4 with one being level 4, he would be crazy to seek death. He also considered using the sniper rifle from his spatial storage. The sniper rifle is somewhat effective against level 3, but it is far from enough to deal with a level 4 strength type zombie. Moreover, Lee Change's marksmanship is somewhat awkward, but letting the mutated creature evolve here and allowing it to reach level 5 would mean the grain storage is lost. A level 5 mutated creature would be something he alone could not handle. He gritted his teeth. Let's try. Just once. If it doesn't work, he can run. He pulls out 2 level 1 crystal cores from his pocket, clutching them in his palm. Cold and hard like 2 pebbles. He extracts the energy from the crystal cores, replenishing his powers. Then he locks his gaze on the furthest level 3 zombie from the mutated creature. That zombie is small and thin. Compared to the other 2, it looks like a stunted child. Its skin is grayish-white, lacking a metallic sheen. Likely it has just recently leveled up. Moreover, its posture is different from the other 2. While the other 2 are lying on the ground, it is half squatting, its forelimbs propping up the ground, as if in meditation. A magical type. Magical zombies have the weakest physical defense, easily killed with a single strike. It is alone a few meters apart from the other 2 level 3 zombies. The mutated creature has its eyes closed, its chest rising and falling as if dozing off. The breathing is heavy and rhythmic like a lullaby. Now's the time. Lee Changge activates his teleportation. His figure vanishes from the roof. The next moment, he appears behind that level 3 zombie. At less than a meter's distance, he can even see the fine scales on the zombie's neck. The flame ability in his hand synchronously activates. A fired short knife condenses in his palm, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, the air around the edge distorting. The fire blade emits no heat. He compresses all the energy within the blade, not allowing a single bit to leak out. He swings the knife. No sound. The blade slices through the neck like cutting tofu. The level 3 zombie's head flies off the neck's severed surface, charred, without a drop of blood. It doesn't even struggle, its body remains half squatting, not even moving its fingers. He is about to grab the head and teleport away. Roar. The level 4 mutated creature suddenly opens its eyes. It has no eyes, only 2 hollow sockets. But those sockets are aimed in Lee Change's direction like 2 black holes of gun muzzles. The roar erupts. It is not an ordinary roar. It is a sound wave. The invisible sound wave crashes in like a wall. Lee Change's head feels as if struck by a hammer, and his vision goes black. His ears are filled with a buzzing sound, rendering him unable to hear anything. His vision blurs, the world spins. His limbs suddenly lose control, like being filled with lead. He cannot move a single finger. His stomach churns, wanting to vomit, but his throat feels choked, unable to expel anything. Damn it, does it even come with a sound wave attack? This damned mutated creature, a dual cultivation of physical and magical abilities. The mutated creature stands up. Its three-meter body blocks the light above. Its two massive fists clench larger than Changge's head. The fists are covered in bone spurs, each as long as a finger, gleaming coldly in the dim warehouse. It locks onto Changge's position. No eyes, but it knows where he is. A fist comes crashing down toward Changge. The wind from the punch arrives, first brushing against his face like a knife. The air compresses, emitting a sharp whistle. The force alone from the wind pressure makes it hard for him to stand. Changge is drenched in cold sweat. He wants to move, but his body is still in a paralyzed state. His fingers do not obey, his legs feel heavy like lead, even breathing becomes difficult. He watches the fist drawing nearer. Closer and closer. The shadow of the fist looms over him. He can even see the patterns on the bone spurs, each unique, some bent, some straight, some forked. Move, move. Just then, his fingers can move. The numbness recedes like a tide from his fingertips to his elbows, from his toes to his knees, all recovering in an instant. He grabs the level 3 zombie's head and activates his teleportation. The fist crashes down at the spot where he had just stood. Boom. The concrete floor explodes with a half-meter deep pit. Cracks spread like a spider web extending to the walls of the warehouse. Debris flies, striking the place where he had just been, some pieces just grazing his back as they flew past. Changge appears on the roof. He gasps for breath. His chest feels like it will explode, his heart pounding as if it will leap out of his throat. His back is completely wet, cold sweat trickling down his spine. With the wind blowing, it feels icy, and he glances down at the spot where he had just stood. The pit created by that fist is possibly only a hand's breadth away from where he vanished. He can even feel the heat of the fist's wind brushing against his back. Damn it, just wait for me. I will deal with you on the next teleport. Changge hides on the iron roof, his chest heaving violently. Now at level 3, can he kill this thick-skinned control-type zombie of a higher tier? Changge carefully calculates. Changge pressed the head of a level 3 zombie against the metal roof. The fire blade split the skull and extracted a crystal core the size of a thumb from within. Level 3. It shone brightly. Unlike the small glimmers of a level 1 crystal core, this one resembled a small light bulb, and holding it in his palm allowed him to feel the violent energy contained within. Warm like holding a ball of fire. He stored it in his spatial pocket. His body flickered and disappeared from the roof. Moments later, Changge appeared in the driver's seat of the Mengsher. He started the engine and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The tires skidded on the icy surface, kicking up a cloud of white smoke before shooting forward. In the rearview mirror, the granary was engulfed in dust. The roar of the mutated creature shook the windows of the car, even the ground trembled. A few level 2 zombies rushed out from the gate, chased for a few steps, then retreated. Changge gripped the steering wheel, his hands still trembling. It wasn't from the cold. It was from fear. Just a little more. Just a fraction more, and he would have met his end there today. He took a deep breath. Another breath. One more. He suppressed the fear. He calmed his heartbeat. He pushed away thoughts of, if I had been just 0.01 seconds slower, I would have died. But regardless, he had obtained the level 3 crystal core. Changge calculated the amount of energy needed for his abilities to upgrade. Adding the enhancements he gained from fighting Lin Wei every night during this period, he figured that with just 30 more level 3 crystal cores, he should be able to advance to level 4. If he had been level 4 today, that mutated zombie inside the granary would have been as good as his. The extreme cold had not yet ended, but the zombies had already begun to evolve. Changge glanced at the sky. The sun still had a few hours before it would set. He could search nearby to see if there were any level 2 or 3 zombies. He held the steering wheel with one hand while retrieving the crystal core from his spatial pocket, with the other glancing at it. It was thumb-sized, transparent, like a solidified star. Inside, a dark red mass flowed, almost alive. Level 3. He could absorb it. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he stored the crystal core back in his spatial pocket. The Mengsher rolled over the icy surface, splashing shards of ice. In the rearview mirror, the granary grew increasingly distant, eventually becoming a blurry black dot. The roar of the mutated creature was no longer audible. Only the sound of the wind and the roar of the engine remained. On the horizon, the sun began to set, casting an orange glow that turned the snow golden. As Changge drove halfway, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. His gaze swept over. At a gas station hundreds of meters away, thick smoke billowed and flames shot into the sky. Flames erupted from the ground, turning the sky red as black smoke wrapped around sparks resembling a gigantic poisonous mushroom. Boom. Another loud bang followed, and the shockwave surged toward him. This several-ton war vehicle, the Mengsher, shook slightly, the windows buzzing and the steering wheel trembling. Amidst the flames came the roar of a zombie. It wasn't an ordinary howl. It was sharp, filled with rage, like glass scraping against a blackboard, piercing his eardrums. Another advanced zombie. Changge suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The Mengsher drifted, tires carving arcs on the ice, leaving a trail of white smoke as he turned the vehicle toward the center of the explosion. As Changge reached the gas station, the temperature was frighteningly high. The ice layer on the ground had completely melted, revealing the charred concrete beneath, emitting steam. Several gas trucks had been blown away, leaving only their bases burning, gasoline spilling everywhere, igniting into a sea of flames. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gasoline and burnt flesh. Over a dozen zombies roared in the flames, their bodies crackling as they burned, flesh falling off to reveal the stark, white bones underneath. They struggled, taking a few steps before collapsing, only to rise again and fall. In the end, one by one, they fell into the sea of flames, unmoving. From the small building behind the gas station came cries for help. Help! Help! Is anyone there? The voice was high-pitched and thin, indistinguishable as male or female, but filled with terror. Changge got out of the car, stored the Mengsher in his spatial pocket, and teleported to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise. After reaching level 3, he could teleport 100 meters in one leap. He crouched at the edge of the rooftop and looked down. The gas station had a zombie standing in the open space. It was not an ordinary one. It was at least 2 meters tall, a head taller than a regular zombie. The zombie was completely red like molten iron, with a skin covered in cracks that glowed with flowing magma, shimmering like the crevices of the earth. Its head was bald, devoid of hair, its ears burned away, leaving only 2 holes. Its eyes were 2 black pits, but within flames flickered like 2 dimming lights. It stood amidst the sea of flames, the fire licking at its body. How it felt no pain, and instead reveled in it. The flames flowed over it like clothing, like armor, like a part of its very being. Changge quickly assessed that it was a level 3 fire-type zombie. It opened its mouth, and a small fireball shot out, striking the small building. Boom! The small building exploded with a whole bricks flying, shards of glass clattering down. Another fireball followed. Boom! And another one. The small fireballs shot out one after another, as if they were free. The building was blown to pieces, windows shattered, doors collapsed, and cracks in the walls resembled spider webs. Inside, several figures could be faintly seen, dodging, crouching in the corners, clutching their heads, their faces indistinguishable. Changge did not move. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, he simply couldn't. Rushing in now would mean putting himself in danger as well. The position of that level 3 fire-type zombie was too perfect, surrounded by flames. Teleporting in would be like delivering himself to the enemy. His gaze fell upon that zombie, fire-type crystal core. The crystal core of a level 3 fire-type zombie shared the same attribute as his. Absorbing a crystal core of the same attribute would double the efficiency. If he obtained that crystal core, he could advance to level 4 tonight. He licked his lips. He was determined. The small building quickly transformed into a sea of flames under the assault of the fire-type zombie. The roof began to cave in, fragments of tiles crashing to the ground, sparking flames. The cries for help inside grew weaker, intermittent, until they were no longer heard. In the end, only the sound of wood burning remained, crackling like someone setting off firecrackers. Changge withdrew his gaze. There was no other choice. This was how the apocalypse was. You couldn't save everyone, of being able to save yourself was already a blessing. He retrieved a sniper rifle from his spatial pocket. The Eye of Death. The gun was matte black, cold to the touch, heavy and weighty. When he took it from the Gene Ding vault, he knew this gun would eventually come in handy. He had hardly used it in his past life, but guns take up little space in a spatial pocket. What if he needed it? He loaded 7 rounds of 10.4mm bullets into the magazine. Click, click, click. Each sound was crisp and addictive. The bullets were heavy, the tips copper-colored, reflecting light in the flames. He had also played with sniper rifles in his past life, but his accuracy was not impressive. Back then, a retired Special Forces soldier had taught him for 2 days at the base, but that person later died in the mouth of a zombie, and his sniper skills remained at the level of being able to fire a bullet. Change's lips curved into a smile. Today, that fire-type zombie would be the stepping stone on my path to becoming a gun god. 3 years after the apocalypse, only sniper rifles can inflict damage on zombies. Moreover, it must be a direct headshot. Ordinary rifles barely tickle, and handguns are even worse. Sniper rifles have a large caliber and high initial velocity, which still has some effect against third-level zombies, especially against the defensively weak magic-type zombies. If he can hit the head combined with teleportation, a one-shot kill is not a problem. He lay at the edge of the rooftop, resting his rifle on the concrete railing, his eyes pressed against the scope. The crosshair wobbled. He adjusted his breathing and steadied himself. Don't sway, this time it has to work. Through the scope, the fire zombie finally quieted down after a moment of rampage. It stood amidst the sea of flames, arms outstretched, as if embracing something. The surrounding flames seemed to be drawn to it, converging around its body. A massive fire vortex formed above its head, sucking all the surrounding flames into itself. The sea of fire shrank. Flames from the gas station, the small building, and the ground, all were absorbed into its body. The flames surged towards it like water seeping into its cracks and being absorbed by the magma within. Its skin turned a deeper red and the magma in the crevices glowed brighter like iron heated to its limit. Third-level zombies already possessed intelligence and knew how to absorb abilities. Changge held his breath. The crosshair aimed at the zombie's head. The wind stopped, the smoke ceased to drift, and the whole world fell silent. Breath halted. Trigger pulled. Bang! A tremendous recoil slammed into his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain as his shoulder jerked back. The gun barrel rose, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, he kept his eyes glued to the scope. The zombie's head remained within the crosshair. A small pit appeared on the ground beside it, charred and smoking, approximately 3 meters away from the zombie. Changge. Damn it, I missed. Hearing the gunfire, the fire zombie suddenly turned its head. It had no eyes, but Changge knew it was looking at him. That feeling of being targeted was like a frog caught in the gaze of a snake, sending chills down his spine and making his hairs stand on end. The zombie opened its mouth and spat a fireball, but not in Changge's direction. Instead, it was aimed at the building beside him. Boom! The roof of that building exploded with a whole debris flying everywhere. Changge swallowed hard. This damn thing didn't see him and was just shooting blindly. He reloaded, aimed again. Bang! Missed again. This time it was even more ridiculous. The bullet hit the gas pump beside the zombie, exploding into a fireball with black smoke billowing. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and continued. The third shot. Missed. The bullet struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying. The fourth shot. Missed again. The bullet grazed past the zombie's shoulder, hitting the wall behind it and creating a hole. The fifth shot. Still a miss. He had no idea where the bullets were going. The sixth shot. Changge didn't even know where it went. He only saw several new pits appearing around the zombie in the ruins, but the zombie still stood there unharmed. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. 6 shots. All missed. His memories of using a sniper rifle in his past life turned out to be an illusion. Back then he had barely touched it and had never practiced seriously. There was only 1 bullet left in the magazine. He took a deep breath and reamed at the zombie. His shoulder ached and his fingers trembled slightly. He pressed down, bracing the rifle against his shoulder. This is the last shot, big brother, give me some face. The zombie was still absorbing flames, the light on its body growing brighter. The fire vortex swirled above its head like a crown. Holding his breath. Aiming. The crosshair rested on the zombie's head. Bang! The 10mm bullet tore through the air. This shot hit. Through the scope, a cloud of blood mist erupted from the zombie's right arm. Change's lips curled into a smile. What I just aimed at was definitely its arm. The 10mm bullet blasted its arm off, the severed end charred and smoking, exposing the white bone beneath. The zombie froze for a second. It lowered its head to look at its empty right shoulder before opening its mouth and letting out a heart-wrenching roar. The sound was sharp and loud, making Change's ears ring. Seizing the moment, he moved. Teleportation activated. In an instant, he covered 100 meters. The next second, he appeared behind the zombie. The arm that had been blasted away was still in the air, not yet fallen. He could even smell the burnt scent emanating from the zombie, mixed with the sulfuric smell of magma, making him want to cough. A fire short sword coalesced in his palm, plunging into the back of the zombie's head. Puff! The zombie's body stiffened. The fireball in its mouth was still condensing, orangered, and almost formed, but it couldn't spit it out. It slowly turned its head, its hollow eye sockets aimed at Change's face. Changge saw his own reflection in those 2 black voids. Distorted and blurry like a reflection in a burnt mirror. Then the zombie's eyes extinguished. The cracks in its body faded. The magma solidified, turning into gray-black stones. It fell like a statue, crashing to the ground and shattering into several pieces. Changge lightly flicked the short sword, and a thumb-sized fired crystal core flew out from the zombie's head, landing in his palm. Warm like holding a ball of fire. Through the surface of the crystal core, he could see the energy flowing within like liquid flames, surging and swirling inside the core. He smirked, stuffing the crystal core into his spatial pouch. In the next second, he vanished from his spot. Finding a safe location, Changge pulled out 2 first-level crystal cores from his spatial pouch, clutching them in his hand to replenish the abilities he had just consumed. Then he took out the warrior and pressed the accelerator to leave. In the rearview mirror, the fire at the gas station still burned, black smoke billowing, but it was no longer as fierce. The small building had collapsed halfway, revealing its charred skeleton. As for whether the survivors were dead or alive, he withdrew his gaze and did not look back. Today's harvest was quite good. 1 third-level fire-type crystal core, 1 ordinary third-level crystal core, and 8 second-level crystal cores. Tonight he would push for a 4th level. He stepped on the accelerator. The warrior rolled over the icy surface, heading towards the direction of the Pancher. Changge parked the warrior outside the community, then pulled out several bags of bread, a few boxes of self-heating rice, and 2 bottles of cola from his spatial pouch, stuffing them into his backpack. He couldn't go out for nothing, could he? He had to save face. When he returned, he would say he had painstakingly searched for these, and anyway they wouldn't know. As for the spatial pouch being his biggest secret apart from the readers, no one could know. As Li Changge slung the backpack over his shoulder and walked to the community entrance, he heard a commotion coming from inside. His brow furrowed. At the entrance of his villa, a dozen people were blocking the way. Dressed in down jackets bundled up tightly, they held steel pipes, kitchen knives, and several baseball bats. At the forefront was a man with a sharp nose and a monkey-like face pointing at Zhou Baiwan's nose and cursing, "Zhou Baiwan, you filthy bitch. Hand over all your supplies quickly." Hao Ge said that all supplies in this area must be handed over and then redistributed. He stepped forward, his triangular eyes filled with greed. "Then you can serve our Hao Ge well. You used to be so powerful, didn't you? Now the world has changed in you." However, before the little brother could finish his words, Zhou Baiwan moved. She rushed out in a swift stride, grabbing the man's collar and driving her knee into his lower abdomen. The man doubled over in pain, and Zhou Baiwan seized the opportunity to kick him in the chest. Bang! The man flew 2 meters away, crashing to the ground and sliding far, his head hitting the edge of a flower bed, knocking him out on the spot. The entire scene fell silent. Zhou Baiwan patted the dust off her pants, her cold phoenix eyes sweeping over the crowd. Her voice was not loud, but each word carried an icy chill. "Go back and tell Zhao Tianhao, that bastard I, Zhou Baiwan, am not someone to be frightened easily. If I hear the word serve again, I'll make sure he can never stand again." The group exchanged glances, no one daring to step forward. Zhou Baiwan's reputation, who in Hangzhou didn't know it? The title of the female Yama was earned through real deeds, not mere boasts. From the back of the crowd came the sound of applause, clap, clap, clap. A young man slowly walked out. In his 20s, wearing a black leather jacket, his hair slicked back and a fresh scar on his face. The scar stretched from his brow to his mouth, still not fully healed, red and swollen, resembling a centipede. His walking style was peculiar. Each step carried a strange lightness, as if he were floating. Beneath his feet, a faint blue wind flowed, swirling around his legs and lifting the scattered snow on the ground. He tilted his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. The female demon is still the female demon. Too bad. Times have changed now. Zhou Baiwan recognized him. Huang Ao, the second son of the Huang family in Hangzhou, the most loyal dog by Zhao Tianhao's side. Before the apocalypse, she had captured Huang Ao twice. Once for drunk driving and once for brawling. Each time, he had begged for mercy on his knees after being taught a lesson by her. Huang Ao. Zhou Baiwan frowned. "What are you here for?" "What am I here for?" Huang Ao laughed, the laugh exaggerated to the point of tears, almost spilling. "Zhou Baiwan, when you caught me back, then did you ever think about today?" Before he finished speaking, a flash of blue light appeared beneath his feet, and then he was like a gust of wind, instantly appearing in front of Zhou Baiwan. A fist came crashing down. Zhou Baiwan instinctively raised her hand to block. His punch carried a strange force, not strong, but with great propulsion, like the wind pushing her. She staggered back several steps, leaving 2 black marks on the ground, with her shoes barely managing to stop. Huang Ao retracted his fist, blowing on his knuckles, his eyes filled with vengeful delight. "How's that female demon? Wind-type ability. I awakened it on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Back then when you hit me, I didn't even dare to fight back. And now..." Huang Ao raised his hand, a mass of blue chi appearing in his palm, swirling at his fingertips. With a flick of his fingers, a blade of wind shot through the air towards Zhou Baiwan. The wind blade howled as it came slicing through Zhou Baiwan's pupils, constricted, unable to dodge in time. Crack. An ice wall appeared out of nowhere in front of her, semi-transparent, glowing with a faint blue light. The wind blade struck against it like a knife, cutting into tofu, embedding halfway, getting stuck. Ice shards scattered across the ground, but the wind blade did not penetrate. Lin Wei stepped out from behind, Zhou Baiwan, a spike of ice forming between her fingers. "Sister Bai, let me handle the ability user." Huang Ao squinted, sizing up Lin Wei. The woman wore glasses, looking quiet and gentle, not the type who could fight. "You are also an ability user." He scoffed. "Just you." Lin Wei said nothing, simply took a step forward. Huang Ao looked Lin Wei up and down, then glanced at Zhou Baiwan, suddenly laughing. "All right, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the supplies in the villa, and Zhou Baiwan, I can plead for you in front of Hao Ge. Perhaps you could even join our Tianhao alliance and enjoy protection. Of course, if you serve me well now, I might even plead for you to become a squad leader." He spread his arms, wearing a face of benevolence towards Lin Wei, as if it were the greatest act of charity. "Have you heard of the Tianhao alliance? Founded by Hao Ge, it now has over a dozen ability users. For someone of your level, you'd just be a lowly errand runner, but I..." Lin Wei spat out a word. "Pa." Huang Ao, "What a load of crap, Tianhao alliance." Lin Wei pushed her glasses, her tone as calm as if reading a report. "Never heard of it." Huang Ao's face turned completely dark. "You don't know how to drink respectfully." He waved both hands, and 2 wind blades shot out simultaneously, one left, one right, slicing towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei raised her hand, an ice wall blocking the left. The wind blade on the right. She didn't block at all, directly stepping back a step. The wind blade grazed her military coat, cutting a deep gash in the wall. Huang Ao sent out 3 more wind blades. Lin Wei casually waved her hand. 3 ice spikes shot out, accurately colliding with the wind blades, exploding in midair, ice shards scattering everywhere. Huang Ao's expression changed. His wind blades could even cut through steel plates, yet they were shattered by a few ice spikes. You. Lin Wei didn't give him a chance to speak. With a flick of her finger, an ice spike whizzed past Huang Ao's ear, embedding itself into the wall behind him, buzzing. Huang Ao's body went rigid. Next one will pierce your arm, Lin Wei said. Huang Ao gritted his teeth, the blue light flashing beneath his feet, then his entire body surged forward like a gust of wind towards Lin Wei. His speed was so fast that an ordinary person couldn't even see it clearly. But Lin Wei could see it clearly. In these past few days, she had killed more zombies than Huang Ao had ever seen people. Such speed was nothing in her eyes as a level 3. A thin layer of ice formed beneath her feet. When Huang Ao charged in, his feet slipped, and his speed drastically decreased. Lin Wei sidestepped, an ice spike flew from her palm. Puff. It struck Huang Ao's right arm dead on. The ice spike pierced through his forearm, emerging from the other side, embedding into the ground. Blood flowed down the ice spike, dripping onto the snow, bright red and glaring. Oh! Huang Ao let out a pained scream, kneeling on the ground, clutching his right arm with his left hand, his face twisted in agony. Huang Ao knelt on the ground, his right arm still bleeding, but his eyes held no fear, only madness. He drew a handgun from his pocket with his left hand, the dark muzzle aimed at Lin Wei. Bitch! If you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider letting you go. 4 or 5 of his little brothers pulled out guns from their clothes. Type 54, Type 64, and a few unknown models, all aimed at Lin Wei and Zhou Baiwan. Lin Wei's body stiffened. Her ice wall could block wind blades, but she didn't know if it could withstand bullets. With several guns firing at once, she had no time to react. Zhou Baiwan dashed in front of Lin Wei, spreading her arms to shield her. Huang Ao. Her voice was sharp and piercing. How do you have guns? Huang Ao knelt on the ground, the ice spike still embedded in his right arm. Blood and sweat splattered across his face, yet he laughed. Laughing maniacally, laughing like a madman. Huang Ao burst into maniacal laughter. How could there be a gun? Ha ha ha. He wiped the blood from his face, his eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. Zhou Baiwan, do you still think this is your world? Brother Hao has found an arms depot. Enough to equip an entire platoon. Let me tell you plainly, brother, Hao even has rifles in his possession. Box after box. What are you people anyway? Slowly rising to his feet, he pressed the pistol in his left hand against Zhou Baiwan's forehead. Kneel down. Zhou Baiwan did not kneel. Her gaze locked unflinchingly onto the muzzle. Go ahead, pull the trigger. That haughty, commanding aura radiating from her was perhaps a privilege reserved solely for Li Changge. Huang Ao was overwhelmed, not by fury alone, but by an instinctive, bone-deep suppression. His finger trembled on the trigger. He hated Zhou Baiwan, hated her to his marrow, yet standing before him, she emanated such crushing dominance, such primal ingrained fear that his hand shook uncontrollably. Huang Ao roared, I'll say it once more, kneel. Zhou Baiwan remained motionless. Towering over her, pistol barrel pressed to her temple, he laughed until his whole body convulsed. Ha ha ha. He stared down at her cold, striking face, growing ever more exhilarated. This visage, once so forbidding he dared not meet it directly, now lay at the mercy of his gun barrel. The sensation was more intoxicating than inhaling crystallized sugar. Zhou Baiwan, aren't you invincible? Aren't you the female Yama of Hangqing? You arrested me twice, slapped me 3 times, and imprisoned me for 7 days. Today, every single debt will be settled one by one. Now I demand you kneel and beg me. Zhou Baiwan's expression darkened. She stood utterly still. She knew exactly who Brother Hao was. The man Huang Ao mentioned, Zhao Tianhao. His grandfather was a high-ranking military officer. Knowing where firearms were stored was hardly surprising. Zhao Tianhao truly had the means to procure guns. Before the apocalypse, their hiding places remained unknown to all who afterward, he unearthed them all. Zhou Baiwan's voice was glacial, like wind howling from a frozen vault. Huang Ao, take your vengeance out on me alone. Kill me or torture me as you wish, but spare the innocent. Huang Ao laughed, so hard tears streamed down his cheeks. He glanced back at his gang of underlings, then turned again, doubled over with mirth. Take it out on me. What authority do you have left to bargain with me, eh? He stepped backward, spread his arms wide, and shouted toward his men. Did you hear that? Senior Officer Zhou is begging me. The female Yama of Hangqing is pleading for her life, begging me not to kill her. Ha ha ha. His men erupted in cheers. Some whistled, others shouted, kneel. Kneel. Others pulled out their phones, though alas no signal remained, otherwise they'd surely have filmed it for social media. Huang Ao turned back, his grin fading into cold, venomous malice. like a viper that had finally cornered its lone prey. Is this how one begs? You should kneel, then crawl out from here. He jabbed the barrel downward, gesturing for her to kneel. Zhou Baiwan did not move. In this lifetime, she had knelt only once, to that wretched Li Changge. Zhou Baiwan bowed to no one else. Huang Ao narrowed his eyes, his finger tightened incrementally on the trigger. The metallic click-click of the trigger echoed sharply across the silent snowfield. I'll count to 3. 1. Zhou Baiwan remained unmoved. Her eyes stayed fixed on the muzzle, not a blink. 2. Lin Wei stood behind her, ice daggers forming in her palms. But with over a dozen guns trained on her, she dared not act. Even her fastest ice wall could not outpace a dozen bullets fired simultaneously. Tang Wan crouched behind the door, gripping a kitchen knife, her hands trembling, her knuckles bleached white. Brother Dao Dan, who knew where he'd vanished to. Behind a distant tree, Li Changge stood with arms crossed, frowning deeply. Not out of worry, out of sheer embarrassment. Pathetic. Utterly, unforgivably pathetic. Lin Wei, a level 3 ice element, awakened, intimidated by mere handguns. If word got out, where would Li Changge's dignity reside? Handgun muzzle velocity 3 to 400 meters per second, but a level 3 awaken's reflexes were more than sufficient to dodge sideways the instant the trigger was pulled. As for ice walls, half a meter thick, handgun rounds struck them with no more effect than a pale speck. Not even a hairline crack would form, let alone penetration. He sighed. He'd need to give them remedial training upon returning. Did Li Changge have no pride? Still, he made no move to intervene, because Brother Dao Dan had already crept forward, stealthy as a shadow. Just as Huang Ao was gloating, preparing to shout 3, a sly, mocking voice piped up from beneath his feet, my shield dance word. The voice was shrill and thin, like someone pinching their nose to imitate a yapping dog, infused with an indescribable, infuriating Tokakordi lilt. He looked down, and there beside his boot sat a large yellow dog. It lifted its hind leg with practiced nonchalance, then unleashed a steaming golden stream straight onto his trousers. A pungent, acrid stench assaulted Huang Ao's nostrils. Warm dog urine trickled down his pant leg. Huang Ao froze, utterly rigid. He stared down at his trousers. Dampness spreading from his calf upward, steaming faintly in the sub-zero air, grotesquely conspicuous. That pair of trousers was a luxury brand, costing tens of thousands pre-apocalypse, a limited edition he'd clung to jealously. Now defiled by a dog. After finishing, Brother Dao Dan gave a casual shake of his leg, then tilted his head, gazing innocently up at Huang Ao, as if silently saying, well, what about it? Huang Ao's face flushed from pallor to crimson, then deepened to purple, finally turning as black as ink. His lips quivered, not from pain but from pure, incandescent rage. Huang Ao, the second scion of Hongqing's Huang clan, Zhao Tianhao's most trusted confidant, an exalted wind element awakened in the post-apocalyptic world, now humiliated by a dog's urine. His temples throbbed violently, veins bulged along his temples, and the pistol in his grip trembled uncontrollably. You. Brother Dao Dan cocked his head, studying Huang Ao's contorted face, then glanced down at the spot where he'd just urinated, before lifting his gaze again and repeating in that same absurd tone, my shield dance word. Huang Ao's eyes burned red. His underlings stood stunned, yet swiftly shifted focus from the dog's audacity to its sheer, staggering plumpness. Its fur shimmered golden in the snowlight, its belly round and taut, clearly whelped, dripping with fat. What a fat dog! Damn, it's plump enough to boil into a whole pot. Dog meat hot pot. I haven't tasted meat in days. This mutt must weigh at least 15 kilograms, enough for our dozen men to feast twice. Their mouths watered, some even stepped forward, desperate to lunge and throttle the beast on the spot. Huang Ao licked his lips. The pistol barrel swung away from Zhou Baiwan, aiming squarely at Brother Dog Meat Hot Pot. What a magnificent dish! Huang Ao had already envisioned the cooking process in his mind, sautéing scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant, blanching the diced dog meat, adding dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, stewing until tender, and finishing with a sprinkle of cilantro. Damn, the more he thought about it, the hungrier he got. For now, he set aside his wet trousers. Damn meat delivered right to my doorstep. The knife-and-shield brother tilted his head, gazing at the group, then at the pitch-black gun barrel, and finally at the wolfish gleam in their eyes. Its doggy brain mulled it over, roughly grasping the situation. These people wanted to eat it. Then it opened its mouth, Bakiaro. Those 4 syllables, crisp and precise, sounded more authentic than a native Japanese speaker's. Huang Ao. His underlings. The dog spoke. The next second, the knife-and-shield brother opened its massive maw and sank its teeth into Huang Ao's calf. It wasn't a gentle nip, it was a ferocious bite meant to snap bone. Its fangs, like nails, pierced through the fabric, tore into the skin, and clamped onto the bone. Then came a crisp crack. The sound of a bone breaking. Aya! Huang Ao's scream tore through the night. He felt as though his calf was caught in a steel vise. The pain instantly brought tears to his eyes. After biting the knife and shield, brother bolted. Its forelegs churned swiftly, kicking up a plume of white snow. Its mouth still spewed curses, a sharp and infuriating tone. Damn it, you dare try to eat your master. He'll bite you all to death today. Bakayaro. Bakayaro. Hopping on one leg from the pain, his face pale, Huang Ao raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in succession, tongues of flame spewing from the muzzle. The knife and shield brother moved like it was spring-loaded. A dodge to the left. 1 bullet grazed its ear, hitting the snow. A dodge to the right. The second bullet passed under its belly, carrying away a tuft of yellow fur. A backflip. The third bullet flew beneath its paws, blasting a crater into the wall. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, more professional than a circus dog. Upon landing, it glanced back, stuck its tongue out at Huang Ao, and held its tail high. That expression, that posture was so infuriating it made one want to stew it. Huang Ao's face turned green. Blood gushed from his calf, staining his pant leg a deep red. He roared at his still dazed underlings. What the hell are you standing there for? Shoot. Kill that damn mutt. Fuck. The 4 underlings who had guns snapped out of their stupor and raised their weapons at the knife and shield brother. Just as they were about to fire, Changge moved. His form flickered and vanished from his spot. The next second he appeared behind one of the armed underlings. A flaming short blade swept across the man's neck. His head flew off. Before the blood could even spurt, Changge disappeared again. All that remained at the scene was a slowly expanding circle of flames. The surrounding underlings were utterly dumbfounded. Their comrade, who had been holding a gun a moment ago, had lost his head in the next instant. He wasn't beaten to death, nor was he hacked to death. He had simply vanished into thin air. It was as if some invisible force had bitten his head off in one gulp. Ghost. It's a ghost. Someone screamed and dropped his gun. Another collapsed to the ground. Yet another had already wet his pants, a warm liquid trickling down his leg. Changge moved again. Using the same method, the head of the second armed underling flew off in a bizarre arc. Thud, thud. The rest immediately fell to their knees. They threw their guns aside and kowtowed frantically, their foreheads thumping against the frozen ground. Spare us, boss. Spare us. Huang Ao did not kneel. He raised his gun and fired wildly in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore through the air, hit the walls, and struck the ground. Shell casings bounced and landed, melting small holes in the snow. Come out. Come out. He roared, his face twitching, his eyes bloodshot like a cornered beast. His cyan wind-type supernatural power surged wildly, even whipping up the crushed snow beneath his feet, swirling around him. He was ready to flee at the first sign of danger. He sensed a pair of eyes. It was like being stared down by a snake. That feeling crawled up his spine, sending a chill that made his scalp tingle. He desperately urged his power. The wind exploded beneath his feet, cyan light flickering on and off. But his feet seemed rooted to the spot, immovable. Beneath him, a circle of flames was forming. It wasn't the afterimage left by a teleportation, it was a tangible ring of fire growing from under his feet. The orange-eared flames traced a perfect circle along the ground, trapping him inside. It was absolute control. Huang Ao's face turned white. He couldn't move, not even a finger. His wind power was still active, but it couldn't break through the ring of fire. Not far away, Changge stood on the roof of a villa, overlooking everything. His heart was beating a little faster. Not from tension, but from excitement. The combination of teleportation and flames was something he had been using all along, but never as smoothly as just now. It felt like unlocking a new meridian, like fitting the final piece of a puzzle. Staring at the fiery circle under Huang Ao, a thought crossed his mind. What if that circle exploded after he left? Not an ordinary explosion, but a flame tornado that would incinerate the body to ashes. First the fire circle for absolute control, then teleport in for a fatal strike, teleport away, and finally the circle detonates. From appearance to disappearance, the enemy wouldn't even see his face. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Let's try it. Huang Ao was still struggling. He felt death looming overhead, like a suspended sword of Damocles ready to fall at any moment. He frantically channeled his power, his wind-type energy rampaging within him, straining his meridians with pain. But the fire ring beneath him remained unyielding. Come out. Come out. Huang Ao's roar had turned into a shriek. It sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Changge moved. He activated his teleportation. The next second he appeared behind Huang Ao. A flaming short blade condensed in his palm, and with a single thrust it pierced through Huang Ao's back and emerged from his chest. Huang Ao looked down and saw the blade tip protruding from his chest, tiny flames dancing upon it. He opened his mouth to scream, but only a guttural "huh" escaped his throat. Changge withdrew the blade and teleported away. At the moment of his departure, a searing fireball dropped from his palm, crashing into the ground at Huang Ao's feet. Huang Ao's corpse remained standing, smoke rising from the hole in his chest, his eyes wide open in a death stare. His wind power extinguished, the cyan light flickered out like a light bulb losing power. A second later, boom, A pillar of fire erupted from the ground, 2 meters in diameter, shooting straight into the sky. The orange-eared flames entwined with the cyan wind ignited together. The flame pillar lasted for a minute before dissipating. All that was left was a charred circular pit. Huang Ao's body was gone, not even a speck of ash remained. A crystal core the size of a grain of rice fell from midair. Human ability users also possessed a crystal core within their skulls upon death. Furthermore, its purity was even more refined than that of zombies. Changge stood on the roof of a nearby villa watching the still smoking pit. His heart raced with ecstasy. He had done it. Teleportation and flames from appearance to disappearance, 2 seconds, 1 life. Absolute control for 2 seconds, teleportation for the kill, and a flame tornado for the finale. Throughout the entire process, the enemy never even saw his face. Void flame assassination steps. The name sprang into Changge's mind, as if it had always been there just waiting for him to claim it. The next second, an unexpected change occurred. A pillar of flame descended from the heavens, enveloping Changge completely. His heart stirred. Had he created a skill? Was the reward from the blue star's origin finally arriving? In his past life, he had only heard of such a thing, but had never experienced it. The beam of light was visible only to Changge. It was not an attack, but warmth. The flames within the beam were crimson, flowing over him like water, like mist, like something alive. They drilled into his skin, into his meridians, into his dantian. The fire-type ability in his dantian surged like a lit torch, leaping higher suddenly. The crimson flames began to change color, from red to purple, and from purple to a deeper hue. Halfway through the purple spread, it halted. The beam of light dissipated. Changge stood still, looking down at his hands. The warmth still lingered in his palms, but the color of the flames had stabilized. Crimson with a hint of purple, resembling the evening glow, like charcoal burned to perfection. In his past life, he had heard that some extraordinary abilities could create skills, a rarity among many. It was not merely the combination of 2 abilities that constituted a skill, but a truly unique power recognized by the essence of Blue Star. Whenever a skill was created, the essence of Blue Star would bestow a reward. His fire-type ability had evolved halfway. His fire ability transformed from crimson to half-purple. It had progressed halfway from S-grade to S-grade. He clenched his fist, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he jumped down from the rooftop, landing in front of the group of kneeling subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. Several flames shot out, accurately landing on the foreheads of a few still kneeling individuals. They didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground motionless. Changge approached the last surviving young man with yellow hair. That guy lay on the ground, his pants soaked, trembling like a leaf, mouth agape in incoherent cries. Changge squatted down and patted his face. Go back and tell Zhao Tianhao. His voice was calm. This is my territory. Come again. He pointed to the charred pit on the ground. This will be your fate. The young man with yellow hair nodded vigorously, tears and snot streaming down his face. He stumbled to his feet, running a few steps before tripping, then getting back up to continue running, losing his shoes barefoot on the snow, leaving a trail of footprints. Changge watched his retreating figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The young man had a transparent mark, spatial mark, visible only to Changge. Changge turned and walked back to the villa entrance. Lin Wei stood in place, her hands hanging by her side. She lowered her head, looking like a child who had made a mistake. Zhou Baiwan stood beside her, her expression equally grim. She stared at the pile of guns on the ground, her brows tightly knitted. Changge approached Lin Wei, stopping in front of her with a reprimanding tone. You're already at level 3, yet you're still afraid of guns. Lin Wei lowered her head even deeper. She clutched the edge of her clothes, her nails digging into the fabric. She recalled how those dozen guns were aimed at her earlier. Her legs went weak and her hands faltered, forgetting even to condense an ice wall. Go home and practice. Changge's voice was somewhat cold. Practice until you can stare down the barrel without flinching. Lin Wei bit her lip, whispering, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Changge looked at her pitiful expression, sighed, and waved his hand. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper only the 2 of them could hear. Tonight, are we going to put on a show? The posture I mentioned yesterday. Lin Wei's face turned bright red. From her ears to her neck, even her glasses fogged up. She took them off to wipe them, put them back on, and her lips moved as she muttered softly, got it. Zhou Baiwan stood nearby, though she couldn't hear clearly what was said. She could guess from Lin Wei's reaction. Ba lecture. She spat. Changge laughed heartily and turned to walk back. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Back in the villa, he turned on the lights, the air conditioning, and the heating. Lin Wei meticulously took Changge's coat. After a long day outside, it was finally time to rest. Lying on the soft sofa, Changge felt entirely at ease. Lin Wei quietly approached and began to massage him gently. The pressure was just right, and Changge was about to let out a hum of comfort. Glancing at Zhou Baiwan, who was sweeping the floor, he complained, no sense of awareness at all. Go fetch some water, I want to soak my feet. Zhou Baiwan's face immediately turned red shocked. What did you say? You want me to wash your feet? Li Changge wore a fierce expression. What are you looking at? Do you want to get beaten tonight? Zhou Baiwan rolled her eyes at Li Changge, but still obediently went to fetch hot water. Sounds of cooking could be heard from the kitchen with the spatula flipping and oil sizzling. Li Changge called out, Sister Tang, add a dish tonight. More spicy chicken. Okay. Tang Wan's voice came from the kitchen, filled with laughter. Today was a good day. Level 3 Crystal Core acquired new skill, attained fire ability, evolved halfway. That Zhao Tianhao, once he reaches level 4 he will settle the score slowly. Outside night had fallen. The snow had stopped. The wind had ceased. After tonight the temperature would rise, and the extreme cold would gradually fade. The outbreak of zombies had begun. One night many words. Inside the villa except for the Blade and Shield brother Zhou Baiwan and Tang Wan had not slept well. The melodious singing from the second floor echoed throughout the night. The next day Li Changge woke up refreshed. The curtains had not been drawn tightly, and a beam of light squeezed through the gap, landing perfectly on his face. He squinted, lying there for a while without moving. The person in his arms was still asleep, breathing evenly, their breath tickling his collarbone. Lin Wei's hair spread across his arm like black silk, gently rising and falling with her breaths. How long had they battled last night? He hadn't counted, but it felt quite long. Yet the fire-type ability within him had grown stronger than yesterday, like a bonfire fed with oil burning brightly and steadily. Lin Wei was truly a treasure. A few more battles would be worth the absorption of a level 3 crystal core. Li Changge looked down, seeing Lin Wei sleeping soundly, her eyelashes not even fluttering. He carefully withdrew his arm, causing Lin Wei to turn over, burying her face in the pillow, mumbling something. Li Changge dressed and went downstairs. Tang Wan had already served breakfast on the table. A bowl of silver ear soup steaming hot with an abundance of goji berries. Half the bowl was red, as if they were free. Li Changge's eyelid twitched slightly, but he still picked it up and took a sip. It was sweet, sticky, the slight bitterness of the goji berries subdued by the rock sugar, leaving only a lingering sweetness. After another sip, he looked up at Tang Wan. She stood by the table, dark circles under her eyes, as though she hadn't slept for 2 days. She noticed Li Changge's gaze and shot him a glance. That glance was full of charm. Then she swayed her hips as she returned to the kitchen, tying her apron in a bow behind her waist, walking with a slight sway. Li Changge looked at the Qiantang River not far outside the window, its surface frozen, with a solitary lighthouse standing on the river. Today it was time to break through to level 4. Li Changge finished the silver ear soup and wiped his mouth. After the meal he stepped outside. He didn't drive because the noise of the vehicle would attract half the district's zombies. He walked on the snow towards the riverbank, the soles of his shoes crunching with each step. The Qiantang River was not far, 3 kilometers from the Pancher Manor. Before the apocalypse this was a tourist spot, but now it was just a vast expanse of white ice. The river was frozen solid, the ice thick enough to support an airplane. In the center stood a lighthouse over 30 meters high, its red and white tower body glaringly visible in the snow. This was the location Li Changge chose for his breakthrough. Why here? First, because it was high. The lighthouse was 30 meters tall with no climbing points around, making it impossible for ordinary zombies to scale it. Secondly, it was open. The area within several hundred meters was all ice, leaving no place to hide. Of course, one consideration was to guard against Lin Wei and the others. In this apocalypse, the person Li Changge trusted most was always himself. Perhaps one day in the future, he would trust Lin Wei and the others, but not now. Additionally, during the transition from level 3 to level 4, a small-scale zombie tide could be attracted, and there might even be mutated beings. Especially the shadow zombies that excelled at assassination among the mutated beings. This was knowledge gained at the cost of countless abilities in his past life. Breaking through a level was like lighting a lamp in the darkness. Zombies within several kilometers would smell the fragrance and swarm over. The higher the level, the stronger the scent. Thus it was essential to find a safe place. He teleported to the top of the tower. The top was a circular platform with rusty iron railings, and the wind was strong enough to blow a person away. He cast a fireball down, instantly vaporizing and drying the snow on the platform, then sat cross-legged. The view was indeed good. To the north he could see the outline of the Pancher Manor. To the south was the frozen river extending all the way to the horizon. There were no trees, no buildings, no shadows. As long as there were no shadowy areas, those shadow zombies that specialized in ambushing breakers had nowhere to hide. In his past life, he didn't know how many people had perished at the claws of shadow zombies at the joyous moment of their breakthrough. He pulled out 2 level 3 crystal cores from his space. One was an ordinary grayish-white obtained from a law-type zombie in the granary. The other was fiery red, taken from a flame zombie at a gas station. The 2 crystal cores in his palm felt both cold and hot, like ice and fire. There were also over 100 level 1 crystal cores, and a dozen level 2 cores scattered beneath him, piled up in a circle. That would be enough. Everything was ready. He clenched the 2 level 3 crystal cores in his palm, closed his eyes, and began to channel the energy within. Energy surged from his palm like 2 rivers merging into the sea. The cooler stream entered his meridians feeling cold, the hotter one flowed like magma, burning his palm to a reddened hue. The 2 streams of energy converged within him, crashing into his dantian and colliding with the flame there. The flames erupted violently. Pain surged through him, as if someone had ignited a fire in his stomach, burning from his dantian to his chest, from his chest to his throat. He gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound. This kind of pain he had experienced too many times in his past life. He was accustomed to it. The flames rampaged through his meridians, burning small blood vessels, then reconnecting them with energy. Each time a vessel burned away, the meridian thickened. Each time it reconnected, it became sturdier. This process was called meridian expansion, a necessary ordeal for breaking through to level 4. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dropping onto the ice and instantly freezing into beads. It hurt, but he could endure it. In his past life, he had been on the battlefield, bitten by zombies, deceived by Ruyan, and pushed into a tide of corpses. This little pain was nothing. The energy continued to surge in. The flame in his dantian grew increasingly vigorous, changing from red to bright red, then to a purplish red. The purple hue spread like the evening glow, like charcoal burned to perfection. Almost there. Just hold on a little longer. However, at that moment, his eyelids twitched violently. This wasn't an ordinary twitch, it was a shudder that seemed to spring from his bones, sending chills down his spine. He had dealt with zombies for 3 years, and this instinct had saved him countless times. He suddenly opened his eyes. A pool of green liquid was flying towards his face. There was no time to dodge. His hands instinctively shielded his head. Hiss! The liquid splashed onto his arm like sulfuric acid poured on flesh, the intense burning sensation drilling deep into his bones. His clothes were instantly burned through his skin, smoking, the edges charred, and the center white as if it had been cooked. He smelled the stench of his own burnt flesh mixed with the acrid odor of the corrosive liquid, nearly making him vomit. Damn it! Changge cursed angrily. A corroder, a level 3 ranged attacker that spat corrosive liquid. The most disgusting thing about these zombies was their ambush from a distance. A single spit could take half his life. The pain of the breakthrough combined with the pain of corrosion clashed within his body. He let out a low growl, and his fire ability erupted violently, the purplish red flames sweeping over his arm, evaporating the remaining corrosive liquid. He looked up and saw a zombie standing under the lighthouse. It was small and hunched, walking with a sway. Its body was entirely dark green with rotting skin and green liquid oozing from its mouth. It tilted its head, opened its mouth, and another pool of liquid sprayed out. Changge did not dodge. With a loud boom, flames erupted from his body, enveloping him in a towering pillar of fire. The pool of green liquid didn't even touch him before it was evaporated by the intense heat, leaving no trace behind. He no longer paid attention to the corroder. He grabbed a handful of level 1 crystal cores from beneath him, scattering them around the platform to replenish his energy. A circle of over 100 crystal cores was piled up, enough to sustain the surrounding flames for an hour. In his palm, the energy from the 2 level 3 crystal cores continued to surge into his body. He closed his eyes, focusing on the breakthrough. It hurt. It hurt even more. The flames in his dantian seemed ready to explode, stretching the meridians to their limits. The purple and red flames clashed, pushing against each other without yielding. He gritted his teeth, pulling out the last bit of energy from the 2 crystal cores and pushing it into his dantian. Boom! A burst of white light erupted in his mind. The pain receded like a tide, leaving him completely free of it. In his dantian, the flames settled down, slowly rotating like a newly birthed star. The flames surrounding Changge suddenly surged violently. The over 100 level 1 crystal cores scattered around simultaneously shattered, their energy instantly drained, turning into powder and blown away by the wind. He opened his eyes, the flames in his gaze receding. He was now level 4. The flames in his palm were purplish red. Like lavender, like twilight, like iron heated to its utmost, changing from white hot to purple hot. He stared at that flame, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. He had a premonition that once he reached level 5, his flames would completely evolve into S-level purple fire. However, level 5 was a threshold. There was a significant difference between ability users before and after reaching level 5. In his past life, he had spent 1.5 years just to break through to level 5. And that was during a life and death battle. He didn't know how long it would take to break through in this life. Changge stood up, stretched his neck, and his bones cracked loudly. Looking down beneath the lighthouse was a dark mass. Over 100 zombies, all level 2, crowded on the ice, growling. The level 3 corroder stood at the front, still oozing green liquid from its mouth. Beside it was another, a shadow zombie. Completely black, it blended into the shadows of the other zombies, nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. The dark green corroder continued to growl at Changge, constantly spraying green corrosive liquid. Li Changge's lips curled into a smile. He leaped down from the top of the tower. At a height of 30 meters, the wind whistled past his ears and the corners of his clothes flapped loudly. He landed. Boom! A violet red flame erupted around him like a blooming flower. The ice shattered and zombies were sent flying by the shockwave with severed limbs swirling in the air. Over 100 second-tier zombies who couldn't even scream were engulfed by the flames and reduced to ashes. What the hell are you shouting for? Li Changge had one hand clamped around the neck of a corrosive. The third-tier corrosive was still struggling. However, engulfed in flames, it howled, attempting to spew out green liquid, but Li Changge had its throat in a tight grip. A loud crack echoed. The corrosive's body ceased to struggle. Li Changge released it and shifted his gaze to a short distance away. The shadow zombie reacted quickly, leaping up from the ice to attack Li Changge. It moved swiftly like a bolt of black lightning. Li Changge raised his hand, and a purple fireball shot out, accurately striking the shadow zombie's face. Boom! The shadow zombie was blown to smithereens, black blood splattering everywhere. The world finally fell silent. Li Changge walked over to the corrosive's corpse, using a fire knife to slice open its head and extract a dark green crystal core. 30-year poison type. He then moved to the pile of shadow zombie remains, digging out a black crystal core, which was also 30-year shadow type. He subsequently retrieved about 100 crystal cores from the surrounding second-tier zombies and stuffed them all into his space. Turning around, he headed toward the rock manor. Li Changge returned home just as it was noon. As soon as he changed his shoes, he saw Lin Wei descending the stairs, swaying slightly. Lin Wei was holding onto the railing, taking small steps down. Her legs trembled, and she furrowed her brow with every step, her face still flushed with lingering color. She wore a high-neck sweater with the collar turned up, completely covering her neck, yet her ears remained red like boiled shrimp. Tang Wan poked her head out from the kitchen, glanced at her, and slowly smiled. She said nothing but adjusted the flame on the stove slightly, turned around, took another set of bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard, and added a spoonful of goji berries to the bowl. Zhou Baiwan sat on the sofa polishing a knife, not lifting her head, but her ears were already flushed. She polished the blade until it gleamed, repeatedly rubbing the same spot until the knife was nearly worn down. Lin Wei finally reached the dining table, sat down, and buried her face in the bowl, pretending to drink soup. The soup was freshly served and very hot as she took a sip and gasped, but did not look up. Tang Wan came out of the kitchen with dishes, passing by Lin Wei's side, and softly said, "There's still goji berry and silver ear soup, or should I serve you a bowl?" Lin Wei lowered her head, even further, her voice like a mosquito's buzz. "No need." Zhou Baiwan let out a snort of laughter before quickly suppressing it, pretending to clean the knife. Her shoulders shook as she struggled to hold back her laughter. The dishes were set on the table: braised pig knuckle, clay pot chicken, red braised fish, oyster sauce, lettuce, and a large bowl of hot and sour soup. Tang Wan prepared a full spread today. Just as everyone was about to dig in, the knife-shield dog came running back from outside, covered in snow, shaking off its fur and splattering Zhou Baiwan's face. "You dead dog." Zhou Baiwan wiped her face, her hair full of ice flakes. The knife-shield dog ignored her, ran to Li Changge's feet, squatted down, and looked up. "Where's my knife shield?" Li Changge tossed a chicken leg from the dish to it. The knife-shield dog caught it in its mouth, but didn't eat it, placing it on the ground and scratching at it 3 times. 3 scratches. Then it drew a large circle in the air with its paw, tapping a few times inside the circle. Li Changge nodded. 20 sets. The knife-shield dog wagged its tail. It pointed with its paw eastward, then westward, and then mimed with its front paws, big and small. More to the east, less to the west. The tail wagged even more joyfully, with the knife-shield dog grinning, looking as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Zhou Baiwan was left speechless. The knife-shield dog shot her a glance, its expression seeming to say, "If your IQ isn't enough, don't ask." It then took the chicken leg and retreated to a corner, gnawing on it with satisfied grunts. Li Changge took a sip of soup and said, "There are 70 villas in the community with around 20 surviving residents. More to the east, less to the west. Most of them are ordinary people with a few superpowered individuals, but their levels are not high. This is the intelligence that the knife-shield dog gathered this morning. Tomorrow all of us will head to the granary. Before we go, I need to arrange the subsequent matters." As Li Changge spoke, he set down his bowl. Everyone else also put down their bowls and listened attentively. Li Changge first glanced at Lin Wei. "Lin Wei, please produce a design blueprint for the community. Plan the entire community with our house at the center for long-term development. How to repair the walls, where to build the watchtowers, and how to divide the functional areas. You are the professional." Lin Wei adjusted her glasses and nodded. "All right." Zhou Baiwan, Tang Wan, and knife-shield dog Li Changge looked at them. "You are responsible for integrating the remaining survivors in the community." Zhou Baiwan sat up straight. Li Changge raised 3 fingers. "Remember, I only want those who are obedient, compliant with arrangements, and possess a skill. Carpenters, electricians, bricklayers, doctors, chefs. Those with skills come first. We don't want anyone who can only cry, make a fuss, or beg for food. We also don't want those who were once high and mighty and held themselves in high regard. He glanced at Zhou Baiwan. This is a test for both of you. Zhou Baiwan bit her lip and said nothing. Tang Wan also nodded. Li Changge glanced at the knife shield dog and added, this time the knife shield dog will be the team leader. You must obey the knife shield dog's arrangements. The knife shield dog peeked out from the corner, its dog face brimming with excitement. Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened. What? I have to obey a dog's orders. What kind of joke is that? Li Changge ignored Zhou Baiwan's complaints and firmly stated, everyone who stays must go through the knife shield dog's screening. Otherwise we won't take any of them. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Baiwan. Zhou Baiwan was stared down by Li Change's intense gaze, finally conceding and nodding in agreement. Li Change's arrangements were not arbitrary. The knife shield dog had been mistreated before and understood human nature. It could sense hostility and goodwill in people. After dinner, Zhou Baiwan, Lin Wei, and Tang Wan cozied up on the sofa watching TV. Li Changge had stored hundreds of terabytes of movies and TV shows in his space, enough to last a lifetime. 3 pairs of long, beautiful legs clad in ultra-short skirts, each with their own charm, made Li Changge feel a bit excited. A Korean drama was playing on the TV where a handsome oppa was parting with his wife at the airport. The scene was very touching, and the music was tear-jerking with the cello pulling at the heartstrings. Lin Wei's eyes seemed to redden with emotion as she took off her glasses to wipe away tears. Li Changge, feeling bored, snatched the remote. What's so great about this? He quickly switched to the gaming interface, showing the cover of the King of Fighters 97 with Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami in a dual flames and purple flames intertwining with a thundering soundtrack. He tossed 2 controllers onto the coffee table, eagerly asking, who wants to play around with me? Lin Wei and Tang Wan exchanged glances and shook their heads. They were not interested in such violent games, still lost in the memories of their beloved. Zhou Baiwan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the familiar interface on the screen, her eyes somewhat dazed. She recalled her childhood when her brother sat beside her, teaching her how to execute moves step by step. The down-forward punch is a wave, the back-down-forward kick is a chain kick. At that time, she couldn't reach the joystick and had to stand on a stool, the legs creaking beneath her. Her brother was right behind her, supporting her waist, afraid she might fall. Later, he joined the narcotics team and never returned after a mission. She never touched the game again. Li Changge noticed her daze and waved his hand in front of her, asking, what's wrong? Can't play. Zhou Baiwan came back to her senses, looking at his smug expression, and a smile slowly crept onto her lips. All right. She took the controller and tested the feel of it. It had been a long time since she played, but the muscle memory remained. The joystick spun around her fingertips, producing a crisp, click-click sound. Li Changge selected Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Goro Daimon. A classic combination balanced in offense and defense. Kyo Kusanagi's combos were swift, Iori Yagami's finishing moves were fierce, and Goro Daimon's throws were unbeatable. Zhou Baiwan chose 3 female characters, Mai Shiranui, Chizuru Kagura, and Mary. Is that all? Li Changge laughed, just for show. The first round commenced. Mai Shiranui faced Kyo Kusanagi. Li Changge charged and right away, landing heavy punches followed by a toxic bite, his combos flowing smoothly as he pressed the buttons rapidly. Zhou Baiwan remained calm, backstepping, blocking midair, and landing a counter kick. Kyo Kusanagi was sent flying, his health bar dropping significantly. Li Changge continued to press the buttons, making his character rush forward again. Zhou Baiwan threw a fan towards him, which he blocked. Seizing the opportunity, she moved in close, unleashing a combo that rendered him unable to act, as Mai Shiranui danced with her fans like a butterfly, causing Kyo Kusanagi's health to plummet. Oh. Li Change's face darkened. In the second round, Iori Yagami faced Chizuru Kagura. This time he played cautiously, using Iori's 3-hit combo to probe, but was deflected by Chizuru's shadow. He unleashed the Orochi Yashiro, but she dodged forward and countered with a super move. Chizuru's shadow pinned him to the ground and rubbed him against it. Oh. In the third round, Goro Daimon faced Mary. He thought with Daimon's tough skin and large physique, he should at least win once. However, Mary was slippery like an eel. He couldn't catch her as she circled around him. Mary's joint techniques came one after another, and Goro Daimon, despite his size, was thrown around helplessly. Oh. 3-0. A clean sweep. Li Change's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. Let's go again, he gritted his teeth. Again. Change characters. Still a clean sweep. Zhou Baiwan's Mai Shiranui moved like a snake. He couldn't even touch her. Again. Another clean sweep. This time she switched to Chizuru Kagura, Mary, and Blue Mary. Dao Shield brother lay on the coffee table, his dog face beaming, occasionally chiming in, get him. Aim for his groin. Come on, unleash your super move. What about Orochi Yashiro? Can you even execute his moves? You're so dumb. I could do better than you. Li Changge shot at a glare, causing it to withdraw its neck and fall silent. But after a few seconds, it couldn't help but cover its eyes with its paws and peek at the screen through its fingers, muttering, Why are you so dumb? Lee Changge took a deep breath and switched to a hidden character. Orochi Rage Iori and Rage Leona all came out. The 5th round. He used Kyo Kusanagi Iori Yagami and Orochi, the strongest lineup in history. Zhou Baiwan still picked my Shiranui Chizuru Kagura and Mary. 3 minutes later 3-0. Lee Changge threw the controller onto the sofa, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. Dao Shield brother commented a series of operations as fierce as a tiger, and yet the record shows 0-5. The girls burst into laughter. Zhou Baiwan crossed her legs, spinning the controller between her fingers, catching it steadily with a smug expression. She leaned back on the sofa, her lips curled up high, her eyes crescent-shaped. I was a goddess of the king of fighters in this area when I was a child. I played from elementary school to middle school, and no one could ever beat me. She cast a glance at Lee Changge. You are just at the level of a training partner. Lee Change's face grew darker. He stood up and grabbed Zhou Baiwan's wrist. Let's go. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback. Where to? Upstairs for a unknown battle. Zhou Baiwan's face instantly flushed, heat rising from her neck to her ears. She wanted to break free, but Lee Change's grip was like a vice, immovable. One slipper fell off her bare foot, touching the floor, toes curling up. Lee Changge, let go. Losing a game is losing it. Can't you take it? Who says I can't? Lee Changge didn't look back, dragging her upstairs. His voice carried a smile. If I can't defeat you in a game, let's switch fields so you can know who's better. You scoundrel. The door upstairs slammed shut, the sound reverberating through the staircase. Lin Wei and Tang Wan exchanged glances, both blushing. Tang Wan stood up, saying she would wash the dishes. She carried a plate into the kitchen. The faucet was turned on for a long time, but no sound of water could be heard. Lin Wei put on her headphones, turning the volume up to maximum. Dao Shield brother lay on the floor, covering his ears with his paws, rolling his eyes, his tail swaying helplessly. Humans, all they know is mating every day. 3 hours later. Finally, it was quiet upstairs. Lee Changge came downstairs feeling refreshed. His hair was a bit messy, the collar of his shirt was open, and there was a red mark on his neck, as if scratched by nails. But he didn't mind at all, walking lightly, humming a tune. Tang Wan peeked out from the kitchen, glanced at him, and then ducked back in the spatula clanging against the pot. Lin Wei took off her headphones, pretending to watch TV. Lee Changge walked over to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. He picked up the controller and glanced at the large K. Oh, on the screen, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Losing a game doesn't matter. He muttered to himself, his voice not loud, but everyone downstairs heard him. As long as the ones that should win did win. Zhou Baiwan's voice came from upstairs, muffled, as if it came from under a comforter, hoarse and soft. Lee Changge. You wait for me. Lee Changge burst out laughing, his laughter echoing in the living room. Suehu Commercial Center. This had once been one of the most prosperous areas in Hangzhou, now reduced to silence. The glass curtain walls of the office buildings were shattered in large sections, revealing dark, hollow windows. Cars frozen on the street were parked haphazardly, and snow covered the signs with only the 4 golden characters, "To International," barely discernible. On the top floor of the tallest building, the entire floor had been opened up. Genuine leather sofas, wool carpets, and crystal chandeliers, all moved up from the mall below. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a massage table covered with a snow-white towel. Zhao Tianhao lay on the bed, eyes closed, a look of enjoyment on his face. A woman in a maid outfit knelt beside him, skillfully massaging his back. Her hands were very white, with long fingers and neatly trimmed nails. She lowered her head, her long hair falling down and covering half her face. If someone were here, they would definitely recognize her, Yang Manny. Yang Manny, a well-known, pure and innocent beauty in the entertainment industry, has debuted for 10 years without any scandals, playing the lead role in every film she has starred in. Her family's powerful background ensures that no one dares to touch her in the industry. Before the apocalypse, countless offspring of high-ranking officials pursued her, but she rejected them all. In their presence, they did not even dare to breathe. Now she is kneeling here, giving Zhao Tianhao a massage. Zhao Tianhao turned over, lying on his back. Yang Man's hands moved from his back to his chest, and then pressed down further. Her fingers trembled, but her actions did not stop. Her face was expressionless, her eyes staring at the ground like a shell from which the soul had been drawn. Zhao Tianhao's breathing grew heavier. 2 minutes later, he suddenly grabbed Yang Man's head and pushed it down. Yang Man's body stiffened, but she did not resist. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, and a tear slid down from the corner of her eye, dripping onto Zhao Tianhao's leg. Zhao Tianhao did not see it. He tilted his head back, gritting his teeth, his expression urgent and twisted. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside, mixed with a crying voice. Young Master Hao. Young Master Hao. It's bad. Brother Ao is dead. Zhao Tianhao's body stiffened suddenly. The little worm. He looked down at Yang Manny and slapped her across the face. Useless trash, you were so close. Yang Manny was knocked to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Tianhao sat up from the bed, without even glancing at her, dismissing her like a used rag with a wave of his hand. The eyes of the few younger brothers standing by watching the scene instantly lit up. They exchanged glances, their mouths curling into greedy smiles. One of them eagerly rushed over, grabbing young Manna's hair and dragging her outside. "No, please don't. I'm begging you. Brother Hao, please don't." Young Manny finally spoke, her voice hoarse and laced with tears. However, no one paid her any attention. She was dragged out of the room, her hair scattered everywhere, and a high heel lay at the doorway, lonely and abandoned. Her nails scraped against the threshold, leaving several white marks. Among her nails was a small piece of broken glass. Outside, the sound of fabric tearing and suppressed crying could be heard. Soon the crying was muffled, leaving only a dull sobbing. Zhao Tianhao did not even raise his eyelids. He fastened his pants, his face dark, and walked to the door, kicking the messenger's chest. Bang! The little brother flew out, crashing against the wall of the corridor, sliding down and coughing up blood. Ignoring the pain, he knelt on the ground, banging his head against the cold marble floor, making a thudding sound. "Young Master Hao, spare me. Young Master Hao, spare me. You better have something important." Zhao Tianhao's voice was as cold as ice. The little brother knelt on the ground, trembling all over, then slowly recounted how Huang Ao had gone to the Panshir Manor and been instantaneously killed by a man. I didn't even see how he died. I just saw a fire circle, and then Brother Ao's head was gone." The little brother's voice grew smaller and smaller, and Zhao Tianhao's expression became darker. Huang Ao's wind-based abilities could allow him to escape, even if he couldn't win. How could he not even get away? Who was the opponent? The little brother added, "By the way, Brother Hao, Zhou Baiwan was also there." Zhao Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply, and he stood up abruptly. Zhou Baiwan. This name was like a thorn embedded in his heart for several months. He recalled the last time he saw her before the apocalypse. During that capture, he had been pinned to the ground by Zhou Baiwan, receiving a kick to his lower abdomen. He would never forget that pain in his life. Although subsequent examinations showed no lasting injuries, he always felt that something was different. He had tried many times, sought out many women, but every time it came to a crucial moment, he would turn into a little worm. Then he could have endured a 5-minute battle, but ended up prematurely at 3 minutes. That glance, that kick. He dreamed of revenge. Now the opportunity had come. His breathing grew heavier, and the black mist began to seep out. The dark energy boiled like boiling water, seeping out from his skin, rolling in the air. Within the black mist, faces could be faintly seen. Twisted, pained faces that silently screamed. Those were the faces of people he had devoured. The little brother was so scared that he collapsed on the ground trying to run, but his legs were as weak as noodles, unable to move. A warmth spread in his pants, and a foul smell permeated the air. "Young Master Hao, spare me." Zhao Tianhao looked down at him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The black mist surged from his body like black snakes coiling around his legs, waist, and neck. The little brother opened his mouth to scream, but the black mist filled his mouth, choking off his throat. His skin began to shrink, muscles disappeared, and bones were exposed. This entire process took less than a minute. As the black mist dissipated, all that remained on the ground was a pile of white bones. The bones were stark white and clean, leaving not a trace of flesh. Zhao Tianhao let out a satisfied burp, licking his lips. As the black mist retreated into his body, his complexion became a bit rosier, and his eyes gained a hint of spirit. Class potential, dark devouring ability. He had already reached level 2. The more people he devoured, the stronger his power became. He turned to look out the window. In the distance towards the Panshir Manor, he could faintly see the outlines of several villas. Zhao Tianhao gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Baiwan, I will kill you within 3 minutes. And the one who killed Huang Ao." He put on his coat and stood by the glass curtain wall overlooking the already shattered Hangzhou. At the end of the corridor, a door was ajar. Muffled sobs could be heard from inside, intermittent. Young Manny curled up in the corner, her clothes torn into shreds and her body covered in scars. She hugged her knees, burying her face into them, her shoulders shaking. Her fingers clutched a small piece of broken glass, blood seeping between her nails. This was her only weapon, her only dignity. She did not die. She would not die for now. She had to live to see Zhao Tianhao die. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Changge and his group were ready to set off. The Mengshi stopped at the villa entrance, its dark green body gleaming coldly in the morning light, 6-wheel drive, with a chassis high enough to be intimidating. Last night, Changge had modified the back seat, adding 2 folding chairs that could accommodate everyone. Lin Wei, Zhou Baiwan, and Tang Wan squeezed into the back seat without complaint. Brother Knife and Shield lay across the passenger seat, his dog head sticking out of the window, enjoying the wind blowing through his fur. "Let's go." The Mengshi roared out of the Panshir Manor. Along the way, Changge drove recklessly. On the icy street, the cars blocking the way were knocked aside and abandoned billboards were crushed. The zombies barely heard the noise, not having time to react before being turned into meat paste by the Mengshi. He no longer bothered to pick up level 1 crystal cores. They lay on the ground crushed like garbage under the wheels. Signs of level 2 zombies began to appear on the road. These zombies were a whole size larger than level 1, their muscles bulging and their skin a deep gray. At the same time, level 2 zombies could run at the speed of an average person jogging, and their strength had also increased significantly. Seeing the mixture charging towards them, they actually knew to dodge, stepping aside to avoid a heating collision. The extreme cold was beginning to recede, and the evolution of zombies was accelerating. Inside the storage room on the roof of the granary. Charge on. Sister's recording team. Sister M's expression was serious. Director C, we must retreat. This zombie seems to be becoming increasingly perceptive lately. My mental shielding is draining more and more. I feel like it's always searching for us. Changge did not stop the vehicle. His target today was the grain depot. He decided to spare these zombies for now. By 10 in the morning, they arrived at the Hangzhou grain depot. Changge parked the car on a high slope a kilometer away. They got out, lay down on the high ground, and looked down. The sight before them made Changge gasp sharply. In the open space before the grain depot, zombies were densely packed. Layer upon layer, they resembled an anthill, a school of fish, or a pot of boiling porridge. They crowded together, wandering slowly. Some were banging against the doors, some were gnawing on the grain scattered on the ground, and others simply stood there dazed. Over 300. Lin Weiss' voice trembled. Zhou Baixian gripped her machete tightly, her knuckles turning white. Tang Wan hid behind her, peeking out with half her head. Changge counted. At least half were second-tier, larger in size with bulging muscles. There were also 7 or 8 third-tier ones standing in the middle of the zombie horde like generals among soldiers, with the surrounding zombies not daring to approach. One was entirely crimson like red-hot iron, the ground around it melting. Another was pitch green liquid dripping from its mouth. Yet another was completely black, lurking in the shadows, flickering in and out of sight. Even Changge felt his scalp tingle. He got back into the car, and started the engine. The women quickly climbed aboard, and the Shield brother shrank into the passenger seat. Hold on tight. He floored the accelerator. The warrior's engine roared, all 6 wheels engaged simultaneously, and the vehicle lurched forward abruptly. The 5-ton steel behemoth charged down the high slope, its speed increasing, its tires grinding across the icy surface, sending shards of ice flying. The zombies heard the noise and turned their heads in unison. Over 300 pairs of hollow eyes stared at the approaching dark green war chariot. Changge floored the pedal. Boom! The warrior plowed into the zombie horde. The front row of zombies were sent flying like bowling pins, the sound of shattering bones like a string of firecrackers. The vehicle rolled over them, its tires crushing heads, chests, and limbs. Black blood exploded across the icy ground, splattering onto the windows, smearing into a blur. The warrior, like an iron beast, rampaged through the zombie horde. Zombies were thrown into the air, crushed or dragged for dozens of meters under the wheels. Some clung to the vehicle only to be flung off. Some jumped onto the hood, thrown off by the momentum. Others tried to block the path, only to be directly crushed into pulp. Changge wrenched the steering wheel, the vehicle drifting, its tires carving an arc on the ground, sweeping away a cluster of zombies. He stepped on the gas again, charging into the densest part of the horde. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. The zombie horde was shattered into chaos, broken limbs and dismembered bodies scattered everywhere, black blood staining the entire icy surface. Some not yet dead crawled on the ground, their lower bodies gone. Others, pinned under the wheels, still struggled. Some were flung against the wall, slid down, and lay still. The warrior's windshield was covered in blood, the wipers scraped a few times, but couldn't clean it. Yet the engine still roared and the tires still turned. Changge stopped the car, pushed open the door, and stepped into a pool of blood, his boots sticky. He surveyed the battlefield. The number of zombies crushed by the warrior alone was no less than 100. The women got out, began finishing off the remaining zombies, and then extracting the crystal cores. The Shield brother jumped down from the vehicle, shook its fur, and ran towards the depths of the grain depot. Its mission, as assigned by Changge, was still reconnaissance. Soon the Shield brother's figure disappeared into the ruins. Changge pulled several walkie-talkies from his backpack and tossed them to the women. Call me if anything comes up. Don't wander off, just stay on the perimeter. He turned and walked towards the largest grain depot. That depot was located in the deepest part of the grain district, twice the size of the other warehouses. The iron wall was covered in rust, the characters on it now illegible. The door was closed, but something had rammed it from the inside, deforming it, bulging outwards like a pregnant belly. With a teleport, Changge was on the rooftop. After reaching the 4th tier, his teleportation distance had increased to 300 meters. He lay down, pressing his ear against the iron sheeting. Breathing sounds. Very heavy, very deep. With each breath, the iron sheeting vibrated slightly, rust flaking off. It was mixed with snoring like muffled thunder, making one's chest feel tight. He found the crack from last time and peered down. The warehouse was dark inside, but he could make out the outlines. That 4th tier mutant was in the deepest part. Over 3 meters tall, its body was knotted with muscles, its skin a deep black, like a thick suit of armor. Its head was bald without eyes, only a massive mouth, the corners of its lips split to its ears, revealing 2 rows of serrated teeth. It was dozing. Its chest rose and fell, its snoring like thunder. By its side, 3 third-tier zombies prostrated on the ground, their heads facing its direction, their posture as devout as if they were on a pilgrimage. Last time Changge had killed a magical type 1, and it seemed a replacement had been brought in. Changge stared at that 4th-tier mutant. The moment his gaze fell upon it, the zombie's snoring abruptly stopped. It wasn't awake, but it was that instinctive reaction to being watched. It had no eyes, but its head slowly turned, facing in Change's direction. The teeth in its mouth ground together, making a creaking sound as if chewing on bones. The zombie began to grow restless. Its body started to writhe, its massive hands slapping the ground, causing the earth to tremble. It stood up, its 3-meter-plus frame nearly touching the roof. It flailed its arms wildly, smashing them against the walls and the ground. The surrounding zombies began to tremble. Those 3rd-tier zombies lay even flatter, their heads pressed to the ground, not daring to move. Changge did not move. He was waiting for an opening that would allow a single fatal strike. The mutant grew increasingly agitated. It reached out and grabbed a huge steel pipe beside it, a pillar from the warehouse which it had wrenched out with brute force. The steel pipe was over 2 meters long and as thick as a bowl. It began to swing it wildly. Bang! The pipe smashed into the ground, creating a crater with cracks spreading like a spider web. Bang! It hit the wall, tearing a hole in the iron sheeting, sending shards of metal flying. Bang! 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 The 3 third-tier zombies lay on the ground, unable to dodge in time. One was struck in the back, its spine snapping, wailing on the ground. Another was hit in the head, its skull exploding, black blood splattering everywhere. The last one was hit across the waist, its upper body still crawling, while its lower half lay still. The mutant didn't even glance at them. It kept swinging and roaring, the steel pipe spinning in its hands like a windmill, crushing everything within reach. Changge lay on the roof, holding his breath. If this thing hit a person with that pipe, he dared not even imagine it. That 4th-tier mutant zombie rampaged for a full 10-odd minutes before finally sitting down, panting heavily. Its 3-meter-plus frame hunched over its chest, heaving violently. The oppressive aura diminished sharply, and the surrounding air felt lighter. Changge, lying on the roof, let out a slow breath of relief. After waiting for about half a minute, Changge discerned the mutant's breathing rhythm. The opening would be at the next breath. The flaw would appear in the next breath. Change's aura suddenly surged. A ring of flames emerged from beneath the giant zombie's feet, tracing a perfect circle of purplured fire along the ground, locking its limbs, torso, and head in place. The flames danced at its feet like shackles, like manacles. 2 full seconds of absolute control. Now, activate the instant kill step. He appeared behind the zombie. A violet short sword condensed in his palm, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, distorting the air at its edge. He gripped it tight and thrust it toward the zombie's head. But at that same instant, the zombie let out a furious roar. A brilliant black light exploded from its body like a miniature black hole, bursting forth, tearing the fiery ring beneath its feet into shreds. Shards of flame scattered and extinguished midair. The shockwave pierced Change's eardrums like nails driven into his brain, or like a string of firecrackers set off inside his skull. Again, Change's vision went white, his ears filled with ringing, the world spinning around him. He couldn't hear his own heartbeat, couldn't feel his own breath, couldn't even tell which way was up. Damn, this bastard was baiting him. It had been holding back at the bottleneck of evolution, using those 3 minions as its tools. Killing those 3 wasn't about venting rage. It was to absorb their energy, then evolve at this moment, breaking his 2-second absolute control. Crap, Changge cursed inwardly. He frantically channeled the spatial energy within him. But his mind and eyes were still in chaos, making teleportation impossible. The zombie turned its head. That eyeless face stared straight at him. No pupils, no whites. Just 2 hollow sockets with something flowing inside, black like oil, like mist, like solidified darkness. A fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. The wind of the punch arrived first, cutting his face like a blade, stinging his skin. The air compressed, shrieking like a train's brakes. Change's every hair stood on end. Not from fear, but from his bogus warning. This punch was unblockable. Level 5. That bastard had evolved, it was now level 5. And a strength-focused level 5 at that. Changge desperately tried to teleport. But his mind was still dizzy, his ability frozen, refusing to activate no matter how hard he pushed. The flame in his dantian shrank into a tight ball, like a frightened hedgehog. The sandbag-sized fist drew closer and closer until he could see every ridge of the bone spurs on its knuckles. Flame shield. Changge gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into forming a violet shield before him. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, flames dancing at its edges. The zombie's fist slammed into it. The shield shattered instantly like glass breaking into hundreds of pieces that scattered midair and extinguished before they hit the ground. No escape. He had to take it heating. Changge clenched his teeth, crossing his arms over his chest. Crack, the sound of bones breaking. His left forearm fractured, sharp bone shards piercing the skin, pale and exposed. The immense force traveled through his arm to his entire body, like being hit by a train, crushed by a mountain. The sound of ribs snapping, internal organs being compressed, blood roaring in his ears, all blended together, indistinguishable. Changge spat out a mouthful of blood, arcing through the air. His body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a nearby stone pillar. Boom! A crack split the pillar, spreading like a spiderweb. He slid down, collapsing to the ground, the bones in his back aching as if they were about to fall apart. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. It was mixed with bits of internal organs, dark red and viscous, dripping onto the snow and steaming. His left arm hung limp, bent at an unnatural angle, sending searing pain with every movement. Only his fingers could still twitch, but they could no longer grip. The zombie dragged a steel pipe toward him. The pipe screeched against the ground, sending sparks flying, flashing in the dim warehouse. With each step, the ground trembled. With each step, his heart pounded. The searing pain cleared Change's mind. The ringing in his ears faded, his vision sharpened, and his ability returned. He gritted his teeth and activated teleportation. The next second, the whistling sound of the steel pipe exploded in his ears, crashing down on the spot where he had just lain. Boom! The concrete floor blasted open into a crater, debris flying. A splatter of blood and gore sprayed onto the zombie, casting a sinister and terrifying scene. The zombie stared at the crushed remains on the ground and let out a hoarse laugh. Its mouth seemed to mutter something to Ned. Aunt. Dead. Heh. Changge appeared high above on the ceiling. He spat out another mouthful of blood, the droplets freezing on the icy surface like crimson flowers. Fortunately, he had just ascended to level 4, enhancing his physique 100-fold. Had he been at level 3, that punch would have killed him. Now, though battered, a broken left arm and at least 3 cracked ribs, he was still alive. In that split second, Changge had dropped a sheep carcass from his spatial storage, one head collected from the slaughterhouse. That zombie now thought him dead and was rejoicing, dancing wildly. The ground trembled with its movements. Changge leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Every breath felt like a knife in his chest, his ribs grinding together with a faint creak. Since assassination wouldn't work, it was time to fall back on his old trade. Ranged attacks, blast it to hell. Change's lips bled as he sneered. He pulled 2 grade 2 spirit cores from his space, shoved them into his mouth, crunched them down, and swallowed. The cores shattered between his teeth with a crunch like chewing ice. The icy energy exploded in his stomach, flowing through his veins into his dantian. The flame there surged high, restoring most of his ability. He raised his right hand, a ball of purplured flames spinning in his palm. It was tiny, like a marble resting quietly, but it grew larger and larger, marble to egg to fist to soccer ball. The surrounding air was sucked in, the flames spinning faster and faster, emitting a sharp whistle. The mutated zombie seemed oblivious to the danger, still reveling in its dance of joy over killing that ant. Go! Changge roared. The fire tornado shot from his hand. The moment it left, it swelled from the size of a soccer ball to 3 meters tall. Wrapped in a gale, the violet flame surged like a dragon, rising from the earth, rolling toward the mutant. Debris on the ground was swept up, iron sheets torn apart. The zombie was engulfed. The fire scorched its skin, sizzling like frying meat. It howled, grabbing the edges of the fire tornado with both hands, plunging all 10 fingers into the flames and tearing it apart. The fire tornado exploded, shards scattering and igniting a sea of fire on the ground. Changge didn't wait for it to break free. He clenched his fist, and a thick, thighs-sized rope of flame shot from his palm. Like a purple python, it coiled around the mutant's body. Once, twice, 3 times, from shoulders to knees, from arms to waist, binding it tightly. In a dark corner, Changge didn't notice. A figure merged with the shadows, short, barely over 1.40 meters. Its gaze locked onto Changge. A black spear flickered in and out of sight within the darkness. The fire rope scorched the zombie's skin, leaving behind charred marks. The mutated creature struggled frantically, seemingly muttering in anger, "Die, you crawling insect." It roared, stomping on the ground and charging forward. The fire rope tightened. The zombie's struggles, its strength was fading, each struggle weaker than the last. Changge released the fire rope and raised his right hand above his head. Flames coalesced in his palm. Starting from his arm, they gathered into his palm, like rivers flowing. The purplish red flames grew denser, shifting from purplish red to deep purple, then to dark purple, and finally nearly black. The temperature soared, the surrounding air began to warp, and the ice beneath his feet melted, revealing the concrete floor below. A 5-meter-long giant spear began to take shape in his palm. The spear shaft was dark purple, with tiny flames flickering on its surface, the The spear tip was white, the color produced by extreme heat, causing pain just to look at it. Changge leaped high from the stone pillar, grasping the spear with both hands, his body forming a bow in the air. Spear of the fire god, I grant you final rest. The spear left his hand with a sharp whoosh, like a purple lightning bolt piercing through the mutated creature's head. Puff! A soft sound. The zombie's body froze. Then it began to collapse. Like a building stripped of its supports, cracks spread from its chest to its limbs. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Changge landed on the ground, staggering a step, kneeling on one knee, and spat out blood due to the intense exertion. However, at that moment, a chill ran down Changge's back. That feeling, like something was watching him. Not just looking, but staring. Like a snake, like a scorpion hiding in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. A chill surged up his spine, making his scalp tingle. Someone. Changge suddenly turned his head. In the shadow of the grain depot, there was nothing. Only shattered bricks, scattered metal sheets, and the corpse of the mutated creature. Changge cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Moments ago, he had indeed sensed a cold, murderous intent. He stood up, gathering a ball of flame in his right hand to illuminate the shadows. The firelight flickered on the wall, elongating the shadows. Empty. No footprints, no breaths, no traces of any living beings. He furrowed his brows. That feeling suddenly disappeared again, as if it had never existed. Yet the cold sweat on his back continued to trickle down, reminding him it wasn't an illusion. Changge turned to walk back. His steps were slow, each one causing him to wince in pain. His left arm hung limply, swaying with each step, every movement stabbing at his heart. But he did not look back. From the shadows not far away, a small figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It stood about 4 meters tall, wrapped in a black cloak with only a pair of eyes exposed. Those eyes were purple with spiral patterns in the pupils, circling like a whirlpool, like an abyss. It watched Change's retreating figure, a smirk slowly curling at the corners of its mouth. In the small figure's hand, a black shadow spear was forming, its tip aimed at the back of Change's heart. Changge remained oblivious, crouched beside the giant head of the mutated creature with his back turned to the shadow. The purple fire short sword plunged into the zombie's head, met with resistance. Previously, extracting the crystal core had been as smooth as cutting through tofu, but today, even piercing the skin was laborious. The skin of the level 5 mutated creature was too thick. The sword tip sank in like it was piercing a tire, both hard and tough, causing his wrist to ache. Changge gritted his teeth and increased the flame's intensity. The purple fire burned from the blade to the tip, temperatures soaring, and the surrounding air began to distort. Finally, with a crack, a fissure opened in the skull. He pried with the sword tip, sending the skull cap flying to the ground, rolling twice. A crystal core the size of a fist lay inside the cranial cavity. Half the size of a palm, entirely black with dark red patterns swirling on its surface. The skull surrounding the crystal core had been corroded to a grayish white by energy, crumbling at the slightest touch. He prepared to reach for it. However, in the next moment, Changge vanished from his spot. Whoosh! A dark gray spear pierced through where he had just stood, embedding itself in the ground, its tail still trembling, emitting a buzzing sound. If he had been just 0.1 second slower, that spear would have pierced through his heart. Changge appeared 10 meters away, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dare to steal my prey. He had already locked onto that shadow. That feeling of being watched had been present since, like a snake, like a scorpion hiding in the dark, ready to strike at any moment. He had deliberately turned his back to the shadow while extracting the crystal core, waiting for the other party to make a move and reveal themselves. Changge no longer hesitated, activating his teleportation. In the next second, he appeared within the shadow, gripping the back of the small figure's neck, pulling it out of the darkness as if lifting a chicken. Let me go. Let me go. The small figure struggled with all limbs, its legs flailing in the air, unable to reach the ground due to its short stature, resembling a turtle flipped on its back. Its voice was sharp and high-pitched, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, painfully grating. Changge brought it into the light. The firelight illuminated the small figure's face, which was pale as death. Slap! Slap! Several slaps rang out on its face, crisp and loud, echoing in the empty warehouse. The small figure howled repeatedly, its face swelling, blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Changge was taken aback. The voice carried a distinctly pure Beijing accent. It wasn't the kind learned later, it was the kind that had grown up in the royal city, with a heavy retroflexive sound that could twist the tongue into a braid. This person is from the capital. He yanked off the small figure's mask. A delicate fair face appeared, not the rugged handsomeness, but rather a refined, well-maintained countenance. Its skin glowed, white features exquisite, like someone who had walked out of a painting. Yet it was too short, just over 1.4 meters, resembling an undeveloped child being held by Changge like a backpack. Changge exclaimed, "What the hell, Hung Si-hai? Hung Si-hai, the most famous variety show director before the apocalypse, known for Let's Go Sisters. Almost everyone in the Long Country had heard of him, a frequent topic on trending searches with 30 million followers on Weibo. The fashion series films he directed had launched countless artists into stardom, making him a celebrity in his own right. When attending events, he was always surrounded by leggy female stars standing in the middle like a mushroom surrounded by flowers. Seeing that Changge recognized him, Hung Si-hai immediately stopped struggling, standing tall with a proud expression. He adjusted his misaligned collar, raising his chin, looking down at Changge with a condescending gaze, despite the fact that his head barely reached Changge's chest. Knowing my name, shouldn't you hurry and let me go? Do you believe that I can ruin your reputation with just one Weibo post? Changge was stunned for a second. Then he let out a laugh, unable to hold it in. He laughed loudly, bending over, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. The laughter echoed in the empty warehouse, causing the metal walls to hum. What did you say, shorty? Weibo. Disgraced and infamous. In this apocalypse, you say I should post on Weibo to become infamous. Are you a monkey that someone invited? But looking at your height, it fits pretty well. Ha ha ha. Changge laughed uncontrollably. Hung Si-hai's face turned crimson like a boiled shrimp. He hated being called short. The word shorty pierced his heart like daggers. He struggled wildly, kicking his legs in the air. You. Changge recalled the shadow spear from earlier. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been nailed to the ground by now. His smile faded and his expression turned cold. Slap. Slap. He delivered several more slaps without holding back. This time Hung Si-hai's face swelled like a pig's head, blood and saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Changge kicked him aside, and with a wave of his right hand, a fiery rope shot from his palm, binding Hung Si-hai tightly. The fiery rope dug into his flesh, causing him to cry out like a pig being slaughtered, but the tighter he struggled, the more it burned, the smell of charred flesh wafting through the air. Changge turned and walked back to the mutated creature's head, crouching down to safely extract the 5th-level crystal core. The core felt heavy in his hands. A 5th-level crystal core. Absorbing this one would elevate his abilities significantly. A few more, and he could reach the 5th level. Satisfied, he tucked the crystal core into his storage space, standing up and brushing the dust off his hands. Hung Si-hai lay on the ground, still struggling. The fiery rope burned through his cloak, revealing the flashy shirt underneath. An LV worth several tens of thousands before the apocalypse, now akin to a rag. His eyes darted towards one direction. The corner of the stairs where the shadows were deepest, dark as ink. Hung Si-hai's lips were moving as if saying something, but no sound emerged, only air escaping through his clenched teeth. Changge instantly became alert. Is there someone else? He gathered a tumter-long fiery spear in his hand, the tip white-hot, the temperature at its peak. The spear tip pointed towards the corner, and the surrounding air began to distort. Hung Si-hai finally couldn't hold back, cursing loudly. His voice was sharp and hoarse like a broken windbag. Damn you, Lin Mi. You filthy bitch. You betrayed me. Was it you who suddenly removed the barrier on me? Otherwise, how could I have been discovered? Changge was taken aback. Lin Mi. Wasn't she that big star from his past life? A judge on Impact Sisters, having starred in several blockbuster dramas with box office totals in the billions. Moreover, Lin Mi had psychic abilities. The air at the corner rippled like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. A woman stepped out of the shadows. She wore a pair of torn black stockings with her left leg wrapped in blood-stained bandages, limping as she walked, frowning with each step, fresh blood seeping from the bandages. Her upper body was clad in a tight high-neck sweater outlining a breathtaking curve. With a heart-shaped face, fair skin, and delicate features, but her complexion was frighteningly pale. Lin Mi stood at about 1.7 meters tall, her figure tall and slender. Even limping, she still towered half a head over Hung Si-hai. Those long legs enveloped in torn stockings were still very eye-catching, straight in shape, with delicate ankles. Even in her current disheveled state, it was hard to take one's eyes off her. Changge's first impression, her figure was even more exaggerated than on television. A natural beauty of stunning proportions. Lin Mi looked at Hung Si-hai bound on the ground, then at the fiery spear in Changge's hand, raising her hands, palms facing him, signaling that she meant no harm. Her hands trembled, but were held steady. Lin Mi's doll-like voice rang out, weary, and as if she hadn't slept in days. I'm not here to fight you for the crystal core. Changge did not lower the spear, its tip still aimed at her chest. Then what are you here for? Lin Mi glanced. There was no hatred in her gaze, only a weary indifference. Like looking at a worn-out tool, like looking at a pile of garbage. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, not a smile, but something more complex. He used me as a shield, he used me as a tool. And I just want to live. Changge looked at her, saying nothing. Lin Mi limped out from the corner, leaning against the wall, taking each step slowly. She had indeed removed her psychic barrier due to insufficient energy. From morning until now, she had been maintaining the barrier, not even drinking a drop of water. The thin energy in her dantian had long since depleted. Hung Si-hai lay on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Linmi, with eyes full of hatred, cursing, "Filthy bitch. You wait. When my people come down, you'll be in for it." Linmi's expression instantly turned cold. Her gaze was icy, like looking at a pile of rotten meat, like looking at a corpse that was dead, but not yet buried. She said nothing, only turned to Changge and said, "There are still people upstairs, more than 10, all from the production team." Changge raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask either." Linmi's tone was very calm. As soon as she finished speaking, chaotic footsteps echoed from the staircase. The sound of footsteps was like a flock of ducks descending the stairs, mixed with shouts of "Ouch! Slow down! Who stepped on my foot?" Changge went on alert. Then he saw a crowd of people pouring out from the staircase. There were both men and women, but there were more men, each one. How to put it, exquisite. The men had skin that glowed, their hair meticulously styled, dressed in a variety of flashy outfits. Some looking like they walked off a runway, others like they just came from a magazine shoot, and some like they had just emerged from a nightclub, their leather jackets still adorned with sequins. The women were also exquisite, but clearly more modest than the men, with bare faces, casually tied hair, and some even in pajamas. Changge's eyes widened in shock. Damn, so many people hiding in this building without being discovered by zombies. That 5th-level mutant was right below them, dozing off, and they were hiding right above. If they were discovered, it would be disastrous. Changge glanced at Linmi. Linmi nodded slightly, her face even paler. Her psychic barrier had blocked the zombies' perception. Descending were a gaggle of people, with the leader being Changge. He wore a pink, fashionable hoodie with a basketball graphic printed on it. The most eye-catching was his hat adorned with 2 rabbit ears and his face made up with shimmering eyeshadow, as if he had just run out from a film set. Little Changge was the first to descend. Seeing Hung Sihai bound on the ground, he immediately let out a piercing shriek, his voice sharp and thin. "Heavens! Director 4, how could you?" Little Changge pointed at Changge, his orchid finger raised high, even his fingertips trembling. "You there? Release Director 4 at once. Careful, or he'll curse you on Weibo. I have 50 million followers." The crowd behind him erupted into chaos, voices chattering and clamoring, rising and falling like a vegetable market or a pond full of ducks. "Right? Release Director 4 now. Kneel and kowtow to apologize to our Director 4. Our combined followers cover half of Huaxia. You can't afford to offend us. I have 30 million Weibo followers. I have 20 million. I have 8 million. My super topic ranks in the top 50. I've endorsed 3 international brands. Try messing with me." Hung Sihai, lying on the ground, heard his subordinates' voices and stopped struggling. He strained to lift his swollen face, the corners of his mouth curling up, his eyes brimming with smugness. Though his face was bloated like a pig's head, his eyes squeezed into slits, that smugness still leaked through the cracks. He had already planned, when Changge knelt to beg for mercy, how he would humiliate him. First make him kowtow 3 times, then hand over the crystal core, though he had no idea what it was for. Then make him crawl out on his knees from the warehouse to the door, from the door to the parking lot. He would reclaim his dignity in front of everyone. His face as Director 4 could not be lost. Change's head throbbed from the noise. His gaze grew colder. With a flicker of movement, he vanished from where he stood. The next second he appeared behind a male model, let's call him that, who was screaming the loudest. The male model, around 1.7 meters tall, wore a tight tank top, his muscles clearly defined. His hair was dyed silver gray, stiff with enough hairspray to reflect light, and his makeup was more exquisite than a woman's, with eyeliner drawn sharply upward. He was holding up his phone, filming Changge, shouting, "I've recorded this. Just wait. They'll post it on," as if there were still internet in the apocalypse. Changge grabbed him by the nape, yanking him out of the crowd like a chick. The male model's legs flailed in the air. His phone fell to screen, shattering into pieces that scattered across the floor. A flaming short blade condensed in Change's other hand, its edge pressed against the model's neck. The blade's heat seared his skin, curling his hairs. "Say one more word, and your head's gone." Change's voice was soft, icy. The male model's mouth hung open, wanting to scream, but no sound came out. His body shook like a sieve, his teeth chattering so loudly even those nearby could hear. A warmth spread in his crotch, a stench of urine filled the air, yellow liquid trickling down his pant legs, dripping onto the floor with a patter. Changge released his grip. The male model collapsed like a heap of mud, his crotch soaked, spreading a dark stain on the ground. His mouth gaped, eyes staring at the ceiling, still trembling, lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Change's gaze swept over the crowd like a blade. From left to right, then right to left. Each person he looked at shrank, their neck as if brushed by a biting wind. "Shout again, and he'll make you all like him." No one dared to make a sound. Some covered their mouths, others lowered their heads a few steps back. Those who had been yelling the loudest now barely dared to breathe, huddling behind the others, wishing they could disappear. Little Changge's orchid finger was still raised, but frozen in midair. He dared not move a muscle, as if his acupoints had been sealed. His makeup was ruined by sweat, eyeliner, smudged foundation blotchy like a faded panda. His mouth opened as if to speak, then quickly shut, lips trembling, teeth chattering audibly. The smile on Hung Sihai's face froze. He stared blankly at Li Changge, his mind a void. How could he not fear my 50 million followers? In the past, whenever someone crossed him, a single Weibo post would summon countless fans to vent his anger. This kid, wasn't he afraid of a Weibo post? Afraid of being cyberbullied? Afraid of ruin and disgrace? Didn't he know the power of 50 million followers? Had he never experienced the terror of Weibo's trending topics? Then he remembered. This was the apocalypse now. But the apocalypse would surely end soon. When that time came, he would still be director for the one who could open the heavenly gate with a single key. At the peak of immortality, proud in the world with me, director for the heavens exist. Keyboard as spear, screen as shield, spewing across the world to vanquish the 9 heavens. Those who chant my true name shall find eternal life in the comments. Even at 1 meter 14, I director for remain invincible in this world. Summon the keyboard. 50 million keyboard warriors, I ask you, are you not afraid? A roar from Li Changge silenced the scene. Then he heard a different sound, faint like a rodent gnawing on something or fingernails scraping wood. It echoed in the empty warehouse, elusive yet spine-chilling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Li Changge followed the sound. It came from the corpse of the 5th-level mutant. A gray rat crawled out from the corpse's chest cavity, a piece of black flesh clamped in its mouth, its eyes red like 2 tiny drops of blood. Li Changge breathed a sigh of relief. Just a rat. The next moment his pupils abruptly contracted. No, this rat was unnaturally large. An ordinary rat was only the size of a palm, able to curl up in a hand. But this one with its bulky body was like a small rabbit weighing at least 3 or 4 gene. Its fur was gray-black and glossy with a deep black stripe along its spine. Its forelegs were thick and powerful, the muscles of its hind legs clearly visible beneath the fur. Those robust hind paws left deep claw marks on the corpse. Its tail especially was as thick as an adult's thumb, dragging across the ground, leaving a wet trail on the cement floor. Its teeth were golden black, protruding from the corners of its mouth like 2 miniature scimitars still clinging with shreds of flesh. Li Changge grabbed the rat. The rat struggled fiercely in his grip, its strength rivaling that of a large adult dog. Its tail lashed against Li Change's wrist with a sharp crack, stinging with pain. Flames rose from Li Change's palm as he squeezed hard. The rat died. A purple flame rose from his palm, incinerating the corpse to ashes. From the ashes, a grain-sized crystal core fell into his palm, faintly glowing red in the firelight. 1st level. This rat was in fact a 1st-level mutant. After the apocalypse, not only humans mutated, but animals too. Li Changge was horrified. He jerked his squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound came from all directions, above, below, within the walls, dense as ocean waves, as a torrential rain. The sound grew closer, louder, making the iron sheets vibrate with a hum. Lin Mi's face was deathly pale, her lips drained of all color. Little Akuin collapsed on the ground, his orchid fingers still raised, but his body seemed boneless. Director 4's legs trembled, the arrogance on his face was wiped away like a slap, his once delicate features now filled with pure terror. Li Changge glanced around. Small cracks began to appear on the walls and grains of sand fell from the fissures, as if someone were digging a hole inside. The ground trembled slightly, as if something beneath was surging wave after wave like the sea crashing again. The iron sheets on the ceiling bulged, thumping repeatedly, as if something were attempting to break through from within, the metal creaking under pressure. Run! This thought flashed through Li Change's mind. Then the ceiling exploded. Boom! The iron sheet on the rooftop, unable to bear the weight, collapsed. Accompanied by shattered bricks, iron sheets, and dust, hundreds of rats poured down like a black waterfall. They landed on the ground, bouncing up like black waves. Some were as big as cats, others as small as rabbits, packed tightly together, indistinguishable from head to tail, with only their red eyes flickering in the darkness like hundreds of small red lamps. Their claws scraped harshly against the ground, and their tails slapped against each other, creating a popping sound. The girls screamed, their voices sharper than that of zombies. Some crouched down, holding their heads, others squeezed into the crowd, while some fainted from fright. Li Changge hesitated not at all. He activated his teleportation, disappearing from his spot. He could not save any of those people, nor did he intend to. In the next moment, he appeared 10 meters away. As he landed, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, the bone scraping against the flesh, causing his vision to darken. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent, cold sweat trickling down his back. Behind him, the tide of rats had already engulfed that area. A male model in front was knocked down by the rats, and before he could even scream, they covered him completely. They were biting, gnawing, burrowing into his mouth, nostrils, and ears. The rat's teeth tore through clothing, pierced the skin, and penetrated the muscle, producing a crunching sound like chewing on brittle bones. The male model's body convulsed, limbs thrashing about, but soon became still. 5 seconds. A living person turned into a skeleton. The skeleton fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The rats continued to gnaw on the bones, not even sparing the marrow, making slurping sounds. Run! Run quickly! The remaining girls scattered in all directions, and Si Dao with his short legs ran faster than anyone. His short legs moved like a whirlwind his one. For meter height, weaving through the crowd agile as an eel. He pushed down a male model next to him. That male model was over 1.8 meters tall, towering above Si Dao, yet at this moment he fell to the ground like a piece of paper face down on the concrete, his nose crushed, blood gushing out. The male model's voice came from the rat swarm, sharp and despairing. Si Dao, don't abandon me. I served you last night. You said you loved me the most. You said you would make me a top star. Without looking back, Si Dao stepped on the outstretched hand of the male model, using it to propel himself forward, running even faster. That hand was crushed underfoot with a crack. The male model's wails quickly faded into the sound of squeaking. Linmi curled up in the corner. Her leg was injured, the bandage loose, blood pooling beneath her feet, dark red. Her spiritual energy had long been depleted, her dantian empty, unable to extract anything. She tried to concentrate, but her head felt hollow, only a buzzing in her ears. Linmi watched the rats surge toward her. She could not run away, nor could she hide. She closed her eyes. In her mind, the face of Mi Tuanzi flashed. 2 small braids, 1 front tooth, missing, smiling to reveal pink gums. She stood on the kindergarten stage, sweetly reciting poems. The bright moon shines in front of the bed. Don't panic, sister me. After finishing, she tilted her head to look at her, waiting for applause. And then there was Xiao Di, that silly girl who was afraid of the dark herself, but patted her chest, saying, Sister me, don't worry, I'll take care of Mi Tuanzi. She was always smiling, carefree, but each time she returned home late from filming, Xiao Di kept the living room lights on for her. Tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto her knees, spreading a small patch. Her lips moved, her voice as light as the wind. Mi Tuanzi, I'm sorry, Mommy. Mommy can no longer go back to see you. The swarm of rats drew ever closer. She could hear their squeaking, smell the stench of their bodies like rotten meat mixed with damp earth, making her want to vomit. Then, a strong hand gripped her waist, lifting her entirely. Linmi opened her eyes wide, seeing Li Changge's profile. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his left arm hanging at an unnatural angle, yet he carried her standing amidst the swarm of rats like a wall. His fingers dug into her waist, the grip painfully strong, but she dared not make a sound. She opened her mouth to say something, but her throat felt choked. Li Changge carried Linmi, feeling 2 soft lumps swaying in front of him. Swaying, swaying, swaying. Damn it, how could I be this kind of person? Li Changge forcibly pushed the swaying out of his mind. Hold on tight. He activated his teleportation. In the next second, the two disappeared from their spot. Li Changge ultimately decided to save Linmi, but vowed it was not for her body. Rather, it was for her psychic abilities. Behind them, the squeaking of the rat swarm surged like waves. Li Changge carried Linmi and teleported to the rooftop. After reaching level 4 spatial teleportation, gained an additional ability, carrying. But the consumption was 5 times greater, and one teleport took nearly a third of his psychic power. Li Changge found a relatively safe corner and set Linmi down. Linmi's legs gave way, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Her chest heaved violently, the tight high-neck sweater stretched taut, the torn stockings clinging to her long legs shimmering with an ambiguous light under the emergency lamp. Her face was streaked with tears and dirt, her lips quivering like a leaf caught in the wind. Li Changge withdrew his gaze, looking down at the scene below. Si Dao's gaze was directed at the rooftop. He was submerged by the rat swarm, seemingly shouting, "Sister me, save me." Li Changge ignored Si Dao, carefully observing the rat swarm below. The rat swarm below did not disperse. They were no longer as frantic as before, but moved in an organized manner, weaving through the bones, the rats picking up scraps of flesh and bones, converging in one direction. It was not chaotic, but appeared to be under command. Those rats, some as big as cats and others as small as rabbits, were now marching in formation like soldiers, moving towards the same direction. Li Change's gaze swept around, quickly locking onto a shadow in the corner of the warehouse. There crouched a rat. It sat there like a fully grown Alaskan Malamute. Its fur was dark and glossy, standing on end like steel needles. Its tail was thicker than an adult's arm, slowly swaying on the ground, each movement causing the surrounding rat swarm to shift formation. The front line became the back line, the left flank encircled the right, all very orderly. Another mutated entity. At least level 4. Li Changge frowned. This creature was even more troublesome than that level 5 mutant. Zombies, no matter how strong, were still brutes, but this rat had a brain. The situation at the scene was quite tricky. Li Changge took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Lin Wei, respond if you hear me." After a crackling sound, Lin Wei's voice came through, received. "What happened over there? There was such a loud noise just now." "It's nothing. You all hurry up and gather the crystal cores, don't wander too far. He'll be back shortly." He turned off the walkie-talkie and glanced at the trembling Linmi. "Can you walk?" Linmi shook her head, her lips still quivering, her face pale as paper. Her legs were shaking, the bandage had loosened and blood seeped out, staining her pants red. Without a word, Changge lifted her up again. He carried her properly. Linmi let out a soft like a kitten's meow, her body trembling slightly on his shoulder. The enormous chest swayed in front of Changge. At the entrance of the grain depot in Hang City, Lin Wei, Zhou Baiwan, and Tang Wan were still collecting crystal cores. Dozens of zombie corpses lay on the ground, and half a bag of crystal cores clinked inside. Zhou Baiwan, with her keen eyes, was the first to see a limping figure approaching from a distance. Her expression changed instantly, and she dropped her machete and rushed over. Changge. She got closer and finally saw his appearance. His left arm dangled at an unnatural angle, like a snake devoid of bones, swaying with each step. His shirt was soaked in blood, indistinguishable whether it was his own or that of the zombies, now frozen into dark red clumps. Dried bloodstains marked the corners of his mouth, his face pale as paper, lips devoid of color. He was also carrying a woman on his shoulder. Zhou Baiwan reached out to steady him, her eyes reddening. What? Her hands trembled as she held his arm, feeling his body slightly shivering. Lin Wei and Tang Wan came. Without hesitation, Lin Wei summoned an ice crystal herb in her palm, a faint blue light enveloping Changge's arm. The herb slowly rotated in her hand, emitting a weak glow like a blue star. The healing ability of the ice crystal herb slowly began to mend the broken bones, but the pace was slow. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her lips pressed into a line. 3 ribs are broken, and the ulna in the left arm is fractured. There are also internal injuries. The spleen is bleeding. Lin Wei's voice trembled as she detailed Changge's injuries. Changge waved his hand dismissively. I'm not going to die. In his past life, he had sustained injuries 10 times more severe than this. Tang Wan supported Lin Mi, looking her up and down without saying a word. She simply took out a clean handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to her to wipe her face. Lin Mi took the handkerchief, her fingers still trembling, almost dropping it. She pressed the handkerchief against her face, her shoulders shaking, but made no sound. Everyone returned to the vehicle. The back seat of the Mengsher was crowded with 4 people. Changge leaned against the passenger seat, eyes closed, his face still looking quite poor. Lin Wei sat next to him, her palm still glowing with the blue light of the ice crystal herb, gradually repairing his ribs. Her fingers trembled, but the light did not fade. Tang Wan turned to look at Lin Mi in the back seat. Lin Mi was curled up in the corner of the back seat with tear streaks on her face. Her torn stockings revealed abrasions on her knees, and a patch of skin was scraped off, exposing pink flesh. Her hair was a messy tangle, like a clump of crumpled black silk. But her facial features and outline, oval face, high nose bridge, thin and exquisite lips, were still discernible even in her disheveled state. Tang Wan suddenly covered her mouth. You are Lin Mi. Her voice was a mix of surprise and joy, like a fan meeting her idol. She had previously followed Lin Mi's dramas such as Mist, Dark Line, and Dawn, watching each one her phone's wallpaper adorned with stills from the shows. The ice crystal herb rotated slowly on Changge's arm, its faint blue light seeping like flowing water into the broken bones. A tingling sensation spread from the broken bones like countless ants crawling. After more than 10 minutes, his left arm finally regained slight mobility. The ice crystal herb truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier healing ability. The originally severed arm began to slowly regain sensation, though he couldn't exert strength, yet at least it no longer dangled uselessly. Changge took the bag of crystal cores from Zhou Baiwan, casually poured a handful of second-tier crystal cores into his palm, and drained their energy. 1, 2, 3. The flames in his dantian blazed brighter, and his abilities surged to peak condition. He stood up and moved his left arm. It still hurt a bit, but it was usable. Wait for me to come back. He glanced at the people in the car and vanished from sight. Using a spatial marker, Changge found Dao Dun Gu in a corner of the grain depot. My Dao Dun. The voice was sharp and high-pitched, filled with excitement from surviving. Changge grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and said, No time for chatter, come with me. The man and dog returned to the roof of the massive grain depot. Dao Dun Gu looked down, and its fur instantly bristled like a scared hedgehog. Its forelegs began to tremble again, and a low whimper escaped its throat. Animals have a far stronger sense of perception than humans. It sensed the threat of death, a fear that penetrated to the bone, making one want to turn and run. What are you afraid of? Changge kicked it lightly. After we finish, I'll add a chicken leg. Dao Dun Gu perked its ears up. Make it 10. Its tail began to wag. And a bowl of braised meat. Dao Dun Gu stood up in a flash, shook its fur, and became spirited, as if it had transformed into a different dog. It crouched at the edge of the roof, its mouth raised in a posture that read, I am ready. Changge changed his angle. The mutated rat was still in the corner of the warehouse. It squatted there, resembling an adult Alaskan dog, its pitch black shiny, fur standing upright like steel needles. Surrounding small rats continuously brought scraps of meat, bones, and even crystal cores to it. Then he saw it. The abdomen of the rat queen was astonishingly swollen, as if it had swallowed a basketball. With each feeding, its abdomen would ripple, and then a thumb-sized rat would emerge from beneath it. Changge instantly understood. She was giving birth. The rat queen was in labor. No wonder she wasn't running. No wonder she could only rely on her offspring as meat shields. Changge furrowed his brows. In his past life, there was no rat king here. Could it have been killed by someone? Changge shook his head again. It was impossible. The average ability level of awakened beings worldwide was only level 1. Who could possibly kill this level 4 mutated rat queen? Forget it. There's no point in thinking too much. He glanced at Dao Dungu. Dao Dungu squatted at the edge of the roof, its mouth open, a fist-sized lightning ball gathering within. Silver arcs crackled in its mouth, illuminating its cheeky dog face. The man and dog exchanged glances. Release. The lightning ball shot out from Dao Dungu's mouth, trailing a silver tail flame, heading straight for the rat queen. Changge raised his hand simultaneously. 3 purple fireballs flew out from his palm, forming a triangular formation that blocked the rat queen's escape routes to the left, right, and front. The rat queen sensed the danger and suddenly opened her dark red eyes wide. The mouse leader was very anxious. Its abdomen was still bulging as another little mouse was in the process of giving birth. Squeak! It let out a sharp shriek. The surrounding offspring of the mice jumped simultaneously like soldiers hearing a command. Dozens of mice leaped into the air, forming a wall of flesh to meet the lightning ball and purple fireball. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions was deafening. The lightning ball exploded, silver arcs of electricity leaped among the mice, and the smell of burnt fur spread. The purple fireball also exploded, flames splattering and igniting the splintered wood and dead mice on the ground. The dozens of mice were blown to bits with severed limbs scattered everywhere. But more mice were already rushing in. Changge and Dao Shield brother continued to unleash another lightning ball and 3 purple fireballs. Another lightning ball. Another 3 purple fireballs. With each round of bombardment, dozens of mice were killed. The warehouse was ablaze with fire, thick smoke billowed, and the cries of the mice echoed, resembling a small-scale war. The mouse leader was panicking. It squeaked urgently, its voice sharp and frantic as if cursing. Hundreds of strong mice began to climb the roof, their powerful limbs and sharp claws easily puncturing the iron sheet, making a creaking sound. Changge glanced down at his feet. The iron sheet was bulging, cracks were widening, and mouse heads were poking out from the gaps, their red eyes gleaming in the darkness. He picked up Dao Shield brother. Dao Shield brother was wedged under his arm, its 4 legs flailing around, and its dog face was filled with disdain. My Dao Shield. Shut up. The teleportation activated. 1 person and 1 dog appeared at the other end of the warehouse. Changge set Dao Shield brother down and threw out 3 purple fireballs. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I'm just bullying you because you can't move right now. What are you going to do about it? Watch me kite you to death. The mouse leader's voice was nearly hoarse. Its tone shifted from sharp to hoarse, then to broken. Although it had plenty of offspring, it couldn't withstand the long-range AoE damage from the 2 cunning adversaries. Changge, with Dao Shield brother tucked under his arm, seemed to be wielding a Gatling gun of radio waves. After each teleportation, Changge would pat Dao Shield brother's head, and then Dao Shield brother would rapidly fire his energy balls. 1 fireball from Changge could kill dozens of mice, while Dao Shield brother's lightning ball was equally impressive, silver arcs leaping through the mouse horde, zapping whole clusters. Each time the mice approached the roof, Changge would teleport to the other side with Dao Shield brother. An hour passed. Changge had replenished his powers 3 times. The warehouse floor was covered with the corpses of mice. Some were burnt, some electrocuted to ashes, and others blown into pieces. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh, blood, and scorched fur. At least 500 or 600 crystal cores were scattered across the warehouse floor, ranging from level 1 to level 2, with even several level 3 cores. The mouse leader could finally hold on no longer. It had no choice but to forcibly interrupt its delivery, with its abdomen still bulging, a little mouse only managing to poke its head halfway out, stuck there. It let out a piercing shriek. Forcibly interrupting the birth would severely injure its vitality. Under the cover of the mouse horde, the mouse leader slowly retreated towards the hole in the wall. Changge smirked. Trying to run. Can you really escape? He patted Dao Shield brother's head. Dao Shield brother understood immediately, and a massive lightning ball began to coalesce in its mouth. This lightning ball was 10 times larger. The mouse leader noticed the terrifying lightning ball. It squeaked anxiously. The mouse offspring went berserk, their eyes bloodshot, forming a wall of mice in front of the leader. Dao Shield brother's ultimate move was ready. A basketball-sized lightning ball shot out. Crazy arcs of electricity danced upon it, clearly showcasing immense power. The lightning ball exploded against the mouse wall with a thunderous sound. This explosion killed at least 300 mice. However, the mouse leader also successfully bought some time. It was about to enter the wall hole. However, it didn't notice a ring of flames appearing beneath it. The purplured flames drew a perfect circle on the ground, locking its limbs, torso, and head in place. 2 seconds of absolute control. The mouse leader's body stiffened. Its dark red eyes widened, suddenly reflecting the flickering flames. The instant kill step activated. Using the cover of the lightning ball explosion, Changge vanished from the roof. The next second, he appeared behind the mouse leader. A purplured flame spear coalesced in his palm, 3 meters long, with a white spear tip heated to the extreme. The surrounding air warped and debris on the ground was pushed away by the shockwave. He gripped the spear with both hands, aimed at the mouse leader's head, and thrust downward. Puff! The spear tip pierced through the skull, emerging from the chin, and pinned it to the ground. Black blood gushed from the wound, steaming as it spread across the cold ground. The mouse leader's body convulsed violently. Its limbs flailed wildly, its tail whipped around, slapping against the ground with a loud thud. Those dark red eyes fixated on Changge, the light in its pupils gradually fading. Then it let out a low whimper. The surrounding mouse offspring all halted simultaneously. They no longer charged or shrieked, merely staring blankly at the corpse of their leader. Then they began to scatter in all directions. Shield brother gave them no chance. It leaped down from the roof, its claws crackling, with silver lightning charging through the mouse horde. With each step, the lightning spread outward, shocking the mice until they smoked. It resembled a silver lightning ball rolling around the warehouse, knocking down mice in clusters. Changge nearly got zapped. An arc of electricity grazed his pant leg, burning a hole in it. "Damn it, stinky dog, watch where you're going," he cursed. Shield brother glanced back at him, the corners of its mouth curling up, wearing "I did it on purpose" expression. Until the sun set, the last mouse finally fell. The warehouse was littered with corpses, a shocking sight. The mouse bodies piled up like small mountains, burnt, electrocuted, and blown apart, mixed together, while the air was thick with a strong stench of burning. Changge squatted down and picked out a crystal core from the mouse leader's head. It was fist-sized, entirely translucent, with silver patterns flowing across its surface, almost alive. A level 4 and a mutated psychic crystal core. He stuffed the crystal core into his space, then spent half an hour collecting the scattered mouse crystal cores from the ground. Level 1, level 2, totaling at least 500 or 600 cores. This time he had struck it rich. Shield brother squatted at his feet, its belly round, having snuck in quite a few while Changge was busy. Changge kicked it, saying, "Eat it later, or you'll burst." Shield brother belched, wagging its tail. Suddenly, a golden glow enveloped Shield brother. Changge stared at the promotion glow, his mouth twitching, eyes filled with envy. He had toiled and struggled in his cultivation, risking his life to seize crystal cores. And this dog, just eating and eating, leveled up. Shield brother was now level 4. Changge, he looked up at the grain storage, which consisted of 18 cylindrical warehouses made of reinforced concrete, standing like giants in the wind and snow. There shouldn't be any dangers behind, Changge thought. Finally, it was time for the joyful zero-cost shopping. Let me see just how many supplies this grain storage, which nurtured the top 10 bases of the Dragon Kingdom in his past life, actually has. Changge walked to the nearest warehouse, his fingertips gliding over the rusted nameplate. Rated storage capacity, 8,000 tons. This cylinder can feed 10,000 people for 5 years, 2 meals a day. Of course, if one conserves a bit, 10 years is also feasible. And here there are a total of 18 cylinders. Brother Knife and Shield. Changge called out to Brother Knife and Shield, who was squatting nearby, gnawing on a crystal core. "My knife and shield." Brother Knife and Shield replied while still gnawing on the crystal core. Changge pointed to the main door and said, "Go guard the entrance. No one is allowed to enter without my command." Brother Knife and Shield looked disheartened, but when he saw a chicken leg thrown by Changge, he immediately stood at attention, performing a crooked salute with his paw. Baba Bowie. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, my knife and shield would not let him step further. Changge was very pleased with Brother Knife and Shield's attitude. Changge found the entrance to the granary. It was made of special alloy with a cold, gray metallic surface, emitting a matte sheen, equipped with a password lock and a fingerprint lock, the red indicator light blinking. He was too lazy to figure out how to open it. He teleported onto the roof, which was a steel canopy. This was the... Changge extended his index finger, and a purplured flame burst forth with a pu sound. He controlled the temperature of the flame, burning a hole the size of a thumb in the steel canopy. The edges were charred and emitting blue smoke. He leaned to peek through the small hole. Teleportation activated. He appeared inside the granary. Inside were golden grains packed in bags piled up like a mountain. The aroma of wheat mixed with the dry scent of cement had lingered in the closed warehouse for a long time, thick and suffocating. He pressed his hands on the pile of grains, as if caressing a beloved treasure. Golden wheat slipped through his fingers, crackling as it fell onto the grain pile at his feet, scattering tiny golden dust. With a thought swish, 5,000 tons of grain vanished in an instant. In the space next to the azure freshwater, a golden mountain appeared out of thin air, like a massive piece of gold in the boundless darkness. Changge smiled. Who understands the joy of zero-cost acquisition? He collected more than a dozen granaries, leaving only the smallest one. However, even the smallest granary had 2,000 tons, and a truck could only carry 20 tons at most. Helplessly, Changge could only collect another 1980 tons into his space with tears in his eyes. Looking at the remaining 20 tons, Changge smiled in satisfaction. He jumped out of the space and dusted off his clothes. Brother Knife and Shield squatted at the entrance of the warehouse, perked up his ears, and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. The posture was remarkably like that of a guard, chin held high, with a serious expression. Changge took out his walkie-talkie. Come over. Have Baiwan drive a large truck here. Receive. The voice of Zhou Baiwan came through the walkie-talkie. The roar of a warrior's engine and the vibrations of the truck approached from afar. Several women got out, seeing Changge leaning against the wall, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. The wind swept up the remaining snow, rushing past him, the corners of his clothes flapping in the breeze. His left arm hung limply with dried blood streaks on his face, yet he stood very steadily. Lin Wei was the first to run over, examining him up and down, her hands searching over his body. Are you hurt? Did your wound reopen? The rest of the women also hurried over with concern. Changge waved his hand, pointing to the small granary behind him. The women walked over and pushed open the half-closed iron door, gasping in shock. The granary was filled to the ceiling with grains. Golden wheat, white rice, and bags of flour were stacked neatly. The air was filled with the unique, dry fragrance of grains, and just taking a breath felt reassuring. Linmi stood at the back, her eyes wide open. She was a big star and had never seen so much grain piled together before the apocalypse. When filming, the props were all empty bags with foam underneath. Now she realized that this grain represented countless lives. Oh no! Changge let out a wail, clutching his left arm, gritting his teeth, his brow furrowed enough to squish a fly. The women immediately snapped back to reality and surrounded him. What happened? Did your wound reopen? Changge, frowning in pain, replied, It's fine. I just can't move anything. You all can carry it, it'll take a break. Lin Wei immediately said, You rest well, take care of it. Zhou Baiwan patted her ample chest. No big deal, leave it to us. Tang Wan and Lin Mi nodded in agreement. Changge limped toward the warrior vehicle. Each step was difficult, his left leg dragging on the ground, taking a step with his right leg, pausing, then taking another step. His brow was furrowed as if he could squish a fly, and he was hissing through his teeth. However, the corner of his mouth was still curled up. He opened the rear door and sat down heavily, casually propping his leg up and leaning against the seat back, humming a tune. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true. Zhou Baiwan drove a large truck from a distance, the cargo door opened, jumping down and clapping her hands. Let's start. The women began to move the grain. With their enhanced bodies after the ability enhancement, Lin Wei carried 2 bags in one hand, moving swiftly, the ice crystal grass in her palm, faintly glowing, as if giving her a buff. Tang Wan carried 1 bag in each hand, moving steadily. She had previously moved wine cases in Jiang and Spring, so her foundation was still there. Zhou Baiwan had no abilities, but she gritted her teeth and moved quite a bit. After one trip, sweat beaded on her forehead, and she threw her military coat aside, revealing a sweater soaked with sweat underneath. Brother Knife and Shield initially helped with moving. Using his mouth to carry his back to support, he scampered around his 4 paws, moving swiftly, making trip after trip, his tongue hanging out as he panted like a broken bellows. After making over 10 trips, his legs became soft. He collapsed on the ground, lying on his back, tongue lolling out, his belly rising and falling. Then he saw Changge sitting in the truck, propping up his leg, not knowing where he found a bottle of 1982 Coca-Cola, drinking it with a fizz. The Coca-Cola bottle was still beaded with water droplets, chilled. Brother Knife and Shield's eyes widened. He sprang up with a whoosh, dash to the side of the truck, and bit Changge's pant leg. Ba Guya Lu. Changge was yanked forward, almost spilling the Coca-Cola, popping up from his seat, nearly hitting his head on the roof of the truck. Damn dog. What are you doing? Brother Knife and Shield released his mouth, took 2 steps back, his dog mouth curled up, wearing a proud expression, as if to say gotcha. He barked furiously at the women, his tail wagging like a propeller. Ba Guya Lu. You big-breasted, brainless women, look. This kid is pretending. He just jumped around more cheerfully than I did. Did you see that? He's pretending. He barked hoarsely, his paws scratching the ground, eager to rush up and tear off Changge's disguise. Then he froze, because the way the women looked at him was not quite right. Zhou Baiwan clenched her fist, the knuckles cracking audibly. Lin Wei summoned an ice spear in her palm, glimmering with a cold light under the setting sun, its tip directed towards the direction of the dog shield. Tang Wan's face was rarely dark, a small flame dancing in her hand, casting flickering shadows across half of her face. Even Lin Mi peeked out from behind the grains, frowning at it. My dog shield. You don't believe me. The voice of the dog shield changed pitch, becoming sharp and high-pitched. Zhou Baiwan chuckled coldly, taking a step forward. I haven't settled the score with you for pretending to be dead last time. I threw up a lightning ball and fainted, making me act as your meat shield for an entire afternoon. That was a genuine feint. A real feint. The dog shield retreated, its canine face full of terror, its four paws slipping on the ground. If you don't believe me, ask him. That man knows. He saw it with his own eyes. It turned around, pointing at Changge. Changge was already leaning against the car door, clutching his left arm, looking weak. Ouch. This dog is falsely accusing me. I can't even lift my arm. His voice was weak, as if he could collapse at any moment. The dog shield's face dropped completely. Ba Guya Lu. It turned and ran. Stop. Zhou Baiwan chased after it with a machete. Damn dog. Don't run. Lin Weisai's spear flew out, grazing the dog shield's tail and embedding itself in the ground, shattering into ice shards. I must teach you a lesson today. Tang Wan's small fireball followed behind, scorching the ground into small black pits. The dog shield ran ahead, its four legs sprinting quickly, barking curses. Ba Guya Lu. Ba Guya Lu. You brainless women. This dog is the real victim. That man is the big bad wolf. Several women chased after it. The granary was in chaos, the dog shield's cries echoing in the sunset. By the time it was dark, the small granary was finally empty. The last bag of grain was thrown onto the truck, making a dull sound. Zhou Baiwan closed the truck door, leaning against it to catch her breath. Lin Wei plopped down in the snow, unable to lift her fingers. Tang Wan rubbed her waist, her expression suggesting, my old bones are about to fall apart. The dog shield was beaten up, its face bruised and limping at the back. One of its eyes was blackened, its tail tucked beneath its body, still barking curses. Changge sat in the car, watching the truck filled with grains in the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. He twisted open a cola, took a sip, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, and burped. The joy of zero-cost shopping, who understands? The dog shield didn't know when it had crept up to the side of the car, biting down on his shoe. Damn dog. Ba Guya Lu. In the rearview mirror, the setting sun painted the granary golden. Laughter from the women came from the truck, mingled with the dog shield's cries, drifting far in the empty, snowy. Today is a good day, a day of harvest. Pulling the grains laden with hope, everyone returned to the Panshir Manor. As the convoy entered the community, many people stood by the roadside. They wrapped in thick clothes, huddled in the corners, watching the brave men and trucks pass by from a distance. Their eyes filled with envy, vigilance, and also longing. These people were once prominent figures in Hangqing before the apocalypse. Business owners, government officials, university professors. Now they were no different from ordinary survivors, both starving and scavenging for food in the snow. Some held half a bag of frozen bread, some rummaged through trash bins for leftovers, while others squatted by the roadside, gnawing on blackened steamed buns. As the brave men drove past, some turned their heads away, some lowered their heads, and some pretended to look elsewhere. Their once proud demeanor remained, but had been largely worn down by hunger. A man in his 50s stepped out of the crowd. He wore a worn-out down jacket, glasses perched on his nose, speaking in a refined tone as if reciting a text. Excuse me, sir. He stood by the truck, rubbing his hands together, the white breath condensing in the air. My surname is Han. I am a part-time principal at the philosophy department of Hangqing University. Could I exchange some food with you? He raised his right hand, a yellow glow forming in his palm as the fragments of stone on the ground slowly lifted, coalescing into a fist-sized ball of dirt. The fragments spun between his fingers, making a faint scratching sound. Earth-type ability, he added, his voice a bit tense. I can help you with work. Changge rolled down the car window, sizing him up. In his 50s, hair, grizzled eyes behind the glasses, bloodshot lips cracked. Yet he stood straight, speaking coherently, unlike those who could only wail. Changge was in a good mood today, nodding at the middle-aged professor in front of him. Of course we need workers. However, if you want to exchange for food, you need to provide something of value. For example, I need more talented individuals. Professor Han pondered for a moment, taking a step closer and lowering his voice. There is a student at our school who awakened a very powerful ability after the apocalypse. When fighting zombies, he glows. I saw him kill over 10 zombies by himself without a scratch. Changge's eyes brightened. Glows. Light-type ability. Naturally suppressing against zombies. Moreover, it's offensive, defensive, and supportive, encompassing all three attributes. This was valuable information. He needed to build a base later and was in need of bodyguards. What's the student's name? His surname is Tian. I don't know the details. He's very low-key at school, usually doesn't talk much to people. When the disaster struck, I was worried about my family, so I took the risk to come back, and he was still there at that time. But now almost a month has passed. I don't know if he's still around. The old principal paused, his gaze growing. He didn't continue. A month without food, without water, surrounded by zombies. A single student, how long could he last? Changge nodded, pulling out half a bag of rice from the car and handing it over. The rice was packed in a plastic bag about 10 pounds, white and glaring in the snow. The old principal received it, his hands trembling. He hugged the bag of rice tightly, like cradling a baby, his eyes reddening instantly. This is too much. Changge contemplated for a moment. He didn't remember any powerful character with the surname Tian. Changge closed the car window, leaving behind a line. This information is worth this price. If you find that student, there will be more benefits. The old principal stood in place, holding the half bag of rice, watching the convoy depart. The truck stopped in the villa yard, and the women finished unloading the grain by 9 o'clock at night. Zhou Baiwan had no abilities, gritting her teeth to bear it. A bag of grain weighed over 30 pounds. She was exhausted after carrying it twice, almost tripping over the threshold on the third trip, her knee hitting the concrete ground, causing her to wince in pain. Changge, she shouted towards the house, her voice sharp and urgent. Can't you help a little? From inside came Changge's lazy voice, tinged with laughter. I'm injured. Ouch, my arm hurts. Zhou Baiwan was so angry that her chest hurt, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to throw the grain sack at him, and continued to carry it. Dao Dungu was also hauling grain. However, Dao Dungu would slack off, only carrying 1 sack, while others carried 3. Zhou Baiwan kicked it. Get up and work. Dao Dungu rolled over, covering its eyes with its paws, pretending not to hear, and even started snoring. They worked until 9 at night, and the last sack of grain was moved into the basement. Several girls collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move. Lin Wei's glasses were covered in a layer of dust. As she took them off, wiped them, and put them back on. Lin Mi's long legs were covered in flour. Tang Wan's apron was full of rice husks, which she took off and crumpled into a ball, tossing it aside. Zhou Baiwan's military coat had several white marks on it, and she was too exhausted to even take it off, lying directly on the sofa like a stranded fish. Changge walked out of the kitchen carrying a large clay pot. The moment the lid of the clay pot was lifted, a rich aroma burst forth. This was not the ordinary scent of stewed meat, but a fragrant blend of dozens of ingredients simmered together, over time layered and mouth-watering. There was the savory taste of ham, the richness of abalone, the meaty scent of chicken and duck, and the aroma of mushrooms, all mingling together and diving into the nostrils. Zhou Baiwan sprang up from the sofa, her eyes wide as saucers. What is this? Buddha jumps over the wall. Changge placed the clay pot on the table and turned back to the kitchen. The second dish, Xinjiang big plate chicken. The bright red oil glistened. The chicken was stewed to tenderness. The potatoes were soft, and the noodles at the bottom soaked up the broth, shiny and delicious. The third dish, charcoal grilled lamb leg. The entire lamb leg was roasted to a crisp outside and tender inside, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, sizzling with oil, the charred skin gleaming with a golden brown luster. The fourth dish, vegetables and mushrooms. The vibrant green vegetable hearts and sliced mushrooms were lightly coated in a clear sauce, presented on a white porcelain plate like a painting. The fifth dish, kung pao chicken. The chicken was tender and smooth, the peanuts were crunchy, and the sweet and sour sauce enveloped everything just right, glistening in red oil. Tang Wan kindly came over to help, serving. Buddha jumps over the wall in individual portions, even placing one in front of Dao Dungu in a small clay pot, the lid still steaming. Dao Dungu squatted by the table, its eyes bulging, drooling onto the floor, forming a small puddle. It lowered its head and sniffed, letting out a vague, "Bye-bye, La Bu." Zhou Baiwan looked at the table full of dishes, her voice trembling. You made this? Changge leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course. Actually, it was from the space. When he was stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse, he had ordered tens of thousands of takeout from various hotels with over 100 bowls of Buddha jumps over the wall. But now he wanted to show off. Lin Mi sat in the corner, staring at the table full of dishes, feeling completely dazed. She had been trapped in the grain depot for almost a month, eating nothing but rice bran and raw rice, and could only chew them dry. She thought she would never eat anything decent in her life again. What was she seeing now? Buddha jumps over the wall. A state banquet level Buddha jumps over the wall. The broth in that clay pot was thick and golden, with abalone, sea cucumber, dried scallops, and mushrooms layered on top of each other. Just the sight of it made one drool. Her nose tinged with sourness, her eyes reddening. Rice Tuanzi. Mommy doesn't want to go back. Don't blame Mommy. She was startled by her own thoughts, quickly lowering her head, pretending to tidy her clothes. After a bout of ravenous eating, the girls were fully satisfied. After dinner, Changge waved his hand. Go take a shower, you all stink. The girls froze for a moment, then their eyes lit up. Lin Wei had already pulled the dazed Lin Mi towards the bathroom. Lin Mi was completely shocked. Can we still take? She hadn't bathed in over half a month, and the smell on her body, the scent of sweat, the stench of blood, and the odor of corpses mixed together, was unbearable even for herself. For a beauty-loving woman, this was worse than starving. The bathroom was steamy, and the shower released hot water cascading over her dry skin. She stood under the shower, closing her eyes. The hot water washed over her hair, cheeks, neck, and shoulders. All the dirt, blood, and stench were washed away. She leaned forward to glance at the dirty water at her feet, swirling into a grayish color, flowing down the drain. Why did Linmi lean forward to look at her feet? We don't know. Anyone who knows, please comment. The hot water seemed to wash away the despair of the past few days. Tears suddenly welled up in Linmi's eyes. Rice Tuanzi. Mommy might not really come back. Here, we can take a shower. She thought of her daughter's smiling face, remembered Xiao Dis reminders, and recalled her vow in the grain depot to survive and return. She had promised that when she got home, she would make red braised pork for Rice Tuanzi, take her to the amusement park, and buy her the doll she had always wanted. But now, standing in the warm bathroom with hot water washing over her body and food, drink, and a safe place to stay outside, she didn't want to leave. However, she was soon startled by this thought, her eyes widening as she turned off the faucet and took a deep breath. The hot water slid down her face, making it hard to tell if it was water or tears. Outside, Changge listened to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, with the girl's laughter faintly coming through. He felt a bit troubled. His thoughts sank into the space, staring blankly at the few sets of clothes in the corner. These were some he had casually picked up while stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse. Passing by a lingerie store, he thought, what if it comes in handy? And emptied more than half of the warehouse. He never expected they would actually come in handy. Which to choose for Linmi? Bunny girl nurse flight attendant or school uniform? Bunny girl black bodysuit, fishnet stockings, bunny ears, headband perfectly highlighting Linmi's long legs. Nurse white skirt, pink apron, nurse's hat. Just imagining it with her doll-like voice made him excited. Flight attendant deep blue uniform, silk scarf, short skirt, elegant style. School uniform, sailor suit, pleated skirt, pure style. Damn, it's so hard to choose. He closed his eyes and randomly grabbed one. Opening his eyes, bunny girl. A smirk appeared on his lips. This one it is. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. Linwei came out first, wearing a maid outfit, her face flushed, adjusting her glasses, pretending to be calm. Zhou Baiwan followed behind her, dressed as a policewoman, constantly tugging at her outrageously short skirt, muttering, "Lech. Pervert." One day, then Linmi came out. She kept her head down, her hands covering her chest, looking like a boiled shrimp, her face red from her cheeks to her neck, and from her neck to her ears. The bunny girl outfit was black and fitted perfectly, outlining her tall figure. Her collarbone was exquisite, her waist slender, especially in that breathtaking area, almost begging. Below were fishnet stockings wrapping around her straight, long legs with delicate ankles, her jade-like feet in black stilettos perfectly showcasing her long legs. Her voice was soft and gentle with a doll-like tone. This outfit is too. Changge's eyes widened. He looked to the left, then to the right, and finally his gaze settled on Linmi, unable. Zhou Baiwan rolled her eyes and asked, "Have you seen enough?" Changge averted his gaze, coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. After chatting for a while, Linmi seemed to have made a certain decision, as she took a deep breath. Changge. The living room fell silent for a moment. Linwei was stunned. Zhou Baiwan also raised her head, and Tang Wan poked her head out from the kitchen. Changge looked up at her. Her eyes were slightly red, but her gaze was resolute. "I am leaving. Back to Modu. Mi Tuanzi and Xiao Di are still waiting for me at home." Linmi's voice was soft yet firm. She could not forget that she was a mother just because there was Buddha jumping over the wall, hot water baths, and a safe place to stay. "I know it's safer to follow you. But Mi Tuanzi is all I have left. Her father has long gone. If I don't go back, she will truly be alone." Her voice was slightly choked, but every word was clear. Linwei opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no. She glanced at Changge. He looked at her, remaining silent for a few seconds. All right. He did not try to persuade her. Spiritual type ability users were indeed rare, but not irreplaceable. In the end times, everyone has their own path. She chose her daughter, so let her go. Linmi's eyes turned redder, but she bit her lip and held back her tears. Changge retrieved a thick military coat, a down jacket, and a pair of cotton boots from the room, placing them on the table. "These are for you. This is your reward for helping transport the food," Changge said blandly. Linmi was momentarily stunned, staring at the military coat, and tears finally fell. The military coat was dark green, thick and heavy, with wool stuffed inside the cotton boots. Linmi wiped her tears, put on the military coat, and stepped into the boots. The bunny girl outfit was covered up tightly, leaving only her eyes exposed. She buttoned it up, stomped her feet, and the boots made a dull sound on the wooden floor. Walking to the door, she looked back and said, "Thank you." Changge remained silent. She pushed the door open and stepped into the wind and snow. The cold wind rushed at her, snowflakes hitting her face. Linmi shrank her neck and raised the collar of the military coat. Changge leaned against the doorframe, watching her silhouette grow more distant, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He left a spatial mark on Linmi. His intentions were definitely not to covet her body. After a busy day, everyone was quite tired. Zhou Baiwan and Tang Wan went to bed first. As they went upstairs, Zhou Baiwan glanced back at Linwei, hesitated to say something, but in the end said nothing and ran upstairs, slamming the door shut. Only Changge and Linwei remained in the living room. Linwei walked over and sat down beside him, conjuring ice crystal grass in her palm, a soft blue glow enveloping his left arm. The ice crystal grass slowly rotated in her palm, emitting a faint blue light resembling a blue star. Does your rib still hurt? A bit. Lie down, I'll treat you properly. Changge raised an eyebrow. Treat me properly. Lin Wei's face reddened, but she did not shy away. She adjusted her glasses, pretending to examine his injury. This is serious treatment, she emphasized. Changge laughed comfortably, lying on the sofa. Lin Wei pressed her hand against his chest, the blue light of the ice crystal grass seeping into his skin, sending a tingling sensation through the broken bone. Upstairs, Zhou Baiwan turned over, covering her ears with a pillow. Downstairs, the blue light of the ice crystal grass flickered on and off, lasting for a long time. As for whether it was serious or not, only the readers know. A night passed without a word. The next day, Changge opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He moved his left arm. A pain was gone. He did a few chest expansion exercises. The ribs had healed, and breathing was smooth. Lin Wei's ice crystal grass was indeed remarkable. In just one night, the broken bone had healed more than halfway. Lin Wei was still asleep, curled up beside him, her eyelashes slightly trembling, a hint of an almost imperceptible smile at the corners of her mouth. She was wearing that maid outfit, her hair spread across the pillow like a flower, just awakened. Changge gently pulled out his arm without waking her. His thoughts sank into the spatial realm, beginning to take inventory. Spatial ability SS level, currently level 4, storage space, 1 billion cubic meters, about 30 used. Supplies include 200 million cubic meters of fresh water, thousands of tons of food, hundreds of tons of meat, tens of thousands of dishes, from 8 major cuisines, medicines, electrical appliances, digital products, clothing, etc. Teleportation level 4, a distance 300 meters, can carry living creatures. Consumption is 5 times the original. Spatial marking can mark any location or object. Current marks: Jin Ding Vault, Pancher Manor, Shao Huang Mao, Under Huang Ao tracking, Zhao Tianhao Linmi tracking. Fire type abilities level half evolved to purple, currently level 4. Flame morphing can condense short swords, long spears, fire ropes, etc. Explosive fireball area damage power increases with level. Fire tornado sustained area damage. Spear of the Fire God, the strongest single target move. Void Flame Killing Step, self-created skill, absolute control of the flame ring for 2 seconds. Teleportation / Fire Tornado as the finale. Creating it grants source rewards, and the fire system has evolved halfway to SS level. Changge estimated that his current combat power was equivalent to mid-level 4. He could kill normal level 5 zombies, but he needed to be cautious against level 5 mutated beings. Next target 1. Level up to 5 requires a large number of level 34 crystal cores. 2. Completely evolve the fire system to SS level purple fire. 3. Prepare for the corpse tide. Changge withdrew his thoughts, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Outside the window, the snow had stopped. A sliver of light appeared on the horizon, pale and devoid of warmth, but at least it was light. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the white world outside. In the distance, the buildings were mere silhouettes, like rows of silent tombstones. After watching for a while, he turned and went to the kitchen. Tang Wan was already preparing breakfast porridge, bubbling. Seeing Changge come down, Tang Wan smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat today?" "Anything." Changge leaned against the kitchen door. "Just plain porridge is fine." Tang Wan nodded quietly, adding a spoonful of goji berries to the pot. Footsteps were heard from upstairs. Zhou Baiwan yawned as she came down, her hair a mess like a bird's nest. She saw Changge and rolled her eyes, saying, "Morning." "Morning." She walked into the kitchen, saw the plain porridge in the pot, and her eyes lit up. "Is there porridge?" "Yes." Tang Wan ladled out a bowl and handed it to her. Zhou Baiwan cradled the bowl, blew on it, took a sip, and winced at the heat. "Why are there so many goji berries, Tang Jia?" Zhou Baiwan took a sip of the plain porridge and complained. Changge turned his face away, feeling a bit awkward. He suspected that Zhou Baiwan did it on purpose. Still, she hadn't been beaten enough. Lin Wei also came down from upstairs, holding a rolled-up blueprint, walking unsteadily as she held onto the railing. She saw Changge, her face flushed, lowering her head and pretending to adjust the skirt of her maid outfit. After everyone finished breakfast, Lin Wei spread out the blueprint. It was densely covered with the remodeling plan for the base. Lin Wei came down from the stairs, clutching a rolled-up blueprint, her walk a bit swaying as she held onto the railing. Upon seeing Changge, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, pretending to adjust the hem of her maid outfit. After everyone finished breakfast, Lin Wei spread the blueprint out. The blueprint was hand-drawn with neat lines, precise proportions, and annotations densely packed. Using the architectural standards, she clearly marked the terrain, building distribution, and elevation of the. Even the structural types of each villa, construction years, and seismic resistance ratings were noted beside them. Some data she recorded during the foundation inspection before the apocalypse. There are a total of 70 villas in the stone manor, distributed on the mountainside and the peak. Changge mentioned that the extreme cold is about to end, and when that happens, the zombie tide will come. We must complete the defensive works before the zombie tide arrives. My plan is to establish a small base that can accommodate 100 people. Lin Wei pushed up her glasses, pointing at the blueprint, her voice regaining a professional calm as her finger traced across the paper, circling several areas. She pointed to several red circles on the blueprint. The first circle, outer defense line. Using 10 villas as the base, connect them with walls. These 10 villas are chosen for their higher elevation, creating a natural barrier. The walls do not need to be too complex, stone masonry will suffice. But they must be at least 3 meters high with a walkway on top for patrolling. The second circle, core area. These 4 villas are distributed in the east, southwest, and north. This is where potential residents will live, such as superhumans and survivors with specialized skills. The third circle, central hub. This will be our home. It will be fully reinforced, serving as the last line of defense and the resource reserve. Lin Wei paused for a moment and added, before the apocalypse I participated in the foundation inspection of the stone manor, so I am very familiar with the terrain here. Where the elevation is high, where the foundation is deep, including which villa has the highest seismic resistance. I have all the data. Li Changge nodded, looking at the blueprint, suddenly speaking. We also need to consider air defense. Everyone was taken aback. Zhou Baiwan frowned. Air defense? Can zombies even fly? Not now, Li Changge replied calmly. But what about in the future? No one can say for sure. He didn't elaborate much. In the past life, 2 years after the apocalypse, flying zombies did indeed appear. Those creatures would leap from high buildings, unfurling flesh wings like bats, circling above the city like a flock of hungry vultures. Though it is still early, it is always better to take precautions than to be caught off guard later. Lin Wei pondered and marked several points on the blueprint. We can add air defense posts on the rooftops of several high villas using steel frames to build a platform that covers the entire community. The platform should have steel protective railings around it, allowing people to stand on it. Li Changge nodded, impressed by her professionalism. With the blueprint finalized, the next step was how to execute it. Lin Wei continued. We can source materials locally. The villas on the outskirts of the community and those with structural damage from the earthquake can be dismantled. Bricks, steel bars, and cement can all be utilized. However, this requires superhumans with physical enhancement abilities. Lin Wei said, looking at Li Changge. Li Changge smiled and replied, there are plenty of superhumans with physical enhancement abilities. There are survivors in the community or those outside. Those willing to work will be provided meals. 1 meal a day of rice and a pack of pickled vegetables. Everyone nodded. Li Changge glanced at Zhou Baiwan and said, Officer Zhou, you will be the overall commander. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback, then straightened her chest, patting herself. That sounds better. Li Changge continued to assign tasks. Lin Wei will be responsible for technical guidance, and Tang, one will handle logistical support. The 2 women nodded. Li Changge finally turned to Brother Knife Shield. Brother Knife Shield was lying on the floor, licking his paws, looking relaxed. Li Changge said, Brother Knife Shield, you will be in charge of supervision. Brother Knife Shield's ears perked up instantly. Li Changge continued, you are responsible for supervising construction quality and personnel approval. Without your consent, no one is allowed to enter. Brother Knife Shield stood up abruptly with his hind paws on the ground, front paws retracted, head held high, and raised one paw to salute. That pose with his chin held high displayed a face full of this dog guarantees to complete the task. However, he couldn't stand still, his hind paws slipping, tail wagging to maintain balance, wobbling around, looking very comical. Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened, her voice rising an octave. What? I, Zhou Baiwan, a rising star in the police force, am to be supervised by a dog. She pointed at Brother Knife Shield, her finger trembling. Him. Supervise me. Brother Knife Shield dropped his saluting paw, tilted his head to look at her, and with a raised mouth let out a sound. It's an honor for you to be supervised by this dog. Zhou Baiwan's face turned green. Say that again. Bagayuru. Brother Knife Shield's tail wagged even more joyfully, his expression saying, what can you do about me? Zhou Baiwan rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush over, but was held back by Lin Wei. Lin Wei laughed, while pulling her, unable to straighten her waist from laughing. Li Changge knocked on the table. Stop making a fuss. He looked at Zhou Baiwan, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Brother Knife Shield is an animal, and he is much more sensitive to human malice and kindness than we are. He can sense anyone with ill intentions just by their scent. You should know his background. In short, anyone we recruit must be approved by Brother Knife Shield. Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth, her chest heaving. She took a deep breath, turned her head, and glared at Brother Knife Shield. Brother Knife Shield squatted on the ground, holding his head high with an expression of this dog lord is observing you. Fine, Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth. But remember, you are just supervising, not my superior. Brother Knife Shield tilted his head, opened his mouth. My Knife Shield. Zhou Baiwan. And don't speak to me in Japanese. Bagayuru. You. Li Changge looked at the playful commotion between the person and the dog, stood up, picked up his coat, and walked out. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback. Where are you going? Li Changge did not turn back. Hangqing University. Looking for that glowing superhuman mentioned by the old principal. Let's see if we can bring him back as a bodyguard. He pushed open the door, and the cold wind rushed in, making the curtains flutter. Behind him, Brother Knife Shield shouted at Zhou Baiwan again, Baga Yuru. Zhou Baiwan's angry shout echoed in the villa. Damn dog. You stop right there. If I don't stew you today, I won't be surnamed Zhou. Lin Weiss' laughter came from the kitchen, mixed with Tang Wan's helpless sigh. Li Changge stepped into the snowstorm, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Behind him, the villa door slammed shut. The roar of the warrior's engine erupted as Li Changge pressed the gas pedal. The world outside the car window was changing. The extreme cold lingered, hovering around -5 or 6 degrees with the breath he exhaled, crystallizing into white frost. Yet the snow began to melt, the road surface became wet, and the black asphalt was faintly visible beneath the ice layer. The snow piled by the roadside was no longer pure white, but gray and dirty, mixed with black blood and trash. As the extreme cold receded, more people appeared on the streets. They were not zombies, but living humans. Groups of 3 or 4 bundled in thick clothing, scavenging for supplies amidst the ruins. Some were rummaging through piles of garbage, others searching through the collapsed supermarket, while some pushed shopping carts filled with frozen food. In this apocalyptic world, the living were busier than the zombies. Passing by the entrance of a residential complex, Li Changge slowed down. 7 or 8 people were gathered there, watching a scene unfold, pointing and discussing. Heads poked out of the windows above. Despite the apocalypse, the inherent curiosity of the people from Longhua had not diminished in the slightest. Li Changge scoffed, this group of people is truly boring. The car's speed decreased from 80 to 40 to 20. The snowy road was slippery, necessitating a cautious approach. Around him, some even pulled out their phones to record. Though the signal had long been lost, having a video saved might be useful if the internet returned someday. In the center of the crowd, an elderly woman in her 60s clutched the sleeve of a man in his 40s, crying. She wore a fur coat, her hair styled decently, yet her makeup had smudged, her eyeliner running like 2 dark circles around her eyes. Baby, please don't leave me. I'll transfer the house to you. All my pension is yours. I beg you, don't leave. Without you, how will I survive? The old woman's voice was sharp and thin, echoing down the empty street, while the man forcefully shook off her hand, his expression resolute. He wore an Armani coat worth several thousand before the apocalypse, now wrinkled and stained with grease. Zhang Hohot, we're breaking up. Your home has no food left. Ahong said there's food at her place. Several boxes of instant noodles, plus I'm going to find Hong Hong. He took a step back, pointing a finger at the old woman's nose. Zhang Hohot, on the verge of tears, wailed, but Ahong is an old man. So what if he's an old man? He has a subsistence allowance and hot dogs, the man replied indifferently. Li Changge twitched his mouth. In the twilight of a pre-apocalyptic romance, survival choices emerged post-apocalypse. At Zhang Hohot's age, without special abilities, physical strength, or family, one couldn't survive more than 3 days alone outside. At that moment, distant zombie growls echoed. The onlookers scattered in a frenzy, some screaming and rushing into the buildings, others knocking over bikes in their path, and some tripped and scrambled back to their feet to continue running. The man's expression darkened as he drew a dagger from his waist, not aimed at the zombies, but at Zhang Hohot. Zhang Hohot fell into a pool of blood, her eyes wide open, her lips moving, still calling out, baby. The fur coat was stained crimson, with blood a stark contrast against the snow. The man ran off without looking back, glancing over his shoulder after a few steps to ensure the zombies weren't pursuing, then turned into a narrow alley and disappeared. The zombies, drawn by the screams, pounced on Zhang Hohot, beginning to feast. Li Changge withdrew his gaze, cursing under his breath for the time wasted. Then he slammed down on the gas pedal. In this apocalypse, the greatest rule was to survive. Was this man wrong? Perhaps, but not entirely. Yet Li Changge did not wish to judge. He was no hero, merely a yordle wielding a hammer. Fortimat. The warrior continued onward. From the ruins by the roadside, someone poked their head out, waving at him. Hey, young man. Help me deliver some food. I'll pay 20,000. Li Changge ignored him. 20,000. Now 100 yuan bill was less useful than a piece of toilet paper. Too hard to wipe with, burns too fast when used for fire. He glanced at the person calling out. Hiding behind a window, only a head visible, looking relatively clean, with neatly combed hair. This indicated he had never ventured out to scavenge for supplies, waiting instead for someone to bring them to him. A person who had been starving for days wouldn't look like that. Lazy bastard, Li Changge muttered. The extreme cold had not fully retreated, the zombies moved slowly, and there weren't many second-tier zombies. Anyone with a bit of courage could find enough supplies to survive for several days by just taking a stroll. Supermarkets, convenience stores, residential buildings. So many places to search, yet they chose to wait for supplies to be delivered. These people would rather starve, freeze, or hide in their buildings waiting to die than take that step. They had grown accustomed to waiting for someone to save them. Waiting for the state, for the army, for others to deliver food. They did not realize that the old world was gone. The warrior crushed through the ice, splashing shards everywhere. Suddenly he thought of Zhou Baiwan. That woman at least had the courage to come out. She was much better than these people. After winding through, he finally arrived at Hangcheng University. The archway at the school entrance still stood, but 2 of the 4 golden characters spelling Hangcheng University had fallen off, leaving only Changge. The archway was made of stone, a symbol of the school before the apocalypse where students would take graduation photos. Now the archway was smeared with black blood. Beneath it lay several cars that had crashed into each other, their doors ajar and the interiors empty. On the road outside the school, 20 to 30 zombies wandered about. Most wore school uniforms, grayish-white windbreakers with the school emblem printed on the front. Some were lying on the ground, some stood dazed, and others were banging against the closed school gate. Their movements were quicker than those of the zombies encountered before. As the extreme cold faded, the zombies began to awaken. Among them was a zombie wearing a basketball jersey, its muscle-swollen skin a deep gray, clearly a second-tier zombie. It walked back and forth among the horde like a supervisor inspecting a construction site. Changge did not hesitate, flooring the gas pedal. The warrior roared into the zombie horde. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of tires crushing through corpses was like firecrackers. The first row of zombies was knocked away like bowling pins, the sound of breaking bones mixing with the screech of tires on the icy surface. The second-tier zombie reacted quickly, dodging to the side to avoid a direct hit. But as it regained its balance, Changge had already turned the steering wheel, the car, drifting tires carving an arc on the ground, sweeping away a swarm of zombies. The second-tier zombie was hit by the rear of the warrior's vehicle, flying 3 meters away, then crashing against the stone pillar of the archway, sliding down, its spine broken, but still crawling. The difference between second-tier and first-tier zombies was substantial. Changge pressed down on the gas again, charging into a denser area. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The warrior barreled through the horde like a steel behemoth, tires crushing skulls, chests, and limbs, turning those in school uniforms into mush. The windshield was splattered with black blood, the wipers unable to clear the view. He simply stopped using them, peering through the gaps in the bloodstained glass to see the road. In less than a minute, all 20 to 30 zombies were down. A few second-tier zombies were still alive, crawling on the ground, propping themselves up with their chins as they dragged themselves forward, leaving behind a trail of black blood. However, at this moment, in the girls' dormitory of Changge, sounds of quarrels and fights erupted. A young woman dressed as a teacher in a black dress and black stockings stood protectively behind a pajama-clad girl. Lin Tao Wang Ming, don't go too far. If you have any demands, just say them. As long as they aren't too excessive. Changge stopped the car, opened the door, and stepped into a pool of blood. The boots were sticky, making a soft thud sound against the ground. He walked up to a few level 2 zombies, lifted his foot, and stepped on one of their heads, crushing it with force. Crack. It stopped moving. He crouched down and drew a dagger from his waist, beginning to extract the crystal cores. Inside the heads of the level 2 zombies was a crystal core the size of a yellow bean. He took them one by one, his movements skilled, as if handling fish at a market. If only he had brought Zhou Baiwan along, or it would have been easier to extract the crystal cores. Zhou Baiwan, thank you. This round brought Changge 13 level 2 crystal cores and dozens of level 1 ones. He tossed the crystal cores into his space, flames rising from his hand, instantly restoring his formerly dirty hands to cleanliness. He stood up and stretched his wrists. His boots were covered in black blood, and he wiped them on the ground, but they didn't come clean, so he gave up. He looked up towards the depths of the campus. The snow-covered campus was very quiet, with the teaching building, library, and dormitory faintly visible in the dusk. But that kind of silence felt wrong. Too quiet, without the howls of zombies or the sounds of survivors. Not even a bird chirped, nor was there the sound of the wind. It was like a dead city, like a scene frozen in time. Changge squinted. The old principal said there was a student who could glow and mentioned someone had killed a dozen zombies. If he were still here, where would he be? In the teaching building? The dormitory? Or had he already died? He activated the warrior's mode and slowly drove into the campus. The tires crunched over the snow, making a squeaking sound. In the rearview mirror, the archway at the school gate grew further away, the words Changge resembling a tombstone in the dusk. The campus was even quieter. The sycamore trees on both sides of the road were bare, their branches hung with icicles like rows of white bones. The playground was covered in thick snow with a few footprints, but they had been mostly covered by the new snow. Changge slowed down, scanning each building with his gaze. The glass of the teaching building was mostly shattered, revealing dark, gaping windows. The library's main door was wide open, the inside dark and invisible. The dormitory's windows had clothes hanging that had frozen into popsicles, stiff and hard. Suddenly, he saw a flash of golden light from a building in the distance. Someone. That golden light belonged to a superpowered individual. Changge stepped on the gas and drove towards that building. A loud explosion echoed from nearby, making the warrior's car windows vibrate. Hangcheng Women's Dormitory, Building 3. Then came the sound of screams echoing across the empty campus. Changge's eyes brightened. Hangqing University was a closed campus with at least tens of thousands of students before the apocalypse. The student dormitory was the densest area, so there would definitely be many zombies. He needed high-level crystal cores to break through to level 5. With so many zombies, there would surely be some high-level ones among them, and he could conveniently kill a few. In a flash, he teleported to the rooftop of Building 3. Changge carefully searched his way down layer by layer. After checking 3 floors, he had yet to find a single. There were signs of a struggle on the ground, claw marks on the walls, and dried black blood in the corridor, but the bodies and crystal cores were gone. Changge quickly made a judgment. Someone had cleaned this place, and they had done it thoroughly. Even the bloodstains had been mopped up, although not perfectly. After searching up to the 6th floor, he finally heard some noise. At the end of the corridor, a light was on in one of the dorm rooms. The door was half open, and a loud male voice came from inside. Shun Yochu, the campus beauty, our boss Tian, said, as long as you hand over that bug, he won't make things difficult for you. Everyone is a classmate, why make things difficult? Changge pressed against the door, peering through the crack inside. There were 4 people in the dorm. 2 boys stood at the door, one tall and thin, the other short and chubby, both holding steel pipes. They emitted faint waves of supernatural energy, level 1, having just awakened not long ago. Opposite them, a young girl leaned against the window, wearing pajamas with her hair in disarray. The other was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a professional teacher's outfit, her bosom full, the buttons straining slightly. She wore glasses and spread her arms in front of the girl like a hen protecting her chicks. The pajama girl's voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a hint of defiance. Shinyochu, absolutely not. Xiao Jin is my partner. You tell Tian Yetzai to roll as far away as possible. Changge's gaze fell on this delicate girl, and her aura felt a bit different. She was a superpowered individual, but it seemed that the aura did not belong to her. Before Changge could ponder more, the woman in front spoke, her voice mature and alluring, carrying reproach. Lin Tao Wang Ming. You two are going too far. Can you be so arrogant in the apocalypse? Do you believe I will inform the academic director? You won't graduate after this. The 2 boys were taken aback for a moment, then laughed out loud. They laughed so hard they bent over. The tall and thin Lin Tao wiped away tears of laughter. Teacher Chung, Yin, you haven't woken up yet. The academic director. The academic director has long turned into a zombie. Graduation certificates. Who still recognizes graduation certificates now? Can a graduation certificate kill zombies? Huh. The assistant teacher, Chung Yan's face, turned red. She wanted to refute, but opened her mouth and couldn't say anything. Changge outside the door heard the name Tian Yetzai, and his expression instantly turned cold. Tian Yetzai. In his previous life, he was ranked 8th on the wanted list of Huaxiao superpowered individuals, and once was one of the 4 kings of Hangqing, the King of Light. However, he didn't know how he became a wanted criminal. The blood on his hands could stain the entire Qiantang River red. He had not only killed zombies, but also living people, for crystal cores, for territory, for the so-called order. Changge had seen him from a distance in his previous life back. Then Tian Yetzai stood on a high platform with hundreds of superpowered individuals behind him like a statue. In his last life, Changge was just an inconspicuous ant among the crowd, drained of value by Ruyan, without even the qualification to approach. In this life, Tian Yetzai was still a university student. This must be the student the old principal referred to as very capable in combat. He had thought of finding him to be a bodyguard, but that idea shattered. Such a ruthless person, Changge would not dare to let him serve as a bodyguard. Chung Yan's words were righteous, reproaching the 2 students opposite. However, from Chung Yan's words, Changge heard the shadow of Ruyan. He was all too familiar with this. This woman was definitely not as good-natured as she sounded. Inside the dorm, Lin Tao raised his right hand, green vines shooting out from his palm, instantly entangling Chung Yan's ankle. The vines climbed up her calf, digging into her flesh, lifting the hem of Chung Yan's dress, revealing a section of her fair calf and thighs above the knees. The curves, accentuated by the tight dress, became even more pronounced under the entanglement of the vines. Chung Yan, you filthy bitch. You must have just graduated. How many times have you slept with the academic director to end up as a filthy assistant, and now you're threatening me? Let me see how you, Assistant Chung, can be so lewd today. Lin Tao's arrogant and threatening words echoed. Beside him, Wang Ming hesitated, tugging at Lin Tao's sleeve. Lin Tao, shouldn't we go too far? Tian Lao Da only mentioned the bugs, nothing else. Lin Tao swatted his hand away. What are you afraid of? We are superpowers. Dealing with these 2 little girls is a piece of cake. We want Touch the Beauty from Shin University, that's for the boss. But this Assistant Chung, let's have a taste first. Wang Ming, don't be so restrained, he sneered. Let's gang up on this filthy bitch, and then show our Shun University beauty what we can do. He leered, his gaze roving over Chung Yan, sliding from her tightly bound chest down to her exposed thighs. Chung Yan's body trembled, yet her eyes held no fear. Changge saw it clearly. There was a hint of calculation in her eyes. No. Lin Tao let go of the teacher. This is a crime. Cheng Yan's voice was tinged with tears, yet every word was articulated clearly, as if rehearsed. She twisted her body, her teacher's coat slipping down, revealing the strap of her black dress and collarbone. The degree of her twisting was just right, both struggling and showcasing. Li Changge sneered. He was all too familiar with this kind of flirtation. Even through a wall, the air was thick with suggestive tension. While Cheng Yan struggled, she quickly calculated she was 26 this year, no longer young. Before the apocalypse, she climbed into the bed of the head of the teaching department, relying on her face and figure. After the apocalypse, superpowers like Lin Tao could have countless women throwing themselves at them with just a beckon. She couldn't be thrown away once they were bored with her. She needed a safeguard. Shin Yuchu was that safeguard. Shin Yuchu possessed bug powers, not just a pretty face, and it seemed like Tian Yes had his eyes on her. As long as she could make Shin Yuchu owe her a favor, even if Lin Tao grew tired of her, he wouldn't dare to easily discard her, because Shin Yuchu would speak for her. So she had to act. To perform a self-sacrificial act of heroism. The vines wrapped her against the wall behind her, and she struggled, her clothes leaving marks, the hem of her fitted skirt rolling up to reveal the edges of black lace. She turned to Shin Yuchu, tears flowing. Just right, man. Run. Teacher, hold them back. You have. After speaking, Cheng Yan turned back to Lin Tao, her voice laced with pleading. Lin Tao, please let Shin Yuchu. The teacher can give you. Please let her go. She's just a child. Then she clung to Lin Tao's waist as if to use her body to shield him. Her chest pressed against him, her body leaned slightly forward, showcasing her curves perfectly. Man, run. Shin Yuchu stood by the window watching as Cheng Yan got tangled in the vines torn at by Lin Tao. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. As a freshman in college, Shin Yuchu had no idea that Cheng Yan was just acting for her benefit. All she knew was that this teacher, who usually treated her well, was now using her own body to buy time for her. Teacher Cheng. Shin Yuchu's voice trembled. Lin Tao, you'll get your comeuppance. My older sisters will definitely not let you off. Shin Yuchu's voice became sharp and filled with despair. She gripped the scissors in her hand and rushed towards Lin Tao. Lin Tao sneered, but didn't actually attack, as she was the woman specifically desired by Tian Lauda. He merely sidestepped lightly, avoiding the scissors. Shin University beauty, if you weren't the woman specifically desired by Tian Lauda, I would have taken you right now. If you know what's good for you, hand over that bug, and it'll spare you some suffering. Ha ha ha. Lin Tao sneered, looking down at Shin Yuchu. Shin Yuchu's face was filled with despair. It was her first time truly experiencing what despair meant. Her older sister was not here, and her second sister was also absent. No one could save her. Li Changge outside the door froze when he heard the words older sister, second sister. His mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, two names suddenly popping up. Shin Yu. Shin Xing. One was the phoenix goddess of war, the other a resurrection master. He knew those names all too well. The two absolute queens of the Magic City base. One unmatched in combat, sweeping through the zombie tide. The other healing all things, bringing the dead back to life. Together, they were invincible in the entire southeastern region of China. Li Changge had only looked up at their existence from afar in his past life, with no qualification to even get close. Could it be? This Shin Yuchu is their sister. But in the past life, he had never heard of them having a sister. Wait. Li Changge's pupils suddenly constricted. In his past life, there had been a great war between the Magic City base and the Hangzhou base. The flames of war affected the entire Yangtze River Delta, resulting in countless deaths. The reasons were variously speculated. Some said it was over territory, some said it was over resources, and others said it was for revenge. If Shin Yuchu was Shin Yu and Shin Xing's sister, and Tian Yes had killed her, then everything made sense. Those two queens initiated an attack on Tian Yes, one of the four kings of Hangzhou, to avenge their sister. Li Changge's breathing became rapid. He needed to plan this secret carefully. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging thoughts. The top priority was to confirm whether Shin Yuchu's two sisters were Shin Yu and Shin Xing. He no longer hesitated. He kicked open the door. Bang! The door flew open, crashing against the wall inside with a loud noise. Everyone in the dormitory was stunned. Li Changge stood at the door wearing a white t-shirt and jeans with an unlit cigarette hanging from his mouth, looking calm. Let Teacher Cheng go, let me handle this. He shouted with full strength. Then the air suddenly fell silent. Lin Tao's mouth hung open. Wang Ming stared wide-eyed. Cheng Yan froze in place, and Shin Yuchu also raised her head from the ground. Li Changge coughed awkwardly and corrected himself. Puffed. Wrong words. What I meant to say was let go of that girl. Several people in the dormitory exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Shin Yuchu lay on the ground, looking up at the man at the door. She was 18 or 19 years old, the perfect age for yearning for love and hoping to be rescued by a hero. She watched Li Changge standing in the doorway against the light of the emergency lamps in the corridor, his white t-shirt slightly billowing in the wind, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, like a hero from a movie. Her heart skipped a beat. Cheng Yan also turned her head from the wall to look at the door. She sneered inwardly, another one coming to die. But it was fine, it was better to mess it up so that she wouldn't really be taken advantage of by Lin Tao. As for whether this man lived or died, what did it matter to her? Lin Tao was the first to regain his senses, his facial muscles twitching, furious and agitated. His fingers had almost gotten in earlier, but were abruptly interrupted. How could he swallow that anger? Damn, who the hell are you? Don't you know him, Tian Lao Das, right-hand man? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Lin Tao pointed at Li Change's nose. In Hangzhou University, Tian Lao Da was the king without a crown. And as Tian Lao Das' lackey, he could naturally act tyrannically. Li Changge paid no heed to Lin Tao's, barking, his gaze sweeping across the dormitory. It was a sea of white. Cheng Yan's stockings on her long legs were torn, hanging in shreds. Her black teacher's suit lay open, her tight skirt rolled up, the edge of black lace peeking through. Violent aesthetics, a teacher playing the whore. Li Changge withdrew his gaze. He had no interest in the two of hearts. Lin Tao, seeing himself ignored, erupted in fury. He raised his right hand and several green vines shot from his palm, instantly entangling Li Change's calves. The vines climbed up his pant legs, tightening their grip. They'll deal with you first, then have my fun. Lin Tao grabbed a steel pipe and charged at Li Changge. Xin Yuchu lay on the ground, watching Li Changge bound by the vines, the hope that had just kindled extinguishing once more. She closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Cheng Yan leaned against the wall, a faint smirk curling at her lips. How could a self-righteous fool stand against an ability user? The steel pipe came crashing down. Li Changge did not dodge. Flames erupted from his feet, purple fire shooting up from his soles, reducing the vines to ash in an instant. He lifted his right foot and kicked Lin Tao square in the chest. A thunderous boom echoed as Lin Tao flew back like a broken kite, crashing into the wall 3 meters away with a dull, heavy thud. A scorched footprint-shaped mark marred his chest. His clothes and flesh burned black. He rolled his eyes and fell unconscious. The steel pipe clattered to the floor, rolling into a corner with a metallic ring. A dead silence fell over the dormitory. Xin Yuchu opened her eyes to see Lin Tao lying motionless at the base of the wall. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, unable to close. The cold sneer on Cheng Yan's face froze, replaced by a deep fear and calculating thought. This man in the white t-shirt was handsome. Perhaps she had a chance. Wang Ming stood stunned for 2 seconds, then charged forward. He was a body enhancement ability user. After awakening, a single punch could dent steel plates. He swung his fist at Li Change's face. The punch whistled through the air. Li Changge extended his palm and caught the fist. A soft slap sounded. Wang Ming's fist was held firmly in Li Change's grasp, utterly immobile. His pupils contracted sharply. His proud fist, capable of piercing steel, had been caught with one hand. Li Changge twisted hard. A crisp, grating crack echoed as the arm snapped. Wang Ming's limb bent at a grotesque angle, white bone splinters piercing through the skin. His face flushed crimson, then turned deathly pale, and he let out a pig-like scream of agony. Li Changge delivered another kick to his abdomen, sending him flying to crash beside Lin Tao. He didn't pass out, but curled into a ball, trembling in pain. He struggled to his knees, kowtowing frantically. "Spare me, big brother. Spare me. I did nothing. It was all that bastard Lin Tao's doing." Li Changge waved a hand dismissively, as if shooing a fly. Wang Ming scrambled away, losing one shoe in his haste. The dormitory fell silent. Li Changge walked over to Xin Yuchu, crouched down, and extended a hand. "Are your elder sisters Shun Yu and Xin Xing?" Xin Yuchu stared at him blankly, nodding instinctively. A glimmer flashed in Li Change's eyes, but quickly faded. He curved his lips into a grin, showing his front teeth, smiling like a friendly big brother. "Don't be scared, little sister. Big brother isn't a good person." Li Changge reached out to Shun Yuchu, who was sitting on the floor. She was stunned again. What kind of line was that? But looking at the offered hand, then at the unconscious Lin Tao on the ground, she gritted her teeth and reached out. Li Changge pulled her up with a single tug. Her pajamas were wrinkled, her knees scraped raw, and her elbows bruised. Cheng Yan quickly slid off the wall, frantically tidying her clothes. She tore off the shredded stockings, fastened her jacket, smoothed down her rolled-up skirt, then plastered on a smile, and approached Li Changge. "Thank you so much, classmate. If it weren't for you." Her voice turned sultry again, her eyes carrying a... Li Changge shot her a glance cold as ice. Cheng Yan's smile froze. In his eyes she saw not desire, not interest, but insight. All her little schemes were seen through. Li Changge glanced at Cheng Yan. "What are you waiting for? Want me to throw you?" Cheng Yan was taken aback. He was kicking her out. "Leave? Where to?" The outside was teeming with zombies. She stopped at the door. In the distance, the howls of zombies echoed. "Leave? Where?" Cheng Yan's voice trembled. "There are zombies out there. Where can I go?" Xin Yuchu, standing behind Li Changge, tugged at his sleeve. "This big brother, she's my teacher, could you?" "No." Li Changge cut her off, his voice icy. Keeping a woman like that around was trouble. He didn't want another Lu Ruyan. Cheng Yan's face went pale. She looked at Li Change's back, then at the zombies beyond the wall, gritted her teeth, and dropped to her knees with a thud. Tears came on cue streaming down her cheeks. Classmate, please, teacher begs you. The zombies are everywhere, she sobbed. Teacher just wants a warm harbor too. Teacher may not have abilities, but teacher knows how to serve. Am very skilled. She wept, her voice choked with tears. I promise I'll satisfy you. Her shoulders shook with sobs. She lunged toward Changge's legs, trying to embrace them. He stepped back, avoiding her hands. The movement was unhurried but firm, as if dodging a puddle of filth. Don't play your tricks on me. I'm not interested. Get lost. His voice was calm as he raised his right hand, a purple fireball forming in his palm. The flames danced in the room, casting light on Changye's face, illuminating the terror in her eyes. She stammered, unable to utter a word. Her lips quivered as if to speak, then she swallowed her words. Abruptly, she stood, stumbling away. The clatter of her high heels faded into the corridor. Her lips quivered as if to speak, then she swallowed her words. Abruptly, she stood, stumbling away. The clatter of her high heels faded into the corridor. She was in her pajamas, hair disheveled, tear stains, and dust on her face. Yet even so, her beauty shone through. An oval face, skin luminous, white, delicate features. Hers was not a gaudy beauty, but a clean, moonlit elegance. Her lips were thin and rosy, though pale from fright, their shape lovely. Her large eyes, deep brown, gazed at him with a mix of tension and curiosity. Her pale pink pajamas hung loosely at the collar, revealing a sliver of fair collarbone. The hem was crumpled, her knees scraped, and her elbows bruised with dried blood. Moonlight in human form. Those three words sprang into Changge's mind. How many boys must have cherished Shin Yuchu as their moonlight? As Changge assessed Shin Yuchu, she was secretly observing him as well. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, his white t-shirt clung tightly to his sculpted chest, while his jeans hugged his long legs, a set of car keys dangling from his belt. His features were not delicately handsome, but rather rugged and defined, exuding a sense of safety. He had thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and a faint stubble on his chin. A hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, mischievous and slightly wicked, reminiscent of a movie protagonist who says, I'm not a good person, but I won't hurt you. Her heart raced a few beats faster, her ears slightly flushed. The two locked eyes for a few seconds, neither saying a word. Something intangible flowed in the air, difficult to define. The buzzing of the emergency light hummed in the background, while the distant growls of zombies were faint, serving as mere ambience at that moment. Suddenly, a groan came from the corner of the wall. Lin Tao woke from unconsciousness, clutching his chest, in pain, grimacing. He raised his head and saw Changge standing in front of him, his pupils instantly constricting as he recoiled, his back hitting the wall. Why you? I belong to the notorious Tian Lauda. If you dare touch me, Tian Lauda won't let you. His voice trembled, shouting with a false bravado. Changge stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground as if he were a small chicken. With his feet dangling, Lin Tao's face turned red, his legs flailing in the air. Perfect, Changge said calmly. Take me to meet your Tian Lauda. I was just about to meet him. Lin Tao's eyes flashed with malice, but he forced a smile. All right. Shin Yuchu rushed over, tugging at Changge's sleeve. Big brother, don't go. Tian Yisu is, my little Jean has suffered greatly in his hands. She didn't know Changge's name, so she could only refer to him as Big Brother. At the mention of little Jean, her voice lowered, her eyes reddening again. What happened to little Jean? Changge turned to look at her. Shin Yuchu lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Little Jean was injured by Tian Yisu. It was hurt badly while trying to protect me from his ability. I don't know where it has gone now. I can't sense it anymore. Her voice grew quieter, almost inaudible. Changge looked at her, silent for 2 seconds. Then with a slight smile, he said, Don't worry, your big brother is stronger than that Tian fellow. I will help you take revenge. The three walked out of the dormitory building. The night wind was chilly, making Shin Yuchu's pajamas cling to her body, causing her to shiver. Changge draped his coat over her shoulders. Lin Tao limped ahead like a stray dog, glancing back occasionally, fearing Changge would kick him from behind. Shin Yuchu walked beside Changge, her fingers gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. She would glance up at him from time to time, then quickly lower her head. What's your name? Her voice was soft like a mosquito's buzz. Changge. Changge. She repeated his name as if trying to remember it, her lips moving silently as she mouthed it. After a moment of silence, she asked, Big brother, are you really not afraid of Tian Yisu? Afraid of what? Changge replied without turning back, a smile playing on his lips. Big brother, that name. It's quite long. Shin Yuchu's voice held a hint of fear and her grip tightened. But Tian Yisu is really powerful. He awakened a light-based ability. He glows, and fighting zombies is like slicing vegetables. Little Jean is so powerful, yet he was injured by him. Changge asked, What exactly is little Jean? Shin Yuchu's eyes brightened as if she were talking about a precious treasure. Little Jean is my pet, a 7. Her voice lowered again. But now I don't know where it has run off to. I can't sense it anymore. It must be too severely injured. Changge remained silent. He didn't know much about insect-type abilities. In his past life, he had seen a few insect-type ability users, all of whom had low potential, hardly advancing beyond level 5. Shin Yuchu's 7-star insect was likely contracted after she awakened her ability, so it probably wasn't very strong. The three walked for over 10 minutes. They arrived at the teaching building. It was a 7-story gray-white structure, a landmark of Hang City University before the apocalypse, with a bronze plaque hanging on the wall inscribed with the motto "Diligent Study and Practical Action." Now the exterior walls bore black bloodstains. Most windows were shattered, with tattered curtains fluttering in the night wind. The open space in front of the building was cleared neatly, with snow piled into low walls on either side, and the ground covered with a layer of crushed bricks and gravel that crunched underfoot. A few students stood at the entrance, some sweeping, some moving things, and others organizing clutter. They wore uniforms, but were covered in dust and black blood, their hair, disheveled faces expressionless, resembling a group of walking corpses. Upon seeing Lin Tao, they quickly stepped aside, lowering their heads, not daring to look up. Changge scanned them with a glance. These workers were all ordinary people, devoid of any ability fluctuations. Students with abilities were inside the building. He looked up at the 7th floor. Lights were on there. 7th floor, the principal's office. The door was open. Inside was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows occupying an entire wall, offering a view of the entire campus. The desk was made of mahogany, large and heavy, worth quite a bit before the apocalypse. Documents were scattered all over the desk, but the surface was clean. A young man sat in the main seat. In his early 20s, he wore a pure white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his muscular forearms. His features were excessively exquisite, his skin fair and glowing as if he had never been sun-kissed. He had long eyebrows, a high nose bridge, thin rosy lips, and a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. It was not a forced smile, but rather a natural one that made people feel as if they were basking in spring, akin to a protagonist stepping out of a comic. This person was Tian Yi-su. His fingers lightly tapped the desk rhythmically. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet office it resonated distinctly. With each tap, the person kneeling in front of the desk trembled. Wang Ming knelt on the ground, shaking all over, his forehead pressed against the floor, not daring to raise his head. His arms hung limply. The swelling at the fracture site was significant, and his face was as pale as paper. Are you saying? A fire-type ability user defeated both you and Lin Tao in 2 moves. Tian Yi's tone was very calm, as if he were speaking about something inconsequential. Wang Ming nodded vigorously, his forehead hitting the floor with a thud. Yes, yes, yes. That person was too powerful. Lin Tao's vines were burned to ashes, and he knocked Lin Tao out with a single. I threw a punch, and he caught it with one hand, then twisted. My arm broke. His voice quivered with a hint of tears, his face smeared with tears and snot. Tian Yes remained silent, his fingers still tapping on the table. Thud, thud, thud. The office was terrifyingly quiet. Then he smiled. That smile was radiant like the spring breeze of March, making one feel as if basking in the warmth of spring. The corners of Tian Yes's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes crescent-shaped, making him appear as if he stepped out from the cover of a magazine. However, Wang Ming trembled even more at that smile. Having followed Tian Yes for so long, he knew that the prettier the smile, the more serious the situation. Interesting. Tian Yes stood up and walked to the window. He was of average height, around 160 centimeters, standing before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. The cold wind rushed in, causing his shirt to rustle. He looked down at the vacant lot below. Against the light, his expression was indistinguishable, but his silhouette, standing straight with his chin slightly raised, seemed to look down upon all living beings. Tian Yes saw a figure in a white t-shirt approaching him from a distance, followed by a girl in pajamas. His smile remained unchanged, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Changge walked into the lower floor. Tian Yes's voice floated down from above. Classmate, late at night you've injured my person and brought my guest with you. Is she here to apologize to me? It wasn't loud, but it was clear in the vast plaza, gentle, as if greeting an old friend. Several ability users peeking out behind laughed, their laughter echoing between the buildings. Changge looked up at the towering Tian Yes, the corners of his mouth curving up. Your guest? Does she know you? Changge asked. Shin Yuchu shook her head vigorously behind him. Tian Yes's smile remained unchanged, but Changge noticed a flicker of coldness in his eyes. So she's here to cause trouble then? Tian Yes's voice gave away no anger. Changge took a step forward, his voice low, but each word was clear. Cause trouble. You're not qualified to make me cause trouble. Shin Yuchu stood behind him, her hand clutching his clothing, trembling. It wasn't from the cold. It was from fear. This wasn't her first encounter with Tian Yes. Last time she witnessed this man smiling as he cornered a girl onto the rooftop. That girl was Ning Bing, the coldest beauty at Hangqing University. In the end, she fell like a leaf onto the concrete ground. Tian Yes stood on the rooftop, looking down at the pool of blood, still smiling. No one spoke up for her. No one dared. Shin Yuchu closed her eyes, pushing that memory back. Tian Yes above showed no signs of anger. He clapped his hands. The office building's doors swung open and a group of people streamed out. Not just 3 or 5, but around 20. There were both men and women, their bodies shimmering with various lights. Vines, water balls, stone skin, wind, blades. The fluctuations of the first level ability users varied. But the 5 standing at the front had a noticeably stronger aura. They were actually second level. They spread out, forming a fan shape around, sealing off both sides. Tian Yes's voice floated down again. I know you can fight, but how many can you take on by yourself? Changge glanced around, a smile forming on his lips. Is this all you have? Tian Yes laughed. He clapped his hands. More people emerged from the rooftop behind the flower beds on both sides, and even from the underground garage. They weren't ability users, but were holding crossbows, steel pipes, and a few homemade guns. They stood in formation, bows drawn, gun barrels lowered vaguely, sealing off all of Changge's escape routes. Is this enough? Tian Yes asked. Changge didn't even lift his eyelids. He glanced at Shin Yuchu's face had turned as pale as paper, her lips trembling. Her gaze passed over Changge, looking towards the white figure on the 7th floor. The man who smiled as he forced Sister Ning Bing into a corner. Another scene flashed in Shin Yuchu's mind. It was the perspective shared with her by Xiao Jin while she was playing outside before Ning Bing jumped. In a dim room, Tian Yes sat on the sofa, his legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine. In front of him, a dozen men surrounded a curled-up figure, all bare. The figure was crying, begging for mercy, the voice growing softer until only muffled sobs remained. That was how Sister Ning Bing appeared on her last day alive. In the image, Tian Yes wore the same smile he had now. Gentle, radiant, making one feel as if basking in the warmth of spring, as if admiring a flower. A wave of nausea surged in Shin Yuchu's stomach. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, laced with tears. Long go. Let's go. He's not human. Changge turned to look at her. Her eyes were red, tears welling up, but she bit her lip to prevent them from falling. The sleeves of her pajamas were wrinkled from her grip, her knuckles turning white. He reached out, patting the back of her hand. His palm was warm. His voice was not loud, but steady. What's there to leave for? He owes you, it must be paid back. Shin Yuchu froze. She looked at Changge's profile, expressionless, even a bit lazy. But the hand clutching his clothing suddenly stopped trembling. Changge turned around, facing the more than 20 ability users. The aura emanating from him resembled that of a dormant, ferocious beast, quiet, but overwhelming with a sense of pressure. Tian Yes stood on the 7th floor looking down at all of this, and the smile on his lips finally vanished. Together. 2 words, light as a feather, yet it felt like a switch was flipped. More than 20 ability users moved simultaneously. Vines shot up from the ground like a swarm of green snakes wrapping around Changge's feet. Water balls came crashing in from the sides, wrapped in ice, shards whistling in the night wind. Wind blades sliced through the air, emitting sharp howls. Stone fists smashed down onto the ground, causing bricks to scatter. Multicolored abilities descended upon him like a great net. Changge did not move. He merely lifted his right foot and gently stomped on the ground. Purplured flames erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping the two like a blooming flower. A heat wave surged outward. Those vines were reduced to ashes before they even touched his pants. Water balls evaporated into mist in midair, and wind blades were torn apart by the shockwave. The 3 ability users rushing at the front were directly overturned, flying out 2 or 3 meters, crashing to the ground and sliding away. Where is he? Someone exclaimed. Changge had disappeared. In the next second, he appeared behind a fire-type ability user. That guy still had orange flames glowing in his palm, looking around for a target. Changge slapped the back of his head, the force neither heavy nor light. The man rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. Teleportation. Reappearing, it was another one. A slap knocked him out. Then teleportation. Another slap. 3 seconds. 3 ability users went down. He's over there. A stone skin ability user pointed towards a corner of the empty lot, but before he could finish, Changge had already appeared behind him. A kick struck his knee pit. The moment the stone skin ability user knelt, a slap landed on the back of his neck, and he lay on the ground motionless. The 4th one. The 5th. The 6th. 20 seconds. A dozen ability users lay on the ground, neatly arranged like a set of dominoes. In less than half a minute, the ground was strewn with fallen superhumans. The remaining survivors dared not move, their backs pressed against each other as they scanned their surroundings in terror, unsure of where to put their powers. Some had glowing palms, but their fingers trembled. Others held crossbows, aiming at the air, unsure of who to shoot. Changge appeared beside Shin Yuchu, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. Ignoring the petrified survivors around him, he said, "Let's go, your elder brother will lead you boldly forward." His tone remained calm, as if dispatching over 20 superhumans just now was merely a warm-up. Upstairs, Tian Yes stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the sprawled figures in the square with a darkened expression. In half a minute, Li Changge had dealt with the minions downstairs. Truly a bunch of useless fools. However, this person's strength was indeed formidable. He lightly tapped the window frame, twice the rhythm seeming slightly off. Li Changge held Shen Yuchu's icy hand as they made their way toward the office building. A few students stood on the staircase holding steel pipes. Upon seeing Li Changge approach, they instinctively stepped aside. No one dared to block his path. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Even their breaths were held to a minimum. 6th floor. 7th floor. At the end of the corridor, the door to the principal's office stood ajar, warm yellow light spilling out. Li Changge led Shen Yuchu inside. Yes sat at the tea table, waving at him with a smile, as if they were long-lost friends. Li Changge felt a flicker of surprise inside. This person's psychological resilience was extraordinary. His subordinates had been annihilated, his lair invaded, yet he could sit here calmly brewing tea and smiling. No wonder he was able to secure a position among the 4 kings of Hang City in later years. Yes's performance was remarkable, almost as if he were not acting at all. If one did not know of his treachery, they could easily be deceived by his appearance. Li Changge waved his hand, the residual purplish red flames dissipating as he settled comfortably opposite the tea table. He wanted to see what schemes this person truly had. After sitting down, he turned to gesture for Shen Yuchu to sit as well. However, Yes's brow furrowed slightly. In his cultural understanding throughout his life, the only woman who could sit at the same table as him was that one. Or rather, his sister. Even his mother did not qualify to share a meal with him. Shen Yuchu remained gripped by fear, unwilling to take a seat. Standing was a defensive posture. Her anxiety grew with every warm smile he offered. The pressure beneath that sunny exterior was overwhelming for Shen Yuchu. Yes noticed Shen Yuchu's perceptiveness and nodded in satisfaction before pouring tea for Li Changge. The furrowed brow was for Li Changge's benefit, signaling his dominance in this space. Pouring tea signified, "You are the guest, and Yes respects the strong." Yes elegantly pushed the tea toward Li Changge, making a gesture of invitation. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, "It's a pleasure to have friends come from afar." This natural disaster may not pass anytime soon. He continued, "Finding this clean water is quite a challenge." His voice was gentle, clear, and precise, carrying a hint of Beijing accent. Li Changge smirked. "Oh, you really understand Huaxia culture." Just a single sentence, 9 words, yet it caused Yes's hand pouring tea to freeze midair. His spirit tightened instantly. After retracting his hand, Yes took a gentle sip of tea. His expression returned to a calm demeanor. Li Changge caught a glimpse of Yes drinking tea. He too leisurely took a sip and continued, "Since Yi is so pleased, Yochu, you should sit down and not waste this kindness." Shen Yuchu felt somewhat dazed. Was it appropriate for her to sit in such a setting? Yes, momentarily lost in thought, resumed his usual demeanor. "Of course, our Huaxia culture is vast and profound. Since that's the case, then Shen the great schoolflower, please take a seat." Shen Yuchu carefully moved to sit beside Li Changge. Li Changge's voice rang out again, teasingly, "Oh, shouldn't you invite Yi?" Yes raised an eyebrow, then smiled and gestured, pushing a cup of brewed tea in front of Shen Yuchu. "Shen the great schoolflower, please sit." Shen Yuchu sat down, her back straight as a pencil, her body only occupying half the stool, fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, feeling extremely nervous. Li Changge patted the back of her hand. Shen Yuchu's fingers slowly relaxed. It seemed that as long as she was near this man, all difficulties. Yes changed the subject. "My father is a professor in the Chinese department at Hang City University. I have been immersed in our Huaxia culture since childhood. However, during the onset of the natural disaster, he perished in a tsunami." His expression carried a hint of sadness. Yet across from him, Li Changge detected a problem. Yes's expression appeared sorrowful, but was devoid of genuine emotion. That sorrow seemed more like an act the father he spoke of might have no relation to him whatsoever. Li Changge chose not to dwell on it, his expression turning cold. "I heard you've been causing trouble for Yuchu. And you even injured her pet little Jean." He raised his right hand, a purplish red flame flickered into existence, dancing between his fingertips. The temperature in the entire office surged instantly. A silent threat. Yes's expression shifted slightly, a fleeting shadow passing through his eyes. He cheerfully explained, "It's all due to my underling's ignorance." "Oh, is it really just your underling's ignorance?" Li Changge pressed. Yes replied, "Of course, I have personally punished the 2 who acted recklessly." His fingers subtly tapped the tea table, twice, thud thud. Yet it seemed almost intentional for Li Changge. From downstairs came 2 piercing howls along with frantic pleas for mercy, sounding incredibly agonizing. Boss Tian, please spare me. I want dare again. My arm. There's something moving in my arm." The sounds echoed up through several floors, still shockingly clear. The wailing sounded less like a human and more like some beast being skinned alive. Li Changge's pupils constricted. 3 words flashed in his mind: parasitic bug. His peripheral vision swept over the teacup before him. The golden yellow liquid emitted a fragrant aroma. Tian Yes smirked, casually chuckling. You are my friend, Tian Yes. I will certainly warn my underlings in the future. He continued to never harbor any hostility towards Shin, the great school flower. Li Changge scoffed. As if I would believe a word you say. Li Changge then shifted the topic. Oh, your father is a professor in the Chinese department at Hang City University. Tian Yes's eyes revealed admiration. Of course. Li Changge thought, keep on acting. He inquired as if making small talk. What about your mother? Tian Yes replied with a smile. My mother passed away from excessive bleeding when she gave birth to me. His performance was flawless. Yet it was precisely this flawlessness that raised suspicions. Li Changge's gaze revealed sympathy, and then he seemed to recall something. What a pity. Do you have any family left? With my father gone, and my mother too. Li Changge paused as if feeling sorry for Tian Yes, then abruptly shifted the conversation with a complete 180-degree turn. You are so handsome. Your sister must be very beautiful, right? Li Changge's words turned sharply. Beside him, Shin Yuchu looked somewhat perplexed. But when she glanced across, she noticed beads of sweat forming on Tian Yes's forehead. Tian Yes's gaze grew solemn. This is my personal matter, classmate. Li Changge waved his hand, and the atmosphere seemed to ease. Yet soon Li Changge's words made the tension in the room rise again. Since it's a case of the flood hitting the Dragon King Temple, Yochu, you should also speak up. Why are you so afraid of him? Shin Yuchu was at a loss, stammering. I. Li Changge patted her hand reassuringly, signaling that it was okay. Yochu, speak boldly. Tian Yi is a friend. Tian Yes awkwardly smiled. But internally alarms were ringing. The man across from him was far too cunning. From the moment he sat down, he felt suppressed from all sides. Since childhood, apart from that woman, he had never felt this way about anyone. From making Shin Yuchu sit down to asking about his parents, even how he knew he had a sister. He had always been under pressure. But he was not flustered. Li Changge drank his tea, which contained a bug. Shin Yuchu hesitated for a long time, finally stammering, I saw. He killed Sister Ningbing. After saying this, she unconsciously glanced at Tian Yes. Tian Yes seemed to have known that Shin Yuchu would say this all along. He smiled gently and exaggeratedly exclaimed, how is that possible? Ningbing and I were very good friends. How could I possibly kill her? Li Changge sneered coldly. Tian Yi, murder is against the law. Tian Yes hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Impossible, this can't be true. Shin, the school beauty, must have misunderstood. Ningbing is right next door. How could I kill her? Shin Yuchu's pupils constricted, and she suddenly stood up. Impossible. Sister Ningbing is already dead. You pushed her down the stairs yourself? Right in this office. Her voice trembled, her eyes reddening. That night I saw it with my own eyes. She stood by the window. You said something, and then she jumped. You were standing there laughing. You were laughing. Her finger pointed at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, trembling. Li Changge held her trembling hand and comforted her. Don't worry, since Tian Yi says Ning classmate isn't dead, then let her come out. Tian Yes had a confident expression and clapped his hands. Clap, clap. Soon the door opened. A tall figure walked in. She wore a cream cashmere coat with a black turtleneck sweater underneath, long hair draping over her shoulders, and delicate features. An oval face, phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin, striking lips. Her skin was nearly translucent, shimmering under the light like porcelain. Her gaze was hollow, expressionless, and her walking posture was slightly stiff, like a puppet being controlled. But she was indeed Ningbing, the most stunning school beauty at Hangqing University. That face, that figure, that aura of rejection. There was no second one in the entire school. Shin Yuchu's eyes widened, her lips trembling. No. It's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. Her voice grew softer, finally turning into a whisper. She took half a step back, bumping into a chair, creating a sharp screech. Li Changge also narrowed his eyes. Tian Yes smiled. In this round, he had the upper hand. Tian Yes gently walked over, wrapping his arm around Ningbing's waist, his gaze tender enough to drip water. His fingers gently caressed her waist, as if stroking a precious piece of art. By the way, Binger just agreed to be my girlfriend yesterday. His voice carried a hint of pride. Shin Yuchu shook her head, tears finally falling from her eyes. Impossible. I clearly saw. Li Changge's lips curled into a smirk, teasingly saying, Tian Yi, you are quite fortunate. She is beautiful. His gaze never left Ningbing. No, something was off. Something wasn't right. Her pupils lacked focus. She stood there, her gaze scattered, not looking at anyone, like a walking corpse. Like a soulless shell. Her breathing rhythm was off, too. Even her center of gravity was also wrong. A normal person's center of gravity is near the pelvis, but hers was lower, as if something was supporting her legs and abdomen rather than her bones and muscles. And her hands. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, but there were black threads in the gaps of her nails, identical to those in Tian Yes. The flames of the supernatural ability within Li Changge flickered slightly. He suddenly smiled. A towering inferno erupted from Li Changge in an instant, the purplish red flames illuminating the entire office, waves of heat rolling outward. The teacups on the tea table were overturned by the shockwave, tea spilling everywhere, steaming and hissing. He enunciated each word unfortunately. Bugs fear fire. An eerie scene unfolded before him. When Li Changge's flames erupted, Ning Bing's body at the door collapsed like sand. Not flesh and blood, but bugs. Countless black bugs surged out from the cashmere coat, densely packed, crawling on the floor, the table, and the ceiling, making a rustling sound. Those bugs were smaller than fingernails, their shells glossy black, moving swiftly with 6 legs, their antennae constantly waving like a tide of darkness. The cream cashmere coat collapsed, turning into an empty shell that fell to the ground. The black turtleneck sweater also crumpled. The bugs crawled out from the collar cuffs and hem in an endless stream, gradually converging into a black torrent rushing towards Tian Yes. Shin Yuchu let out a scream, retreating the chair. She bumped into falling with a thud. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips trembling. The smile on Tian Yes's face vanished. A brilliant white light erupted from him, dazzling and glaring like a small sun exploding in the office. The white light coalesced into a translucent light wing on his left side, the edges sharp as knives, slightly trembling in the air. Meanwhile, the black bugs flew up, buzzing in a roar, coalescing into a black bug wing on his right side. One white, one black, one light, one dark. Yin-yang wings. Li Changge was enveloped in purplish red flames, waves of heat rolling outward. The black bugs did not dare approach him, hovering at the edge of the firelight, buzzing anxiously. A few that got too close were scorched by the heat, falling to the ground and emitting green smoke. He fixated on the wings on Tian Yes's body, his gaze sharpening. He hadn't expected Tian Yes to actually reach level 3. The yin-yang wings granted him a brief ability to fly. Combining light-type supernatural abilities with Gu techniques created this self-developed skill. This person's talent was indeed monstrous. Level 3. He's just missing a level 3 crystal core. Li Changge took a step forward, leaving a charred mark on the floor as flames engulfed the area, the air thick with the scent of burning. With a flap of his light wings, documents in the office were sent flying. With a flap of his insect wings, fine cracks appeared on the window glass. Li Changge, you have consumed the 3 nether bloodworm from my tea. You will surely die in 3 days. Are you not afraid that fighting me now will accelerate the poison? His voice turned cold, losing its gentleness. Li Changge scoffed. The worms fear fire. I just mentioned it. He raised his right hand, a purple-red fireball coalescing in his palm. The surrounding air began to distort. The kettle on the tea table was knocked over by the airwave, rolling to the ground and spilling hot water everywhere. Tian Yesha no longer wasted words. With a flap of his yin-yang wings, he soared into the air, shattering the window and flying towards the playground. Glass shards cascaded down like fallen stars under the moonlight. Li Changge glanced back at Shun Yuchu, saying, "Stay here, do not come out." Then he leaped through the broken window, the purple-red flames trailing behind him like a meteor flying against the current. Shin Yuchu rushed to the window, holding onto the frame as she looked down. The night wind blew in, tousling her hair and causing the hem of her nightgown to flutter. On the playground, the survivors who had been hiding in the building peered out. Some leaned halfway out of the window, some ran to the balcony, and others climbed to the rooftop. They pointed at the sky, some gasping in surprise, some praying, and others simply staring blankly. They saw Tian Yesha unfold his eerie yin-yang wings, resembling a deity, controlling the balance of yin and yang in the sunlight. They also saw Li Changge land in the center of the playground, purple-red flames burning around him like a demon rising from hell. The flames illuminated half of his face, cold, calm, and devoid of hesitation. Tian Laodao will surely win. Someone shouted, and soon more voices joined in. Tian Laodao. The voices surged from all directions, echoing in the night sky like a tide, like thunder. Shin Yuchu gripped the window frame tightly, her nails digging into the wood, turning her fingertips white. Brother Chang. In the distance, 2 beams of light collided. Boom. After the impact, the 2 flew apart simultaneously. Tian Yesha hovered in midair 7 to 8 meters above the ground. His left light wing was semi-transparent, emitting a cold white light under the moonlight. His right insect wing was made up of countless black insects buzzing as they flapped. He looked down at Li Changge from his elevated position, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Changge, no matter how powerful your flames are, can they reach the heavens? He waved his right hand, sending 3 golden light blades shooting from his palm, descending towards Li Changge in a triangular formation. The blades sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Li Changge dodged 2 blades, but the third grazed his shoulder, slicing through a nearby lamp post. The iron pole snapped into the upper half, crashing down with a dull thud, the bulb shattering into pieces. He raised his hand, sending a purple fireball soaring into the sky. Tian Yesha's light wings flapped, moving his body sideways by several meters. The fireball flew past him, exploding in the night sky like a purple firework. Debris fell, scorching a few of the insects that had fallen from his insect wings, emitting a sizzling sound. Your aim is lacking, Tian Yesha laughed. He flapped both wings, drawing a curved path in the air as he circled around Changge. The light blades descended from various angles, striking one after another like a heavy rain. Changge dodged left and right. The light blades exploded at his feet by his side and above his head, sending debris flying while the ground was carved into charred ravines. He prepared to leap, but instead used a teleportation technique to close the distance. Initially, he did manage to hit Tian-Yesha a few times, but each time it was blocked by the wings. After 2 attempts, Tian-Yesha was able to dodge and advance. While Changge found himself unable to gain leverage in midair, he could only fall back to the ground. Tian-Yesha's voice echoed from above, "Futile. My insects are spread all over the playground. Every time you prepare to leap, they can sense the movement of the air. You cannot strike me." Changge landed firmly, looking up at him. It was indeed a tough challenge. With the swarm of insects acting as detectors, his teleportation lost its surprise effect. Tian-Yesha remained airborne, just out of reach of his flames. The light blades pressed down from afar, forcing him to dodge passively. Seeing Changge's silent, Tian-Yesha laughed even more heartily. He spread his arms wide and the insect wings behind him exploded. Countless black insects surged forth like a tide, darkening half the sky. The swarm gathered in the air, forming a giant black dragon that dove towards Changge. "My parasitic insects can chew through steel. Your flames can burn 100, 1,000, but can you burn 1,000,000? The insect dragon opened its mouth. Not just one, but countless insect mandibles opened simultaneously, a dark mass descending upon Changge. Changge waved his hands, the purplured flames coalescing into a massive firewall before him. The swarm crashed into the firewall, producing a series of popping sounds as charred insects rained down, covering the ground in a layer of black. But there were too many insects. The ones behind ruthlessly surged forward, pressing on one after another. The firewall began to shrink under the impact of the swarm. The flames forced back. Changge gritted his teeth, increasing his fire output, the energy from his dantian draining rapidly. Tian-Yesha looked down at him from above, as if observing a trapped beast. "I never expected you to have reached level 4. But what a pity. Your flames are too weak. The gap between level 3 and 4 truly exists. But what I awakened is the S-level light ability. And my parasitic insects. You cannot win. I have 1,000,000 insects, each capable of consuming your flames. Changge, you cannot hold out much longer. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider making you my divine attendant." "Huh?" After Tian-Yesha finished speaking, Change's pupils contracted sharply. He caught 2 words. Divine attendant. Is he referring to the son of the little notebook? Change's gaze flickered. He realized he had indeed hooked a big fish today. The energy in his dantian was rapidly depleting, the firewall growing thinner as the swarm closed in. A few stray insects slipped through the firewall, landing on his shoulder, their mandibles piercing his skin, causing pain like being pricked by a needle. He crushed the few insects, his palm smeared with black liquid. He could no longer afford to waste time. Change's gaze sharpened. He abruptly retracted the firewall, vanishing from his original spot. The swarm missed their target, crashing to the ground and gnawing a huge pit into the cement. Tian-Yesha's pupils constricted sharply. The swarm's perception informed him Changge had appeared directly above him. But how did he evade detection and suddenly appear? He looked up suddenly. Changge suddenly appeared 3 meters above Tian-Yesha's head, his hands clasped together as a 3-meter-long crimson flame spear condensed in his palm, the tip glowing white-purple with temperatures reaching their peak. The surrounding air distorted under the high temperature, and through the warped air, everything appeared deformed. Spear of the Fire God. The spear was released with a sharp sound of slicing air, aiming directly at Tian-Yesha's head. Tian-Yesha had no time to dodge. He gritted his teeth, retracting both his light and insect wings, crossing them above his head to form a shield. Light wings on the outside, insect wings on the inside. The spear of the Fire God collided with the light wings. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Golden light and purple flames erupted in the air, resembling a small nuclear bomb. The shockwaves surged outward, knocking the survivors watching from the playground off balance. Some were thrown from rooftops, crashing onto the balconies below with screams. Tian-Yesha was blown from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a half-meter deep pit. His light wings were shattered on one side, and most of his insect wings were scattered. Black insect corpses littered the ground, some still writhing. He pushed himself up with his arm, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Changge landed in front of him, forming a flame-short sword in his right hand as he approached. But Tian-Yesha laughed. "You've fallen for my trick." Changge paused mid-step. The ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. Countless black insects surged from the earth, binding his feet. These were not ordinary parasitic insects, but a different kind, smaller in size, dark red, all over with needle-like mouthparts. They burrowed into his pant legs, biting into his skin, a tingling sensation spreading from his ankles up to his calves. Tian-Yesha stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "These are blood-sucking insects. They don't gnaw on flesh, they only suck blood. One can't take much, but 10,000 can drain you dry at once. How long do you think you can hold out? Changge looked down at the dark red insects, frowning. He wanted to burn them with flames, but the insects were clinging to his skin. Yes spread his arms. The remaining swarm regrouped behind him, forming a black wing. His light wings condensed again, although they were half as thin as before. He could still fly. Yes's voice regained its gentleness, laced with a condescending pity. I told you, you can't defeat me. What does it matter if you're at level 4? No matter how strong your flames are, you're still just one person. And I am an army. Changge looked at him and suddenly laughed. Are you done speaking? Yes was momentarily stunned. The crimson flames around Changge suddenly changed color, transforming from crimson to deep purple, then from deep purple to dark purple, almost appearing black. The temperature of the flames surged to its peak. The concrete beneath him began to melt, and the blood-sucking insects didn't even have time to scream before being charred to ashes, falling to the ground. He raised his right foot and crushed the last insect attempting to escape. You have 10,000 insects, I have 10,000 ways to burn them all. His figure vanished once more. The swarm of insects went into a frenzy, sensing the movement of air, but this time Changge did not reappear. Under Yes's feet, a fire circle emerged from the ground below him. The crimson flames traced a perfect circle on the ground, locking Yes in place. 2 seconds. Absolute control. Yes's body froze. He could not move. The air thickened, as if 1,000 hands pressed against every inch of his skin. He could only watch helplessly as Changge appeared behind him. Void flame killing step. Changge's indifferent voice echoed in Yes's ear. Yes's heart raced with alarm. His light-type abilities were suppressed to the point of being almost inoperable, and his light wings trembled violently behind him. Each attempt to flap them was tightened by the fiery ring. He fell for the trap. Changge had no intention of engaging him in an aerial battle from the start, deliberately landing to lure him down before delivering a fatal blow. Sweat dripped from Yes's forehead, sliding down to his eyes, causing his pupils to constrict painfully. He could no longer rely on his light-type abilities. It was alright, he still had the insects. He bit his tongue. The sharp pain felt like a burning iron nail piercing his brain, and the agony forced the suppressed mental strength to break free for a moment. In that moment, he roared 2 words: insect, storm. The ground beneath him cracked open. It wasn't mere cracks in the ground, but the entire layer of soil in the playground was flipped from deep below. Countless insects surged out from the fissures, not the previous dense parasitic insects, but a swarm. The black swarm spun wildly around Yes at the center, forming a black tornado several meters in diameter. The friction of the insect wings produced a piercing, buzzing sound, shattering the remaining glass of nearby classrooms. The insects gathered increasingly. The tornado spun faster, the edges of the storm sharp as blades gnawing away at the concrete beneath, exposing the steel rebar underneath. Yes was at the eye of the storm. Inside the vortex, everything was quiet. He could even hear his own heartbeat. Changge's flame spear pierced the insect storm. The spear tip pierced through the outer layer of insects, the purple flames incinerating the insects it touched, but the ones behind quickly filled the gaps, layer after layer, pressing forward. The momentum of the flame spear was neutralized by an endless sea of insect corpses. The spear tip stopped just 3 inches from Yes's heart, unable to advance any further. Several dark red blood-sucking insects crawled up the spear shaft to Changge's arm, their mouth parts piercing his skin, a tingling sensation spreading from his arm to his shoulder. Changge shook them off, but more insects were already crawling up the spear shaft. The 2 seconds of absolute control from the void flame killing step had been broken. The flame circle shattered, and the ground beneath Yes exploded into a fiery storm. This was not Changge's purple fire, but Yes's trump card. He detonated the last of his light-type abilities. Golden flames erupted from his feet, intertwining and colliding with the black tornado of insects. 1 gold, 1 black, the 2 storms tore at each other in confrontation. The debris on the playground was sucked into the eye of the storm, instantly being gnawed into powder by the insect swarm, then burned to ashes by the flames. Yes's yin-yang wings appeared, and under the uplift of the storm, he returned to the sky. His light wings were half as thin as before, and most of his insect wings were also scattered, but he was still flying. He spread his arms wide, looking down at the purple flame shadow surrounded by the insect storm below. Ha ha ha, Changge. Let's see what you can do. The insect storm swept through. A teaching building was sliced in half by the black tornado, its entire outer wall devoured by the swarm, the concrete floors losing their support, collapsing layer by layer from the 5th floor. Rebar protruded from the broken sections, resembling broken ribs. Dust soared into the sky, mingling with the buzzing of the insects, blotting out the sun. Yes hung in midair, laughing until tears nearly fell. His light wings flickered behind him, his face distorted by the golden light. Changge, you should feel honored. Becoming the fodder for my insect army is your privilege. The insect storm turned again, pressing down towards Changge. This tornado was thicker than the previous one, its diameter exceeding half the playground, the density of the insects so great that even light could not penetrate. Anything caught in its path, debris, lampposts, discarded basketball hoops, was turned to dust the moment it touched the edge of the insect storm. Changge stood in the shadow of the approaching storm. He looked up at Tianyes's twisted face from laughter. A smirk curved at the corner of his mouth. Do you not know that villains perish by their own verbosity, still rambling when death is at hand? His figure vanished. Space marking. Activation. When the first spear of the fire god was blocked by the light wings and the swarm spread across the playground, in that brief moment of contact, Changge left a space mark on that light wing. Without any warning, without the locking of a flame circle, without the disturbance of air being displaced before the teleportation, he directly appeared above Tianyes. The instantaneous teleportation from the space mark did not require locking, as the mark itself served as the lock. The spear of the fire god condensed again in his palm, a 3-meter-long crimson flame spear with a white-purple tip. Tianyes was still laughing. His insect storm was crushing towards the position Changge had just occupied, his light wings flickering behind him, completely oblivious to the presence above him, until the scorching tip pierced down onto his head. Puff! The flame spear stabbed into his chest. Purple flames flickered at the spear tip. The charred wound did not bleed, for the blood vessels had been seared shut the moment the spear pierced. Tianyes looked down, seeing the purplured spear tip protruding from his chest. The flames danced at the spear tip as if greeting him. Hello there, little Japanese. He opened his mouth, a gurgling sound escaping his throat, wanting to scream, but unable to. The next moment, Changge withdrew the spear and teleported away. The flame circle exploded again. The crimson flame tornado shot up from the ground, lifting debris, insect corpses, and Tianyes's body into the air. The insect storm lost control, the black tornado collapsing under the impact of the flame tornado. Insects rained down like raindrops from the sky, landing on the scorched ground of the playground with a crackle. The light wings shattered into tiny golden specks drifting in the night sky. The insect wings turned to ashes. Tianyes struggled in the fiery tornado, howling. The light wings shattered, the insect wings turned to ashes. Those parasitic insects he had nurtured for over a decade emitted their final buzz before everything fell into silence. The fiery tornado lasted for several seconds before dissipating. Tianyes knelt on the ground, his body charred, his white shirt reduced to tatters. His left arm hung limply, at least several ribs were broken, blood foam clung to the corner of his mouth. Before him lay a pile of black insect corpses, his parasitic insects, the ones he had raised for over a decade, all dead. He raised his head to look at Changge. Changge stood before him, looking down. The survivors watching from the playground were all silent. Those who had just shouted, "Tianyes will definitely win," were now gaping, unable to utter a word. How could someone as powerful as Tianyes possibly lose? The Tianyes who could single-handedly take on dozens of zombies. The Tianyes who established the entire order of the campus. Kneeling before a stranger like this. Changge stepped on Tianyes's chest, pinning him down. Cough. Tianyes spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs. Tianyes's pupils were bloodshot, his eyes rimmed red. He howled, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His voice echoed in the night sky like a wounded beast. From childhood to adulthood, he could not accept his own failure. Not even one failure. When the apocalypse came, while other survivors were still struggling to survive, he was already capable of single-handedly confronting hordes of zombies. While other ability users were still stuck at level 1, he had already reached level 3. He was Tianyes, the one who would never fail, never. He was the son of God, a true descendant of the divine. He could never fail. He roared, his limbs clawing at the ground, nails breaking, blood spilling everywhere. Impossible. I clearly possess top-tier light abilities and the secret techniques of my ancestral family's parasitic insects. Combining the two, I even created the heavenly defying self-created skill, the Yin-Yang wings. My talent is so monstrous. How could I lose? How could I lose to you? Changge looked down at him, his gaze indifferent. Tianyes suddenly laughed, his laughter hysterical, blood frothing from his chest. Ha ha ha, I haven't lost yet. You drank my tea. There were 3 underworld blood insects in it. In 3 days you will die. Changge, you only have 3 days. In these 3 days you will die in agony. The underworld blood insects will start gnawing at your organs, and then they will gnaw all the way to your brain. Ha ha ha. Changge, I haven't lost, you won't survive 3 days. Change's gaze turned cold as he pressed down with his foot. A crisp, piercing sound of ribs breaking echoed. Tianyes screamed in agony, his body convulsing, yet he still shouted, "Are bugs afraid of fire?" Ha! Those are the 3 nether bloodworms carefully nurtured by my family. They fear neither fire nor water. Changge, you're doomed. Not even Jesus could save you now. I swear it. Li Changge paid no heed to Tian Yes's dying friend. He lifted his head, casting an icy gaze over the survivors hiding in buildings, peering from windows, and standing on rooftops. His voice was low, yet every word reached them clearly. You fools, you've been deceived by a Japanese man for so long. He's not even Chinese. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. Some widened their eyes, others covered their mouths, and many exchanged bewildered glances. The students who had once followed Tian Yes stood in stunned disbelief. Tian Yes finally dropped all pretense. He lay on his back, his chest pinned under Li Changge's foot, blood bubbling from his lips, yet he laughed. He laughed wildly like a cornered wolf. Baka, it and Ishong have not lost. Li Changge, you will die in 3 days. Li Changge looked down at him, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Whether I die or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you die now. He pressed down with his foot, applying force bit by bit on Tian Yes's chest. Ribs snapped one after another, his breathing grew labored, and his face turned purple. Are you counting on your sister? Li Changge's voice was soft, as if stating a trivial fact. They'll find your dear sister, and then. He let out a sinister chuckle, leaving the words hanging. Tian Yixiang's body stiffened. He stopped struggling, the madness in his eyes slowly fading, replaced by a complex mix of emotions, self-mockery, reluctance, and a trace of anticipation. He thought of that woman, the one he called his sister. Though unwilling to admit it, she was 100 times more terrifying than him. She possessed the complete 9. If she stepped in, Li Changge would surely die. With that thought, Tian Yixiong laughed again. Blood foam gushed from his chest, and he coughed uncontrollably, but he kept laughing. Ha ha ha. Cough. Ha ha ha. Li Changge hesitated no longer. He stomped down hard. A crack sounded as the chest cavity collapsed. Li Changge's icy voice rang out again. Who do you think you are to deserve wearing white like me? Tian Yixiong's eyes bulged wide, his mouth agape, still frozen in a laughing posture. But his gaze had gone vacant, the light in his pupils fading bit by bit. Li Changge crouched down, plunged his flaming longsword into the man's head, and gave it a gentle flick. A crystal core the size of a thumb flew out and landed in his palm. It was a brilliant gold, glowing warmly in the moonlight. Fine, intricate patterns covered its surface like dappled sunlight filtering through leaves. Tier 3 light element. Not bad. Li Changge tucked the crystal core into his storage space and stood up. Behind him, Shin Yuchu had somehow run down from the upper floors. She wore a pale pink pajama, set her bare feet on the cold concrete, floor toes reddened from the chill. She froze for a second at the sight of Tian Yixiong's corpse. Then she threw herself into Li Changge's arms, clutching his waist tightly, burying her face in his chest. Her shoulders trembled as silent tears streamed down, soaking his white t-shirt. Brother Chang. Her voice was muffled against him, thick with tears. Are you okay? That bug. Is it really fine? Li Changge patted her back, his tone light. It's fine. Bugs fear fire. Your brother Chang is perfectly healthy. Shin Yuchu looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Her gaze was re-dimmed, her nose flushed. She studied him for a few seconds, confirming he was unharmed, then let out a sigh of relief and buried her face against him again. That's good. That's good. Li Changge was about to say something when he caught a faint buzzing sound. It wasn't the noisy roar of a swarm, but a soft hum like the flutter of a bee's wings. Shin Yuchu jerked her head up from his chest, her eyes lighting up. It's little gold. I can sense it. She released. Li Changge turned around and reached out toward the sound. A golden beetle flew out of the darkness. It was tiny, much smaller than a fingernail, with golden patterns on its back that shimmered with a flowing luster in the sunlight. Those patterns were not simple lines, but complex rune-like designs that flickered faintly as it flew. It flew slowly, as if still recovering from an injury. It circled Shin Yuchu's finger twice, then landed in her palm, its antennae gently brushing her skin. Little gold. You're okay. Shin Yuchu cupped it in her hands, tears streaming down again, but this time from joy. Little gold sprang from her palm, buzzing over to Li Changge. Li Changge extended his hand. Little gold landed on the back of it. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Damn. A thunderclap went off in his mind. This is what you call little gold. This is clearly the mystic armored crimson gold beetle. A bug of the same origin as the very essence of space. This bug must have emerged from a source fruit. In his past life, the mystic armored crimson gold beetle belonged to no one, shrouded in mystery. No one knew where it came from or what it desired. It had appeared a few times, each accompanied by legends. It was said to have saved the Moon Phoenix war goddess, annihilating 1,000,000 corpses single-handedly. Countless factions scoured every inch of land to find it, yet never caught even a glimpse. And now it was just sitting on the back of his hand. And Shin Yuchu called it little gold. Li Changge looked down at the tiny golden beetle on his hand, his lips twitching. It was rubbing its antennae against his fingers, looking utterly innocent. Li Changge took a deep breath, exhausting a lifetime's worth of shock. He glanced up at the sky. The snow had stopped and the wind had died down. In the distance, the survivors still stood on rooftops, at windows, and on balconies, staring blankly at the charred pit in the center of the playground and the lifeless body beside it. Tian Yixiong was dead. The uncrowned king of Hangzhou University, a light element ability user, had fallen just like that. Li Changge looked away and patted Shen Yuchu on the shoulder. Let's go. Time to head home. Shen Yuchu nodded, cradling little gold in her palm, and followed him. The warrior vehicle was still parked in front of the teaching building, its dark green body gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Li Changge opened the door, and Shen Yuchu climbed into the passenger seat. The engine roared to life, the diesel's rumble echoing through the empty campus. In the rearview mirror, the light on the 7th floor of the office building still shone, but its owner was no more. The warrior burst through the school gate, grinding over the ice and sending shards flying. Shen Yuchu curled up in her seat, shielding little gold in her arms, occasionally glancing down. She suddenly spoke. Brother Chang. Moi. About that bug Tian Yes mentioned. Is it really okay? Li Changge kept one hand on the steering wheel while the other touched his lower abdomen. The flame in his dantian was calm, showing no abnormality. But Tian Yes's dying words. The 3 nether bloodworms were no ordinary goo insects, fearing neither fire nor water, weren't just a bluff. He needed to find a way to neutralize it. It's fine. Your brother Chang has a tough life. Not far from Hangzhou City, in a survivor base located in Jia City. Though it is called a base, it is essentially a few relatively intact residential buildings surrounded by a low wall made of broken bricks and abandoned cars. On the wall, several women holding steel pipes stood, their clothing scant, as they huddled and trembled in the cold. One ordinary-looking woman suddenly lifted her head, gazing at the sky. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the ceiling, the floor, and the clouds. Her gaze appeared to reach distant places far beyond. It seemed she sensed something. A glimmer flashed in her eyes, but was quickly suppressed. She looked too ordinary, as if thrown into a crowd, she would vanish in 3 seconds. Standing just over 1.60 meters with long black hair tied in a low ponytail, she wore a washed-out gray hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. She never spoke to anyone, just stayed alone, occasionally looking up at the sky. At this moment, she lowered her head, her lips moving slightly. Her voice was very soft, like wind brushing over dry leaves. Anakin. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression had returned to calm. The moonlight from outside streamed in, landing on her. Her shadow was cast on the ground. Not 1 but 3. 3 shadows grew from the same body. No. To be precise, 3.5. One was very short, as if just sprouted, resembling 4 tails, silently swaying in the moonlight. No one noticed. She returned to her post, leaning against the cold wall, her gaze fixed on the distant gray. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the dilapidated base behind her suddenly erupted in noise. Footsteps, door slams, and hushed exclamations blended into a cacophony. Someone was asking what happened, while others were just getting out of bed, and someone knocked over a metal basin, clattering. A crisp, decisive female voice cut through all the noise, not loud, but audible to everyone. Everyone hurry up and pack, we depart tonight for Hangzhou. The base fell silent for a moment, then became even more chaotic. The woman on guard did not turn around. She merely tilted her ear slightly, her lips moving a bit, unsure if it was a smile or something else. Li Changge drove the Humvee swiftly through the night. The headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the bumpy road ahead. The snow had stopped, the wind had calmed, but the road remained slippery, so Li Changge did not drive fast. Shen Yuchu curled up in the passenger seat, hugging her knees, occasionally sneaking glances at the man in the driver's seat. Li Changge's profile flickered in the dim light of the dashboard, with a straight nose and faint stubble on his chin. His white t-shirt was dusted with gray, with singe marks at the cuffs, but he did not appear disheveled. Shen Yuchu averted her gaze, lowering her head. She had yet to recover from the earlier incident. Tian Yi had died. The man who had weighed heavily on her heart like a mountain was gone, just like that, crushed by the foot of the man beside her. She did not know whether to feel fear or relief. Li Changge reached into the vehicle's storage compartment and pulled out a piece of chocolate, handing it to her. You must be hungry, have a bite first. Shen Yuchu's eyes lit up instantly, like 2 stars igniting. She had loved chocolate since childhood. Her 2 older sisters often bought her chocolate. The piece was wrapped in golden foil, with foreign writing she couldn't recognize. But she hadn't eaten anything decent in 7 days. The last time she had food was a half piece of expired compressed biscuit she had found hard as a brick, which she soaked in water for half an hour before swallowing. She stared at the chocolate, her throat moving slightly. Then she shook her head. You eat it, Brother Changge, I'm not hungry. But just as she spoke, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Goo. The sound was particularly clear in the quiet cabin. Shen Yuchu's face flushed, instantly burning from her neck to her earlobes. Even her earlobes turned pink. She lowered her head, burying her face in her knees, wishing she could sink into the ground. Li Changge did not laugh. He reached into the storage compartment again, pulled out a bottle of water twisted off the cap, and handed it over along with the chocolate. Eat up. Your brother Changge has plenty of food at home, it won't hurt to spare this bite. Shin Yuchu lifted her head from her knees, her eyes a bit red, unsure if it was from hunger or embarrassment. She looked at the chocolate, then at the bottle of water, hesitating for a long while before extending her hand to take them. But she did not eat. She placed the chocolate and water on her lap, protecting them with her hands as if afraid they would fall. Her fingers were slender with distinct joints, her nails cut short, and there were a few small cuts on her fingertips that had already scabbed over. Changge glanced over and smiled slightly. This girl was quite something. The Humvee continued its journey through the night. Shin Yuchu held onto the chocolate still unopened. She was not unhungry. She was afraid that once she finished eating, Changge would be gone. The night faded rapidly outside the car window, the street lights casting beams of light across her face. The Pancher Manor arrived. The Humvee entered the neighborhood gate, its tires crunching over the gravel, making a squeaky sound. In the yard, several emergency lights were on, casting a pale light that illuminated the entire villa. The surrounding walls had been torn down, with the demolished bricks piled neatly to one side. Changge nodded. The task assigned that morning had already shown basic results by today. Zhou Baiwan's execution was still commendable. Brother Knife and Shield squatted at the door, resting its chin on its paws, half closing its eyes as if dozing. Upon hearing the sound of the car, its ears perked up for a moment before drooping back down. Unlike usual, it did not rush out to bark, but slowly stood up, shook its fur, and walked to the side of the car. Changge got out of the car and opened the passenger door. Shin Yuchu carefully jumped down, holding the chocolate and water, her foot landing on the gravel, stumbling slightly. Brother Knife and Shield tilted its head, sniffing in Shin Yuchu's direction. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in its dog eyes. Then it lay back down quietly, resting its chin on its paws, its tail wagging gently. This little dog actually had its quiet moments. Changge glanced at Brother Knife and Shield, but said nothing. Was it a matter of preference for who it chose to act up around? Some people it sensed were off, like Zhou Baiwan, though that woman was not particularly kind to it. But perhaps Shin Yuchu had a scent that made it feel at ease. The villa's door opened from the inside. Zhou Baiwan was dressed in a dark blue female police uniform, the hem barely covering her thighs, her long legs glistening under the emergency lights. Her hair was casually tied in a ponytail, and her face bore the lazy look of someone who had just woken up. She spotted Shin Yuchu at a glance. Then she saw Shin Yuchu holding the chocolate and water, looking timid like a stray cat that had been rescued. Zhou Baiwan's lips slowly curled into a smile as she teasingly said, "Oh, Li the handsome, you can go out for a while, huh? Have you found another little sister?" Zhou Baiwan walked over and grabbed Shin Yuchu's hand from Changge, sizing her up from head to toe. Shin Yuchu's face turned red again as she hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that. It was Brother Chang who saved me. He saved my life." Zhou Baiwan's tone became even more teasing, deliberately elongating her words, "Brother Chang. Oh, Brother Chang." Shin Yuchu's face was blushing so fiercely it seemed like it would bleed. She lowered her head, her voice small, like a mosquito's buzz. I didn't mean it." Changge pulled out the belt from his waist and flicked it a couple of times in his hand. Smack, smack. "Are you thinking of experiencing the family law?" Zhou Baiwan's laughter suddenly ceased. She looked at the belt, her pupils constricting as she instinctively took a step back, her hand subconsciously covering her curvy backside. You. She bit her lip, her expression shifting from smug to aggrieved, and then from aggrieved to resigned. She shot a glare at Changge, mumbling something under her breath that was too quiet for anyone to hear. But she became obedient. Changge put away the belt and clapped his hands. "Come, let me introduce you." He pointed at Zhou Baiwan. "This is Zhou Baiwan, she used to be a constable now. Never mind, just call her Sister Bai." Zhou Baiwan rolled her eyes, but did not refute. Changge then pointed at Tang Wan, who peeked her head out from the kitchen. "Sister Tang, the one who cooks. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell her." Tang Wan smiled, wiped her hands with her apron, and nodded at Shin Yuchu. Lin Wei came down from upstairs dressed in a black and white maid outfit, her hair cascading down and her eyes behind the glasses twinkling with mirth. She walked up to Shin Yuchu, extending her hand. "I'm Lin Wei. Welcome." Shin Yuchu was stunned for a second, then hurriedly switched the chocolate and water to her left hand, shaking Lin Wei's hand with her right. Her hand trembled, but she held on tightly. I'm Shin Yuchu. Thank you all." The dog Daodun brother, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly sprang up at this remark. "Bakayuru." It rushed in front of Changge, its front paws clutching his pant leg, its dog face contorted in anger. "Little lying dog. Why didn't you introduce me, Daodun brother? Do you not see me as a person?" It opened its big mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth lunging at Changge. Changge kicked out. Daodun brother flew through the air, a woo, crashing into a snow pile in the yard, scattering snow. It crawled out of the snowdrift, shook its fur, grumbling, "Bakayuru. You kicked your Daodun brother. Just you wait." Shin Yuchu stared wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close. She looked at Daodun brother, then at Changge, and back at Daodun brother. It can talk." Li Changge replied expressionlessly, "There's a useless dog at home that can speak human language. Ew, I didn't believe it either when I first found it." Daodun brother walked over from the snow pile, holding its head high, circling around Shinyochu, its nose twitching as it sniffed her pant leg and then her hand. Then it squatted down, lifting its head, its dog mouth curling into a smirk. "You're not bad, better than that Zhou person's pampering." Zhou Baiwan shouted from behind, "What did you say, you dead dog?" Daodun brother didn't look back. Shinyochu watched the exchange between the person and the dog, a smile slowly curling at the corners of her mouth. It had been a long time since she had smiled. Tang Wan laughed as she went upstairs to tidy the bedroom. She moved quickly, having the guest room by the window made up with fresh sheets, a new quilt, and a small lamp placed on the bedside table in less than 10 minutes. Lin Wei walked over, taking Shun Yuchu's hand. "Let's go take a shower first. You smell bad." Shin Yuchu was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes widened in disbelief. "Shower. Shower." Her tone changed. "Here. Can we really shower?" Lin Wei nodded with a smile, pulling her toward the bathroom. Shin Yuchu followed behind her, steps growing faster until she was nearly running. She hadn't showered since the disaster struck. During her time at Hangqing University, she could only wipe her face with snow water. The smell on her body, sweat, blood, was a mix that she could hardly endure herself. The bathroom door closed. The sound of water rushed in. Steam poured out from the crack under the door, carrying the scent of shower gel. Li Changge sat in the living room, legs crossed, holding the remote control, flipping through television programs with boredom. Zhou Baiwan sat beside him, pretending to polish a cleaver, but constantly glancing toward the bathroom. "What are you looking at?" Li Changge didn't raise his head. Zhou Baiwan polished the cleaver to a shine, rubbing the same spot repeatedly. "Who's looking?" "I'm just afraid you'll scare the young lady." Li Changge didn't respond. Zhou Baiwan asked again, "Is she an ability user too?" Li Changge nodded, "A bug type." Zhou Baiwan lowered her head, polishing the cleaver even more vigorously, her knuckles turning white. Everyone around was an ability user, and now she was the only ordinary person. Watching Daodun, that stinky dog, take down zombies with 2 little electric balls, she had to swing the cleaver until the blade dulled and still hadn't killed as many as that dog. The bathroom door opened. Steam billowed out, and Shin Yuchu emerged in the clothes Lin Wei had prepared for her: a white shirt, a deep blue pleated skirt, white ankle socks, and canvas shoes. Her hair was still half damp, draping over her shoulders, droplets falling from the tips of her hair, creating small wet patches on her shirt. Her skin, freshly washed, glowed white, her cheeks flushed with warmth from the water, even her lips regained their rosy tint, soft and tender. Her features were exquisite, yet unassuming, clean and pure like moonlight. Her nose was neither too high nor too low, her eyes large with deep brown pupils carrying a hint of shyness when looking at others, reminiscent of a fawn just adopted. She stood there somewhat awkwardly, tugging at her skirt's hem, her head lowered, unable to look anyone in the eye. The aura of youth radiated from her. Li Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. He cleared his throat twice, shifting his gaze away from Shun Yuchu, pretending to watch television. "Sister Tang," he called toward the kitchen, "let's add a meal tonight to celebrate the joining of a new member." Tang Wan peeked her head out from the kitchen, smiling and nodding. "Okay." Just that one sentence set the tone. Lin Wei walked over, linking her arm with Shun Yuchu's. "Come, let me give you a tour." Zhou Baiwan also followed, tucking the cleaver behind her waist, patting Shin Yuchu on the shoulder. "Don't be nervous. Even though there's a pervert here, overall, it's not bad." "Who are you calling a pervert?" Li Changge shouted from behind. Zhou Baiwan pretended not to hear, pulling Shin Yuchu upstairs. The villa is not large, but it is fully functional. The first floor has a living room, kitchen, dining room, and a storage room. The second floor has 4 bedrooms, a study, and a balcony. The basement is filled with food and supplies, locked tight with the key in Li Changge's hand. Lin Wei showed Shun Yuchu the refrigerator in the kitchen. It's packed with vegetables, fruits, meat, and eggs, with everything one could need. They checked the bathroom. There's a water heater, a bathtub, and a shelf full of shampoos and body washes, brands she didn't recognize. They looked at the game room. There's a large television, 2 game controllers, and a coffee table scattered with several game discs, including King of Fighters, Pro Evolution Soccer, and Resident Evil. "You can still play video games." Shin Yuchu's voice rose again. As a university student, she clearly had some knowledge of games. "Of course." Zhou Baiwan casually picked up a controller and pressed a button, and the game interface popped up on the television screen. League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Crossfire, Dance Dance Revolution, and racing games. Shin Yuchu looked at the screen, her eyes turning red again. This is not the apocalypse. It feels more like a vacation. There's no zombies, no danger, food and drinks available, hot showers, and video games to play. She stood in a warm room with wooden flooring beneath her feet and a chandelier overhead, the air filled with the aroma of braised meat. She felt as if she were dreaming. Li Changge went upstairs alone, pushed open the door to the study, walked in, and closed it behind him. The study is not large, containing a desk, a chair, and a wall full of bookshelves. There aren't many books on the shelves, with most being Lin Weiss architectural blueprints. He sat down and picked up a notebook from the desk. It was Zhou Baiwan's handwriting resembling a ghost script. Fortunately, he could still read it. It contained some names, a list of survivors from the Pancher Manor that Zhou Baiwan had compiled today. There were probably a few hundred names with notes about their jobs and personalities before the apocalypse. After flipping through a few pages, he noticed some names were crossed out with annotations like troublemaker and refused to work. There were a dozen names marked with a question mark. Next to the question marks were notes saying electrician, pending assessment, level 1 water-based abilities, pending assessment, and earth-based abilities, pending assessment. Changge nodded. Zhou Baiwan handled this matter while everything was organized. He needed manpower for building a small base, and if these individuals could pass the assessment, they could indeed be kept. He placed the notebook back on the desk and closed his eyes. The flames within him quietly burned in his dantian, a purplish red color resembling a small star. Though his surface appeared calm, something was stirring deep inside. He delved into his thoughts using his spiritual sense to examine his body. Meridians, blood vessels, organs, all functioning normally. However, beneath the dantian, near the stomach area, there was a small dark mass. Those were the Saming bloodworms. They were tiny, finer than a hair, coiled up like a nest of hibernating snakes. They were writhing slowly, but they were indeed moving. With each movement, a slight tingling pain shot through his abdomen like a needle prick. He had felt it when he drove back, but at that time it was very mild. He thought it was just muscle soreness after a battle. Now it was becoming more pronounced. Changge gathered the flames into a mass and pressed it towards the group of worms. The purplish red flames coalesced within him like an invisible hand slowly approaching the dark mass. The worms became agitated. They recoiled, huddling together, thick and dense, resembling a mass of moving ink. When the flames touched them, they merely shrank back, not burned. He recalled what Tian Yixiong had said before his death. Saming bloodworms are not afraid of water or fire. What a joke. Since when are carbon-based life forms not afraid of fire? If they exist, it would be because the fire's temperature isn't high enough. His flames were currently at level 4 with a maximum temperature of about 2,000 degrees. The tolerance threshold of these worms just happened to hover around that line. As the purplish red flames pressed closer, they would retreat and show fear, but they wouldn't die. Changge decided to experiment on a lone Saming bloodworm. The purplish flames enveloped the bloodworm. It burned for a full 10 minutes. Finally, this worm perished. At the moment of its death, a warm current surged into Changge's limbs. Changge was taken aback. There was an unexpected gain. These worms contained extremely refined energy, equivalent to the energy of a small level 3 crystal nucleus. Once he reaches level 5 and his flames evolve into purple flames exceeding 3,000 degrees, these worms will become a source of nourishment. After completing the experiment, Changge finally felt at ease. He only needed to project a small flame to observe these worms. Recently, it was crucial to break through to level 5. However, Changge understood that the transition from level 4 to 5 for ability users is a significant hurdle. In his past life, he possessed the grade fire abilities and spent a full 6 months to break through, and that was during a life-and-death battle. This time, he didn't know how long it would take. He withdrew the flames and opened his eyes, a slight smile curving his lips. Tian Yixiong, your worms are indeed formidable. But you didn't account for one thing. My fire will upgrade. However, this also served as a wake-up call for him. Changge leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, lost in silence for a long time. He had the advantage of rebirth. He knew what would happen in the future, who was worth courting, who must be eliminated, where resources were and where dangers lay. These advantages had allowed him to sail through smoothly, snatching space fruits, moving treasure vaults, stockpiling supplies, recruiting teammates, killing zombies, and advancing to level 4. However, the incident with Tian Yixiong reminded him that advantages are not omnipotent. In his past life, the 4 kings of Hongqing Tian Yixiong were killed by him in this life. Not because Tian Yixiong had become weaker, but because he had struck first. But what if Tian Yixiong were a bit stronger? What if he were level 4? What if his worms were even more formidable? Rebirth is not an invincible shield. In his past life, he stopped at level 7 with limited achievements. His understanding of high-level zombies and high-level ability users came mostly from hearsay. He was utterly ignorant of the truly top secrets, the truths of the divine lineage, the source fruits, and the origins of the apocalypse. He must never become arrogant due to a slight advantage. Strength is the foundation of everything. He stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. The night wind rushed in, carrying the chill of the snow, making his clothes flutter. In the yard, Xin Yuchu was crouched down, cradling a golden little beetle in her hands. Under the moonlight, the golden patterns on the beetle's back glimmered softly, resembling flowing runes. The Xuanjiaqijin insect, a legendary creature that once annihilated 1,000,000 zombies in his past life. It lay quietly in Xin Yuchu's hands like an ordinary pet. Changge squinted. This Xuanjiaqijin insect must be from the source fruit. Xin Yuchu had mentioned that before the apocalypse, she fainted after eating an orange. When she woke up, she saw the little golden beetle. But what secrets does this little guy hide? How has it remained at level 1 for so long in this apocalypse? As Changge pondered, his heart suddenly tightened. He looked into the distance towards the direction of Jia City, which was shrouded in darkness. That feeling of unease came from the Jia City direction. That woman with the little notebook. She's getting closer. Immediately a smile crept across Changge's lips. This time I won't let you escape. Changge closed the window and turned to leave the study. Downstairs, Tang Wan's voice came from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Shen Yuchu's laughter mingled with the daily banter of Dao Dungu and Zhou Baiwan echoed in the living room. He walked down the stairs, a slight smile playing on his lips. Whatever. Time to eat. In this vast world, eating is the most important. After a night of silence, the next morning Changge was in the courtyard studying Xiaojin. Shen Yuchu held it in her hands. The little guy looked weak, the cracks on its shell not entirely healed. It lay in Shen Yuchu's palm, its antennae weakly swaying. What does it eat? Crystals. Changge asked. Shen Yuchu shook her head. It doesn't eat crystals. Oh, I tried feeding it before, and it didn't even sniff at them. Changge frowned. He found a piece of metal from the ground of the villa and threw it on the ground. Xiaojin showed no reaction. He took out a piece of copper, but still no response. He casually tossed a piece of scrap titanium alloy that was left over from modifying the warrior with twice the hardness of steel. Suddenly Xiaojin moved. It flew from Shen Yuchu's palm and landed on the titanium alloy. Its mouth bit down. Crunch. A fragment of the titanium alloy was gnawed off. Shen Yuchu's eyes widened. Changge was momentarily stunned. That was titanium alloy. This insect's bite is harder than diamond. After consuming a small amount of titanium alloy fragments, the cracks on Xiaojin's shell healed faster. When the last piece of titanium alloy was finished, the cracks on Xiaojin completely vanished, and its shell gleamed with a golden luster. Shen Yuchu exclaimed in delight, "It's all better." Changge fixed his gaze on the beetle, narrowing his eyes. "Let's go out and test its abilities." The warrior drove out of the Panshir Manor, finding an abandoned gas station. Around it, a dozen level 1 zombies were wandering. They moved quickly, completely unlike the slow actions shown in movies. The extreme cold had ended, and the zombies regained their agility. Changge parked the car at a distance and let Shen Yuchu get out. "Let Xiaojin go up." Shen Yuchu extended her hand. Xiaojin flew up, hovering in midair, its golden patterns on the shell starting to glow. Xiaojin battle mode. The shell of Xiaojin lit up with dazzling golden light. Then it split. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. 4 became 8. Changge counted in his heart 15 seconds for each split. It split a total of 5 times. In the sky, a golden mass formed. In just about a minute, 32 golden beetles were swirling in the air. Changge inhaled sharply. Shen Yuchu pointed to the nearest zombie. 32 beetles like a golden cloud pounced. Moreover, Changge discovered that each of these split Xiaojin had the strength of a level 1. 30 seconds passed. The zombie stopped thrashing. Its head was gnawed to nothing. Even the crystal core was consumed. Changge's mouth twitched. Next came the second zombie. The third and fourth ones. 10 level 1 zombies were completely eliminated in less than 10 minutes. Then the split bodies of Xiaojin began to dissipate. The main body weakly